Chapter 19. Arya was not used to having time free from supervision. An hour spent without Septa Mordain, Maester Lewin, father or mother watching over her. But today was different. Mother was secluded to her bedroom and all attention was on her as she went into labor. It had started early in the morning, when it was still dark. Arya woke up to Sansa knocking on her door and excitingly telling her to come and meet their new brother or sister. They quickly discovered that the babe hadn't arrived yet and it may be some time before it did. After being told sternly to stay away from Mother's room until they were called, they were released. Despite Maester Lewin tending to Mother, lessons after breakfast were not cancelled, much to her displeasure. Tiresias instructed them this morning, as he often did when Maester Lewin had other duties. He was a good teacher, kind, with a voice different than any other person in Winterfell. But she just couldn't keep still, her thoughts kept straying to Mother. Era. She started. It was the second time that she had been caught and she turned to see Tiresias' hazel eyes boring into hers. You didn't hear my question, did you? She braced herself for the harsh words that usually came from Septa Mordain. Instead Tiresias just sighed. Well, can't say I blame you. Are you worried about your mother? Arya nodded. Tiresias came over to her seat and knelt down, looking her in the eye. It's all right. I know it's scary, but your mother's strong and she's in great hands. Lewin is an excellent maester and your father is with her. Just like when you were born. And Bran. And me, said Sansa. Tiresias nodded. Of course, Lady Sansa. You as well. The bells rang for all your arrivals. Now, either today or tomorrow, the bells will ring again and you'll have a new member of your wolf pack. He stood up, walking back to his books on the main table. He closed them and stood in front, turning to face them. Now, because of that, he called back. I understand that you're all distracted. So I'll make you a deal. No books today and I'll let you go early. However, for the next hour, I want you to talk me about your new brother. He fetched a half-hour glass from the desk before walking back and placing it on the table. For the first half-hour, he said, before switching to Valyrian. We speak Valyrian, and for the second. He then switched to the old tongue. We speak in the tongue of your forefathers. But Tiresias, said Sansa, but Tiresias raised his eyebrows and she paused before continuing. Tiresias, how do you know it's a boy? Arya had that question as well, as did all most of her other siblings it seemed. Jon and Robb had fixed the librarian with their own questioning gazes. Bran was too busy with his drawings. Tiresias only raised his hands in surrender. I don't, he said. I only dreamt it. There was a slight smile on his face and it remained there for the rest of the lesson. Arya couldn't stop looking back to it. She recognized that smile. It was on the librarian's face as far back as she could remember. Tiresias had always been in Winterfell, according to her. Jon told her about the first time that he had walked into the Great Hall with father. A stranger who sat with him and stayed for what had now been 3 years, bringing more and more tomes to the library tower. But as she grew she learned strange things about him. About how he sparred with Jon, though she'd never seen him armed. The sword, the spear, the bow, these came out at night. Although Jon said he carried a dagger with him, tucked away. He also said her that Tiresias told him to train her, that he was responsible for their bouts in the God's Wood. A librarian doesn't train like that. She wondered if Maester Lewin also trained, if the old man could wield a sword like Sir Roderick. She asked father a few moons ago and he laughed. As far as I know, Maester Lewin is only a maester and believe me, that's enough training for one man. When she inquired about Tiresias, father only shrugged. What Tiresias does in his spare time is not my concern. So long as he does his duty and conducts himself with honor. Besides, he's SSC. They're not quite as strict. Tiresias can be both a man of letters and a man of arms. Though I think he prefers not to draw attention to that. Maybe that's why he told Jon to train her. Why he doesn't sneer at her bastard brother. Why he doesn't insist on her being a lady. Only 2 months ago, she had snuck out to the training yard, away from a lesson from Septa Mordain. She couldn't reach the swords stacked high along the sides of the yard. So she wandered over to the archery range. A bow lay there, too small for a grown man. Bran had forgotten to put away his training weapon. She looked but no one was present. Not knowing how much time she had before the range was occupied, she ran to the target and took out the 5 arrows stuck there. She had to reach high for the last one. Having gathered all the arrows she could, she ran back to the discarded bow and picked it up. It was a little big for her, but she could hold it steady. She knocked an arrow as she had seen Robb once do. Her entire arm was shaking as she drew back and released. The arrow went halfway to the target before falling to the ground. The second arrow fell just short of the target. The third flew behind. She had no idea how much time had passed. All she knew was that she ran to collect her 5 grounded arrows 3 times. The third time she stalked back to the line, she was breathing hard, frustrated, and close to tears. She closed her eyes and breathed as John had taught her. Breathe in on 1, 2, 3, and hold for 1, 2, 3, and release on 1, 2, 3. Head calm and fingers still, she knocked an arrow and released. Still a miss. She let out a breath and knocked again. Something was different. She could feel it as she let go. The arrow flew from her bow, singing in the air before it stuck in the target. Not the center, not even close, but still it stuck. Smiling, she was about to cheer when she heard something above her. Clap, clap, clap. She whirled around and looked up to the balcony. Father was there and Tiresias as well. She had no idea how long they had been watching her, but they were at the railing, both applauding, not saying a word. Father with his quiet pride. Tiresias with that slight smile. A smile came over her face too, and a torrent of emotions welled up inside her. Relief that she wasn't being punished for abandoning her lessons with the septa or for shooting arrows like a boy. Pride and joy for sticking the arrow her first time holding the bow. The previous arrows that grounded didn't exist in her mind. The one stuck arrow counted beyond measure. Tiresias muttered something to Father before wandering off, nodding to her as he did. Father looked back to her and told her to keep practicing until dinner. She nodded quickly and picked up the next arrow. He stayed on the balcony and watched the rest of her exercise. That was 2 weeks before her 5th name day. Which was very exciting, except she still had to go to lessons. She had a harder time concentrating than usual, even her numbers didn't come as easily as they usually did. Finally, when Maester Lewin dismissed them, she cleaned her slate as quickly as possible before turning to run out. Arya, called Tiresias from his table. Could you come here for a minute? Arya slightly pouted. She didn't want to stay in the library anymore for her name day. But father and mother told her to respect the adults. Not to mention that Tiresias was never mean to her. So she dragged herself to his table. He was surrounded by stacked tomes and littered parchments filled with his neat, tiny writing. As she arrived, he dug through one of the stacks and pulled out a thin tome, presenting it to her. Happy name day, Arya. She took the book curiously, eyeing the title, Shabirs and Their Spears. Opening the book, she saw a single drawing. A bear was growling at her viciously. Stories from the women of House Mormont, said Tiresias. She looked back up at him. You're old enough to start reading it yourself. That tome doesn't belong to the library though. It will stay with you, should you wish to keep it. Her shelf in her room had no books like these. Stories came from mother, father, and old Nan. This was hers to read by candlelight. In secret, when she should be sleeping. She giggled at the thought. Thank you, she whispered, running her fingers along the page. Tiresias nodded. You're welcome, he said before leaning forward and lowering his voice. If you place that in your room now, Arya, I think you might find something else for you as well. He picked up his quill and began to write again. You should hurry though, he muttered, his eyes on the parchment. I don't think you would want your mother to discover what's under your bed. That was all he needed to say. She raced through the corridors, calling back thanks to the much taller adults who wished her a happy name day. Entering her room, she closed the door quickly, her entire body pressed up against the frame before turning to the bed. She crossed first to the shelf, placing the book on top before returning to the bed. Lying down and reaching into the dark, she gasped as she pulled out a bow. She held the bow in disbelief for a few seconds, not quite believing it to be so. She had never had anything like this before. Stepping away from the bed, she held it and pulled it back. It was a good size, perfect for her. Well, she didn't know anything about bows, but it seemed perfect to her. Far better than using Bran's practice bow. Coming back to the classroom, she looked to her left hand, at her calloused fingers. They no longer hurt, but they made needlework even more difficult. She didn't mind though. Her evenings with the bow, the wooden sparring swords or her books made her lady lessons more tolerable. She still hated them, but she could also imagine the scowl on Septa Mordane's face as she drew back her bowstring. She even got her first bullseye last week. She tried in vain to replicate it, but so far no luck. It still made her grin though. She could hear the arrow hitting the straw perfectly. Blinking to attention just in time to hear Tiresias' question, she answered in Valyrian, the words coming from her rough, but correct. The rest of the hour passed more quickly than it would have had they just stared at the books. Tiresias could usually make the books exciting, but even he knew that today was special. At the end of the hour, he dismissed them. Even Bran responded in the old tongue for the farewell. They put away their books and ran from the library. It was time for the midday meal, and that was even more difficult to sit through than the lessons. Each bite felt heavier and heavier as they waited for the new Stark cub. Even the blueberry tart didn't taste as good as it should. She didn't even bicker with Sansa. That's how nervous she was. When the meal ended, she ran off. She didn't want to be around anyone, not even Jon. Everyone was too quiet, just waiting. It unsettled her. Desperate for some true quiet, she grabbed her book from her room and ran to the training yard. Careful not to approach the immediate spars in the center, she stuck to the sides and ran over to the younger guards. She stopped before the friendly one and pulled on his shirt. Jory Castle turned and looked down at her. "What are you doing here, my lady?" he asked. "A training yard is no place for a young girl." "Then why are you here?" she asked. Howls of laughter came from Jory's companions. John had told her to say that if any of the soldiers tried to get her to leave. She wished she didn't have to say it to Jory. He was really nice, but fortunately Jory laughed with the others. "Well then, I suppose it's only right then that I escort you from the yard," he said, smiling. "Come, Lady Arya, I'll take you to the septa." "Don't call me lady," she retorted hotly before forcing herself to calm. "Septa Mordain is with mother right now." "Everyone's with mother." Actually the septa was with Sansa right now. And Jane. But Jory didn't have to know that. Jory shrugged. "Then where shall I escort you then?" "I don't need an escort," she said, before pointing to the shortest practice sword. "But I need that. Could you reach it for me? Please." Jory turned to the others, before placing a hand on her shoulder and walking with her. "Do you want me in trouble with your lady mother? You know she doesn't approve." "Mother's having a babe and father doesn't mind," she said. "Come on, you know they let me shoot." "That's different," said Jory, not quite meeting her eyes. That was her opening. "Please, Jory," she pleaded. "I'm more like to hurt myself with a needle than with that." After swearing not to tell mother, to be careful, and promising to return it, he reached for the sword and gave it to her, calling to her not to run with it as she bolted from the yard. The clinks and hammers faded fast as she ran into the god's wood. She weaved in and out and found herself at the weirwood tree. How long she spent in that god's wood she didn't know. The sword was heavy but she went through the exercises as best she could. At least all the ones that she could remember. She closed her eyes and imagined John going through the forms. Eventually her arm tired and she sat down to read. For a while, she was able to forget mother in her birthing bed. Her fingers traced the drawings of the spears and forms of the Mormont women, decked in furs and leather armor. A tingle went up her spine and she went to find a long stick. Not quite a spear, but she managed to find one that was longer than her. A little heavy though. Nevertheless, she propped the book up and went through the first page, holding the stick like a warrior, alone in her world. But she was still tired from the sparring sword and she was too little. She soon dropped the stick, panting. Another tingle went up her spine and she stared at the weirwood tree. Sansa didn't care for the weeping face in the white bark. It was frightening to her. Arya secretly agreed, but she was still drawn to it. She wondered if it was truly alive as old Nan said. Whether those empty dark eyes were watching her. She asked Maester Luwin about it once in lessons. He chuckled and said if the weirwoods ever truly saw, that they were blind now. And not to worry. Any secrets that the tree held were forever closed. Only the children of the forest could speak to the weirwoods and they were gone now. Arya heard the scratching of a quill stop when he said that. She turned to see Tiresias at his table, eyes down, paused in his scribbling. He wore the slight smile again. The bells rang, their chimes dimmed in the godswood but she could still hear them. All thoughts of the weirwood immediately vanished from her head. A new Stark was born in Winterfell. She quickly put the stick away, leaning it up against a tree that she could easily find again. Barely containing her excitement, she gathered her book and sword before running for the exit. Heading back into the training yard, she heard cheers coming from the men there. Jory took her sword from her with a great smile, telling her to go run and meet her new family. She was already running away when he called that to her. Placing the book in her room quickly, she hurried to her mother's room. Robb, Sansa, and Bran were in the corridor already. With the septa. She steeled herself, but couldn't slow down. Robb caught her in a hug. "Lady Arya, where have you been?" asked Septa Mordain. "In the godswood, praying," she said quickly. The septa may have been of the seven, but she still preferred prayers to the old gods over swordplay. Her lips pursed, but her eyes were not too severe. But that didn't matter to Arya. Not now. "How's mother? Is she all right?" she asked, unable to keep the fear out of her voice, looking to her siblings. Even to Bran, who looked the most relaxed, holding Sansa's hand. "Mother's fine," said Robb, placing his hand on her shoulder. "The babe's fine. Father's with her now. They're just cleaning the babe up. We can go see them in a little bit." Knowing that they had no choice, Arya nodded. The next minutes dripped by more slowly than the entire previous day. Arya paced for a few seconds before the septa told her to be still. She sat with Robb and breathed steadily, as John taught her. Wishing that he was here, but knowing why he wasn't, raised her temper and she had to start over. The breathing helped, but not much. How could she possibly be calm? It was her new brother or sister. Despite being told mother was safe, she was still nervous. She had to see for herself. Had to know that they were all right. Both of them. Finally, father came down the corridor. She stood immediately, thankful for Rob's hand on her shoulder. Otherwise, she would have barreled at him. Father arrived and knelt down to her level, but looked to all of them. It's all right. The babe's healthy and sleeping. Your mother's very tired as well, but very happy. And she wants you all to meet your new sibling. We all need to be quiet and gentle. Don't jump on her or scream. It's very exciting, but we need to be gentle now. All right. Arya nodded earnestly. Father stood and took her hand. Come on, then. They walked down the corridor. A maid walked out of mother's room, carrying a bunch of soiled sheets. The smell made her crinkle her nose as she walked, but she said nothing. She heard that birth was messy. She shuddered at the idea of giving birth when she was grown. Father gave a soft knock before they entered. Arya's breath seemed to come in shudders as she entered. The room smelled strange as well. And it was warm. A large fire was burning in the hearth. Mother laid on the bed, her hair undone, her eyes barely open. She smiled as they entered. My dears, she whispered. Ned walked over to her and kissed her on the forehead, taking her hand. Arya walked to her bedside, along with the others. Are you all right? Whispered Arya. Mother nodded. I'm fine, Arya. I'm just very tired right now. But I'm very happy as well. She lowered her voice even more, as though it were a secret. Would you like to meet your little sister? Little sister, she had a new sister. Mother nodded to the crib in the corner. Father took her hand again and led her to it. He picked her up so she could see. Children, say hello to Kara Stark. The babe was asleep and wrapped tightly. The only part of her that Arya could see was her red and squashed head. Wisps of dark hair peeked from under her bonnet. Sansa joined her at her side. Mother, she's beautiful, she whispered. Liar. She looks like a turnip, Arya whispered back. Sansa looked horrified. Arya. Rob had a big smile on his face as he looked down. She felt father quaking with silent laughter before speaking. She looks like a normal babe. You were that color when you came out of your mother. He glanced at Sansa. As were you. When he looked back to mother, she stuck her tongue out at Sansa, who waited before father set her down before giving her a light smack on the arm. That's enough, said father quietly, his eyes stern. Now, say goodbye to mother. She's going to sleep for the rest of the day. I'll see you tonight. They crossed to the bed, each giving mother a kiss before exiting the room. Arya climbed gently on the bed and pecked her on the cheek. She could smell the dried sweat. Well done, mother, she whispered. Mother smiled. Thank you, love. Go be with your brothers and sister. She walked rigidly to the door and out into the corridor, her feet speeding up as she felt a grin spreading on her face. I have a baby sister. I have a baby sister. I have a baby sister. When she got to her room, she picked up a pillow and screamed into it. She was more excited than she could ever remember being. The great hall was crowded that night. Father didn't care for feasts that much, but Rob told her that he was duty-bound as warden to share his good fortune when he had some. Therefore a new child of House Stark warranted a feast for the whole of Winterfell. All present certainly seemed to appreciate it. Father accepted congratulations all night and gave numerous assurances to mother's health and to Kara's as well. She lost track of the number of toasts to them both and to father and to House Stark. Father raised his cup for every toast and took tiny sips. Arya could never remember seeing him drunk, like the other men in the hall. Tonight, as celebration, Rob and Sansa were allowed a cup of wine each and they had to drink slowly. The Septa was with mother, so Maester Luwin kept an eye on them. Luwin had stayed up all night as well, but the old man seemed to be in good spirits. He drank moderately too and waved off the congratulations. He credited mother for the good birth. Arya was excited too, but this feast was beginning to become too much for her. Even Jon wasn't enough to keep her. He was allowed to sit with them at this feast because mother was bedridden. No one said that, but she knew. However, she'd already eaten dessert and she was antsy to leave. Father met her eyes and saw her silent plea. He looked around and nodded. She didn't hesitate, though she did ensure that she walked out of the hall properly before running down the corridor. She encountered very few people on her way. Besides the guards at their posts and the servants in the kitchen, everyone else was stuffed into the great hall. The yard would be deserted. She fetched her bow from her hiding spot in the stables. She didn't trust the maid who cleaned her chamber not to hand it over to mother. The night air was crisp as she walked to the training yard and she shivered. She fought through it, knowing she would be warmed up after a few minutes. Besides, she was a wolf and wolves love the cold. However, as she drew nearer to the yard, she stilled. Someone was already there and they were striking something hard and quickly. She crept to the entrance and peered around the corner. She recognized the lean frame of the man. Tiresias was in front of a training dummy, striking it viciously with a pole staff. She debated going further. Tiresias always seemed to know where everyone was. She could never sneak up on him. But something made her continue and she kept to the shadows, her feet light. Arya had never seen a grown man cry before and she didn't realize what was happening until she was closer. Tiresias' cries echoed through the empty yard, punctuating as he struck the dummy. A fear grew in Arya. His tears, his strikes, he seemed enraged. Arya didn't want to be there anymore, but she couldn't leave. She found herself rooted to the spot and when she was able to move, she only found herself rounding the yard, keeping to the shadows. She still had to see. Tiresias wouldn't hurt her. She knew that, but she was still scared. No torch was lit in the yard. The moon and stars were all she had for light. Tears glistened on Tiresias' cheek. His teeth were clenched and his eyes were dangerous, but still he struck hard and true, his movements quick. She had never seen him like this. She wondered if John had ever seen him like this. He was Tiresias, the quiet librarian, calm and kind. He gave her a book. But also a bow. Was this man in front of her the one who gave her the bow she now carried? He began to lose control. She saw it. He gripped the pole staff and began to beat the shoulder of the dummy again and again and again. He yelled with his last strike and stood still with the pole still on the shoulder. His own shoulders were heaving. She didn't move, didn't even breathe. Finally Tiresias crumpled, dropping the staff, and going to his knees, his breath a heavy fog. He was muttering something. She walked forward carefully. I'm sorry, Rickon, he moaned softly. I'm sorry. Her foot sank into some mud and she winced at the squelch. It was enough. Tiresias started and turned to her, his eyes as wide as hers. The dangerous rage she saw in his eyes disappeared quickly and he stood. Neither of them spoke for a moment. Finally, he picked up his pole staff. I'm sorry, Arya. He cleared his throat. I should have, you didn't have to see that. He wiped his eyes and breathed. Did I scare you? He asked. She shook her head at once, but he laughed softly. I did. I'm sorry. Now he could see everything again. Now that he wasn't in tears. She didn't just know what to say. It was a lot colder than she had thought and she shivered. I'll light a brazier for you, Tiresias said. Are you here to shoot your bow? She nodded. Come, he said, leading her to the archery range. She followed him and in minutes he had lit the brazier by the archery shooting line. He disappeared and reappeared with a quiver of arrows. Can I trust you not to hurt yourself? He asked. She nodded. Well, good night then, Arya. Again, I'm sorry for frightening you. He seemed normal again, but in the brazier's light, his eyes still looked sad. He turned to walk away just as she found her voice. Who's Rickon? She called after him. Tiresias froze, but didn't speak. The crackle of the brazier and the distant songs of father's men filled the air. A minute passed but still she waited. Something was different tonight. Finally, the librarian turned. His face was down again, but when he spoke, his voice was even. Rickon he was an unfortunate young boy. And I couldn't save him. Was he your brother? Tiresias smiled that slight smile. But it was different now. That slight smile was sad now. However it disappeared quickly and Tiresias looked up to her, shaking his head. No, he said softly. No, he wasn't. Mother had told her not to badger people about sad things. She wanted to ask more about Rickon, about the sad smile, but she held her tongue and picked up an arrow. Your dream was wrong, she said, walking up to the librarian. He gazed down at her. Mother had a girl, not a boy. Tiresias nodded. Well, dreams are just that, aren't they? Dreams? He turned and walked a short distance before stopping. He turned back. Congratulations on your new sister, Arya Stark, he called, before disappearing into the castle. Arya went to her arrows and back into the warmth of the brazier. She gripped her bow and knocked her first arrow. She drew her arrow back, looking at the target. Her new sister, another wolf. She released her breath and the arrow flew, singing in the cold. It stuck near the center. That would down anyone who came near Arya Stark. Notes. So yet, Tiresias can affect this world in positive, negative, and just plain different ways. We'll get a glimpse into his reaction to this week. For now, I hope you enjoyed Arya's POV. Thank you again for reading and commenting. Forgot to mention it last week, but this story reached a few bookmarks with over 10k hits, over 500 likes and now, 100 bookmarks, although that could possibly change, depending on how readers respond to this new installation. It's thanks to you readers, so I'm glad you're enjoying this. Hope you all are safe with everything that's going on. I'll see you next week. Chapter 20. Even with all that Tiresias wished to change in Westeros, he'd always been able to keep some normalcy in his routine. Sleeping, eating, training, reading, a little leisure now and then. He could still be human, confident with his knowledge of future events. But do I still know what's coming now? Have I changed too much? He sat in the great hall for breakfast, trying to muster his way through some porridge. It was a losing battle and he found himself glancing at the high table again and again. At little Cara Stark, not Rickon. By all accounts, Cara was a delightful babe, only a few months old, but beginning to smile widely. He hadn't met her yet, not trusting himself to keep control should he gaze at the child who took Rickon's place. It's not her fault, he told himself for the 100th time. It's only mine. It's all my fault. So confident with everything he was affecting, he assumed that Rickon was inevitable. That Lord and Lady Stark would have one more babe and the babe would be little Rickon. Not taking into account that Ned and Catelyn were now taking different paths in their lives. Not incredibly different, but enough to alter the conception of their fifth child. Perhaps Ned was tired on a day that he wasn't before. Perhaps Catelyn had something on her mind and she wasn't in the mood. He just couldn't know. He returned to his porridge and forced down another bite. It wouldn't do to forever speculate about this. People only came into the world by pure chance after all. Counting on the fact that one's parents fucked at the exact right time for one to be born. And their parents before them. And their parents and their parents. It all just went on and on, creating an infinite web of circumstances that allowed one to come into the world. He had altered those circumstances the minute he woke up in Westeros. And Rickon wouldn't be born because of that. He would have to accept that and move on. He would be useless otherwise. However, it would take more time on his part. He couldn't get over his guilt this morning. The porridge remained unfinished when he stood up to leave for the library. But he couldn't resist another look back at the high table. Even from this distance, he could see Cara smile and he thought of his niece for the first time in a long time. Clark's niece, not yours, Tiresias has no niece. Averting his eyes, he saw Mal fetching his bowl and seeing his unfinished meal. She turned to him. He saw reproach and concern in her brown eyes. Inexplicably, he felt his heart lift slightly at the sight. He didn't know why. Not willing to dwell on it, he turned quickly and exited. Months later, Tiresias waited in the Warden's solar. Surprisingly, it wasn't often that he called Ned Stark for these meetings. Only once every few months would they drop all pretense and speak alone about the coming dangers. In the weeks or months in between, he sometimes forgot that he used to be someone else and that these people in Winterfell were soon about to resemble their show counterparts exactly. Especially the children. Sansa and Arya were still children, but Robb, Jon, and Theon were beginning to hit puberty, and it was shocking at some points to turn a corner and see their increasingly familiar faces. Anyway, there didn't seem to be a need to continuously remind Ned Stark of the impending doom. The dragon glass continued to be shipped in and weapons were fashioned as they came. Mycon used his apprentices to forge the dragon glass, as Tiresias suggested. They saw it as good practice. The idea of where to store the dragon glass, however, came from Lord Stark himself. The crypts below Winterfell ran deep and they were forbidden to all who were not named Stark. Or at least heavily discouraged to enter. 2 guards stood at the entrance at all times. Lord Stark appeared a more religious man than usual, visiting the underground crypts a few times a week. Each time the Lord entered the crypts, he withdrew the dragon glass hidden under his furs and added to the stockpile, bit by bit. One afternoon, he escorted Tiresias down, after they have been importing the dragon glass for a single year. Tiresias saw what had been piled and his soft swear carried throughout the catacombs. Rows upon rows of dragon glass daggers were stacked along a deep tunnel. And this was only the first year of the dragon glass deal. Sure, it wasn't as large of a collection as he saw before the Battle of Winterfell. But after 8 years, or more, if the Civil War didn't disrupt the trade, they would have more than enough dragon glass to arm every northern soldier, plus however many free folk fighters came to their side. The ones that will survive anyway. And not all of it was here at Winterfell. They started to ship dragon glass to Castle Black about 6 months ago. Not that the Night's Watch believed in its value. The rumors of the White Walkers were growing stronger and beginning to be believed as fact among the Rangers. However, most of the Night's Watch was still resistant to the possibility of the supernatural. So, Lord Commander Mormont hid a little away, as Lord Stark did, for the right time when it was demanded. For now, the majority of the dragon glass went beyond the wall. Benyon Stark had not reported a single White Walker in his sighting, but the talks between them and the Free Folk were growing a little more frequent and a little less threatening. However, about 3 months ago, when Benyon appeared at their parley with dragon glass, it was accepted more eagerly. Only took a few years for you bastards to try it and the word to spread, but whatever. The Free Folk never admitted to victories or even skirmishes with the Whites. However, in that parley, they interrogated Benyon fiercely about the dragon glass, where it came from and how much could they get past the wall. Benyon agreed to a trade with Lord Mormont's blessing. And so the talks became more frequent, the free folk more punctual, and finally word reached Benyon Stark that Mance Rayder would be willing to come down and talk. Of course, all of this was privileged information. As far as most members of the Night's Watch were concerned, Benyon was getting far too friendly with the wildling fuckers. It began when he led Craster's wives south through the tunnel. Despite the fact that they had caused no trouble and integrated well enough on Bear Island that Mercy and his wildling parleys had affected his reputation at Castle Black. Commander Mormont protected him as best he could, and Benyon swore to his warden brother that his life was not in danger. Still, he was running out of time. There was only so much peaceful banter that could be tolerated before the more extreme factions of the Watch lost their patience. The White Walkers have to be brought into the fold a little earlier, thought Tiresias more than once. Something dangerous has to snap these idiots out of killing each other. Otherwise, there will be blood and many, many corpses for the Night King. He heard Lord Stark's trudging footsteps approaching. The houseguard as per usual were left at the end of the corridor. Ned entered and shut the door, crossing to his desk and sitting down. Out of all the people in Winterfell, Ned Stark was coming to resemble his character on the show the quickest. He guessed that knowing the threat of the White Walkers coming south and the future Southern War beforehand did nothing to relieve his stress. However, if it was too much for the warden, he never said it. Tiresias stood before him, waiting patiently. Maybe it was years of living in a feudal system or the respect he had for this man, but he was a bit more deferential than he was the first time he stood in this solar. The chair remained by the hearth. Finally Lord Stark looked to him. Well, would you care to begin or should I? Tiresias shrugged. Probably you, my lord. If I'm being honest, I really never know how much to tell you or what. I have a few points though. And I believe that this is to be one of those days where I reveal something very upsetting. One could hear a pin drop in the solar. No one had bothered to light the fire. So, we might as well start light, said Tiresias. Ned almost chuckled. If only storing food for the harshest winter in living memory was a light task. Is there a problem with the food storage, my lord? No, no. All the farmers are having exceptional yields. They're beginning their fourth cycle as we speak. Irrigation should start in the coming fortnight and the new fields that we developed have only bolstered our intake. After last harvest, the broken storage is only a quarter full. Actually a little more. Within 5 years, we should be at 4/5 capacity. Should events proceed as you have seen, that will leave us enough time to really stock up before we're no longer able. At that point as well, the Reach will reach their capacity in storage and the surplus will drive down their cost. They'll want to sell and ship their crops before they're ruined. We'll continue until the last minute. And then there will be enough food to feed us for years. It won't be very comfortable, but we'll survive. Tiresias nodded, taking it all in. He glanced at the broken stores out the window. Not the most creative name, but it did serve a good reminder as to what was there before. After the broken tower was taken down, that building took a year to build, but when it was done, it increased the food storage capacity to something absurd. Lewin seemed slightly amused when he calculated it. Also it was a little bit of an eyesore and some of the talk around the castle was a little derisive of Lord Stark and his overly cautious ways. However, those were usually the thoughts of the young. The older residents of Winterfell admonished those dismissive of the cold and the real hunger that accompanied it. They knew what starvation was, and in their eyes, the slightly awkward building was worth not going hungry in the next winter. Tiresias returned his gaze to Lord Stark. And the Night's Watch? No update since the last. No White Walkers. No Whites. Mance is still a ghost. Although my brother is assured that should he not appear within the next year, he will the following. Resisting the urge to grit his teeth, Tiresias thought of Lord Stannis. And the dragon glass? Is Lord Stannis still incurious? Ned mulled the question over. I wouldn't say that, but fortunately King's Landing provides him with enough distraction. He leaves the running of Dragonstone to Maester Cresson. If he's revisited the matter since it was first approved, he hasn't informed me. Well, the dragon glass is still coming. That's good. I suppose if we leave the matter alone, Stannis will. Ned nodded and silence fell in the solar. It endured for a while before Tiresias chuckled. It's been a while since one of those quiet moments. Are you bracing for an unpleasant truth? Asked Lord Stark. I suppose. You should be too. There was a glint in Lord Stark's eye that only appeared when they spoke of this. Tiresias met it easily, but it took a few meetings to do so. A few meetings of truths that will quietly shift the direction of the story. Hopefully. It's funny, said Tiresias. I feel as I always do. Not knowing where to start. I apologize. I imagine it's rather annoying. Is it my bannerman? Asked Ned, his voice low. Tiresias shook his head. No, well, he reconsidered. Perhaps, what I wish to speak of today concerns King Robert and his hand, Jon Arryn. Ned nodded slowly. All right, what about King Robert and Jon? Tiresias repeated his mantra. Fuck me. Here we go. In a matter of years, before the White Walkers invade, Jonaran will die. And no, I cannot save him. Ned's face seemed frozen, although after a few seconds, his eyes traveled to the desk. Tiresias let them rest there for a while. He couldn't blame Lord Stark for his reaction. Lordaeron was like a father to him, and in a way, this was worse than just hearing of a loved one's passing. To know they'll die and that one will be powerless to stop it. At least that's what Tiresias believed. He truly did. He may have killed Littlefinger, but if the state of affairs in King's Landing aren't altered too extremely, Lordaeron will start to look at Robert's bastards around the city. He'll notice the same things that he noticed before. He'll read the same book of lineages and he'll discover the same thing. He couldn't imagine him living long afterwards. Cersei or Jaime or Pycelle will ensure his demise before he brings his suspicions to Robert. Littlefinger merely took advantage of a perfect situation to incite the war. So even with Littlefinger taken out, Tiresias still suspected that Jonaran will be killed by some party in King's Landing. A party that needed silence when it came to the truth of Cersei's children. He hoped he was right. As much as it meant wishing death on another man. He hated himself for it. Ned collected himself and looked back up at Tiresias. Why? Tiresias shook his head. I can't say. The hell you can't. Lord Stark stood from his desk. He was still in control, but his frustration was apparent. I want you to tell me exactly why Lordaeron died and why I can't save him. My visions of Westeros didn't include him. Your visions, you seem to see a lot in these visions, and yet you can't see the Lord Hand of the Seven Kingdoms. He was already dead, said Tiresias, raising his voice slightly. The first vision I had included his funeral. He was never alive when I saw him. He wished the fire was lit. He was desperate for something to fill the silence. It would be worth the stifling heat. Ned continued to stare at him. He had to be the one to continue. It's not how he died that's important. It's what happens after, what his passing triggers, and it will be catastrophic. It's the event that begins the war in the south, though that's not how it appears. Ned sat back down, sighing. His frustration was replaced with a deep sadness. However, he refocused and looked to Tiresias. What happens? Well, obviously the king needs a new hand. He ignores all suggestions of any southern lords and rides straight here. Not only to offer you the position of Hand of the King, but the hand of Prince Joffrey in marriage to Sansa as well. You accept both. This, Lord Stark, will be the biggest mistake of your life. Within a year in King's Landing, Robert will be dead and you'll follow him soon. Prince Joffrey will take your head and that will kick off the war. Ned stared at him silently. Tiresias had debated so much of this conversation with himself. What to tell and what not, and the beheading of Lord Stark was one of his most contested points. Ultimately he decided for it and he hoped it was the right call. Lord Stark cleared his throat. Why? You discover a secret in King's Landing. Before you're able to tell Robert, he is killed and then you are killed to ensure silence. Not technically true, but it will do. What truth? Asked Ned. Tiresias sighed. That King Robert Baratheon has no true-born heirs. None by Queen Cersei. Only bastards. Ned blinked. He probably had never seen Cersei's children before, so it wasn't obvious. No true-born heirs. Tiresias shook his head. None. But the three royal children, Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen, all Baratheons. Only in name. Ned took it all, breathing steadily. Their real father. Oh boy. Sir Jaime Lannister. Now the solar was very quiet. And it remained that way for a decent amount of time. The Queen's brother. The same. All of them, his. All three. Joffrey, Myrcella, and Tommen are no Baratheons. Their true name is Waters. And they are as blonde as their father. Jaime Lannister, Ned almost growled. I knew he had no honor, but this. Jaime Lannister has made many mistakes, Tiresias interjected before Ned could continue. But he is vital to the future I saw, and I would advise you not to go running off to King's Landing, demanding his head. So I am to say nothing of this to Robert? He asked incredulously. That's right, said Tiresias, more coolly than he perhaps meant. You will say nothing because to say anything would jeopardize the safety of your family and the fragile peace that keeps the South running. You may say nothing, however, you may act on it. That's why I told you. Lord Stark looked at him like he never really seen him before. You knew this the moment you first walked into Winterfell and said nothing. That's right. I told you from the beginning that I couldn't speak of all that I knew in one afternoon. If I did, you would have thrown yourself onto ice and ended it. There are things that I still haven't spoken of and things that I'll perhaps never speak of. This is a delicate act, Lord Stark, and in order to survive, we need to act delicately. At least you do. You're somebody in this kingdom. I'm not. I can afford a bit of foul play. The lines in Lord Stark's forehead decreased. He took that as a good sign. How you may act, I recommend that you take proactive measures to arm yourself against the Lannisters and Robert Baratheon. Jon Arryn will die, and when he does, your friend will come north and practically beg you to come south. He'll offer his son's hand in marriage. Or demand, really. I doubt a king really offers or begs anything. So you will need betrothals and fast. Anything to keep Sansa, or even Arya, out of Joffrey's grasp. Ned blinked. Arya? Why Arya? Robert fantasizes about uniting his family and yours. It's a dream that goes back to his pining for Lyanna. They rarely spoke of Jon Snow's mother. Ned seemed to understand at once, but Tiresias voiced it anyway. Even though Arya is the second daughter, Robert might be so desperate that he betroths Joffrey to Arya anyway, should Sansa be unavailable. I know that Arya will hate it, but perhaps if you explain that it's only for her protection and that she can break it if she wants, however. He trailed off, sighing. He felt very tired all of a sudden. Do you wish to sit? Asked Lord Stark. He sounded tired as well. Tiresias nodded. I would, thank you. Ned Stark joined him at the hearth and they both sank into the chairs. Though there was no fire, they still stared at the empty pit. This is a damn mess, murmured Ned. Of course, agreed Tiresias. It's the perfect way to start a war. How could this all have happened? Because some old man in my world decided it would make for an exciting story and put pen to paper. Tiresias shrugged. Men, well, not just men. Women too. They've all just made it much more complicated than it needs to be. Everyone, they just make choices every day that seem smart or good in the short run, and they don't mind if it's selfish or wrong if they just feel good today. No one believes that their decisions will catch up to them. And in a few years, they'll be proven wrong. A fire is going to catch in the Seven Kingdoms and it will rage and destroy us all before the White Walkers even cross. And to be honest, Lord Stark, I'm not sure if I can save the South. Ned continued to stare, but Tiresias could tell he was listening. Maybe in a couple of years, I'll go down. See what I can do. What's changed, but, he sighed. I honestly don't see what I can do. It's hard enough to save one kingdom. That's why my main piece of advice has always been, when in doubt, stay in the north. You'll have me abandon my friend? Ned asked quietly. I would. He sighed again. Lord Stark, I won't pretend that I like Robert Baratheon. He's amusing and he seems fun, but he's also a man who will gladly kill your nephew for who his father was. You obviously know this. He whores and drinks, which are fine in moderation, but he lets the kingdom rot while he does so. Now don't get me wrong. I don't give a flying fuck about kings. My point is that Robert Baratheon is already dying. He's slowly killing himself. You'll see it when he rides north. You'll barely recognize him. You'll see a miserable man who's blind to his surroundings. He spoke softly to try and lessen the blow, but Ned was silent when he ended. And he knew it was his turn to wait. Fortunately, he didn't wait long. Ned turned to face him. How can I refuse him when he comes? Tiresias met his gaze and Ned sighed. I'm not speaking because he's my friend. I'm speaking because there are only so few times you can offend a king before you incur serious consequences. Offering me the position of hand and betrothing my daughter to the future king. And coming to Winterfell himself to do so, it will be seen as a great insult if I refuse him on both offers. And if Sansa is already engaged, and he just passes the offer down to Arya and I refuse that as well. He sighed again and turned back to the hearth. Tiresias imagined that scenario himself and thanked God it was so far away. He certainly didn't know how to navigate it. I didn't say it was easy, he murmured. I told you I'm no politician. Perhaps you and Luwin can find a discreet way out. But I'm afraid I don't know how you will manage Robert's feelings. You're right. There's only so far you can push a king's friendship. I'll start with the betrothals, Ned stated softly. The focus in his eyes was back and he was ready for something. It may not hold, but it will be something. Catelyn and I will discuss it in the coming months. My only concern is that if these engagements remain unbroken against the request of a king, then they must be seen through. Running his hand over his face, Tiresias sighed. Well, perhaps just Robb and Sansa then. Not to be cruel, but I don't see Robert surviving long enough to force Arya to wed Joffrey. Who knows? He might even die before Sansa's Wednesday. Ned's face tightened. Is it absolutely vital that all of my children marry in the north? Tiresias shrugged. Perhaps the Vale will be safe. But honestly, I wouldn't tie yourself to any southern house now. Something is coming for them, even after the Civil War. And what would that be? He shook his head, resisting the urge to smile at the warden. I'm afraid that's going to have to wait until another day, my lord. The meeting was over, Tiresias could tell. Perhaps Ned could handle more, but the man had just learned the secret that will drive the Seven Kingdoms to ruin. He learned of Lord Arryn's future death, of Robert's, and even of his own. And he had to keep it all to himself. He wondered if he caused any strain in Ned's marriage. Whether Catelyn noticed the weight of the world on her husband's shoulders. Perhaps that had always been Ned's way. He rose to leave, though he paused at the door. "My lord," he said. Ned turned to him. "I'm not just warning you against marrying Prince Joffrey because of his bastardy. That doesn't matter to me, though the incest is, well, it's gross, but I'm warning you because he's a monster and he enjoys cruelty. And Sansa will be distracted by his pretty exterior and not notice the rot before it's too late. When he takes your head and she is forced to watch." He inclined his head and made to leave before Ned spoke. "And the other two? Myrcella and Tommen? Are they cruel as well?" Tiresias shook his head. No. No, they're not." He chuckled without finding anything funny. "Not quite sure how they managed it, but they're good children. Robert will kill them if he finds out." Tiresias shrugged. "Well, I won't tell him if you won't." He knocked the wooden door lightly. He needed some luck. "One day at a time, my lord. One task after another." He left the Lord of Winterfell to his thoughts. That conversation didn't go as well as he had hoped. For all he knew, Ned Stark might try to still save those in King's Landing. He hoped he could douse such desires, even though he understood them. But at least Robert wouldn't catch the Stark household off guard when he marched up here. Ned was right. They needed firm reasons to reject the generous offers of a king. The North couldn't afford to lose its men and resources before the White Walkers invaded. Again. The betrothals were perhaps not enough, but it was something. As for Ned refusing the position of the Hand of the King, perhaps that would be more difficult. Who knows? The North was probably going to get more complicated in the next few years. Perhaps Ned Stark could just point out the obvious and insist that he must stay to sort it out and tell Robert to go fuck himself. In more diplomatic terms, of course. Following his discussion, he didn't speak again to Ned privately for months. So he didn't know for certain how the Lord of Winterfell was taking his advice. He did hear rumors though. Of potential suitors to Robb. Names came to him through various whispers. Alys Karstark, though she was Sansa's age, was suitable for a future betrothal. If Robb wasn't to wait longer for his bride to come of age, there was Winifred Manderley. Lyram Mormont was whispered once, but as she wasn't the firstborn Mormont, he didn't put much stock into that scenario. During lessons one week, he found himself looking at Robb in the library. Talisa came to his mind for the first time in years. The night when she confessed her reason for coming to Westeros. The night he broke his promise to Valder Frey. "I'm sorry, Talisa," he wondered more than once. Not for preventing her death at the twins. But she and Robb, they certainly did love each other. And now she was just another person that Tiresias would apologize to in his mind. Coming back to the current potential betrothals, it actually disturbed him to hear the rumors. If he was hearing them here, he could only imagine how far the news was traveling beyond Winterfell. That Lord Stark was now seeking a bride for his heir. After all, it wasn't every day that a future Lord Paramount was engaged. It would certainly reach the Red Keep and the ears of Robert before they were ready. And in the king's mind, if Robb was ready to be promised, why not Sansa? Tiresias refused to be stuck on that. Perhaps he was overreacting. Robb's future marriage was always going to bring speculation and jostling from the highborn. He wouldn't be surprised if it had started when Lady Catelyn first fell pregnant with him. All the lords, and not just in the north, thinking of a powerful future son-in-law. It was certainly on the minds of the children. About once a week, Robb was mercilessly teased, with Theon and Arya being the biggest agitators. In public, he reacted with the usual overblown embarrassment that delighted his teasers. When he wasn't playing though, he seemed to take the whole endeavor seriously. He knew his duty. He knew he was to rule Winterfell one day and an arranged marriage was part of it. Tiresias hoped that was it and the talk of betrothals would mostly stay confined to Winterfell. No one spoke of a future husband for Sansa yet. For now, the maids had something new to gossip about. The houseguards had something new to bet on. And the children had something new to tease about. Unfortunately that was far from the only headache plaguing Tiresias. Something else was bothering him, sometimes to the point where he couldn't sleep and could barely concentrate on anything when he was awake. It troubled him most days. One of these days found Tiresias pacing in the Godswood during a windy spring afternoon. The weirwood tree was his only witness. Here he was alone, trying to hash out the thorn that was only burrowing deeper into his mind. In the aftermath of his talk with Ned Stark, he kept coming to the same question over and over again: why didn't he tell Lord Stark about Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons? Why hadn't he yet? Actually, those questions led to another one: what the fuck was he going to do about Daenerys Targaryen and her dragons? It was a good question and one that he had asked himself ever since he came to Winterfell. He had put it off. Always. Daenerys was far away. In Essos. Right now, she and Viserys were between the Free Cities, on the run. trying desperately not to be killed. He would be lucky to find them if he went, and that would mean abandoning Westeros for a few years while he did so. And anything could happen while he was gone. And the dragons, Viceroy, Rhaegal, and Drogon, all still eggs. Yet to be born. Should they be? That was another question that haunted him. These dragons were weapons. Ones that would be useful against the White Walkers. Ones that would benefit the White Walkers too, should the Night King down another one. Weapons that would also be under the sole control of one person. Determined to rule, not to be powerless. Never again. She would never more be the little girl hiding in alleyways. She would hatch her dragons. She would fly high. She would burn King's Landing to the ground. Tiresias stopped himself and dropped, lying on the grass, staring at the sky. He had no idea how he laid there until he finally sat up. He crossed his legs and stared at the dark pool before him. Whatever his reasoning, whatever his decision, he had to make it now. He didn't have a precise date for when Jorah Mormont would flee Westeros to escape justice. If he decided to stop Daenerys from hatching her dragons and halting her ascendancy in its tracks, catching Jorah before he left wouldn't be the worst action. However, if he decided to roll the dice and let her hatch her dragons again, he could remain silent. But he had to decide. Rumors were already arriving at Winterfell of the dissatisfied wife of Lord Jorah. His spending was beginning to be noticed. Had he already begun to sell poachers into slavery? Tiresias didn't know. But it meant that the time was near for Jorah's exile. As tempted as Tiresias was to let fate run its course in this regard, he knew deep down if he didn't make a conscious decision whether or not to stop Daenerys, he would regret it. He picked up a small stone and looked around. Once he was sure he was alone, he turned back to the pond. You need a reason for hatching 3 dragons, he murmured. The army of the dead. Fire is one of the only things that can stop them. We need that firepower. He tossed the stone in and picked up another. But do we need that firepower? If the Night King doesn't get his hands on Viceroy or any other dragon, will we really need that kind of firepower to beat them back? Plop. The pond rippled as the stone sank. Probably, Jon Snow was seeking that firepower when he sailed down to Dragonstone. With the Whites dragonless and firmly behind the wall. Even if the army of the dead doesn't reach the size that it did previously, even if it's only 50,000 or 40, it's still a tidal wave of unfeeling soldiers crashing into Winterfell. You can't beat that magic without magic. Plop. Jon Snow sought help after the North was devastated. When they couldn't even summon 10,000 soldiers. We're already preparing for the White Walker invasion. We have years ahead of them, well, maybe not. They've been amping up too, but the point is we're working to fight them. He turned the stone over in his hand. Can a strong and united North beat back the army of the dead on its own? Tiresias sighed. I don't know, assuming that the Night King will find another way to cross the wall, we have more time to make Winterfell battle ready. We can hold them off, especially if they're a smaller force and if they don't have an undead dragon to cut through our defenses, maybe. He looked down at the stone. But that's me being arrogant, I'm underestimating the Night King. I'm counting on the army of the dead being smaller. On absolutely nothing going wrong in the north or the south to distract us from our task. I've heard little from beyond the wall. What is Mance Rayder doing? Are the free folk moving south? Are they fighting? Are they losing? Even with Dragon Glass, will the White Walkers simply adjust their fighting strategy? They did in the show. Let the Whites take the brunt of it. Just a sea of corpses. Rolling the stone, it dawdled into the water. And the south is still a tinderbox. One spark will ignite that goddamn war. Lannisters and Baratheons at each other's throats. How will the North stay neutral? If they stay neutral, they'll be screwed should they need help when the White Walkers come. All right, you're getting off track. A soft bitter laugh escaped him. What's the point? I shouldn't take out our biggest weapon out of the fight. It's too risky. You did that already with the Valyrian dagger. All the more reason to keep the dragons in the fight. I can't guarantee that the Valyrian dagger will be there with the same fighter that Arya became to end the battle. Dragon fire didn't stop him though. He smiled after a full blast from Drogon. Well, it sure as hell stopped a decent part of his army. As long as he doesn't down one of them. Which sounded stupidly risky as he said it. He picked up another stone. Okay, he breathed in and held it, releasing on a 4 count. The army of the dead, the Night King, you're taking care of that, sort of, but you've ignored the south for years. Killing Littlefinger, that's history, that's done. What happens when Daenerys Targaryen lands in Westeros? What will she be here to do? He lifted his head and flung the stone into the pool. She's coming here to conquer. And there's no such thing as a bloodless conquest. People are going to die. In an ideal world, if she had to come, if she didn't decide to burn the people, she could still topple someone I don't care for, but does that mean letting Joffrey rule for years beforehand? And what if the Tyrells entangle themselves again with the Lannisters? Marjorie was probably the best queen for the south, but she'll be a target for Daenerys if she lands. His temples hurt and he rubbed them gently. He wanted to stop thinking about this, but he couldn't. He had to decide. If I make it south, and things proceeded relatively close to what happened, if Sir Barristan is dismissed and he goes to Essos, if Tyrion does, maybe I give warnings of the Sons of the Harpy, maybe if I could prevent Barristan's death. But even I keep her advisors alive and she doesn't feel alone when she comes west, will that curb her worst tendencies? When Sir Barristan was alive, he certainly couldn't. And with those dragons, she will have sole control of 3 weapons of mass destruction. That will affect anyone's thinking. Anyone's perspective. Will she keep advisors close that counsel restraint? For how long? Ares was sane when he was younger and he didn't have 3 dragons to help him descend into paranoia, going through different hands and confidants like changing clothes. And I'm arrogant, said Tiresias, picking up another stone. If I allow her to come, thinking I can control her, even if it's indirectly through her advisors, I will be making the same mistake so many others did. She's a dragon. She'll act like one. And I can't control a dragon. No one truly can. He flicked the stone across the water. But Daenerys was more than just a dragon, just a Khaleesi. What about Missa? If you stop her, what about Grey Worm and Miss Sandai? And so many others? Are you content to let them be enslaved? Along with the hundreds of thousands in Slavers Bay? Tiresias shook his head. No, even though she left Essos probably ripe for the masters to take over again, a bloody rebellion is definitely one starting point for a different world, for better or worse. He leaned back, feeling the grass tickle his neck. Besides, even if Yora is taken out of the picture, do you think Varys would let her die? He's tracking Viserys and Dany across the Free Cities and is responsible for the consistent failures of Robert's assassins. He has influence across the Narrow Sea. Do you? If you decided to move against Dany, how could you even touch her? I couldn't. A thought came to him as well. But if I decide not to kill her, I can't save her either. She's already traumatized. And I can't get to her and salvage the situation. It's too late. Rickon Stark came to mind. The youngest Stark replaced and erased from existence. Would Drogon, Rhaegal and Viserys suffer the same fate if he intervened? If he put Daenerys on a different path as he did with Lord and Lady Stark? If I want her to bring the dragons to this fight, I have to let the story unfold as it did, as much as it can now, I have to let her suffer further. His mind quieted for a minute. The wind sang lightly among the trees. He gripped a final stone. So, you'll let her starve? Yes. You'll let her be raped? Yes. You'll let her hatch the dragons? In all her love and fury? Yes. His arm hung limply at his side. Any desire to chuck it into the pond evaporated. Whatever the dragons bring, it's now on you. If the Night King slays Viserys, if King's Landing burns, if 500,000 people die, that will be on you and her. Equally. I know. He felt the stone drop to the ground. Tiresias exited the God's Wood. He never felt so stupid in his entire life. But he had made his decision. 2 months later, he was in the kitchens for the midday meal when he heard a commotion in the front courtyard. He exited to see Gord and other soldiers saddling up. Gord, he said, approaching him. What's going on? We're riding fast, said the big man, not slowing down. Lord Yoram Mormont was reported to be selling poachers off his land into slavery. Lord Stark and us, will be riding out today for the king's justice. Tiresias found that his hands were tightly gripped and loosened them. No, no, you're too late. Yora's gone. All that will be left of him will be Longclaw. All the soldiers halted what they were doing and sprung to attention. Tiresias turned to see Lord Stark entering the courtyard. Sir Roderick strode behind him, carrying ice. Sensing this was not his place, Tiresias got out of the way, keeping to the sides as Lord Stark mounted his horse. As he turned, the Lord of Winterfell looked his way. Tiresias saw the obvious question in his eyes. Did you know? Part of him wanted to feign ignorance, but a larger part of him couldn't muster it. He met Lord Stark's eyes and didn't deny it. Ned seemed to sigh internally, wanting to ask why. But the horses were ready and they had to move. The gates opened and Ned spurned his horse forward, taking his place behind the front guard. Soon the soldiers were gone and the sounds of galloping hooves faded into the afternoon. The courtyard returned to normal, as people continued their work. Tiresias stood still for far too long before returning to the keep, his midday meal quite forgotten. You've just made a terrible mistake, Tiresias. He entered his room and locked the door. He managed to kick off his boots before collapsing on top of the bed. Maybe, but I'd probably say the same if I made the opposite decision as well. He was more exhausted than he had any right to be. Sleep was coming fast. I've made my bed. Now I get to sleep in it, although the saying should really be, you slept in your bed, now make it. Whatever, it's done, I'll act accordingly. Without further ado, he shut his eyes. That afternoon, he slept better than he had in months. Notes. Thank you again for your patience as I got my computer issues sorted. Next chapter will post it on Tuesday as normal, save for any more shenanigans. Stay safe and healthy, readers. Chapter 21. The news of Sir Yora's flight from Westeros reached Winterfell before Ned returned. Though Tiresias was certain that he wouldn't be horribly punished for withholding that piece of knowledge, he couldn't help but be anxious as he awaited Lord Stark's summon. However, the summon didn't come. For the next week or so, whenever he encountered Ned Stark, the man greeted him politely. He supposed this was smart. It wouldn't do for the Warden of the North to check in with the librarian whenever he left for or returned from an important task. Tiresias had his work. A lord had his. Ned only mentioned it later as Tiresias approached him on the balcony above the archery range. He was overseeing the children shooting and nodded in greeting as Tiresias approached. Tiresias. Lord Stark. They watched the lesson below for a few moments in silence. Arya, now 6, was hitting the marks as consistently as her older brothers. Only Theon was ahead of her. However, even his cocky attitude waned slightly as Arya shot. Perhaps he could see her overtaking him. As Arya finished and listened to the final adjustments and instructions by Robb and Jon, Theon stepped up. And for once, he was quiet about it. With their eyes still on the young archers, Ned spoke quietly. I assume that Sir Jorah Mormont had a part to play in your visions. Tiresias murmured. He was exiled to Essos when I first saw him. He has his own path to follow. And did you know what he had done to earn his exile? Tiresias said nothing and his silence was interpreted correctly. Ned turned to him. You allowed men to be sold into slavery. Tiresias met his eyes. Just like I allowed Lannisport to burn. And an innocent woman to hang. However, he didn't see blame in Ned's eyes. Just a weary sadness. The Lord turned back to his children and ward. Their laughter and camaraderie seemed to strengthen him. Tiresias could sense the dismissal. He nodded and turned to leave, before remembering one more thing. If I may, Lord Stark, he asked. Did Sir Jorah Mormont leave behind Longclaw? I had it sent to Castle Black, to the Lord Commander. The connection clicked for Ned Stark as he turned, his eyes piercing Tiresias. Valyrian steel. Tiresias couldn't help a small smile and he swore he saw Ned's eyes lighten a little. There was no need to say anything more. He walked away, leaving Ned to his fatherly post. The next year passed in relative comfort for the residents of Winterfell. Food was continuing to be stored. The broken stores was now at half capacity. Which was slightly concerning for Lord Stark and Tiresias, as they were the only ones who knew of the upcoming winter. All others just saw the surplus. However, they haven't begun to import food from the Reach yet. That would be in 2 years and it would increase their stores exponentially. The surplus of food made the dragon glass easier to import as well. An increasingly number of whispers were made among the servants as to Lord Stark's intentions and the purpose of reshaping the useless obsidian into daggers, spearheads, arrowheads, and such. There were only so times Mycon could make his apprentices practice with the material. However, the dragon glass shipments were still spaced to every 2 months. And with the tale provided by Sorka, who was questioned by a few curious inhabitants on her last visit and the increase of the food stores, Lord Stark's continual purchase of the dragon glass was seen in lighter terms than they expected. At least Tiresias hoped. As far as he was aware, no whispers of the dragon glass have gone beyond Wintertown. It stayed in the crypts and the piles of it continued only to grow. It should remain safe until the day arrived when they would need it. However, he was not Varys. He didn't have a network of spies throughout the 7 kingdoms. And with Littlefinger dead, he could only imagine how the strength and reach of the spider's knowledge had grown unabated. Was he even aware of the librarian up north and the things he had done? Tiresias mused at some points that perhaps, that was why he continued to work as the Winterfell librarian, riding to keeps and collecting tomes. From Bear Island to Barrowton. And otherwise, leading a quiet, scholarly life in the castle. There were only so many times one could travel and disrupt life in Westeros with assassinations before being noticed. He valued his anonymity in this country. Treasured it more than most things. However, things were beginning to come to a head. Littlefinger and Craster were long dead and they weren't the only ones he had to deal with. Staying in the shadows may not be possible for long. But he couldn't rush. It was good to stay hidden until absolutely necessary. And so he waited, worked, and enjoyed the relative peace while it was here. And continued to train, watch, and listen. Things would come. As they always have. However, it wasn't always dour news he received. One evening, Tiresias waited in the training yard for Gord. Tonight the big man was running late. He didn't let that halt this exercise though, taking the pole staff and striking the training dummy precisely and repeatedly. After a while, he was so engrossed, he barely caught Gord sneaking up behind. He turned and swung the pole staff to block the blunt of the training sword. Fucker, I almost had you. Gord backed away laughing. Almost, Gord, almost. He did a double take. Gord was usually amiable, but this was borderline obnoxious. He was grinning, his eyes practically begging Tiresias to inquire. Tiresias sighed. What is it, Gord? Gord spread his arms. What do you see? Tiresias poked him in the stomach with the pole staff. Gently. Your gut. Nah, mate. He lowered his hands, the grin still strong. You see a promised man. Staking his pole into the ground, Tiresias felt his own grin growing. Gin. Nah, old Nan, said Gord, before shaking his head. Fuck's sake, course it's Gin. I asked and she said I went to Lord Stark just now. He weds us in a month. Tiresias started laughing, striding forward and embracing the man. Congratulations, Gord. She's a lucky woman. And you're a lucky man. We're all lucky. He patted Tiresias on the back before pushing him away and positioning himself. You still want to train? Fucking I do. I've so much vigor, I need to hit something. And then we celebrate. Whoever lands the most hits buys our drinks tonight. And tonight, he added, anticipating Tiresias' question. No handicaps. Use your speed. Dance, ya bastard. You sure? Asked Tiresias, as he swung the staff to his starting position. I was beating you before without it. I'm sure, said Gord, his big grin breaking out again. Tiresias had never seen him so happy. I'm a man in love, mate. Tonight, no man can beat me. That ended up not being true, but Gord didn't hold it against him. After a few rounds with Gord landing in the dirt laughing, the two called it an early night. They put their weapons away and strode for the western gates, gathering Jory, Otis, and a few others. Tad tagged along, much to Tiresias' displeasure, and they invaded the nearest tavern in Wintertown. As much as he wanted to celebrate with his friend, Tiresias never allowed himself to become piss-drunk. He never wanted to risk saying something he shouldn't. Tonight was no exception. He danced around the offered drinks all night, laughing off the japes to his manhood and remained merry and relatively sober as the Winterfell guards descended into drink. Gord began to challenge all in the tavern to arm wrestling and the competition grew. Tiresias nursed his ale and cheered with the others as Jory slung his arm around his shoulder. You all right there, Jory? I just need your shoulder for a bit. Room spinning. Apologies. No worries. Gord smashed a farmer's hand into the table and Tiresias was worried that he actually hurt him. However, the farmer laughed and shook Gord's hand. Will this be you one day, Jory? Whatica mean, slurred the guard. When you meet a nice girl, you'll walk in here. Have a couple jars? Beat up the poor farm hands. Jory laughed. Sure, I mean, I don't want to beat up anyone, but, I'll have a drink, drinks. Tiresias chuckled lightly. Despite the slurring, Jory was the soberest man here, next to him. He supposed having Sir Roderick as an uncle instilled some restraint. But first I have to find a girl, who'll have me. Shouldn't be too hard. Tiresias took a sip. You're good looking, Captain of the Guards. Captain? Asked Jory, his eyebrows furrowing. What? Shit. Future Captain, sorry. Jory shrugged. Maybe. If so, it's only cause of me uncle. It's only cause of Lord Reed I'm here at Winterfell, responded Tiresias lightly. You're a good swordsman. And a good leader. When you're sober. They burst into light laughter. Gord had managed to convince the tavern keeper to sit across from him. The thin man looked petrified. Point is, I expect to see you where Gord is. Hopefully treating the tavern keeper better. Cheers, said Jory, raising his cup. The match ended quickly, though thankfully Gord had enough sense not to slam the keeper's hand into the table. Just need to find someone, said Jory, taking a draught. Don't have any special one in mind though, like Gord, like you. Tiresias froze, a tinge of energy running through him. He turned to Jory. Me? What? You said me. What do you mean me? Jory stared at him for a bit, opening his mouth and closing it several times, before clapping Tiresias on the back. I'm drunk, he clipped. And it's your turn. Tiresias just realized that Gord was calling for him to sit down. He turned back to Jory, but the man had already slipped away. What the fuck did he mean? Tiresias. Get over here, ya bastard. You can't dodge this. Feeling as though he was floating, he blinked and brought himself back to earth. He sat down across from Gord, holding out his hand. Gord gripped it grinning. Come on, mate. Guarantee you my hand weighs more than any tomes you've carried. Tiresias swallowed and plastered a grin on his face. Certainly more than all the tomes you've ever carried, Gord. That was perhaps a mistake. Tiresias held for a solid time, but ultimately he couldn't push back and Gord finally slammed his hand down. Afterwards, he forgot Jory's words, succumbing to painful laughter. Tiresias had never seen so many people gathered in the Godswood before. But then again, he had never seen a northern wedding before. At least, not in real life. Bran was quite right in a way. Her dress exquisite, her hair immaculate, Sansa did indeed look beautiful as she married here that cold night. That will not happen. I'll make damn sure it doesn't. Gord and Gin made for a much more happy couple than Ramsay and Sansa. Though that wasn't a high standard. More modest too. Gord's attire was freshly laundered. Gin didn't have a wedding dress of white, but she wore her best one. It was dark red, repaired and patterned quite beautifully. Mal had worked on it every evening this past month. Gin also wore a crown of flowers from the glass gardens. A gift from Catelyn Stark, who stood politely in front. Catelyn Stark may not have worshipped the old gods, but she did her duty in supporting her household. She seemed genuinely happy for the couple. Ned Stark stood before Gord and Gin. The entire ceremony was quick. Perhaps the fact that no nobility was wedded today helped, but Lord Stark said his words reverently and treated the affair as seriously as he ever did. He blessed the marriage and joined Gin and Gord together to rapturous applause. Tiresias clapped along with the rest as the newlyweds kissed, Gin disappearing a bit into Gord's beard, laughing as she came up for air. Immediately afterwards they proceeded to the feast. It was modest as the wedding. They were permitted the kitchens to prepare the food, but they used the courtyard outside the kitchen to celebrate. Everyone thanked the old gods for the clear skies that meant no rain tonight. It would still be crisp, but that was what the braziers and drink were for. And the drink did flow. Lord Stark had an ale, said his blessings and departed along with Lady Stark before the frivolities really began. Or perhaps that was the reason the drinking really began. Still, it was a safe place. Tiresias kept to his table, sipping ale. Again, never fully trusting himself. So he ate plenty and drank little, alternating between water and booze. The same strategy Clark used when he was in college. Tiresias paused, lowering the drink from his lips. The same strategy Clark used, since when have I started referring to Clark as another person? That thought was interrupted by instruments tuning and the cheers of the whole party. Musicians, well, servants who played with varying degrees of talent, appeared and tables were cleared for dancing. Gord and Gin stood up, their height disparity causing a light chuckle to ripple across the crowd. They smiled themselves, not too far gone to skip and dance the first jingle. They looked pleased and content, though not as much as Gord's mother who sat with happy tears running down her face. The married couple quickly ended their first dance with a kiss and laughter, as they called on others to join. Seeing that as his cue for an overly long latrine break, Tiresias stood to leave. Before he could turn however, he felt a tap on his shoulder. He pivoted to see Mal before him. "Hello Mal," he said, nodding. "You having a good time?" She said. Her brown eyes seemed to shine a little brighter. "Dance with me." A stern voice from his past told him never to decline a dance request from a young woman. Was it his mother who said that? His sister? A friend? Whoever it was obviously made a strong impression. He nodded without really thinking about it. "All right." He took her hand and they walked to the open area. He thanked God that there were already people out there. Of all the things he had studied rigorously in Westeros, dancing was not one of them. However, he'd picked up a few examples here and there. By sight only. He and Mal placed their hands at the appropriate places. "I warn you," he said. "It's not my strong suit." Mal gave a light laugh. "Mine neither." A small lump formed in his throat and he swallowed quickly. They counted the beat and began. It was actually pretty fun. The music wasn't professional, but it was lively and the ones who danced couldn't have appreciated it more. Tiresias felt a genuine laugh escape from him more than once. And he heard a few from Mal as well. When was the last time he had danced? Before he came here certainly. That would make it years. After a couple of minutes and only one apology for toes being stepped on, the song ended. Tiresias gave a short bow to Mal and thanked her. He was about to leave when Gin pulled him in for the next one. He looked to Gord for help, but the big bastard was only laughing his ass off. So he danced with Gin, and then a cook named Majan, then the scullery maid Hilda, Mal again, and a new servant named Brenna. By the time that was done, he was sweating. He certainly didn't intend to make up for all the dancing he had missed in one session. He declined another offer as politely as possible and made his way back to his spot. Deciding the hell with his temperance, he sat and drained his mug, sighing in relief as the ale coursed through him. He heard the man's lumbering footsteps before he felt a heavy hand land on his shoulder. Feeling a little tired there, mate, said Gord, snickering. Mercy, Gord, he responded. I can't muster a dance with you. Not just yet. Give me a few minutes. Gord's snicker turned into a full laugh. The man was drunk but he was still quite lucid. I'll spare you, Tiresias. But I'm not sure these women will. Like bees to a flower. Or flies to shit. Your words. He took another drink. But seriously, what's your secret? Not that I care. I'm a married man now. But the others might. Tiresias shrugged. Everyone's drunk. Who knows? Maybe the women here have low standards. I bathe and I clean my teeth. All of a sudden, I'm handsome. What? Did the ladies not like you back in Essos? He set his empty mug down. The ale was going through him quickly. I have to piss. I know it's your wedding, Gord. Congratulations. But please, end the dancing if you could before I get back. Thankfully Gord caught the sardonic tone in his voice and laughed. Only way the dancing ends is if we start singing. Tiresias walked off, waving that away. Fine, fine. Whatever it takes. You'll regret those words, mate. You will. Tiresias went to the latrines. Unfortunately, he opened the door to find that it was not empty. Tad and Saul were there as well, piss-drunk and pissing drunk. He walked past to a hole a respectful distance away and began to relieve himself. Tiresias. He turned slightly to see Tad looking at him. Tad, he responded lightly. Good time tonight. He nodded tightly. He hated talking during a bathroom break. He didn't know how women managed it. It's lovely, he said, hopefully with some finality. He lowered his eyes to his piss, but Tad didn't take the hint. Lovely, yes, very lovely, he slurred from his latrine. I have a question for ya, Tiresias, apologies. Not fancy enough, I have an inquiry for you. Tad. Which cunny do ya have ya on tonight? Okay, that escalated quickly. He kept his eyes on his piss. Nearly done. None, Tad. And if I did, that's none of your concern. He regretted the words as soon as he said them. Tad had finished and was walking toward him, putting his cock away as he did so. Thank Christ for small mercies. Well, now, he slurred. That's not very nice. Just curious, mate. I saw ya out there, skinny little shit, dancing with all sorts of cunny, small cunt, tall cunt, fat cunt, young cunt, old cunt. He was right next to Tiresias, right? He finished his piss and put himself away before facing Tad. You're drunk, he said, resisting the urge to punch Tad in his eye. Tad shrugged. I am. So's he. He pointed to Saul. Yeah, fucking point. My point is you should go and sleep this off. Before you say all this out there and ruin the wedding. He tried to end the conversation and walked past Tad, but the soldier reached out and gripped his shoulder. Tiresias clenched and unclenched his hand. No need to strike. He could de-escalate this. I haven't finished me thought, my sentiment, he said, sniffling. What about that big word? Ya like that, ya smart cunt. I'm not interested in your big words. Well, ya should be. He spun Tiresias around, keeping his hand on his shoulder. He grounded himself as he felt Tad sway. Ya should do us all a favor, and just pick one. Pick a cunt. Pick the one ya like and leave the rest for us all, night's getting on and we need to, we can only be polite for so long. It took Tiresias a minute to realize that he was standing stock still. That he forgot to breathe. That his fists were clenched. That he hadn't blinked since Tad had started talking. For God's sake, muttered Tad. Say the word and Mal will just, lovely little cunt. Take your hand off my shoulder, said Tiresias, his voice a low murmur. Now. Sobriety briefly surfaced in Tad's eyes. The guard started to laugh but it quickly dissipated as he met nothing but silence. Tiresias wasn't looking to Saul, but he could feel the old man's discomfort. Finally, Tad lifted his hand and backed off, his hands raised in mockery. He kept grinning to no response. Tiresias adjusted his shirt and made sure he was calm before he spoke. Don't ever touch me again. Just go to bed. Now. You bring that shit into Gord and Jin's wedding, I'll beat the living piss out of you. He didn't wait to see Tad's response. He turned and walked out of the latrine, breathing heavily. He stopped to wash his hands in a basin. Before he knew it, he was back at his table. An old woman was singing a ribald song. Tiresias had missed the beginning, but he quickly caught the gist, a farmer with a phallus so enormous, he ended up fainting when all the blood went south. His wife was mostly disappointed by this occurrence, but sometimes she appreciated the breather. He was too angry to see the sense in it. If there was any to begin with. But the audience seemed to be enjoying it. Jin's face was beet red, but she laughed as hard as her husband. Tiresias couldn't hear any of it. He picked up his mug and drained half of it before putting it down. He forced himself to breathe, calming down. This is a wedding. Gord and Jin's wedding. Leave what Tad said in the shitter where it belongs. He casted an eye back, but it seemed like no one else was coming from the latrines. He hoped that Tad took his threat seriously. He certainly meant it in the moment, but that didn't mean he wanted to bring violence into the wedding feast. He felt a hand on his arm. "Are you right, Tiresias?" said Mal. She was sitting right next to him. He didn't even notice. He nodded quickly. "I'm fine." "You're lying." He shrugged. "Just some grief with a drunken house guard." Her eyes narrowed. "Tad." He didn't answer, but she seemed to sense his affirmation. "Will there be trouble?" she asked. "I hope not. But I'll keep an eye out." "All right," she said. "Just don't do anything rash." He turned to the old woman singing. "Do you like the song?" She laughed. Well, it's not something my mother would have liked to have heard me sing. So yes, you like it." She smiled as she turned to him. I do." There was something in her smile that unnerved him. Thankfully the song ended with everyone laughing and cheering as the old woman curtsied. Gord came up and called for quiet. All right, who's next?" he yelled in the night. "Come on, who's the one who'll next grace us with their beautiful tones on this beautiful evening?" He seemed to be answering his own question as he turned his gaze toward Tiresias. "Oh, you shit son of a bitch. Tiresias. Come on, man. Sing a song," he called, pointing to him. "And don't tell me you can't sing. I've heard you before." "That's not for decent people, Gord," Tiresias hollered back, but he couldn't help smiling. A few of the other wedding guests were shouting out, edging him on. He felt Mal nudge his arm. "Come on, you'll be great," she said. Gord came right before him and held out his hand. "Get the fuck up. It's my wedding and I demand a song." Resigning himself to his fate, he clasped Gord's hand and stood to applause. "Is this the price I pay for requesting the dancing to stop?" he muttered to Gord. "Nah, I was gonna pull you up here regardless." "You curdled shitheel," Tiresias muttered through a smile. He was brought to the center by Gord and abandoned quickly. All to laughing applause. He swallowed his nerves and faced the wedding couple. "Gin, Gord. Would you prefer something silly or something sincere?" The crowd called out their preference, with most leaning toward silly. He turned back to them and called in mock outrage. "I asked the bride and groom, not you. It's their wedding." He turned back to the couple. "So, what say you?" Gord turned to Gin, leaving the choice to her. "We just had something silly," she said. "Sing us something else." Tiresias stood for a few seconds quietly, thinking about the possibilities. He nodded when he came to his decision. He walked over to the musicians, to a portly man with a lute. "May I borrow that please?" he said. The portly man handed it over. "Thank you." He didn't know many songs on the guitar. The trick was to just play the few one knew really well. He hoped that this one transferred over smoothly enough to the lute. He tested a few chords. Good enough. Taking a last swallow, he faced the bride and groom. "For you, too." He strummed the beginning of the song, trying to think of the countless times he sang this in the car. A car? Christ, I haven't thought about those in months. Beside a singing mountain stream. Where the willow grew. Where the silver leaf of maple sparkled in the morning dew. I braided twigs of willow. Made a string of buckeye beads. But flesh and blood needs flesh and blood. And you're the one I need. Flesh and blood needs flesh and blood. And you're the one I need." The crowd had quieted at this point. Tiresias continued to play, his spectators forgotten. "I leaned against a bark of birch. And I breathed the honey-dew. I saw a northbound flock of geese. Against a sky of baby blue. Beside the lily pads. I carved a whistle from a reed. Mother Nature's quite a lady. But you're the one I need. Flesh and blood needs flesh and blood. And you're the one I need." He did his best with the guitar solo. Thankfully Cash wasn't Stevie Ray, but it was still something rusty. Though it was enough to cover him swallowing his spit. A cardinal sang just for me. And I thanked him for the song. Then the sun went slowly down west. And I had to move along. These were some of the things on which my mind and spirit feed. But flesh and blood need flesh and blood. And you're the one I need. Flesh and blood needs flesh and blood. And you're the one I need. He relaxed his fingers, strumming softly for the end. So when the day was ended, I was still not satisfied. For I knew everything I touched would wither and would die. And love is all that will remain. And grow from all these seeds. Mother Nature's quite a lady. But you're the one I need. Flesh and blood needs flesh and blood. And you're the one I need. He finished the song to a quiet audience. Nobody said anything at first. He looked to Gord and Gin, who sat in silence, holding hands. Finally they smiled and began to clap, which spurned the rest of the wedding party to applause. It wasn't the teary response that was often reported to accompany Prince Rhaegar. But it was enough. Taking a slight bow, he returned the lute to the portly player and walked back to his seat. Have it in ye for another, Tiresias, called Gord. Gin gave him a light slap, laughing. No, I don't, Gord, he called back. I'll leave that to someone else. And don't pull that day of my wedding nonsense either. I gave you two enough sincerity for one night. Gord waved back and called for the musicians. They began to play again, prompting a few people up to dance. Tiresias sat at his place and sighed. Singing a song that tiring? Asked Mal. He shrugged. In some regards. Do you sing? Only to myself. I do love the music though. She smiled at him. No more songs then. Think I can drag you for another dance then? He shook his head, ignoring the firm voice that told Clark to accept all dances. I'm sorry, Mal. But I'm tired. And I think I'm going to retire soon. Before the betting? Not going to assist Gin. Nah. Don't have it in me to tear your work. He extended his feet before him. Your embroidery is lovely. Thank you, she said, her voice quiet. All that work too. In just a month. Couldn't have been easy. Working a needle after serving the Great Hall all evening. She shrugged. It's not that bad, now that I'm not getting up early anymore to work the kitchens. Carrying pitchers doesn't hinder me from Mistress Bain's instruction. Mistress Bain was the Winterfell seamstress. Whispers reached the kitchens that she was seeking an apprentice and Mal sought her out immediately. She showed enough promise with the samples from her embroidery hoop. Tiresias saw them himself and they were lovely with even stitches and a subtle creativity. Gage the cook needed some persuading, but he eventually relinquished Mal from her cooking duties. She only served now in the Great Hall. Meanwhile she had been under Mistress Bain's stringent instruction for the past 7 months. Well, it shows. Her dress looks quite nice. He couldn't resist a tease. Though she's nothing compared to Gord. Handsome devil. How about it? Looking forward to tearing his clothes off. What? No. She couldn't stop a blush, but she started laughing. I mean it's not the first time I've seen, then she saw his face. Oh shut up. Tiresias chuckled. Well, I'm sure Gord will appreciate the help. Stop it. She slapped his shoulder. Gods, you're terrible. Yep, he responded simply. More honestly than the conversation warranted. The tone was still teasing, but he couldn't help the tiny bitterness that slipped in. Mal picked it up though, facing him at the change. She looked ready to question it when Otis came up to their seats. Hello Mal, Tiresias, he said, nodding quickly to him before turning back to Mal. Would you care to dance with me, Mal? One had to admire Otis. He spoke smoothly enough, though he was blushing furiously. Mal took only a second before responding. Otis, I would. She took his offered hand and they ventured into the dancing circle. Tiresias raised his mug and drank. This was his last for the evening. Barth had let the barrels sit in the running stream since yesterday to cool them and he could have kissed the man. He felt the delightfully chilled brew run down his throat and sighed in relief. Judging by the footsteps and the multiple congratulations that accompanied them, Tiresias didn't have to look to know that Gord was coming to his side. The newlywed soldier took Mal's seat and raised his mug. Tiresias clinked it without a word and they drank together. It's a good wedding, isn't it? He asked Tiresias. I wanted to give her that at least. Tiresias shrugged. I haven't seen any Westerosi weddings to compare to this. At least, not in person. The weddings I saw in the show though. But this has been a wonderful evening and she looks very happy, so it seems to be a good wedding to me. Well done. He lowered his voice. Could have done without me singing though. Ah, shut it. You've a good voice and you sing good songs. Strange, but good. Better than any singer we could afford. Tiresias snorted. Glad I could help. Don't be such a prick. Gord placed his hand on Tiresias' shoulder. Tell you what, I'll give you a promise, on your wedding day, you can call on me to sing. Gin will protest. My mother will protest. All those with working ears will protest, but I will do it anyway. 'Cause you're my friend. Tiresias met his eyes. How drunk are you, Gord? Not too drunk to make a promise. Or for later tonight when the miss and I are alone. You're going to terrify your wife. He waved that away. Jin's a strong woman. She can handle me. He took another draft. Anyway, the promise stands. At your wedding, I shall sing. Tiresias gazed into his mug. I don't plan on marrying, Gord. Ah, men always say that, but they come around. I did. You just. Gord, Tiresias interrupted. I'm not marrying anyone. I can't. It seemed that Gord wasn't too drunk after all. His eyes focused and he sat up slowly. What do you mean you can't? He didn't sound angry. Just worried. If I have a wife and then children, how could I possibly affect the future? How could I leave and do unspeakable things, putting myself at risk when I have ones that rely on me at home? Besides, I've seen what happens in this world to people with loved ones. I'm a cipher in this world. No one can hurt me by hurting the ones I love. He didn't respond for a while, but Gord waited for him. The man was patient and a good listener. Tiresias almost chuckled. He would make a great husband. I would be a terrible husband. Gord blinked. How so? You have a trade. So coin's not a problem, I. Tiresias didn't answer, but Gord pressed on. Does your cock not work? Can you give a woman children? He sighed. As far as I know. Do you plan to mistreat your wife? Bed other women? Beat your children? Are the standards really that low? Gord shook his head. Mate, I just don't understand why. Why do you need to understand? I don't want to marry. I don't need a reason why. It wasn't like that where I came from. We weren't forced to marry. And now your people are gone. Tiresias didn't respond to that. Gord raised his hands. Sorry, mate. That was low. I'm not Westerosi, Gord. The North will carry on without me marrying, he murmured. He wanted to drain the rest of his mug and walk off. However, he knew that was childish and so he remained seated. Gord didn't speak for a bit and they watched the dancing. It may have been like that where you came from, Tiresias. But here it's, he sighed. I love Gin. She's bright and she's funny and I feel good around her. But I also married her for selfish reasons. I married her because I know that one day, I'm going to need help. Tiresias turned to look at Gord. He had never seen the soldier like this. Gord wasn't even looking at him. He was staring into some unknown future. I'm big and I'm strong. And here, in the North, we protect those who can't protect themselves, those who are old, young, or weak. Because I know that one day, I'm not going to be strong. I'm going to grow weaker and it'll be someone else who will need to be strong when I am not. That's idealistic, muttered Tiresias. Gord waved him off. I don't know what that word means, mate, but here, that's our truth. My mother continues to live in comfort because I'm there to look after her. What would she do if I wasn't here? Or a bastard who couldn't make a name for himself? When Gin and I have our children, they'll be able to say, son of Gord after their names and that will give them something. Maybe not much. But it will be something. And as for you? Who doesn't want to marry? What's in your future? Are you gonna just go to the brothel every month? Politely fuck your favorite kind-hearted whore. I haven't been to the brothel in years, Gord. My point still stands, mate. You're not building anything for yourself. You'll have no children to care for you. Considering that you don't get a whore pregnant. And even then, the child couldn't do much in this world. Not every bastard is as lucky as Jon Snow. The music shifted to something soft and leisurely. The dancing slowed into the reverie and Gord's voice lowered. I'm sorry, friend. I only say this out of concern. You're a good man. And right now, you're steering yourself to a miserable future if you plan to stay here. Maybe where you came from, you could be happy and comfortable like that. But here, in the North, in Westeros, if you're no lord, with no land or servants, you're only as strong as the people you make family. Tiresias had nothing to say to that and Gord seemed to be done. He patted him on the shoulder and rose to return to Gin. Before he departed though, he turned back. But if you truly plan not to marry, you best not lead on Mal any longer. She's definitely looks to marry and right now, you and her, well, it's been noticed. That made Tiresias look Gord straight in the eye. The big man was deadly serious. I haven't, Gord, he stumbled. I treat her as I do everyone. Gord's smile was small and almost pitying, as he shook his head. No, mate. You don't, he said quietly. Tiresias was stunned into silence. Thankfully, Gord seemed to realize that. Flesh and blood needs flesh and blood, mate, he said. You can't survive here on books and dreams. He smiled kindly and patted Tiresias yet again on the shoulder. Thank you for singing at my wedding. And with that, the groom walked off. A strange feeling came over Tiresias, a feeling he hadn't felt in ages. A vague memory came to him from Clark, when the boy was in middle school and a girl confessed her crush. He panicked and rejected her and he was cruel in his panic. That shame stayed with him for years before he could forgive himself. If he ever did. He realized that Mal never came back to her seat. She was sitting with the other maids, gossiping, laughing. He looked at her for a while before he caught himself and averted his eyes. He took a trembling breath. What the hell was wrong with him? He had always been so stupid about these sorts of things and he couldn't think straight here. Not anymore. He poured the rest of his ale onto the ground and exited, just as the wedding guests called for the bedding. Determined not to stare, he ignored the shouts of frivolity and laughter as he left the yard. Knowing that he was way too amped up to sleep, he turned and proceeded to the training yard. After all, the rest of the soldiers were at their post or the wedding. The yard should be empty, with enough space to clear his thoughts. That thought was ill-warranted as it turned out. He instantly knew he was not alone, hearing laughter and groans from around the corner. He turned to see Rob, Thean, and John by the spear rack. They were gathered by the lit brazier and very, very drunk. Tiresias stilled and debated what to do. He knew that this warranted punishment. However, he wasn't in the mood to snitch. He stepped forward, clearing his throat. The boys all jumped, or at least attempted to. Jon Snow could barely rise from the post he was sitting against. Rob and Thean stared back, trying not to sway and failing miserably. Each held a wineskin. He let the brazier crackle for a minute before speaking. "Evening, boys," he said. "Having fun?" Rob stepped forward. He nodded, a little fitfully. He slurred. "Very fun, very, much fun. Christ, he's drunker than Tad." "Well, I'm glad to hear that." He looked to them all, one by one. "This your first time drinking?" John nodded, his eyes barely open. Rob considered the question and Thean shook his head, a ludicrous smile on his face. "I've drunk before, with the Ironborn. Since I was born, the women there," he looked to be sick for a moment before settling. "Suckled drink straight out of the teat." He started laughing. Rob joined him without probably knowing what had started it. It just felt good to laugh with your friends in a drunken stupor. Deciding to be the adult, Tiresias reached out and casually took the skins away from Rob and Thean. It took them a few seconds to notice. "Hey," said Thean. We weren't finished with those." Tiresias walked past them to John and knelt down with his hand out. The boy surrendered his half-empty skin. He stood back up. "I believe you are," he said. "In fact, I think you hit your limit back with your first skin. Come on. We're gonna drink some water and then get you to bed." We're not going to bed," said Thean. He mustered a little focus into his eyes. "Up for the fight? We're still drinking. And after, we were going to." "Thean," said Rob, his tone warning. Tiresias looked between the two boys, who now looked comically guilty. "You were what?" he asked. "What were you going to do after you drank these?" "Go into town," moaned a voice behind him. He turned to see John, his eyes struggling to stay open. The brothel." Tiresias let the silence sit for a bit, processing that confession. John and Rob had just turned 13. They still seemed so young to him. But people tended to grow up quicker in this world. He should have guessed. He turned to Thean and Rob, who trying to stand straight and look betrayed. "Well, gentlemen," he said. "Speaking from experience, which believe me, I'm only one here qualified to do, despite what Thean says, you three are in no shape to be with a woman. Actually, given your condition, I'd be amazed if you made it halfway through Wintertown. So I leave this choice to you, either Lord and Lady Stark discover you three and you are all punished for months on end, or you come with me, drink some water and go to bed. Decide now. Because I'm tired and this evening has carried on long enough." The silence carried on a little longer than he would have liked. But John nodded first and Rob followed suit. Thean didn't nod, but he could see the forfeit in his eyes. "All right, then," he said. He stooped to pick up John, supporting him around the shoulders. "Let's go. Men." They proceeded to the kitchen, where Tiresias stored what remained of their wine and sat them down. He watched as they drank at least 2 full cups of water. The cooks that night worked around them, ignoring the 3 drunken boys in their midst. Tiresias then escorted each of the boys to their respective rooms. John, first on the lower floor. Then Thean and ending with Rob. He didn't go inside, instead just warning them to sleep on their side, shutting the door and nodding to each of the posted house guards, every one of whom seemed to wear a shit-eating grin. By the time Tiresias had returned to his room, he had completely forgotten the wedding, about Gord and Gin, and Mal and the song he sang. His mind buzzing with what he just witnessed. It wasn't just that the 3 boys had occupied a solid hour and a half of his time. Maybe not for Thean, but this was the first time he'd seen Rob and John expressing any desire for a woman. And a part of him was waiting for that carnality to act on another phase of his plan. Because there was another boy in the north. And he was about the same age as Rob and John. He would probably be feeling that carnality as well. lusting after young women. Except his way of wooing was far more sadistic and cruel than visiting a brothel as a nervous and polite newcomer. Tiresias lit a fire that night. Never needing one for warmth, it was more ritual than anything else. To focus his mind and energy. He would need every bit he had if he were to venture farther to the north. To the dread fort. To see the Bolton bastard to his end. Chapter 22. There was a drawer in Tiresias' desk, filled with parchment scraps. These scraps consisted of map drawings and information scribbled down from every source he could find, tomes, scrolls, and even gossip. It grew steadily, ill-organized, plaguing Tiresias for the past 2 years. This drawer was dedicated to the dread fort and the bastard that dwelt within. Over the past month, Tiresias had sat down with these scraps and attempted to organize and condense them. He forewent exercise and even dinner on a few evenings. The threat of Ramsay Snow loomed on his conscience. Tiresias had made the decision early in his Winterfell residency that he would start on Ramsay around now. He was about the same age as John and Robb. As with those two boys, he was probably going through puberty and a whole new world was opening to him. He was already a sadist. Now, he would start to explore his new longings through his sadism. The only information he had about Ramsay before the show began were the details of his conception and that he enjoyed hunting peasant girls with his dogs. He'd be out in the open, away from the dread fort, but he wouldn't be old enough to be too much of a physical challenge. This was the opportune time to hunt Ramsay down and kill him. He desperately wanted to make a trip beforehand to ascertain the environment, inquire the locals and concoct a plan that didn't involve going blindly into the lands of a sociopathic lord and his psychotic son. But he couldn't do it. He couldn't ask too many questions of those who lived there. Should Lord Bolton or his hunters ever ask around, he would be doomed and so would any who had helped him, even inadvertently. The Boltons still skinned those, whom they thought disloyal. Although from what he gathered from living in Winterfell these past few years, that wasn't common knowledge. Roose Bolton, though clearly dangerous to those that knew him, kept the appearance of a law-abiding lord well enough. Flaying remained a secret confined to the dungeons of the dread fort, passed on through the generations. Lord Stark certainly didn't know this. He didn't like Roose Bolton personally, but as far as he knew, flaying was banned in the north and the law stood. That changed a month ago, when Tiresias asked to speak to him privately, joining him on the balconies overlooking the main courtyard. I want you to imagine a scenario, Lord Stark. They stood out of earshot to anyone, including Ned's personal guard. To all eyes concerned, they were simply observing the stables. Where Robb, John, and Theon were working up quite a sweat, cleaning them out. It was a week after the wedding and despite Tiresias' efforts to usher the drunken boys to bed without notice, they were found out. All three looked quite sick at breakfast in the Great Hall the following morning and upon inquiries of their health from Lady Catelyn, Theon responded by being sick in front of her. Tiresias arrived in the Great Hall just in time to see the projectile vomit. Never claiming to be a courageous man, he turned and exited immediately. So he didn't witness their haranguing. He saw them soon after in the yard however and their pained faces were now colored with embarrassment. It just so happened that on the same day, Hullen announced a major cleaning and refurbishing of the stables. And before evening came, he had 3 new workers who had volunteered under the direction of Lord Eddard. Theon, John, and Robb would be working in the stables until the task was completed. Definitely over a full month. Theon grumbled they would stink of horseshit for much longer afterwards. However, the Ironborn continued to shovel and keep his remarks to a minimum. He worked as hard as the other 2. Given that he so often glanced up to see the Lord of Winterfell staring down at him, Tiresias supposed that Theon felt at least a little shame at his actions, wanting to be regarded a little higher by his foster guardian. Ned looked to Tiresias. What scenario? According to Jeor Mormont, the Night's Watch has been communicating cautiously with Mance for the past year. Tensions are, well, easing's the wrong word for it, but they're talking at least. Talking openly. About the White Walkers. A possible peace. They're not speaking of the migration. No one's mentioned coming south yet. He checked around, but all possible heirs were still too far away. He returned to Lord Stark. But when someone does, he muttered. It's gonna cause a shitstorm among the northern lords. We've known about this ever since the beginning. Wildlings and crows deciding not to fight? That's all right. Could always use a little less blood. Despite what Lord Umber says. But when you make the decision to open the gates. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Rebellion, Ned stated lightly. It will go beyond my bannermen voicing their opposition, won't it? Tiresias nodded and Ned took his turn to sigh. Is that what you saw? He asked. My bannermen betraying me. A cry of disgust came from the yard. They turned to see Robb doubled over laughing. Theon had crossed behind John just as the boy turned to toss a shovelful of manure into the pile and had taken the full brunt of it. John looked horrified and apologetic while also fighting back his own amusement. Robb had to come between them, practically crying with laughter. Another memory of Robb came to Tiresias. His smile gone. His entire head actually, replaced with another one. Tied upright on a horse. As the children grew older and looked more and more like their show counterparts, he often saw the grisly futures that awaited them. It took him by surprise a few times and he had to dismiss himself to regain his composure. Thankfully, he didn't lose any breath over this most recent association. He turned back to Ned, leaving the boys to their manure. I told you when we first met that I would do my best to keep you and your family safe from treachery. Most of the treachery came from outside the north, but there's one family here that needs to be dealt with. Here's the scenario I'll ask you to imagine, the reaction of your bannermen to your announcement that you'll allow the free folk south through the wall. Anger from the Umbers, concern from the Mormonts, questions from the Manderleys. He lowered his voice for good measure. How do you think Roose Bolton will react? Ned didn't say anything. He didn't need to. He lowered his eyes and that was answer enough. If all your bannermen were present in the Great Hall when you announce it, he would sit quietly amidst the uproar. Keep his seat, keep his poise. He'd speak at some point, offer some valid concerns. He'll stay reasonable and at the end, despite the passion from the louder lords, he'll pledge his support. After all, he is loyal to the Starks. That's the image he'll give publicly. As he rides away the next morning, he's already formed a plan. I can't say for certain whether or not Roose Bolton had always schemed to betray your family. But he is a man that knows an opportunity when he sees it. And this will be a splendid opportunity. The chaos that will come with the arrival of the free folk will lead him to approach other disgruntled lords. Lords that you thought loyal. As for the lords that will reject him, he'll go for their sons. He'll insinuate. He'll water seeds of discontent and eventually you will be targeted. Your family as well. It took Tiresias a long time to recognize fear in Ned Stark's eyes. Only after a couple of years at Winterfell was he able to discern it in the grim gaze. So you wish to kill Lord Bolton? He asked calmly. Tiresias shook his head. No. No, I want to kill his son. Lord Stark's grim gaze vanished and was replaced with incredulity. It's been a while since Tiresias had seen that look. He continued. His bastard son, Ramsay. That's the next one I want to get rid of. Ned finally found his voice. He can't be, how old is he? No older than Robb or Jon. Probably. So, a boy? You wish to kill a boy? I do. He spoke calmly and he could Ned was doing his best to return the favor, though it was difficult. The Lord of Winterfell took a deep breath and locked eyes with him. Tiresias did his best not to crumble at the fire he saw in them. You just spoke of Roose Bolton. It is his treachery that you foresaw, That's right. So, why are you targeting his boy? Because I want to take Roose's weapons away from him. Ramsay may be a boy now, but he will grow up to be the most evil man in the north, Bolton's mad dog. I guarantee you that when Roose begins to move against you, he will bring out Ramsay. I've seen the man that boy will grow into, Lord Stark. There's no one who enjoys the suffering of others more. He'll revel in torture, rape, mutilation, the worst depravities of man. He checked his surroundings yet again before continuing. I've seen him enact these depravities on members of your family, he muttered. I won't go in detail, but some of your children do cross paths with him. They'll suffer for it. Dearly. He didn't meet Lord Stark's eyes, but he sensed a heat coming from him. Counting to 5, he then continued. Roose Bolton has the capacity to betray you, and he probably will attempt to do so. But he's also smart and won't act unless he's certain he'll win. Having a mad dog is a good boon, even though he'll underestimate just how much control he has over Ramsay. But with Ramsay gone and another factor, he'll probably see that he won't gain enough allies to topple you, through conspiracy or fear. What other factor? Asked Ned. In order for the northern lords to accept the free folk, they need to accept the danger of the White Walkers and that danger can only be conveyed face to face. Tiresias swallowed his reservations and hoped he was making the right choice. You need evidence. What evidence? Evidence of a white. You'll need to capture a white beyond the wall and bring it south. Alive, so to speak. In chains. Screeching to every keep in the north or to Winterfell for a big show. Bring the lords of the north here to stare into those blue eyes. Can they even be captured? Clark nodded. One was. In my vision. Course, they had a major disadvantage. The army had already swelled in numbers and an escape was barely possible. The free folk are fighting battles in the north. Don't know how much they're winning. But they're still small skirmishes. Get a strong crate to the wall. Gag a creature and drag it to Castle Black. He sighed. It's risky, I know. But you need a white. The northern loyalty to the Stark name won't stand if you bring wildlings through. You need hard evidence to overcome their animosity. Ned Stark didn't say anything for a while. Theon had calmed down enough to walk back into the barn. Robb and Jon continued to shovel, waiting until Theon had disappeared to laugh again. Tiresias and Ned stood quietly, listening to their mirth. Finally Ned met his eyes. If you're caught in his lands, there'll be nothing I could do to save you. I can't show support for a child murderer. Tiresias nodded. I figured. As far as anyone's concerned, it's my idea alone. Can you hold to that? If you're right about Lord Bolton, he won't make your imprisonment easy. It will be pain beyond anything you've ever felt. Their banner promises it. As do their words. Our blades are sharp. And they are. Will you hold to your tale? And guarantee that he won't seek retribution against my family? He took a second to consider it before nodding. I'll hold to it. I'll play mad. But I'll say a truth of sorts. That I saw the boy in a dream. And what the boy did. No details about the Starks. Was that a promise he couldn't keep? He didn't know. He'd never been tortured before. And even if Lord Bolton accepted that he was a madman, he doubted that would buy him a quick death. Would he just rot in the dungeon? For years to come? With no hope of escape or release. There was no need to voice that. He could tell that Lord Stark knew of that possibility as well. He heard it in his voice. Are you prepared for what might happen? Tiresias sighed. Honestly no. No one can prepare for that kind of pain. But I'll resign myself to it if it means that Ramsay Snow won't be around to plague the North and your children. That seemed to do it. Ned wasn't a man who was turned by blind machismo. The Lord of Winterfell sighed himself. Then you have my blessing. Dread and relief coursed in equal measures through Tiresias. Thank you. Don't thank me yet. I've probably just killed you in the most horrible way. With that, Ned Stark turned and walked back to the keep, his guards falling behind him. Tiresias was left alone on the balcony with only the wind. A horrible shaking overcame him and it took several minutes to calm himself. He gripped the railing tightly, not letting go until his mask of serenity was secure. That mask slipped a few times in the last month. He faced inquiries of his health and his temperament from many in the castle, Lewin during his work, Mal during meals, John during the spars. He waved them away as best he could. Ultimately though he did isolate himself as the month went on. Poring over maps of Bolton's territory, from the last river down to the White Knife and further to the Sheep's Head Hills, he studied the topography and geography as best he could, hoping to avoid asking too many questions of those who lived under the Boltons. He read everything he could about the Dread Fort and the surrounding lands of the Lonely Hills and the Weeping Water River. He tried to put himself in the mind of a sadistic young boy and wondered where a young Ramsay went to begin his hunts. He wrote a letter to Maester Walken, essentially asking for an open invitation to visit the Dread Fort to peruse their library and select possible volumes for Winterfell. He had put off communicating with House Bolton about any donations for the library so that he could have this excuse one day to travel there. He didn't specify when he would be coming, explaining he was waiting on some other business to conclude, but he requested an open window of time to visit. His raven was returned shortly. Maester Walken seemed as friendly as he was in the show and graciously told him to visit whenever the time was convenient. With that invitation in hand, he prepared for a long absence away from Winterfell. His excursions were common enough that he went through the motions absent-minded. He blinked at the end of the day, packed and ready to depart in the morning. Dinner was subdued that night. He sat silently with Barth and forced himself to eat. Food was hard to swallow. He didn't approach Ned to say goodbye. He'd already informed Maester Lewin of his departure. Ned already knew, and indeed when he stood to depart the Great Hall, he looked to the high table and saw the Warden of the North looking toward him. A few seconds followed before Ned nodded in dismissal. Tiresias returned the nod and turned, not quite sure when he would return or if he ever would. As he turned out of the Great Hall, he walked past Bygin, who said hello. He returned the greeting automatically. As she walked past, he found that he couldn't move any farther. He stood rooted to the spot, Gord's words from the wedding running through him. He had been so preoccupied with Ramsay and the upcoming trek that he had pushed all other concerns to the back of his mind. His work, his training, other things, it had all suffered. But he could always train again. He could make up the work when he returned. But some things weren't going to keep. And he had to deal with them before he left. Coming to, he set off toward the kitchens. Given that it was dinner time, his presence wasn't too welcome in the busy setting. He approached Gage, cutting through the various trays carrying supper. "What do you want, Tiresias?" the head cook asked curtly, his eyes still on the table, his fingers dancing quickly to form pie crusts. "I want to speak to Mal when she comes back from the Great Hall." After a few protestations and a guarantee from Tiresias that he wouldn't detain her from her duties for more than 5 minutes, Gage promised he would send her out when she returned. Tiresias stepped out of the kitchens and waited by the door. His eyes traveled upward. Try as he might, no image in the stars completely replaced Orion for him. None could bring the same calm. Tiresias lightly scoffed at himself. Maybe that was his mistake. Looking for the same calm, instead of finding something different. Being satisfied with that. "Tiresias. He jumped slightly and turned to see Mal staring at him. It had been a while since someone had snuck up on him. Mal seemed calm enough, but there was something in her eyes. A gleam that frightened and excited him all at once. It had been years since he had seen that in a woman's eyes. You wanted to see me, she prodded. I did. Mal's eyebrows rose. He sighed, his eyes falling to the ground. Forgive me, Mal, I know that you don't have a lot of time and I should get to the point, but, honestly, I'm trying to find the right words. I don't know what I want to say. A silence fell on them. Muffled shouts from the kitchens brought him back and forced him to raise his head. Mal was still there, her brown eyes still on him. Waiting. He took a breath. I'm leaving tomorrow, Mal. And I'll be gone for a few months, maybe half a year. She took the information in calmly. That's quite a long time to be fetching tomes. Not wanting to disclose the true nature of his absence, he nodded. It is. And I wanted to say that when I return, I would like to speak to you. He didn't think it possible, but her eyebrows rose further. So, you wanted to speak to me, she said. To tell me that you want to speak to me, later. As stupid as it sounds, that's what I wanted to say. She nodded slowly, her eyes turning downcast. And why can't you say what you want to say now? Because I don't know what I want. He sighed. I can't speak for it. Mal gave a small smirk, her eyes coming back to Tiresias. She was tough, but he could still see the small bit of hurt. He recognized it from a previous life. A possibility thwarted by his own cowardice. I hope you have a safe journey. Farewell, Tiresias, she said, before turning away. No, not this time. Mal, he called. Stop, please. She did and turned back around. The bit of hurt was gone from her eyes and the gleam was back. A little guarded, but it was back. He stepped forward until he was right in front of her. She stood defiant, not backing away. For what felt like the millionth time, Tiresias sighed. I'm a foreigner. I didn't have anything here in Westeros or anywhere that I could return. When I came to Winterfell, I felt lucky that I had employment. That I was surrounded by those who could make me forget more and more about my old home, my lost family and all that I was. It's an emptiness you can't imagine, and I thought it was enough to have the library, to have shelter, to have friends and charges and responsibilities, and it's been, well, I didn't think I would need anything else. The kitchen door opened. Majen leaned out. Mal, she called. Gage wants you back. I'll be there in 2 minutes, Mal called back, without looking away from Tiresias. Gage can wait. Not looking eager to relay the message, Majen retreated, dulling the sounds of the kitchen again. Tiresias swallowed. I'm sorry, Mal. If I gave any impression that I felt something more towards you. I'm not of the North, and I was raised to treat everyone well and equally. I didn't think I was acting on anything more than that. But, he spoke quickly, seeing the change in her eyes. Ever since She raised her eyebrows again. The wedding. He said. He could feel the heat in his face. Ever since the wedding, when Gord and I had a talk and he brought up a few things. Things that should have been obvious to me. Another silence fell between him. Despite her calm exterior, Tiresias could sense Mal's heart rate accelerating. She even smelled different. But she waited for him to break it. I'm not leaving tomorrow to run away from whatever's happening here. Something clicked into place and his next words came easily. My work was planned in advance, but I do need the time to think about what I want, and whether it fits with what I need to do. With what you need to do? Mal questioned. You're a librarian. Tiresias sighed. It's more complicated than that. Looking into her face, he was tempted to speak of everything. But he couldn't. Not yet. Not ever. He could only ever give an opaque description. That was for the next conversation. It's not fair of me to ask this. He wanted more than ever to avert his eyes, but he forced himself to face her. Unbeknownst to me, you've been patient and I've been leading you along without knowing it, and I would like some time to figure out what to do, knowing what I know now. Would you? Give you time, she filled in. Till you return. Tiresias nodded. That. Mal lowered her head. A few months to half a year. If I'm not back by then, well, I don't know, but I'll try and be back by then. She gave a light chuckle, raising her head. Her brown eyes were full of light. The kitchen door opened again. Mal, called Majen, her voice desperate. All right, I'm coming, shouted Mal. She turned back to Tiresias and exhaled. All right. Tiresias nodded. All right. She smiled. All right. True to Majan, she crossed back to the kitchen, pausing at the threshold to look back before closing the door behind her. Tiresias stood rooted to the ground for a few minutes, wondering just what the hell he'd gotten himself into. Now full of jitters and a nervous energy that had nothing to do with the fear of being tortured and killed by Roose Bolton, he had to exercise. Arya and John were already in the yard. "Hello, John." "Hello, Arya," he called briskly as he entered the yard. Arya's eyes narrowed. "Why is your face all red?" Tiresias exhaled quickly. "Well, Arya, without betraying any secrets, I've discovered that I'm a rusty romantic and I now feel like slapping myself really fucking hard." John and Arya stared at him. Tiresias crumpled. "Sorry, that was strange. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell Lord or Lady Stark about that, about my foul language." "What foul language?" asked John, his eyes full of mirth. "We weren't in the practice yard to hear any foul language." "Certainly not, Arya." "Right. I'm never here," said Arya. Both of them looked at each other, holding for a beat before breaking into laughter. Tiresias grabbed a practice sword. Of course." He let them laugh. It was the least he deserved. He gave the sword a few practice swings becoming walking out to the open area. "Who's first?" he called. He said goodbye to John and Arya that night in the yard. The spars were swift and as soon as he worked through the jumble of nerves he had after speaking to Mal, he left. The evening passed quickly for him, like a slim candle, and soon he found himself sitting in his room, in front of a fire, waiting for sleep to overtake him. His conversation with Mal seemed ages ago, instead of just a couple of hours. Here, alone in his room, where the nightmares happened, where his plots were conceived and planned, the threat of the dread fort loomed and his anxiety rose to a fever pitch. His eyes wandered over to the drawer in his desk. With all the information he obsessed over the past month. Crossing over to the desk, he opened the drawer and extracted every scrap of parchment in the drawer. It took a while to burn everything sufficiently. He caught any remnants left unscathed and fed them to the flames. No one will come across this obsession in his absence. He honestly shouldn't have kept it for as long as he did. But it was done now. All clues concerning his future whereabouts were gone, leaving only an empty drawer. Well, not entirely empty. After making sure the last bit of parchment was ash, Tiresias pulled a pouch from the back corner. Loosening the strings, he withdrew a small wide-mouthed storage jar. He held it up to the firelight, seeing the dark moss in the water within. He'd had it for a little under a year, ever since his excursion to Barrowden. Dallin had shown him many dangerous substances in the neck. And there were few he warned more against than the resting wisp. It was a moss that grew just above the waterline on roots. A healthy, but rather inadequate snack for lizard lions and a few other creatures in the marsh, it was incredibly lethal for humans to consume. Not painful, if one could ignore the smell and taste. Just too much to bear. In short, one must rest upon consuming it and never wake. Hence, the resting wisp. At the end of the day, it was simple enough to trek south of Barrowden and enter the neck. He was far more prepared for the swamp than the first time he wandered in there. It took 2 days of wet hiking before he found a growth of the moss. He carefully harvested a little, placing it in the glass container and proceeded out of the neck. He stored the moss with a little of the surrounding water. It was still there. He hadn't cracked the jar since the neck. He wondered if it was still effective. It should be. Tiresias hoped he wouldn't get the chance to test it. He almost wished he could leave it behind, if only he could keep his promise to Lord Stark. "Can you say with absolute certainty that you won't break? That Bolton won't pull the truth from you along with your skin? That you won't betray the Starks in between your screams?" Tiresias looked in the flames. No, he couldn't be certain. And so he packed the resting wisp deep in his bag. For the most dire of circumstances. He laid in bed awake for a long time, staring at the shadows as they danced on the ceiling, his stomach clenched, a humming anxiety running through him. Was there ever a time in this life or the one before when he felt more dread? He couldn't think of any. Even going beyond the wall didn't unnerve him as much as the prospect of meeting those who once ruled as the Red Kings. His boots clopped loudly as he hiked north on the King's Road. He wasn't sure if he regretted his decision not to use a wagon for this journey. And not just because he was carrying a decently sized tome. He just knew that he couldn't look after a horse for however long this will take. However, he could have used the imagery of him riding the wagon. Should any questions arise and he be looked at with suspicious eyes, it would have been a boon in his favor. The wandering librarian, Tiresias, couldn't move through the woods quickly with grace. Tiresias couldn't have possibly disappeared into the cold wilderness. How could he have with that huge wagon? Where would he have kept that poor horse? Those questions managed to solidify his decision, and so he walked out of Winterfell in the pre-dawn, under the bewildered eyes of Vix and Halford. The nights he wasn't lucky enough to be near an inn, he spent outside. It wasn't nearly the chore it was years ago when he ventured beyond the wall. In the time since, he took every opportunity he had to camp as he wandered the north collecting tomes, to go without food stores on occasion, to force his hand at survival. He also never turned down an opportunity for a hunt. Though he still never cheered at his kills, the shots and mercy killings became more mechanical. It became easier to ignore the fear in an animal's dark eyes. His proficiency did not go unnoticed. Eventually the soldiers started following him and his senses without question. Not that he always led them to the best kills. He let many prized animals go on various hunts before the rest of the group even registered them. It was enough for him to know that he could find the creature if he wanted to. To kill it, should he be forced to. These outdoor activities turned the wilderness into a second home for him. He felt relatively confident that he could walk into any forest in the north and survive for a long time. Assuming he didn't get too bored. He supposed he would find out in the next few weeks. He told himself repeatedly that he didn't come to this survivalist mode of thinking just for Ramsay. It was just good to have the knowledge in any scenario, even if he was back in his old world. However, as the years passed, he couldn't help but think of the lonely hills and how he would manage that hunting ground. He was already scared shitless of the Boltons, his potential torture and mutilation at their hands. And rape as well. You're not above a rape. Yes, that as well. Torture, mutilation, rape, all potential violations that weighed on his mind. He didn't need to be scared of the surrounding lands as well. It was early in an afternoon when he finally came to the turn that take him east, past the White Knife and eventually to the Weeping Water. He paused and stayed at the junction for a few minutes, staring at his hands. Birdsong echoed off the trees. He looked up and sniffed. It was a lovely day. Grateful for the brief distraction, he sighed and continued to hike. The King's Road disappeared behind him. He didn't look back. If I look back, I am, oh, fuck me. He laughed loudly, unable to help it. He heard the laughter resonate down the road and he let it. He wouldn't get many opportunities to laugh freely in the future. After he crossed the White Knife, inns and taverns were increasingly infrequent. However, he made a point to stop at every one he found. He tried his best not to distinguish himself from the other guests. He sat in the corner, hardly spoke and listened. He listened for hours, hoping to hear what he needed to hear in order to make this trip worthwhile. He didn't though. Most of the locals were silent, punctuated only by the occasional song, the drunken slurring of an ugly farmer or the laughter that could only come from a mean and nasty joke. Tiresias paid each of his tabs and kept moving eastward, the lonely hills beginning to emerge on his left. Even with his eyes, he couldn't see far into the distance. A blanket of perpetual mist clung to the trees. Sounds carried though. As Tiresias walked, his ears picked up echoes from small game. No screams though. And no hunting dogs. He carried on, not even sure if he would find what he hoped to in these establishments. Eavesdropping would only get him so far, but approaching these strangers and questioning them would make him familiar and he couldn't afford to be familiar to anyone. On the fourth day since the White Knife, he settled into a small tavern for an ale. It was a miserable brew, but it allowed him to disappear. He fell quiet, almost meditative as he opened his ears to the room. A cobbler was trying to sweet-talk the tavern girl and seeing him after closing. Two farmers were whispering urgently to each other. A blacksmith chewed noisily. He could smell ironworks on him. His stew came, a bowl of indistinguishable brown. It looked worrisome but smelled fine. Thank yet, he grumbled as the serving girl scurried away. His northern accent wasn't bad, but it still felt strange coming from him. He couldn't help but feel that he wasn't fooling anyone. Still, as long as he disguised his own voice, it would only be a benefit. A nameless, bearded stranger of the north had to be different from the clean-shaven foreigner, Tiresias. He would be a fool, however, to believe this disguise completely effective. He wasn't Varus after all. Or a faceless man. It just had to be enough. He ate quietly, still listening to the room. But nothing more came. Finally, with his drink gone and his bowl finished, he was ready to move on. However, just as he was ready to get up, the whispering from the two farmers caught his attention. "Bout ready to march off to Last Hearth, I swear I am." "Shut the fuck up, Torin," whispered the older one urgently. "Lower ya voice." "Now." "I am, Terrell." "I am," whispered Torin back. "It's Lord Umber's land. It belongs to him. If he knew, if they knew." "Ya wouldn't make it, Torin," said Terrell sadly. "Ya'd be killed as soon as ya step into those hills." "I know those hills, Terrell. Grew up next to them, I did. I know 'em." Terrell's voice fell and Tiresias strained to catch it. "Lord Bolton knows those hills too. Better than yet. Better than Lord Umber. Might as well be his." He heard the serving girl just in time. She took his bowl and made to take his mug too, but he caught her hand. He met her wide eyes. A hint of fright in them. "Best avoid this tavern on the way out. If you find a way out. Can't disguise the eyes." "Another," he muttered. She nodded and disappeared. He stilled again, focusing on the farmers. Barda knew those hills, too, said Torin. He sounded like he was barely containing a sob. She knew she weren't supposed to wander there. She would not have. She wouldn't. Torin, stop. For your own sake, stop. Ya believe me, don't yet? It weren't an accident, like the elder said. It weren't. He's trying to protect us. To protect yet. The serving girl was back with a pitcher, filling his mug before him. He took a sip without thanking the girl, ignoring the imaginary reprimand for doing so. Protect me, said Torin, his voice hollow. From what? He knows it weren't an accident. There been others, I heard. Kel's daughter. Her friend disappeared too. Pretty girl. And Alara. Shut it, Torin. Terrell's whisper was a quiet tempest. She vanished half a year ago. They all were supposed to come back west. Barda, she said. I said shut it, growled Terrell. And for a bit, it seemed like Torin might listen. The two men fell silent. Resisting the temptation to look, Tiresias could only imagine that they were staring each other down. That, or Torin crumbling as Terrell looked around to make sure they were not overheard. Tiresias sipped his ale. The brew stung his nostrils awful, but it kept him focused. If what happened to those girls, Terrell said, his voice more gentle than before. Happened to Barda as well, ye be best to mourn silently and say nothing. And keep Lauren and Penny west. Out of sight. Lord Umber. Lords only care for their own. And what keeps round the dread fort, that's Lord Bolton's own. And what of me own? Barda. Dead, me friend. Dead. He heard Terrell lean forward, the bench slightly creaking. And if ye bother a lord with this, any lord, the rest of ye brood will follow her. A silence fell between the two farmers. Finally giving into temptation, Tiresias glanced in their direction, scratching his shoulder as a cover. Both bearded, Torin's eyes were locked to his lap, his entire body quivering. Terrell, bald with his remaining hair grayed, eyed him with as much empathy as he could afford. Which was to say, not much. Tiresias drank a few more sips, listening a little longer, but the men seemed to be done. He didn't move though until they had exited the tavern themselves. He didn't want to disrupt the illusion that he was just part of the surroundings. The serving girl approached him again. He saw the hesitation in her eyes and did nothing to dispel it. Tiresias was genial and kind to others. This stranger was not. Another ale, sir, she added, not quite sure how to address him. Tiresias made sure the light was drained from his eyes as he focused on her. How much dried beef ye got? He asked, his voice low. She thought about it. Not sure. I'll ask, but I think we got a few pounds. I'll take 4 pounds if ye got it. If ye don't, I'll take what ye got. I'm going west and I'm stopping till I'm out of this shithole. She nodded vigorously and left immediately. Was that necessary? No, but it would help. If anyone questioned her about a suspect, he will have left a strong impression. And a false trail west. He stood as she came back with the beef. Taking it from her roughly, he packed it and flipped her a stag. It was certainly more than what he owed. He left before he could see her confused eyes staring at the coin. It was easier to be an asshole than a cheapskate. The girl might be shaken, but she could still eat. Exiting the inn, he honored his words and turned west, marching back. He planned for this occasion. Every time he had found an inn or a tavern, he backpedaled and hid his quiver and bow. He didn't need people to see him as an archer. Although if his plan worked, his tenuous, risky plan, no one would ever see how Ramsay died. However, it did make for strange travel habits as he came from the west, snuck back, only to come east again 10 minutes later. However, that wouldn't be the case this time. As he came to his hiding spot and fetched the bow and arrows, he thought on the conversation between Torin and Terrell. He timed this well, to his relief. However, wishing that no one would have fallen victim to Ramsay Snow, he knew that the boy would be out in the open now and that is where he would strike. He slung the bow across his back and stepped onto the road. Looking both ways, he saw no one approaching and heard nothing either. The dread fort was another 4 days away on foot. He couldn't see Ramsay coming out this far out to hunt. He would still be a boy after all. What if he wasn't alone when he hunted? That would be a question that he could answer later. He turned back north to the lonely hills and the perpetual mist that clung to the trees. Spring was coming slowly to this part of the north. This would be his home for the foreseeable future. He would disappear into these woods. He took a final look down the road. The serving girl at the tavern would be the last one to see the hooded, bearded stranger. He took a deep breath, held it and then released it, as he began to hike into the forest, making his own path. Making his own way was a slow process, but soon the road disappeared behind him. Before he got too deep into the hills, he found a small clearing and selected a tree that he could recognize later. He dug a small hole and reached into his rucksack for a bundle. This bundle contained the tome from Castle Black and the letters between Maester Lewin and Walken agreeing on the tomes to be donated to the library. It also contained a small armband, a white one with a green escutcheon and a grey dire wolf on the front. It would have been rather inconvenient of him to have carried a huge banner with the Stark sigil as he travelled around the north these past few years. So instead, Lord Stark instructed Sansa to embroider the armband, so that he might travel in relative safety. Or at least indicate that he was conducting Winterfell business. Most of the time he didn't wear it, only strapping it around his arm as he approached a keep. Wearing it while travelling alone was only announcing oneself for a robbery. Nevertheless, it was a good idea to bury this armband for now. If he were to be killed or captured with it, while trying to hunt the seemingly innocent bastard of Lord Bolton, it would be a mess that House Stark couldn't escape. So it was buried with his library business. As he smoothed the dirt and roughed it again to camouflage it with the forest floor, he was no longer Tiresias, the librarian of Winterfell. He was just a nameless killer. He hoped he could hold to that under torture. He doubted it though. Better reason not to get caught, he told himself as he stood, hitching the rucksack over his shoulder. The mist was not so strong that it eschewed the sun. Orientating himself, he set off to the northeast. The relief knowing he was right about Ramsay had disappeared. A solid weight had attached itself to his feet. It didn't lessen as he trudged on. Chapter 23. He was determined not to lose count of the days. If ever he came out of this, he would need a solid alibi, and those fell apart on shaky information. He repeated his count to himself as he went to sleep and again as he woke. As he walked. As he tracked. 3 weeks of wandering had led Tiresias to a patch of forest that seemed like all others he had seen in the lonely hills. But this one had signs. Old signs, sure. It wasn't like these girls disappeared every day. But it was apparent that something malevolent had occurred in this neck of the woods. Perhaps it was paranoia, but he swore he heard a distant raven caw as he came upon this area. Maybe it spurned him to look closer at the ground, the trees, to sniff a little longer. He scoured for a long while, trying to keep patient. This mission was going to succeed only if he allowed it to take its time. If he avoided hunters and other travelers, if he searched painstakingly through every part of these god-forsaken hills, he would succeed. At least that's what he told himself at the end of every day, when he settled in for the night. He lit no fires. He wasn't going to give anyone that advantage. A week into these hills, he lightened his step, leaving little imprint on the ground. He buried his feces. When he burrowed for roots and vegetables, he covered up the disturbance. The dried beef that he had been saving was stretched thin. His stomach growled as he began combing the area. Not a bad area to hunt. He estimated he was only a day's ride away from the Dread Fort. Not a terrible distance for a young boy to bring a young girl out for a supposed outing in the forest. The son of a lord could be enticing, even if he was a bastard. He could woo. He could charm. The girl wouldn't know what was happening until it was too late. When she would start to run, Tiresias' eyes narrowed as he came to a bush with broken branches. He was in the middle of a natural cul-de-sac, the natural trail he followed led him here. If a young girl ran into here and saw no obvious way out, in her panic, she could hurtle through the bushes, breaking through. Then again, any hunted and scared animal could do that. Tiresias went to the broken branches and knelt, studying the ground. He couldn't see any obvious footprints. The last hunt had been too long ago, but the ground did seem to be disturbed. And if only one animal had struggled through, it wouldn't have perturbed the dirt this much. There were indents that hooves or paws couldn't make. And they certainly wouldn't leave any cloth behind either. Tiresias had missed it the first time he looked, but there was a small figment of fabric hanging from the branches. Either dyed brown or browned by the dirt, he couldn't tell. And it was obviously torn off, with remnants of threads barely hanging on. He dropped the cloth and went through the bushes, following the trail as best he could. The disturbed ground continued. Once he saw it, it was impossible to miss. The path led to a series of trees with deep roots that stuck out, making it impossible to run smoothly through. Tiresias halted at the last root, staring down the ditch below. He jumped down, landing lightly, and knelt, his fingers running over the surface. This ground was more disturbed than the previous dirt he had been following. There was even a dark brown that he didn't recognize at first. Only when he broke the dirt off and brought to his nostrils, did he identify the scent, dried blood. Not a lot, but it was there. He also found more tiny scrapes of cloth, a few strands of long hair, and when he looked a little further, dried dog stool. Standing up, he looked back on the path with the raised roots. Whoever was running, being chased, even if they're surprised by the first root, they automatically begin to jump them. And when they came to this one, sprained ankles, scrapes, falling down and hitting their heads. And then the dogs got them. Maybe not for a few. The ditch was not too deep, and should anyone look ahead and anticipate it, they might brace themselves. Keep running. Be a good sport and earn the respect of a young psychopath. Tiresias shuddered. He knew it was probably a good idea to continue to explore, see if there were any more signs, but he didn't want to. And he didn't need to. He had found what he was looking for. A sudden thought came to his mind. What if he comes today? He checked the sun and dismissed the thought. If there was a hunting party planned, it would have occurred in the early morning. He suspected so, at least. Why would hunting a young girl be different than any other game for young Ramsay? A fierce stinging came to his eyes and he had difficulty breathing for a minute. The smells were coming too strongly now that he knew what had happened here. Blood, shit, tears, did tears even have a scent? He quickly climbed out and walked back, careful to avoid the roots. He sat on the last one, the exhaustion over the past 3 weeks finally coming over him. He breathed, held it and released, the exhalation coming out in a shudder. Eventually he calmed down. There was a small robin who sang nearby to the north. Allowing himself a brief reprieve, he sipped some water and chewed an extra sliver of dried beef. A little celebration was in order, even it was a morose one. And it wouldn't get easier. The next task was apparent. He had to find the beginning of the chase, where Ramsay set them loose. There was hardly any overcast for the first time in weeks and the sun's position was easy to spot. The disturbed path ventured to the southeast. He wasn't surprised. But he had to be even more careful now. He had to lay his trap carefully and live inconspicuously in this neck of the woods until the bastard came again with another prize. And that could take weeks, perhaps even months. In the meantime, soldiers, hunters, poachers, trappers, and all others, no one could see him. He would have to work quietly. At night when no one wandered. Sitting on a root, he enjoyed the birdsong, savoring it for a few more minutes before standing and getting back to work. Tiresias stood, balanced on the branch in the pre-dawn. The trees here made for useful climbing and this was his favorite perch. Before the sun rose, all the surrounding hills were quiet. An offhand noise would echo loudly for him to hear. A mating call from a skylark. A low wind from the east. Or a scream from a young girl. Nothing he had witnessed in the past month left any doubt in his mind that Ramsay would hunt in the early morning. He had found this perch during the first week. At the hour of the wolf, he woke and climbed the tree. He got to know it very well in the dark. With him, he brought his rucksack, tying it to the tree. His weapons laid close, his bow across his back, the dagger in its sheath. He held vigil every morning in this tree, shielded from hunters' eyes and gifted with a view that he clung to closely. He had tracked the pathway that the girls were guided to. It went on for a mile, a little over. He guessed right that it began in the southeast. A part of him wanted to go farther and see how just far away the dread fort actually was. However, that was a risk he wasn't prepared for. What if he was seen? He was waiting in a remote area of the lonely hills. Where Ramsay wouldn't have any witnesses to his violent delights. He hoped for the same advantage when he dealt with the boy himself. Was that too much to hope? He wondered if Ramsay brought any others with him when he hunted the girls? He was still a young boy after all. Perhaps Roos would be concerned for the safety of his only heir and send along a guard to watch coldly as Ramsay set off his dogs loose. Was that the case? He turned the question over and over again in his mind for the past month. There honestly wasn't much else to think about. Besides a pair of brown eyes. And he didn't want her near this part of the north. In the end, he decided to risk it and assume the boy came alone. There was no reason that Ramsay wouldn't have known these hills already at his age. If so, he wouldn't require a guardian. And even if Roose Bolton was fully aware of his bastard's lethal leisure, would he go so far as to endorse it? Send his guards up with the boy? He didn't think so. Ramsay seemed to only hunt with his companions. Reek, the first one, in the novels. Miranda in the show. And he doubted that he would be bringing Miranda along. Not for a few more years. A small part of him knew that this was extremely stupid. He was counting on quite a number of coincidences for this to come off right. But a stronger part of him kept waiting patiently every morning. He couldn't really explain it to himself except to say that it smelled right. He was certain. It was the same small certainty that allowed him to meet Karsai, to move against Peter and to find the long path to Howland when he was Clark and newly arrived in this country. He knew it by the cool breeze in the morning. The pure forestry filling his nostrils. The stale hints of death and fear along the path. Something was going to happen here. However, as the hours passed and the sun came fully into the sky, he accepted that it wouldn't be this morning. Taking a few more minutes to enjoy the view, he sipped from his waterskin, preparing to climb down and pass the rest of the day. As he reached for his rucksack though, he heard something. It was faint, but it was definitely not something that he had heard in the past month. And it was coming from the southeast, louder and louder. He turned his ears toward the coming noise. A dog barked, then another one, before he heard a young scream. Tiresias' heart constricted as he breathed, a shudder running through him. He let it pass. He had time. It sounded about a half-mile away, little over. He's just a boy. He's not a man just yet. If he's alone, if he has no men, you'll get him. Maybe he was too hungry and delirious to be scared beyond the wall, but this was something else. 4 seasons of sadistic bastardy can leave quite an impression, it seems. The screams were now more prominent than the dog barks. Coming closer and closer. Sticking to the same path, apparently. He climbed down a branch and hid behind the other side of the tree, shielded from upward eyes if they looked this way. They'll herd her into the cul-de-sac and force her through in a few minutes. She'll tripping over the roots soon. Extracting an arrow, he didn't knock it, but he kept it close. He didn't want to close his eyes. Didn't want to hear any more. Didn't need any more nightmares. But he had to. Everything he had, he must use now. Ramsay could not live a day longer in this world. Besides, with what he had to do today to make that happen, there was no escaping fresh nightmares. He shut his eyes, sniffing and opening his ears. The wind was carrying fresh scents strange to his usual morning here, the stink of dog and sweat. It also carried the screams ringing to his ears, the barks, as well as something new. You're almost free, Rosie. Go. Keep running. He knew that voice. It may have been a little younger, pitched a little higher, but he knew it. A frenzied set of footsteps was hurrying into the cul-de-sac, pounding into the forest floor. They stopped and began to pace frantically back and forth. A shriek of desperate frustration echoed through the trees. Tiresias didn't need his improved ears to hear it. Oh no, girls, called the voice. Rosie seems to be trapped. Is she? Is this the end? Or will she find a way through? Please, sobbed Rosie. Please, just let me go, please, let me go. Not my choice, now, Rosie. The girls are famished. They won't stop now. Rosie was now steadily weeping, her feet staggering as she circled the cul-de-sac. Tiresias gripped his bow. Not yet. He needs to come through. He needs to come through. Don't despair, Rosie, yelled the boy. He was coming closer too. I'll help you. Go to the left. Squeeze through the bushes. The path continues. Tiresias couldn't blame the girl as she immediately attacked the bushes for that small opening. When they're the most scared, people will listen to anything that will prolong their life. If they believe that they can still make it. He wondered if Ramsay already knew that before today, or whether he discovered it as he came upon the cul-de-sac and saw the last of Rosie squeezing through the bushes. He opened his eyes. He didn't need to hear anything more. Rosie had pushed through and was running his direction. She stumbled over the first root, her cries of pain combining with her petrified sobs. Tiresias crouched down, prepared to move as she drew nearer. She couldn't have been more than 14, dark blonde. She didn't even register him up above her as she ran past him. Her dress was already messy and a little torn. A bark echoed loudly from the bushes, causing her to look back and scream. Her tears shined on her face. Tiresias heard the dogs come through and continue to chase. Rosie turned back and ran, leaping over the roots. She was coming closer and closer to the ditch. Someone else squeezed through the bushes as well. You're almost free, Rosie. Keep going. Run. Rosie obeyed Ramsay's instructions to the last. She sped up on the few remaining roots, leaping over the last one with abandon. Tiresias saw her tumble down, her surprised scream ending abruptly with a loud thump. The 2 dogs streaked past his tree in a frenzy, navigating each root expertly. A rather tall boy with a mop of dark black hair moved forward. He carried a bow with a full quiver and a dirk at his side. Ramsay hurried past his tree, not bothering to look up. Rosie? Rosie? Are you there? Called Ramsay, his jog slowing. Are you all finished, Rosie? So soon? Already. The dogs reached the ditch. They leapt down, out of sight, not waiting for the command to feed. Rosie began to scream dully. Tiresias began to climb down as quickly as he could. No. No, yelled Ramsay. He could hear the boy sprinting to the ditch. Bad dogs. Bad dogs. Heel. Heel. Tiresias jumped the last 8 feet, wincing at the landing, a little louder than he would have liked. None of the concerned parties seemed to notice though. He gripped his bow and turned onto the path, running quietly after the boy. Ramsay was at the edge of the ditch now, yelling. The sounds of the dog's attack had ceased, though the pained groans continued. He picked up a stone and threw it. One of the dogs yelped. Stupid bitch. You couldn't wait, he panted. You don't eat till I say. Now, look at her. She's ruined, Barda. You and Alara. You bloodied her before I was ready. He spat, shaking his head at the ditch. Stupid little bitches. Tiresias was 30 feet away now. He didn't trust his silent feet any further and raised his bow, arrow knocked. But he didn't fire, not yet. He had to see. He swallowed. Ramsay, he called. The boy jumped and turned, looking at Tiresias like he couldn't quite believe he was there. His pale blue eyes shining with bewilderment. The same eyes. Tiresias released. His arrow landed well, despite the small target. Ramsay crumpled to the ground, convulsing as he tried to grip the arrow now stuck in his chest. A sharp barking began in the ditch. Tiresias reached for 2 more arrows. He didn't have much time. Alara and Barda leapt out of the ditch. One muscled hound paused to sniff Ramsay's jerking body. The other bolted straight for the mysterious assailant, her eyes bright. She was still ready to go, eager to hunt. Tiresias held for this one. Too compact and agile for a long shot. He waited until he could see the white in her dark eyes and fired. The arrow lodged in her shoulder and she yelped, but continued to move, limping wildly. He dropped the bow and arrow, drawing his dagger. He barely had it out in front, before she was on him. She landed on the blade, landing only a few scratches before collapsing into dead weight. Throwing her to the side, he saw the other hound beginning to move and the bow was a little farther than he would have liked. Running to the bow, he realized the dagger was still in the other dog. There was no time though. She was 10 feet away when he gripped the bow. He knocked right as she jumped, opening her mouth to bite. He fired straight into her mouth and she fell, landing at his feet. She still moved though, her mouth biting down jaggedly, trying to remove it from her throat. Heart pounding, he staggered over to the first dead dog to remove the dagger. He walked back over to finish her. He stuck the dagger in and both canines laid still. He stood, breathing deeply, turning to the end of the path, where Ramsay laid. The boy had gripped his bow and was attempting to knock it, reaching for his quiver. Tiresias walked over, letting his feet fall heavy on the ground for the first time since entering these hills. He swallowed his sick and came to the boy's side. He kicked away the quiver and Ramsay looked at him with such loathing. Wiping his dagger and sheathing it, he knelt down. He reached over the boy's belt to the dirk. Might as well not leave a wound that matched his own dagger. Ramsay reached over and grabbed his hand in a weak grip. Tiresias removed it gently, holding the boy's hand, while his other hand withdrew the dirk and held it to Ramsay's throat. Ramsay looked between him and the dirk, his young rage now mixed with confusion. Focus on the eyes. Without those eyes, he's just a boy. Tiresias exhaled through his nose and pushed the dirk in. Blood pooled onto the dirt. He felt the struggle in Ramsay's hand drain quickly. He just held on. Finally, the young snow stilled, his pale blue eyes fixed on his mysterious assassin. A quiet fell in the forest, punctuated only by birdsong. It was far away though. Tiresias saw his fingers reach over to the boy's throat. No pulse. It was proof. Proof that he was gone. Along with his empty eyes. He placed his hand over the boy's mouth and felt no breath. A low groan emitted from the ditch. He dropped Ramsay's hand, he actually forgot he had been holding it, and placed his dirk back, wiping it on the boy's shirt beforehand. He walked to the ditch and stepped in, kneeling next to the young girl. Rosie stared at him in fear, her whole body shaking, although he suspected that was more due to shock. Her right hand was mangled and bloody. Her left ankle too. There were a few shallow bites at her collarbone too. The dogs did quite a bit with what little time they had. She swallowed. Is he, she asked. Her throat was parched. He's dead. His dogs too. Relief swept over her face. The pain didn't leave though and it made for an odd expression. Something between a laugh and sob echoed out of her. Tiresias looked back at Ramsay's body, over the ditch at the dogs, lying still. He turned back to Rosie. Did he have any friends with him? Any others following him? Or was it just him and the dogs? Rosie shook her head. Just, he didn't have. Is shouted, when we left. Tears streamed down her face. Tiresias ignored the urge to wipe them away. They heard me, saw me, I know they did. But they let him take me. Cold ran through him. No, you don't feel cold. He knelt next to her. They saw you with him. She nodded and swallowed. I was alone with him. Her crying turned silent. Tiresias just sat and let her weep for several seconds unabated. He eyed her injuries. Even with his limited medical knowledge, he knew that they were not fatal. If he bandaged the bleeding and carried her, a healer could take care of her. She would be scarred for life, but she would live. As that echoed in his mind, he withdrew the glass container from his pocket and carefully extracted the resting wisp. He pulled the moss in half. You can't leave a witness to this. Rosie's your name. She nodded, beginning to tremble. He held his hand above her mouth. I imagine that you're in quite a bit of pain, now, Rosie. If you chew this and swallow, it will dull the pain and it won't hurt so much when I carry you out of here. He swallowed a lump in his mouth. All right. She opened her mouth wide as an answer, desperate for any relief. Tiresias took a breath. I'm warning you. It tastes awful. He placed the moss in gently. He guessed about the taste, going purely off the smell. It was truly awful and Rosie's eyes instantly watered as her face twisted. She persisted though and after a few seconds, she swallowed. Knowing she wouldn't need it soon, he brought his water skin to her mouth. She drank in earnest, before he lowered the skin. It's going to be a few minutes before it takes effect. Just keep breathing. You'll feel it soon. He stood up. Rosie's eyes widened again as she shook her head. No, she mumbled, shaking her head jerkily. Didonti, don't leave me. My pack is back a ways. He didn't want to see this. He was too weak. I'm going to need some bandages. Just keep breathing. Nice and slow. I'll be back soon. He stepped out of the ditch and made it only a few feet past Ramsay before he stilled. You fucking goddamn coward. The preparations were already made. He had time. He owed it to her. He hesitated for a few seconds more. With a fortifying breath, he continued to walk away, leaving Rosie to die alone. I fucking am. According to Dallin, the poison is remarkably merciful. Dulling one's body and mind before shutting it down. Avoiding the pain and the inevitable panic that accompanies death. Rosie would be unconscious before she knew it. He hoped that was true. For Rosie now. Later for him, should he be caught. Determined to avoid that fate, he got to work. He came to the dogs and extracted the arrows. He managed to save the one in the dog's shoulder, but the one that shot through the mouth, he couldn't. He broke the arrow to remove it, deciding to dispose of it a safe distance away. He climbed the tree and retrieved the rucksack. He took a careful glance at the sun. It was still early in the morning. He was grateful for Ramsay's timing. Even if an investigating party should be sent from the Dread Fort tonight when the boy didn't return, he had the whole day to work and get away. After descending the tree and taking a trembling sip from his water skin, he knew that enough time had passed. He walked back past the dogs to the bastard by the ditch. He stepped down and knelt next to Rosie. The girl's eyes were still and dull. Her panic passed. No fear on her face. I'm sorry, he muttered. His utterance rang hollow and he felt stupid immediately. He reached over and rolled her eyelids down. He didn't want to see her eyes. Even when dulled, there was something like relief in them. She thought she had been rescued. From the hands of someone who would kill you for fun into the hands of those would kill you for who knows what. This one's on you, Tiresias. She'll join the hanging whore from Gulltown. It'll be her glassy eyes underneath that dark red hair. It was a surprise to him that he had already stood up. He was too busy focusing on the corpse. He turned away from Rosie, to Ramsay lying above her, at the edge of the ditch. Taking a deep breath, he refocused, as much as he could. Bending down and picking the boy up, he carried the bastard out of the rooted area. To the next stage of the plan. This one was different from Peter. From Craster. From any other future targets. He didn't want this one to be found. Ramsay would have to disappear. His first plan was a concealed fire. Burn the bastard in the ground beyond all recognition and bury the evidence. However, he didn't want to risk it. The Dread Fort would hear of the mysterious smoke in the forest, right where their lord's bastard was playing. The fire would probably be too large for one person's campfire, raising questions about what exactly Lord Bolton's brood was up to. Soldiers might be sent. Even if the Dread Fort is too far to see the smoke, an outpost would inform them of the irregular activity. Also he couldn't risk the roots underneath catching fire, igniting the forest in one giant inferno. So he simply took out the burning. Which left the burial. Careful not to trip while carrying the dead sadist, he exited the rooted area and walked another 15 yards to his great project. Every day, after his morning vigil was complete, he would take a stick and dig. Over the past month in this area, every day, just a little more. He stored the dirt he took carefully, so it didn't collapse. The hole was now deep enough that he packed himself a little earthen step inside to climb out. Over 7 feet deep. He finished it a week ago. He came to the grave and tossed Ramsay in unceremoniously. Not out of anger. He just had to work fast. He climbed in to adjust the body, trying to ignore his hands trembling, trying to ignore that Ramsay's eyes were not closed and they seemed to follow him. He's dead. Tiresias told himself furiously. He's dead, now quit fucking around. You're not finished. Climbing out, he headed back to the rooted pathway, past Rosie's still body. The dogs were next. He picked them up one at a time, lifting them by the legs, careful not to get blood on his clothing. If he dragged them, it would lead any tracker straight to the grave. He deposited the dogs as casually as he did Ramsay, dropping the bodies and jumping in to adjust them. He wanted to take his time, delay the next task as much as he could. Unfortunately, time was against him. He needed to move. If it wasn't for her injuries, Rosie would have looked rather peaceful, sleeping on the forest floor. Resisting the urge to brush the hair from her eyes, he picked her up and carried her gently to the deep grave. There was no lowering her smoothly. She hit the dogs, coming to an awkward position. He climbed in and adjusted her, on her back, hands folded. He climbed out quickly and exhaled, his whole body shaking. He didn't realize that he was holding his breath down there. After collecting himself, he turned his gaze down. All concerned were deep enough to avoid the nose of any hunting dog. Rosie looked peaceful again, resting on her bed of canines. Tiresias couldn't even see Ramsay anymore. But he was there and she would be with him until they both became food for the worms. Tiresias sighed. He was exhausted and his day wasn't even halfway done. "I'm sorry, Rosie," he murmured. "I'm sorry." Before depositing the dirt, he traced their path back all the way back to the natural cul-de-sac and collected all the evidence he could find, fragments of torn cloth, Ramsay's bow and quiver, even a strand of Rosie's dark blonde hair. He threw these objects into the grave on top of Rosie. Finally, after a draft from his waterskin, he began to pile the dirt back into the hole. The dogs disappeared first and then Rosie, her serene face unchanging as she was smothered by the earth. He looked away as he covered the last bit of her. It was too much to watch her disappear. Pushing the rest of the dirt in was the easy part. Now he had to disguise a very conspicuous part of the forest floor. It was a lot more involved than his first time burying evidence, years ago in the Riverlands. He wondered if any of Clark's possessions were still intact. He shook his head, the distraction unwelcomed. He stamped the loose dirt down and used his digging stick to blend the edges with the rest of the forest floor, dragging it back and forth. After 10 minutes, it left him with a flat, but very bare ground surface. He prepared for this though. Walking to the tree cover, he grabbed his cloak and dragged it to the site. Not needing the cloak for warmth, when he started to excavate the grave, he removed the top layer first and placed the plants, leaves and other debris on his cloak for the final phase of the burial. He couldn't keep everything intact, but there was enough material for his purposes. At least he hoped. Dressing a grave took longer than he would have liked, but he knew he couldn't rush this. He deposited the larger materials, replanting a few weeds and a fern, hoping the roots would take again. Afterwards, he tossed the leaves, needles and sticks on top, trying his damnedest to make it look like an undisturbed floor forest. Not the burial site of the bastard of the Dread Fort or a young girl named Rosie who vanished into these hills. Tiresias wished he had never learned her name. He hated Ramsay for shouting it during the chase. He walked carefully around his work, trying to see it from every angle. Was there anything that would tip off a tracker? Anything that looked constructed? Maybe, but that was probably due to his own knowledge of what laid beneath. He couldn't cite anything wrong with it. In fact, it looked good. As good as he was going to get. Leaving it would be the hardest part. Trusting that it would work. Based on the sun, it was still well before noon. It was time to take advantage and haul ass. Forcing himself to turn away, he collected his cloak, shaking it free of any remaining debris, folding it for his pack. He returned to the rooted path, where he shouldered his rucksack and hitched the bow across his back. He took one last look around. Leave no trace. Young Clark learned that in scouting. It seemed that way here. He never lit a fire. He buried all his waste, actually using the empty grave as a latrine for the past week. All he brought in, he was carrying out. Good luck finding him, Ruse, you dead-eyed cretin. And your dogs, Rosie, too. Something came to his throat and he swallowed it back down. He couldn't be sick here. It was too close. It would clue someone in. In on 1, 2, 3, 4 and hold, 1, 2, 3, 4 and out on 1, 2, 3 and 4. He breathed as such for the next minute. When he settled, he felt light and heavy at the same time and the birdsong seemed louder than before. With a final fortifying breath, he exited the rooted pathway and began to trek west. He didn't run, but he definitely didn't stroll either. Putting as much as space as possible between him and this crime scene was just as important, if not more so, than dressing the grave. He hiked for the rest of the day, only pausing briefly to refill his waterskin. By sundown, he was confident he had hiked more than 20 miles. He wished he could say with certainty that it was enough for the night, that searchers wouldn't ride this far. But as he paused and felt his knees buckle, he knew he didn't have a choice. He had to rest. Trudging to a tree with enough cover, he sat with his back against the trunk. As his eyes grew heavier, his fingers gripping the hilt of his dagger, he smelled the moisture in the air and thanked his good fortune. When the rain fell, it was light, but it would stay consistent throughout the night. He knew it. If there was something he felt uneasy about, it was the blood that fell that day. From Ramsay, the dogs. From Rosie. He turned it up with his foot but it was still there. A rainfall would disguise it further. Muddy everything. Including the grave. It would all just be mud. It wouldn't touch Tiresias though. He was well covered by the tree. There was no rain that would hide the tears he would shed that night. After 2 days of hiking, he came to the clearing again. He unearthed the bundle and checked its contents. Both the tome and the letters were well protected. Once he packed them again, he found a river west. He looked, listened, and smelled to confirm that he was truly alone before transforming himself. For the first time in 2.5 months, he wetted his razor and shaved, rinsing the blade in the running water after each stroke. Afterwards, he stripped and washed, using the soap to rid himself of the dirt from his long vigil. As he dressed, he only felt the filth on his clothes more, but that would help him not to look too clean. After filling his skin, he trekked west for an hour more before turning south. Before he knew it, he was upon the road, west of the last inn before he disappeared. No one was about and he turned west, ready to be done with this part of the north. For now, at least. You're leaving Roose Bolton alive. You don't know what he'll do. That thought weighed on his mind, but he pushed it to the side. He would deal with Roose another day, if he could figure out a way to do so. But for now, he had enough of death. The image of Rosie disappearing under the dirt came to his mind and he retched. Doubled over, he dry-heaved for a bit, thankful that his stomach was mostly empty for the first time in a while. He had been going on mushrooms for the past 2 days. It was after sundown when he came to an inn. It was a small place and he hesitated before he approached. What if he was recognized? What if the innkeeper connected him to the taciturn, bearded stranger from 2 months ago? His stomach growled and that was answer enough. He had to eat. Apparently though he had little to worry about. The innkeeper's eyes barely glanced at him as he paid. And why should he? He was friendly Tiresias. Friendly, but preferred to be alone. He sat by the fire and tried not to eat too fast. Couldn't look like he was living off the land before today. He chewed his mutton slowly, his eyes rolling over the other patrons. A farmer and his taller son. A couple of sellswords. A large man sat in the corner. Judging by his smell, he worked as a stonemason. Nobody spoke in hushed tones. Nobody seemed scared. Nobody seemed to realize that Lord Bolton had lost his bastard mere days ago. The word had not seemed to spread. For the first time since he fed Rosie the deadly moss, he allowed himself to smile slightly. He could walk out of here unscathed. Especially if they were this late to discover the boy was missing. He might be all right. The next morning, he treated himself to an extra hour of sleep and an extra sausage at breakfast. Not so much for a celebration. It was more for additional substance. He was still relatively weak from the poor nutrition in those hills. If only he could have lit a fire just one night, cooked some game. He shook his head. Determined to have no regrets. About any of it. If he were to make it back to Winterfell, he couldn't get bogged down with regrets. He finished his breakfast and walked outside, sniffing the cool morning air. He stood on the inn step, taking in the view. It was a grey morning, but there was a stark beauty about it. It was common in the north, even in the territory ruled by its most sociopathic highborn. Setting his pack down, he stretched, feeling his joints pop. He crossed his arm across his chest and held it, feeling the burn as he gazed east. His breath hitched. A group of 4 soldiers on horses were trotting up the road. The back one carried a pink banner with a flayed man. Tiresias ignored his first instinct, to run and run fast. No, that wouldn't do at all. He dropped his arm as casually as he could and observed them. They stopped the stonemason from last night as he traveled down the road, all parties coming to a halt. He couldn't hear the conversation from the steps of the inn. Not even with his ears, but the stonemason's shrugs and headshakes were enough for him to intuit. It was now apparent to him that he really needed a reason to be in this area. And in the back of his mind, he knew that the tome and letters would not be enough. The stonemason pointed to the inn and the soldiers began to trot toward it. Tiresias stepped from the inn and strode toward the stable, his heart in his throat. Walk, damn it! Don't run! Don't even walk fast! He entered the stable, just in time to see the farmer and his son leading a mule from a stall. That will do. Hello, there, he said, stepping to them. The farmer and his son simply stared at him, without saying anything. I'll cut right down to it. I'm assuming you have a wagon or a cart with that mule. Well, I need both. Right now and I'm willing to pay you for them. With good coin. The son stared at his father, incredulity in his eyes. The farmer simply stared at Tiresias. The silence dragged on. He could hear the soldiers leaving their horses out front and entering the inn. Thankful for the small mercy, he pressed on. I'm in a hurry, he said. And I need an animal and transport. If you don't want it, say so now, so I could inquire further in the inn. The expression in the farmer's face didn't change. He continued to meet Tiresias' eyes as he held out his gnarled hand. Tiresias took out his purse and pressed 2 gold dragons in the farmer's hand. The son's eyes widened, but the farmer remained impassive, continuing to stare. Tiresias sighed and removed another gold dragon from his purse. He held it before the farmer. Will this sway your mind? He asked, trying to keep the desperation out of his voice. He was the one with the purse. But he was also all out of dragons. It made for a long moment. Finally the farmer reached out and took the dragon. He observed the 3 gold pieces in his palm, before looking to his son and giving a nod. The son trudged over with the mule and handed the reins over. Pleasure doing business with you, said Tiresias. He clicked his tongue and the mule came. It was a gentle creature. He patted his back. Strong too. Name's Marley. He looked back to see the farmer staring at him. The mule. Marley's his name. He's been fed. Tiresias nodded. I assume his wagon's the one with the grass hay. His feed. The farmer blinked. He supposed that was an affirmative. The son stood more mute than his father. Refused to be made uncomfortable by their silence, he nodded politely and led Marley out to the wagons. He tossed his rucksack and bow in the wagon and hitched Marley with a relative ease. It wasn't his first time riding with a mule. He was just adjusting the throat lash when he heard the door to the inn open. Hearing the armor clink, he kept his eyes on the wagon, determined to appear relaxed. Though his heart pounded louder and louder, the closer they came. You there? What's your name? He swallowed his spit and turned to see the Bolton soldiers. They were on foot, their horses still tied by the inn. They seemed at ease though. He patted Marley. Name's Tiresias. How can I help you, gentlemen? The head soldier stepped forward, his eyes scanning him and the wagon. What's your business in these parts? I'm the librarian from Winterfell. I've come to transport some tomes there from the Dread Fort. You're headed to the Dread Fort? One of the men in the back sneezed. Morning fever. The head soldier's eyes narrowed slightly. Is Lord Bolton expecting you? Tiresias shrugged. Honestly, I don't think so. However, Maester Walken and I, or rather Maester Lewin of Winterfell, have corresponding for the past year and I've an open invitation to visit the Dread Fort Library and review its contents. If I may. He gestured to the wagon. I have a letter from Maester Walken. Would you like to read it yourself? He stopped a wince as soon as he said that. Years into this world, he forgot that literacy was not widespread. He may have just insulted this soldier deeply. However, he waited calmly, his face growing a little warm. Finally the soldier nodded. Let's see it. Tiresias reached over and pulled the rucksack out, careful not to make any sudden movements. He pulled out the folded letter and handed it to the head soldier, who immediately passed it to the sneezing man in the back. Rawls, he stated, the silent order well understood. Rawls opened the letter and began to read, his eyes furrowed in concentration. The head soldier continued to regard him. Tiresias resisted the urge to smile friendly. Just wait patiently. You're all right. How long you been traveling? Asked the head soldier. Tiresias shrugged. Hard to say. Couple of months, at least. I visited the wall first. Trekked down here. That was no small journey. I passed the White Knife 2 days ago. It was only 2 days to the White Knife from here. He knew that, but that was by foot. What was the time by wagon? Too late to second guess it now. It was already out. The head soldier didn't react either way. Rawls finally lifted his head and handed the letter back to his command. It's as he says, Captain. The captain handed the letter back. Tiresias folded it and placed it back in the rucksack. The captain nodded. Safe travels, he stated, before walking off. Tiresias tossed the rucksack back on the wagon, before calling out to him. Excuse me, Captain, he called. Just to confirm, I'm only 5 days out from the Dread Fort, The captain didn't turn back around to shout. 5 days. Keep to the road. He and the rest of the soldiers unhitched their horses, mounted them and kicked them into a trot. The damp ground squelched as they turned onto the road, heading west. Not a single one gave Tiresias a second look. He stood with the reins in his hands. Finally he shook himself and climbed aboard. Clicking his tongue, he led Marley to the road before pulling the reins, halting him. He looked to the west. He could still see the soldiers trotting in the distance. They paused before an old woman and conversed with her as well. The west was out. He had stated to multiple Bolton soldiers that he was in the area, that he intended to visit the Dread Fort. That captain had a good memory. He could tell. The quick escape he dreamed of was gone. He gritted his teeth, his breath hissing as he exhaled. Shit. The mule was patient and let him stew, shaking his head to ward off the flies. However, Tiresias knew he couldn't dawdle. He clicked his tongue and turned the wagon east. Chapter 24. Notes. Quick note to user Vium, I was going to respond to your comment last night, but I was lizard-brained and tired and accidentally deleted it instead. Sorry about that, but thank you for the comment. It was very kind. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Chapter text. Tiresias couldn't remember the exterior of the dread fort from the show. He had studied a few renderings in the Winterfell library. But as with the wall, it did little to prepare him when he rounded a bend in the weeping water one morning and saw the fortress for himself. He exhaled quickly. "That's a damn big castle, Marley," he muttered to his traveling companion. He had taken to speaking to the mule more than he anticipated. It was rather lonely, spending most of the previous 2 months by himself in the hills. Marley took it in stride, just continuing on the path, leaving Tiresias plenty of time to stare. Winterfell covered much more ground, but the walls of the dread fort stood taller. Even he would have a difficult time scaling it. Should it come to anything of the sort. The stones of the fortress looked almost black. It didn't seem that they had been cleaned for years. The merlons on top seemed sharper than usual, like teeth. His eyes wandered to the foot of the dread fort. He wondered how deep the dungeons were, whether any unfortunate soul was currently on the rack. He shook his head. He couldn't think of that. He just had to get in, get some tomes and get out. All with a casual air. Yet, nothing more casual than pretending to be casual. Thankfully, he joined a throng of people heading toward the dread fort. The crowd gave him something to observe. Keep his mind off the dungeons. And his trembling hands. It was the time of harvest. One of hopefully many during this long summer. All the keeps in the north were stocking up and the dread fort was no exception. Everyone around him were either carrying or carting measured bundles to the fortress. No one gave him a second look. He came to a line of people in front and pulled Marley to a gentle halt. Climbing down, he took the reins in hand and led him slowly forward as each person was checked at the gates. Finally it was his turn. He pulled Marley forward to the head guard. "Your business." "Here to see Maester Walken. Picking up some tomes for delivery." The head guard glanced at Marley. "Need a whole wagon for that. Have you carried more than 2 tomes for over a mile? Without damaging them? Or dropping them? May not be heavy, but they're certainly awkward." Besides, Tiresias looked back and shrugged. "It's not that big of a wagon." The guard looked bored already and waved him in. All right, move on. Stables to your left." Tiresias clicked his tongue and led Marley forward, walking voluntarily into the dread fort. Something he thought he would never do. The courtyard looked like most other courtyards he'd seen in his travels. It was still muddy from the rain a week ago. But it looked organized enough. The small folk stood with their bundles ready. He heard swords clang nearby in the exercise yard and smelled the ironworks from the forges. The only off-putting thing about this courtyard was the mood. He wasn't sure whether it was because he knew the Bolton disposition and what laid beneath this castle, but at Winterfell, there were some smiles in the yard. One could hear laughter. Here, there were guarded faces. I also suppose it's not good form to smile when the Lord's son is missing. The stable was easy to find. He halted Marley in front and a man came out. He had a very pockmarked face. "You're the horse master?" he asked. The man nodded, giving Marley a look. I know. Not a horse. But he could use some water and feed." The horse master nodded, taking the reins and patting Marley gently. Tiresias sighed internally. At least he was kind to the animals. "Will he be needing a stall for tonight?" asked the horse master. "That won't be necessary," said Tiresias, lifting his rucksack out of the wagon. "I'll be leaving this afternoon." "Be better if he'd rest proper," said the horse master, unhitching Marley from the wagon. "I agree," said Tiresias, shrugging. "But I'm afraid I must leave. Schedule to keep and all." The horse master grunted in response. Once Marley was situated, Tiresias helped push the wagon into the holding area. "Thank you," said Tiresias, as he exited the stables. The horse master grunted, already taking another horse out to saddle. "Do you know where I can find Maester Walken?" The horse master looked back to the stables and gave the sharpest whistle Tiresias ever heard. It pierced his ears. "SY. Semir," he shouted. A small boy with dark hair came out of the stables, holding a brush. He had only one eye. "Put that down. Take this man to the maester and come back right after." "I," said the lad. He fixed his eye on Tiresias and pointed off to his left. "It's this way." Tiresias followed the boy farther into the dread fort. As they walked out of the courtyard and into the corridors, he began to sense eyes following him. From maids, guards, and workers. They weren't ignoring him like the other small folk. He doubted there were many newcomers to the dread fort, those that would walk its halls. It took a few minutes, but eventually the boy stopped in front of a door at the end of a hall. He turned and stared at Tiresias. "This he stated, before running back. Eager to get back to the stables before he was punished. Tiresias watched him disappear, before turning back to the door. Hoping that Maester Walken was as amiable as he was on the show, he raised his hand and knocked. "Come in, called a voice. Tiresias opened the door. Walken's chancery was situated in the corner of the dread fort, his window facing the weeping water. A lovely view from a terrible place. But Tiresias sensed this was a calm room, filled with many tomes, maps, and other items of learning. The desk was cluttered in a good way and Maester Walken looked up from his letter, quill in hand. Maester Walken. Walken nodded, gazing at Tiresias, trying to please him. He lowered his quill. He said, warily. And you are? My name is Tiresias. Tiresias, murmured Walken. His eyes widened in recognition. The librarian from Winterfell. Said Tiresias, nodding. I took advantage of your open invitation. He gestured to the hallway. I hope this isn't a bad time. Well, no, it's not a bad time, said Maester Walken, standing up. Come in. Shut the door, please. Tiresias did so. Walken came around and shook his hand. Welcome to the Dread Fort, Tiresias. He meant it too. You must be tired from the journey. Sit, please. Thank you. Tiresias took the offered seat as Walken sat back down. So, you're here for your tomes. Tiresias shrugged. Only a few and only what Lord Bolton and you are willing to donate. Maester Luwin and I aren't seeking to ransack the libraries of Lord Stark's bannermen. No. Course not, said Walken, shaking his head. He picked up his quill. Well, I need to finish these timber orders before Lord Bolton's return. But that should only be a few minutes. Tiresias cleared his throat. Excuse me, I'm sorry. Lord Bolton is not here. Oh no. Lord Bolton is currently away. He has been for the past 4 nights. Relief and dread bubbled up in equal measures for Tiresias. He had a pretty good idea why Roose Bolton was currently absent. Where Walken now sat, he saw Ramsay's eyes widened before he shot him. Rosie disappearing in the dirt. It was a struggle to keep his face neutral. I see, he muttered. However, he should be back this afternoon, said Walken, his eyes down. He wrote rapidly. You should be able to see him tonight at supper, should you wish. He tends to dine alone, but he does familiarize himself with his guests. That won't be necessary, Maester. I'll be gone before long. Walken looked up. Are you not staying the night? He shook his head. Not planning on it. I just wanted to retrieve the tomes and leave. I've been long enough away from Winterfell as it is. The Maester looked disappointed. Well, I should say that it will take longer than a few hours for a sufficient audit of the library. Had I earlier notice of your arrival, I could have set aside more that would interest you. As of now, I'm afraid. Maester Walken, interrupted Tiresias. He made sure to keep his tone light. I appreciate your concern, but I've been perusing northern libraries for years. I know the one in Winterfell better than anyone. Should there any wanted tomes in your library, with your help, we'll find them quickly. I'm very good at sniffing out what I want. He hoped he didn't sound too dickish. The man was only trying to help after all. And he had spent nights in other keeps before. It wasn't unusual. But this was the Dread Fort and he wanted to be out before Roose came home. When the chickens came home to Roose, oh shut the hell up and focus. Walken nodded. If you said so. I suppose, with my help, all right. He picked up his quill again and finished the order. Have you had lunch yet, Tiresias? Tiresias shook his head. Didn't even have breakfast. Well, it's not quite midday, but that shouldn't matter. He placed his quill down and laid the order down to dry, before standing. How about you join me for a midday meal and then we'll head to the library together? Swallowing a lump in his throat, Tiresias gave a small smile. Sounds lovely. The great hall was dim and smoky, with the rafters turned black from the ongoing fires. It took everything Tiresias had not to start coughing. The smells were overwhelming in this place. Walken sat opposite him and asked him questions about the library, which tomes he had received from which houses and more. He seemed genuinely excited for the project. Tiresias indulged him. He couldn't imagine that the Maester had anyone here he could speak tomes with. At the same time, he answered with no more than what was possible and asked the Maester questions in return, about his education, the citadel, and how he came to the north. He learned quickly though that the Maester was guarded as well when it came to the secrets of the Dread Fort. Walken's eyes shielded over when he inquired about the Lord's absence. And Tiresias didn't push it. It was a relief when the meal came, served by a silent young woman with anxious eyes. She scanned Tiresias briefly, but scurried off as he nodded at her in thanks. I'd be scared too if I were a young woman in this place, hell, I'm scared now regardless. They ate in silence. Tiresias finished his pie and ale quickly, but Walken was a slow eater. He resisted the urge to tap his foot and waited as nonchalantly as he could. Finally, Walken drained the last of his mug. He eyed Tiresias' empty plate. "Forgive me," he said, standing. "I tend to eat slowly." Tiresias smiled as he stood. "Not at all. Shall we?" Walken's chain clinked as he walked, echoing in the hallways. Tiresias still swore they were eyes following him. Finally, the maester opened a door and they entered the library. The room was small, but the shelves were quite full. High windows streamed minimal light into the room, leading Walken to build the fire back up again. After it was blazing, he stood and turned back to Tiresias. "I pulled a few tomes about a fortnight ago," he said. "If you wish to sit, I'll bring them over." Walken disappeared behind a shelf, but Tiresias remained standing. He reached behind his back and touched his dagger's hilt. Still there. He knew Walken was no threat, but it comforted him. The maester returned with a stack of 3 volumes. "These are the histories of the North that the Dreadfort is willing to part with. At least I'm told this one is a historical account as well." He tapped the first one. "However, as it is in the old tongue, I'm afraid I can't confirm that." Tiresias opened the volume and scanned the first page, his finger running gently along the symbols. "Can you read the old tongue?" "I," murmured Tiresias, his eyes still on the page. "I'm not fluent, but I understand the majority of it." "Fascinating." Tiresias straightened up. "You were right. This is an historical accounting of the Marsh Kings, leading up to..." He flipped the book to the end, scanning the last page. "The marriage to King Ricard Stark and their annexation." Closing the book, he turned to the maester. "The Winterfell Library, however, is well stocked when it comes to Northern history. I don't feel right taking this volume, especially given its age and condition. It's rather fragile." Walken seemed a little relieved and they continued on to the next volume, which thankfully was in the common tongue. They quickly went through the few volumes that Walken had already pulled for his arrival. So instead, Walken inquired which subjects the Winterfell library was lacking and he fetched whichever volumes he thought would fill that void. Tiresias had no idea how much time had passed. The day was overcast and cast no shadows from the high windows. But he knew that he was running out of time. He and the maester had set aside a tome detailing the agricultural trades between the southern kingdoms before Aegon's conquest. However, besides that, Tiresias would leave the Dreadfort rather empty-handed. He turned to the maester and asked, he hoped offhandedly. "I remembered, now that the Winterfell library is rather lacking in the fields of natural studies, the sciences. I'm curious, Maester Walken, do you have such a section?" The maester seemed to stiffen a little, but he smiled immediately afterwards. "Of course," he said. "I'll bring a few appropriate tomes." Tiresias actually followed him to the row, standing there as Walken pulled about 4 volumes from the shelf. He seemed surprised to see Tiresias standing there, giving him a quick nod as he squeezed past. Tiresias, however, wasn't ready to return to the table quite yet. He walked to the section, running his fingers over the tomes. He'd heard rumors. He simply wondered. His finger brushed a covering that felt different than the others. Bracing himself, he pulled it out gently, raised it to his nose and sniffed. It smelled strange, but familiar. As he brushed his hand across the front, it confirmed it. This tome was bound in human skin. It was old too. Certainly not a recent job. He was disgusted to find a small part of him admiring the craftsmanship. It was dyed and preserved, to seem like any other leathered volume. He carried the tome back, opening it and turning the pages softly. Walken was opening the tomes and scanning them. He had already set aside one when Tiresias returned to the table, setting the human skin tome down. Determined to remain casual, he flipped through the pages, his fingers brushing the leathered skin. "Who the hell were you?" he wondered, not reading the page at all. "Did you ever think you would end up protecting a book?" Once he finally focused on the words and images, he realized that it detailed the human muscular system. Many of the images were studies that seemed far too realistic. He supposed they could have been drawn from cadavers, but he doubted it. "You've quite a number of tomes here on anatomy, Maester Walken." Walken peered over the table. Tiresias swore he saw him suppress a tremble. "Ah, indeed, we do." He turned to Tiresias. "That volume, I'm afraid, is not quite fit for transportation. It's quite old. However, this volume here," he set a rather large one on top of the southern trading accounts, "is more than able to leave with you. However, if Winterfell is in need of more works concerning the natural studies, I'm sure we could find suitable material that the Dreadfort could part with. If you would only give me time to confer with Lord Bolton. He's still out though, as far as I am aware. I've not heard the horns announcing his return." Tiresias closed the tome and forced a smile on his face. "That won't be necessary." He gathered the offered volume on natural studies, as well as the southern trading accounts. "These 2 will do for the time being. If Lord Stark or any in Winterfell express any further interest in additional tomes, we can revisit the matter." Maester Walken frowned through his polite nods. Still, it's unfortunate to ride so far for only 2 volumes and you have a wagon. I'm sure Lord Bolton wouldn't mind parting with additional tomes. The reinvigorated library is a noble endeavor. If you would care to wait. I'm sorry, Maester Walken, said Tiresias. He packed the volumes in the bag gently, trying not to sound too clipped. But as you said, the journey is quite long and I should get going. He reached out his hand. Thank you, Maester Walken, for your help and hospitality. Walken took his hand and shook it, the genuine warmth still present. Of course, Tiresias. Please, allow me to escort you out. Make sure you're well supplied for your journey back to Winterfell. Tiresias nodded and walked calmly in step with Walken as they exited the library and made their way to the stables. The horse master couldn't bring out the mule just yet as he wasn't done eating. So Tiresias set the tomes on the wagon, leaving him nothing to do but wait for the mule. Maester Walken sent for supplies from the kitchens. Tiresias stared at the yard and forced himself to remain calm. Every fiber of his being screamed for him to run, but he couldn't do it. He felt the presence of the dungeons underneath the castle. The rack where Theon was bound and tortured. Just breathe, 1, 2, 3. He felt lightheaded. Blinking furiously, he brought himself back to focus just as Marley was being led out. Maester Walken was directing a stable hand with a sack. There you go, he said, as the sack of supplies landed on the wagon. That should keep you comfortable until Winterfell. Tiresias smiled, the muscles in his face felt quite tight. Thank you, he said. It's really too kind of you. Nonsense, said Walken merrily. Lord Bolton would be furious if we let an envoy of House Stark go without adequate provisions. As soon as the mule is reined, you'll be set. But at that moment, a horn from the high tower pierced the chilled air and Tiresias' stomach dropped. Oh shit. Ah, that should be Lord Bolton now, said Walken. He didn't sound necessarily cheerful about it. Tiresias nodded and turned his face away from the yard, from those that scurried to make ready for the arrival of their lord. No fear, Tiresias. No fear. You will be calm. You'll defer. You'll get out of this. Once he was certain that his face was neutral, he walked back to the front of the wagon and climbed up. The horse master was hurrying now to strap in Marley, knowing that he would have to service Lord Bolton soon. He didn't even look twice at Tiresias as he threw him the reins. He turned back to Walken, giving him a final nod before clicking his tongue lightly. The wagon moved forward slowly in the bustling yard and he came to a stop off the side of the front gate. He would have to wait until the entire retinue had passed. A guard shouted from the top. Open the gate. The last servant cleared away before the gates opened and the horses trotted through. He recognized Roose Bolton immediately, who led the retinue. He passed without a glance to him and Tiresias breathed. He realized that he was gripping the reins too tightly and forced himself to relax. Roose Bolton dismounted from his horse and was greeted by Maester Walken. Tiresias looked back toward the gate as the rest of the horses came through. All in all, it looked like over 30 men. He heard the horses slowing to a walk before they entered. And he had to wait for them all to pass. Come in, you shits. Just get through so I can go. He didn't dare look to his left to where he last saw Roose. There were only a few more left. But the men already in the courtyard were all dismounting and it was crowded, slowing everything down. He breathed slowly through his nose. Just 1 or 2 more, come in. Finally there was a gap and the guard looked to him expectantly. It's clear now. Tiresias nodded, trying not to sigh in relief. He clicked his tongue and the wagon began to move. Hold on. Tiresias, hold. That was Maester Walken's voice and pretending not to hear him would be incredibly stupid. He halted the wagon and turned to see Maester Walken coming toward him. Roose Bolton was in the middle of the yard, his piercing eyes on him. Fuck. Walken came up to his wagon. He lowered his eyes to meet the Maesters. Lord Bolton wishes to speak to you. Tiresias swallowed as discreetly as he could before speaking. Really? He looked up to see Roose still looking at him. The Lord's face was quite impassive. Is there an issue with the tomes? I'm afraid I don't know, Tiresias. He just called. Tiresias nodded. Well, then. Suppose I better go. He tied the reins and hopped down. Walking over to Roose, he wondered about the proper etiquette for this scenario. Whether it would be better to meet the eyes or not. As a foreigner, as a librarian, as a suspect. Shut up, Tiresias. Just see what he wants. He decided to meet the eyes and adopted the most neutral expression he possibly could. When he was near enough, he stopped and inclined his head. Lord Bolton. Roose's eyes were grey, pale and quite calm. They scanned Tiresias easily. Your name is Tiresias, yes? He nodded. That's right, my lord. Tiresias, the librarian of Winterfell. I see, Roose said. Well, it's good to finally meet the foreigner who's been traversing the north, collecting our books. I hope Maester Walken was helpful in that regard. Desperate for an opportunity to check his surroundings, Tiresias turned to Walken and nodded. He was quite helpful. And you, Lord Bolton, I should thank you for the donations. I tried not to be too greedy. A few curious eyes, but nothing nefarious. The guards were focused on Roos, but they didn't seem on edge. He turned back to the Pale Lord. Think nothing of it, said Roos softly. If the Starks need assistance, my house is only too happy to offer it. Indeed, Tiresias said. He hoped the next sentence wasn't too desperate. I'll be sure to pass on the message to Lord Stark. You're leaving now? Asked Roos, the slightest lift in his voice. Shit. I'm an efficient traveler, Lord Bolton. Sooner I'm back in Winterfell, the better. It's late afternoon, Tiresias. Not the best time at all for a departure. And if those clouds are any indication, you'll be besieged by rain within the hour. Best to wait until the morning to set out. You are, of course, welcome to stay the night. Tiresias looked at the clouds. Roos was right. No man of sound mind would depart in this weather. To leave now would look suspicious. Like he needed to leave immediately. To flee. He turned back to Roos. I wouldn't want to take advantage, Lord Bolton. You and your house have been most kind already. I'm willing to find other accommodations. Spare you the trouble. No trouble at all, Tiresias. It's always an honor and a pleasure to host a man of House Stark. God fucking damn it. He smiled and inclined his head again. Thank you, Lord Bolton. In that case, I'll be honored to accept your invitation. Time to look relieved, Tiresias. You have shelter. In an ancient fortress. You need to be relaxed. May I shake your hand, Lord Bolton? For the first time, Roos paused before he spoke. That was the only indication of his perplexion. Shake my hand. Forgive me. As you said, I am a foreigner and I don't know the precise rules of engagement between a High Lord and a mere librarian such as myself. But in my land, handshakes were suitable across multiple stations. I simply wanted to thank you for allowing me to stay the night. Roos hesitated again, but only slightly. His grey eyes were still calm. It's not commonplace. However. He extended his hand and Tiresias shook it. There was no machismo death grip from the Bolton Lord. He was actually surprisingly gentle. Afterwards, Roos nodded to the wagon. You'll want to get your things from the wagon, I'd imagine. Afterwards, my steward will show you your room for the night. Thank you. Roos met him again with the pale eyes. And of course, you must join me for dinner. We'll eat in 3 hours. For what felt like the millionth time today, Tiresias nodded. Of course. Thank you, my lord. I look forward to it. With that, Roos turned and left, his guard following. Tiresias had to stop himself from sighing. He turned quickly to fetch his rucksack. No sense in standing stupidly in the middle of the yard. It wasn't a useful thought, but as he grabbed his rucksack, he thought back on Roos's voice. It was just as delightful as it was in the show. That didn't cheer him at all. Tiresias stood by the fire in the dining hall. Well, the private dining hall. Unlike in Winterfell, where the Starks ate in the Great Hall with other members of the household, it seemed that Roos preferred the privacy of this small chamber. The only other occupant was the manservant who stood silently by the door. Rain was falling steadily outside. As Roos predicted. He tried to listen to it, to let him calm him. Ignore the anger that this delay caused. He sighed minutely. Even without the rain, he wouldn't have gotten out of this. He knew that a man with a wagon attempting to leave in the late afternoon was strange. No one was near enough to travel to before dark. Suggesting finding other accommodations was just foolish. He just didn't want to spend the night here. Well, too bad. You're here and under slightly more suspicious circumstances. Now eat, make conversation but not too much and leave in the morning. You can do it. Footsteps were approaching from the hallway. He counted 3 sets. He turned to see the manservant open the door just as Roos Bolton entered with 2 house guards. Thank you for joining me, Tiresias. His low voice rumbled through the chamber. I hope you haven't been waiting too long. Not at all, my lord, he said, striding to the table. Roos, already at his chair, gestured for him to sit. Before we begin, said Roos, who remained standing. Something which slipped my mind in the courtyard. He nodded to the manservant, who disappeared and returned a moment later. He carried a tray to the table and set it down in front of Tiresias. There was a goblet, a small loaf of bread and a serving cup of salt. Tiresias raised his eyes to see Roos peering at him closely. Guessed right. A formality. I assure you that you have been a welcome guest since you've entered the castle. He nodded toward the tray. Formality, right. The manservant returned to pour wine into his goblet. It seemed to glow crimson in the firelight. Tiresias tore off a piece of the bread. I appreciate it. He dipped the bread in the wine before sprinkling it with salt. He chewed it slowly, well aware of the eyes watching him. He nodded to Ruse. Thank you. Of course, said Ruse, sitting down himself. Now we can eat. The dour upkeep of the Dread Fort didn't do much to raise Tiresias' expectations of the culinary skills here. However, his expectations were surpassed, which he supposed shouldn't have been a surprise. Ruse may be a sociopath, but he was still a lord. He would eat well enough in this world. His bread and salt were replaced by sausages and seasoned potatoes. Ruse was served the same. He savored his first bite. Dinner sitting at a table always seemed luxurious after traveling and camping for nights on end. It was almost worth the company. The first bite went down easily as the manservant poured water into Ruse's cup. Excuse me, he said to the manservant, after he was done pouring. May I have some water as well, please? Is the wine not to your liking? Asked Ruse. Tiresias shook his head. The wine is lovely, my lord. But I don't like to drink the night before I travel. Road's bumpy enough without a hangover. A full cup of water was placed before him. He brought it to his mouth, sneaking a quick sniff before sipping. Nothing but water in the cup. At least not what he could smell. And you, Lord Bolton? He asked, placing the cup down. Do you not drink wine? No, I don't. Dulls the senses. The light in Ruse's eyes seemed to sharpen after that, and Tiresias had to force himself not to wince. That was a damn stupid thing to say, man. After an eternal second, Ruse nodded. Indeed, it does. Thankfully I've never cared for the taste. Lucky you. Tiresias raised his cup. I'm sure it's bad luck to toast without ale or wine, but you seem like a brave man. May I? I promise I'll be brief. He wondered if Ruse would go for it. After all, it was very awkward to toast with only 2 people. With 3 silent onlookers, no less. Finally, Ruse raised his cup, never breaking eye contact. Tiresias swallowed some spit. To you, Lord Bolton. To your hospitality and your generous donation to the library in Winterfell. I certainly can't speak for them, but I'm sure that the Starks send their regards and wish you well. They both drank silently and returned to their meals. Tiresias had to slow down his bites. He must be calm. He must be relaxed. Must ignore the guards by the door and the weapons they bore. I'm curious, said Ruse, as he dabbed his mouth with a napkin. How did you come to be the librarian at Winterfell? Through the Cranagman, on Lord Reed's recommendation, Tiresias responded. The truth was always the best lie. Friend from the neck, I found him when I arrived in Westeros. Told him I needed work. He was meeting Lord Reed at the time and passed on my request. Nothing for me in the neck, but he vouched for me and sent me along to Winterfell. Lord Stark read his letter and that was that. He sliced off more of the sausage. Forced himself to chew. Where are you from? Asked Ruse. I've never heard this accent before. Tiresias finished his sentence, plastering a smile on his face. If I had a copper star for every time I heard that question. Ruse didn't return the smile. Tiresias sighed. My people were nomads, but we stuck mainly to the bays up north in Essos. The Shivering Sea. Came back to Lorith frequently. And where did you meet your Cranag friend in Essos? The ship here. From Pentos. He shrugged. Didn't ask why he was in Pentos. Didn't know Cranags from regular Westerosi. Just liked his company. Anag's words came back to him. Still fresh after so many years. Her warning. Don't fuck up with a lie you can't hold, Tiresias. Take another bite. It's just a light dinner. Ruse went back to his food, seemingly content. Tiresias didn't buy it. There was too much focus in the Pale Lord. He needed to change the conversation. I must admit, Lord Bolton, he said, taking a sip. It's a little strange to be in the Dread Fort, after a few years in Winterfell. Your meaning? Well, I've read quite a bit about the North in that time. Librarian and all. You and the Starks have some rather contentious history. He raised his hands as Ruse fixed him with a stare. Apologies. Not you, of course. Not now, but back then. It seems your respective families had their fair share of tiffs. Tiffs. He covered his mouth to shield his chewing. Troubles. But that's all in the past now. The last rebellion was over 1,000 years ago, or do I have the date wrong? Ruse put his fork down and leaned back. I'm afraid I don't know the precise year. Seems correct enough. That was a lie. A well-hidden one, but a lie nonetheless. A common fallacy in record-keeping, even here in Westeros, said Tiresias, taking a sip of water. Your maesters can't seem to agree on dates when it comes to the ancient happenings. The last Red King, Roga Bolton, the huntsman, he submitted to House Stark with the coming of the Andals, Well, when did the Andal invasion begin? Some say 6,000 years ago. True history says 4,000 years ago, but a few maesters like Maester Deanstan, he's gone rogue and claimed it was only 2,000 years ago. Frankly, that sounds a little insane to me, but I'm no historian. Perhaps, and forgive me for asking, do you know when Roga the huntsman lived? By any chance? I can see the dread fort containing that bit of knowledge more than I can the citadel. Ruse's eyes were dulled over. That tangent had the desired effect and Lord Bolton was bored with his guest. With any luck, dinner would end quickly and quietly, with an early departure in the morning a lot more certain. No, I'm afraid I don't, he said. I'm sure that Maester Walken could find an estimation or figure somewhere. I'll have him send his findings to Winterfell if you are so curious about the matter. That would be appreciated, thank you. But only if he has the time. He bent down over his plate, returning to his meal. After a few bites, he realized he was the only one eating. He looked up to see Roose leaned back in his chair, his eyes resting on the fire. Tiresias swallowed. Excuse me, Lord Bolton. Are you not hungry? Roose pushed his plate away. I'm afraid not, Tiresias, he sighed. He nodded to the manservant, who came and removed the half-finished meal promptly. Tiresias put down his own fork. If you don't mind me asking, is something the matter, my lord? He probed gently. Lord Bolton took a sip of water, the flames reflected in his pale eyes. My son is missing, Tiresias. He has been for near a fortnight. I've just returned from the search party. And I'm afraid we've been unsuccessful so far. Expecting that answer didn't make hearing it any easier. Tiresias fought to keep his face appropriate for the occasion. Sympathetic. Surprised. And just a little curious. My sympathies, my lord, he muttered softly. The rain seemed to hit the window a little harder. He let the moment continue before asking the follow-up question. Pardon me, Lord Bolton, he said. Roose's eyes travelled back to him, waiting. But your son? I read your lineage a year prior, along with the other northern lords, and I didn't see any children. Ramsay is my bastard, Roose answered. He didn't seem offended, but he didn't offer any further explanation. Tiresias nodded. Well, my sympathies regardless. I hope you find him. I'm sure we will. The Lord's voice was now so soft it barely travelled over the crackle of the fire. We have ruled these lands as long as the Starks have ruled theirs. We know it well. And my kennel master, Ben, breeds excellent hounds. Ramsay will be found, I'm certain of it. He picked up his goblet, peering into it. Though at this point, I'm more willing to believe a corpse will come through that gate in place of my son. He sipped his water and silence reigned again. Tiresias cleared his throat. A corpse, my lord? Do you suspect foul play? Lord Bolton peered at him for a few seconds longer than he was comfortable with. Finally he answered. There is no evidence of such. He sighed, leaning back into his chair. However, if he merely suffered an accident and fell broken on the forest floor, my men would have found him by now. At least the 2 dogs he left with would have returned. But our hounds and hunters have found nothing so far and Ramsay has been safe in those hills alone before. The complete absence of anything, it does make one believe, horrible things. At this point, Tiresias knew he couldn't change the conversation at this point. It was too abrupt. He nodded casually and speared another sausage. That does seem strange, he agreed, chewing his meat to buy some time. After he swallowed, he spoke again. The hills, would those be the Lonely Hills? To the northwest? Or the Sheep's Head to the south? You're quite familiar with our lands. Tiresias shrugged. Only from looking at a map. Although I'm afraid I must be confused. I thought the Lonely Hills belonged to the Umbers. They do. However, we have an informal arrangement with House Umber. They don't venture often in the southern part of those hills. As the Dread Fort lies far nearer to that territory, they have allowed us essentially rule over the South Hills. That's generous of them. Tiresias leaned back in his chair. Did Ramsay often go there? Roose took another sip of water before he responded. Yes. 11 days ago, he was seen entering those hills by my house guard. That was the last time he was sighted. Quickly debating the intelligence, or lack thereof, of his next sentence, Tiresias plunged ahead. I heard things about the Lonely Hills. On my way here. His eyes were down on his plate, but he swore he felt Lord Bolton's eyes brighten. His voice remained casual though. Indeed? What did you hear? Tiresias met his eyes. They actually were a little brighter. Just that a couple of girls had disappeared in there. It was subtle, but Tiresias could see it. The slightest flare of the nostrils. The pale eyes dulling to conceal. Over by the door, he heard one of the house guards tighten his grip on his spear. Determined not to turn the mood even more suspicious, Tiresias lowered his eyes to his plate for the last bites of his sausage and mash. That's quite distressing to hear, said Ruse, his voice soft again. Where did you hear this? Tiresias shrugged. At an inn, east of Long Lake. Didn't catch the name of the town. Wasn't much of one, to be frank. I don't suppose you would know the names of those spoke of these young girls. Tiresias shook his head. I wouldn't. Sitting behind me and they were strangers. Just heard enough to avoid the lonely hills and whatever was taking those girls. Wasn't planning to venture there anyway, but that sealed it. He placed his fork and knife down, his meal finished. A wise decision, said Lord Bolton. Not sure I'd say that, my lord. Not the worst idea to keep to the road. Indeed. Would you care for more to eat? Tiresias raised his hand, shaking his head. You're kind to offer, Lord Bolton, but no thank you. I'm quite full and you've been more than generous already. Not at all. Tiresias straightened. I mean it, my lord. Especially at such a hard time, it was more than I expected when I came here to fetch a few books. For the first time that evening, something of a smile appeared on Ruse's face. It's no difficulty, to host a mere librarian. I do apologize, however, for the dour nature of the conversation. I am worried about my son, but you are a guest and not inclined to hear such subjects. Tiresias almost laughed at the mere librarian line. Right now, he was tensing up trying not to tense up. He shook his head. Please do not apologize, my lord. Missing a son is quite distressing, to say the least, and I'm more than willing to converse on the topic if that should give you any relief. Ruse sighed quietly. Despite being quite collected, Tiresias could clearly see his exhaustion. Relief, he muttered, nodding. That would be much desired. Speaking of, did you wish to retreat to your chamber? I wouldn't mind heading to bed early, my lord. Lord Bolton stood, the chair's creaks echoing in the small room. Then I'll let Willard escort you to your chambers and say good night and farewell to you here. I won't see you in the morning when you depart. Tiresias stood as well. Good night, my lord. Thank you again. He inclined his head, turning to the manservant, Willard. He was halfway to the door when Ruse called to him. Before you retire, Tiresias, I wanted to ask. Fighting not to fidget his fingers, Tiresias turned back to the Bolton lord, silhouetted by the fire. When did you leave Winterfell? To travel here. Multiple nights of whispering in the dark, practicing his answers, finally came to use. His answer came in what he hoped was a casual and truthful tone. About 2 months and a week ago. Give or take a day or two. That's quite a slow travel from Winterfell. Tiresias nodded in agreement. That would be the case had I come straight here. I rode up to the wall beforehand. To scour for tomes at the night fort. Ruse's face was inscrutable. I wouldn't think there would be any tomes at an abandoned fort at the wall. Tiresias laughed softly. That's what most people believe. However, when places are abandoned, tomes are generally left and forgotten. People take food and cloth. Scavengers scour for gold and treasure. Tomes, stories, they're quite undervalued. Left to collect dust and filth. It's not the treasure that many seek. I see, and did you find such treasures at the night fort, Tiresias? Not as many as I would have liked, my lord. Just one tome. Seems to be some historical accounting of the Night's Watch in the old tongue. I'm looking forward to properly translating it when I'm back in Winterfell. Ruse continued to look him and Tiresias returned the favor. However, unlike Ruse, he blinked freely, determined to not to turn this into a contest. Plus, he read somewhere that staring contests were for amateurs. Where had he read that? Finally, Lord Bolton nodded. I see. Good night, Tiresias. Have a safe journey back to Winterfell. Tiresias inclined his head a final time before following Willard out of the room. He could feel Ruse's eyes on his back until the door was shut behind him. Willard was silent as he led Tiresias through the torch-lit halls. Tiresias could hear his heart pounding. Could Willard hear it as well? Was it echoing down the stone corridors? Finally Willard halted before his guest quarters and opened the door for him. Tiresias entered and Willard bowed, before closing the door. He half expected to hear the door lock and realize that he was lured into a trap. But that didn't happen. He only heard Willard's light patter as he walked away. He turned to the small room, to his rucksack on the desk where he had left it. Striding toward it, he lifted it gently trying to see if anything was out of place. It didn't seem so. Everything was as he left it. There was just something unfamiliar that he couldn't nail down. He sniffed the rucksack. A little different, perhaps. Did that confirm it? Did someone search his room when he was at dinner? It didn't help that he knew that there was a torture dungeon below him. That was clearly influencing his thinking. He wondered if there was anyone there now. The thought definitely affected his impression of that dinner. Did Ruse suspect him? Was he just fishing? Was he lying about not finding Ramsay? He buried the bastard deep. Did the dogs find it? Was the dressing not enough? His heart was still racing. He took the chair by the desk and leaned it against the door, bracing it. He sat back on the bed, staring at it. It wouldn't hold, he knew that. But they couldn't sneak into his room while he slept. He would hear the ramming if they forced the door down. His fingers curled around the small jar in his pocket. He still had half of the resting wisp. More than enough. You always have this out. They can't hurt you when you're dead. He breathed slowly, invoking his mother's technique. At the end of a long minute, he chuckled. He wished he knew what he found slightly amusing. Taking off his boots, he laid down on top of the covers. If he had to go quickly, he didn't want to fight the blankets half asleep. He blew out the candle, but didn't go to sleep right away. His eyes adjusted to the darkness quickly and they gazed from the searched rucksack to the propped chair against the door. Admittedly he couldn't be certain that his belongings were searched. But he smelled something in this room. He didn't see anything though, and that concerned him greatly. If whoever searched his room was able to do so without leaving any visible clue behind, then Roose Bolton had access to very dangerous men. Or women. He supposed that he couldn't even relax in front of the maids in this place. He hadn't prayed in years, even before he came to Westeros. But as he drifted off, he begged silently from every deity he could remember to let him wake up and leave the dread fort without any trouble the following morning. He couldn't be sure if any of them answered. The pounding rain was his only response. Perhaps you'd deserve it if you woke up strapped to the rack like Theon. After what you did to Rosie. He eyed the door in the dark, the image of Theon Greyjoy strapped to that rack burning in his mind. Maybe, but I don't want to be tortured. I know that much. I'm still going to try and get out of here. The sound of the pounding rain seemed to lessen. He wasn't sure if he would sleep this night. He didn't know if he should. However, he did sleep. Pretty well, surprisingly. He woke early and saw grey light seeping into the room from the window. The chair was still propped against the door. No one had disturbed his slumber. A rooster signaled the dawn from the yard. He sat up and grabbed his boots, trying to focus. The fear so absent as he slept was coming back in full. If Roose had any plans to try and keep him in the dread fort, he'll discover them pretty soon. He gathered all his belongings, accounting for everything before he faced the door. He hesitated before removing the chair. Once I move this, I'll have no protection. Even with what I was gifted, it won't be enough to fight my way out of here. His hands trembled and he let them. Once he was in the open, there could be no shaking hands. He was a guest. He had to walk like one. Setting his shoulders, he went forward and removed the chair, setting it back at the desk. He pressed his ear against the door, listening. It seemed that no one was outside his door. He creaked the door open and confirmed that, peering out into the empty corridor. He steeled himself, set his face to neutral and walked out. The courtyard was beginning to come to life. He kept everyone he passed in his periphery. No one seemed to be looking back at him. A few curious glances, but everyone seemed content to ignore him. That did nothing to calm him. In fact, his heart was pounded harder by the time he entered the stables. The horse master was already there, brushing a steed down. He nodded to Tiresias as he recognized him. Here to try again. Tiresias took a second to flatten the tremble in his voice before he spoke. I figured I'd get an early start. Try and make up for some lost time. The pockmarked horse master placed the brush down and gave his piercing whistle to the stable hand in the back, who rushed to fetch Marley from his stall. The man turned back to Tiresias. Didn't expect you this early though. Break your fast. Tiresias shook his head. Not hungry. Well, you will be. Come midday. The horse master nodded to the back of the courtyard. We won't be ready for 10 minutes. 15 even. After you check the wagon, why don't you fetch some grub for the road? Kitchen just opened. Well aware that he had already protested Bolton hospitality quite a few times, Tiresias bite back the retort he felt coming and merely nodded. He checked the wagon. Everything was still in place and the wheels were sound. He stored his rucksack aboard before he traveled to the kitchens. He gathered fresh bread, a few apples and smoked salmon. The kitchen girl who fetched his food didn't meet his eyes. He glanced around the kitchen. Nobody did. He reminded himself that no one met his eyes here. At least not the women. It wasn't suspicious. They weren't planning anything. He wouldn't be seized in the courtyard when he returned. Dragged down to the dungeons. He shook his head, getting himself out of the downward spiral. You need to keep it together, Tiresias. Come on, man. Just get through those gates. Get on the road. You can do it. Thanking the girl for the food, he left the kitchen and walked back to the stables. The courtyard did seem more crowded than it was 10 minutes ago. Still, no one gave him a second look. He came to the entrance of the stables. His wagon was ready, Marley in place. He climbed aboard, placing the food in the back. The horse master was already back inside, continuing to groom the steed. He nodded to Tiresias in farewell and Tiresias returned the gesture. He stretched one last time, raising his arms above his head, trying to covertly see if anyone was watching him. No one was. Not that he could see. Taking the reins, he clicked his tongue. The wagon proceeded gently to the gate. 2 house guards peered at him unblinkingly as he approached. Tiresias halted Marley and nodded. "Mornin'," he said. The guards simply looked at him. The unasked question hung in the air for a couple of seconds. "Will you two open this gate? Will I realize I'm a prisoner shortly?" Finally, the guards walked to the gate and creaked it open. Tiresias had to stop himself from grinning. He clicked his tongue. "Thank you," he called, as the wagon rolled through. He received no response, except for the gate creaking shut behind him. He resisted the urge to look up at the battlements. He imagined a group of crossbows firing upon him as he rode away. He drove the wagon for a solid 10 minutes before he dared to look back. The dread fort was tiny in the distance. Roose Bolton couldn't see him at this range. Not with his pale eyes. Checking around and verifying that he was truly alone on the road, he began to laugh quietly, smiling to himself. He felt his hands trembling and he let them. All of the nerves that he had suppressed for the past day were coming out in full. He even felt tears roll down his cheeks without even crying. It took a few moments for this to pass. Marley pulled the cart completely unabated during this release and he was thankful. He adjusted his grip on the reins and regained control. He rode silently for the rest of the day and though he was calmer than he thought possible, there was still something that kept him looking back, checking the road behind him. In those quiet moments, he could still hear his heart pounding. Chapter 25. A dense fog had clouded the road west for the past 3 days. It slowed the wagon significantly as Tiresias didn't wish for Marley to step into a ditch and break a leg. What should have been a fortnight journey to the King's Road would now be near a month at this pace. Tiresias could only hope that it would clear eventually. He had just arrived at the end of the lonely hills, which seemed to hold the fog in an unnatural way. He found himself halfway wishing for this cover a month ago when he met the bastard. A shiver always seemed to follow that thought. It had been a week since he had left the dread fort. He didn't sleep with one eye open, his stomach didn't jump with every approaching rider. However, on the occasions when he reached back for a snack from his supplies or a sip of water from his skin, he risked a glance at the road behind him. His glances yielded no fruit. He caught no followers and saw nothing that would give a normal traveler pause. But Tiresias was not a normal traveler and this paranoia led them to stay at inns more so than he would have otherwise. The door to his rooms provided, at least, some resistance and he figured that if he did have some unwanted guests, they would have a harder time sneaking up on him than if he was outdoors. Marley rolled into an inn early that evening. Normally he would have kept going. There was still a little light left. However, he knew the next inn was farther along, past the White Knife, and he wouldn't reach it until the following night. Once Marley was stabled and the wagon stored, he entered to settle his bill. As fond as he was growing of Marley, the damn donkey was draining his purse quicker than he had intended. He counted his remaining coins with a worry he hadn't felt since he first woke in the Riverlands. "It's your fault, being paranoid. It's no charge to camp out in the woods." Then you could be a frugal corpse. You have enough. Now calm down." Tiresias exhaled. It was true. He had saved his coin carefully for the past couple of years. Maybe Renia did him a favor, telling him not to return to her. He was wealthier for it. He chuckled lightly. That was the first time in months he had thought on Renia. He overheard a couple of guards bemoaning that she had left Wintertown. Disappeared off the face of the earth. Maybe she was Claire again. A young widow in her family's cottage. He wished her well, but didn't regret her absence. Honestly, he didn't dwell on her much. For the past 2 months, when he wasn't busy hunting the boy with pale blue eyes, he was thinking of the young woman with bright brown ones. Tiresias shook his head. He still didn't know what to say to her. 2 months of hiding hadn't changed that. Whether or not he could actually have a relationship with all that was coming. Besides, spending his alone time preparing to kill a young boy didn't make romantic musings any easier. And certainly not killing an innocent girl either. Do you deserve anyone after that? He sighed. He certainly didn't know and he couldn't think clearly in this place. Maybe when he made it onto the King's Road, heading south. When he wasn't looking over his shoulder constantly. When he was out of Bolton's reach. The early evening passed surprisingly quickly and based on the smells from downstairs, it was time for whatever passed for dinner in these poor small northern inns. It wasn't too bad. Sure, the meat was cooked to where it had no flavor, but then again, that also meant no bad flavor. It was just substance. After which, Tiresias felt that he had to sit and let his stomach work through it. He carried his mug of ale to the fireplace, where no one sat. Most of the inhabitants were just coming down for their own tasteless dinners. He bent down and started the fire up. Then he sat, nursing his drink, staring. The dining room behind him seemed to mute, with laughter and clinks of mugs coming in spurts. All else seemed to fade away as Tiresias pondered the flames. Knowing that there was some truth to the Lord of the Light, he often regarded the fires he watched with apprehension. Who knows what the Lord of Light intended for him? If anything at all. He thought it once frivolously, but what if Melisandre or any other fire priest did show up at Winterfell, guided there? Perhaps he was being guided himself. On one of his travels, should he survive this one, he could wander into the waiting trap of a red priest. End up being burned as a sacrifice. If the three-eyed raven knows I'm here, you certainly do too, and if that's the case, I'm not sure if I want to know what you have planned for me. I'm not stupid enough to believe I can outrun the will of a god. Then again, plenty of other gods in this world, right? Do you even have power here in the north? As of now? One of the logs cracked and fell off the grate. Tiresias gave a soft bitter laugh. Suppose that answers that. He lifted his mug to drink. Swallowing, he felt his ears perk up. A soft pair of footsteps were making their way toward the fireplace. No problem there. It was open to anyone, but these soft footsteps, they sounded like an animal stalking. They stopped behind him, off to his right. See anything fascinating? Tiresias turned to the voice and had to stop his eyes from widening. Keep his face neutral. The man who spoke, if he was who Tiresias thought he was. It very well could be. The man's face was less lined, but the jet black hair was the same, the voice was becoming more familiar in the eyes. Tiresias swallowed. Anything fascinating? The man with the quiet step walked toward him, gesturing to the fire. You've been staring into those flames for a solid time now. He took the seat next to Tiresias. His eyes were on the fire, but Tiresias knew he was still in the man's periphery. Just tired, he said, sighing. Said the stranger, nodding. I know what you mean. Been traveling meself for 2 months. Feels nice to sit by a fire not of me own making. Said Tiresias, not knowing what else to say. He fixed his gaze on the fire again and felt the man's eyes turn towards him. Their focuses switched, he saw the man take out a knife. Normally, he would have reacted, but the man's movements were far too casual. Sure enough, he heard the knife go through a fruit. An apple, if he had to guess. Care for a slice? He turned to see the man offering a piece. Can't eat the whole thing on me own. Tiresias shook his head. No, thank you. The man shrugged and popped the slice into his mouth. He continued to eat the apple for a bit while Tiresias sat quietly. The man's energy, it felt like he was waiting for him to talk. Tiresias was very disinclined to offer any information about himself, but at the same time, it would do to see if his instincts were correct. 2 months of travel sounds difficult. Do you have a family waiting? The man took a draught from his wineskin. He said. 2 boys. Last I heard they were driving their mother mad. Focusing to keep his face straight, Tiresias took his own draught. The man was a good liar. It's a bastarden thing, my work. Keeps me away from me family. He sighed low before shrugging. But what are ye gonna do? Everyone's gotta eat. They do, agreed Tiresias. What do you do? Game warden. For House Hornwood. Have to spend most of me nights in the fucking cold. Away from the warm wife. A warm, nagging, hardly ever satisfied wife. But still, he turned to Tiresias and raised his right hand. Better than this bony fucker. He laughed softly and Tiresias forced himself to crack a smile and nod. And you, friend, the man said, dropping his hand to grab his wineskin. What's your trade? What was there any point in lying? If this man was who Tiresias thought he was, no. I'm the librarian at Winterfell. The man raised his eyebrows and nodded slowly. That's a right rich post there. Indeed, asked Tiresias, deciding for a bit of banter. Someone should have told me. Could always use more coin. Couldn't we all? It wasn't a question. Wait a minute, is your name Tiresias then? Something in his mind told him that wasn't a question either. He turned to the man, staring. Have we met? The man shook his head. Nah. Just heard a whisper or two about a foreigner carting all over the north for the past couple of years. Bringing books back to Winterfell. Didn't realize I was well known. Raising his wineskin in a salute, the man smiled. Not much happens in the north, friend. We all take weekend for gossip. Is there no gossip in Winterfell? None that the kitchen maids care to share. The man laughed. Bunch of tight-lipped cunts, The opportunity was now. Tiresias forced himself to smile for a few seconds before speaking. You have the advantage on me, stranger. You have my name, but I don't have yours. The man stuck out a hand. Name's Locke. Well, shit. Tiresias took his hand and shook it. Locke, Well met. If Tiresias had trouble before picturing the man who took Jaime Lannister's hand, he certainly didn't have it now. Locke didn't seem much younger than he appeared in the show. He hid it well, but the eyes told Tiresias that Locke has already committed heinous, sadistic acts. The friendliness he recognized as well. The same disposition he put on for Jon Snow at Castle Black. To see it directed at him made his skin tingle. He was the target now. And if he's here now, out in the open, chatting me up, then he must have some friends here. Cursing his choice for a sitting spot, face away from the room, straight into the hearth, he saw that the fire was struggling. Thanking his good luck, he crouched down before the hearth. So, said Locke, behind him. Where ya headed now? Back to Winterfell, responded Tiresias. He propped a thin log into the fire, his fingers brushing the flames. I just came from the Dread Fort. Lord Bolton was generous enough to donate a few materials. He stood and turned, perhaps a little more quickly than he would have otherwise, throwing his arms up into a stretch, his eyes searching. Two men about 20 feet away quickly eyed their cards again. Tiresias had the feeling there were more. But by the time his eyes swept the room, all eyes were on their own business. So Locke was definitely not alone. He turned to see Bolton's best hunter looking up at him. Have you ever been to the Dread Fort, Locke? Locke shook his head. Nah. Seen the Lord Bolton a couple of times when he's come to Castle Hornwood, but me work's never taken me to that place. Tiresias picked up his mug. He continued to stand. I'm grateful to Lord Bolton, of course, for his hospitality and his books, he said. But I won't lie, I was happy to leave. I couldn't sleep thinking of all the poor souls that had been flayed in that place. Locke shrugged. Flaying's long been outlawed in the north. Thank the gods, said Tiresias. I know. It's not fair to the current Lord Bolton, but I couldn't help it. It was as if they were all below me, screaming. In severe pain. Telling me to leave and never come back. He gave it a second before turning to Locke. The man's mask had slipped. His friendly act briefly off as he stared at Tiresias. Probably wondering what the fuck he's gotten himself into. Tiresias drained his mug and set it back on the table. Well, Locke, I hope you enjoy the fire. Off to bed already. The amiable act was back. I need to start early. Heading west to the King's Road. Is that your way as well? Locke shook his head. East for me. Not an exact lie. He just has to chain a lone traveler, before riding back for the Dread Fort. Tiresias nodded and held out his hand. Well, have a safe journey, friend. Best to your wife and kids. Locke shook his hand. Thank ya, Tiresias. Safe journey for ya as well. Shaking his hand a couple more times, he set off. Crossing the tavern to the stairs, he felt the two men with cards staring at him. Plus a few other eyes that he couldn't place. By the time he reached the stairs and took a casual look back, all eyes were ignoring him. He entered his room and shut the door with his left hand, taking care not to touch anything with his right. Crossing to his bed and sitting, he brought his right hand up to his nose and sniffed deeply. Was it the same scent that he detected in his guest room at the Dread Fort? On his rucksack when he returned from dinner? He couldn't be sure. Not even his nose was that good. After a couple more sniffs just to rule it out, he dropped his hand and sat still, thinking. Bolton had men here in the inn. He had entrusted Locke, his best hunter, to find the librarian he had hosted a week earlier. Did they find Ramsay? Buried in the earth? Was Roose acting on suspicion alone? He wasn't being approached for a formal arrest and questioning. No, he was being hunted. Locke and his men were circling in the tall grass. How many though? That was the question. There were the two playing cards. But there had to be more. He felt the eyes following him. More men than any lord would think sufficient to kill a single man. With no known martial prowess. And with that, he realized one thing, they meant to bring him back alive to the Dread Fort. Roose must have more questions for him and this time, he wouldn't be wined and dined. No guessed right. He would end up on the rack in a deep dungeon and that would be the end. And then it would go beyond that. He couldn't be sure that he wouldn't betray Ned Stark under the flaying knife. In fact, he was certain he would. He remained seated in the dark for, at least, an hour, going through these thoughts as they came. Finally he stood and fetched the chair. He propped it against the door, hooking it under the doorknob. Just as in the Dread Fort, whenever he had spent time at an inn in the past week, he had barred his door. Tonight was no exception. However, this time he took an extra beat to test the chair's firmness. Taking another precaution from the Dread Fort, he settled on top of the covers, ready to go at the first sign of a disturbance. His eyes focused on the doorknob. He watched it for several minutes, yawning silently multiple times. He didn't know how he could feel drowsy, knowing that there was an unspecified number of men in this inn, ready and willing to bring him before Lord Bolton. A part of him hoped that he was too tired to possibly hear what he thought he heard. A quiet step was coming softly down the hall. His eyes went from the doorknob to the gap beneath the door, where a slight light was peeping through the dark. He watched it intently as the quiet steps came closer and closer. Locke stopped in front of his door, his shadow visible, albeit barely. Tiresias couldn't move from his bed without risking a noise. He just kept still, staring and waiting for the next moment. Which turned out to be thankfully anticlimactic. Locke turned and walked away from the door, his shadow disappearing, his step ghost-like. If ever he, a man of House Stark, were to be kidnapped or murdered by a bannerman of House Stark, it would be out and away from witnesses. Not in a crowded inn. There was a voice in his head that screamed for him to stay awake and vigilant. However, another voice countered that. You'll need a little rest if you are going to survive tomorrow, man. Take a light snooze. So the next time he shut his eyes, he didn't bother opening them. As sleep came, he allowed himself a small wish. Just let me wake in the morning. And let me find my bed again tomorrow evening. He failed to open his door the next morning without it creaking. Cursing the age of this inn, Tiresias peered out into the hallway. The early morning saw no risers this day. Not so far. He crept out and moved silently. Walking down the stairs, across the dining area and out the front. The morning air was crisp. He breathed it in, trying to calm himself as he ventured to the stables, to the side where they kept the carts, out of sight from the inn. He wasn't carrying his bag or anything. He wasn't planning to flee just yet. But there was a feeling in the back of his mind. He was vulnerable when he slept last night. They may not have gotten him in his bed, but there were other ways to sabotage a target. He came to his wagon. From a glance, it looked completely fine. He stared longer and he could still find nothing wrong with it. So he went around and inspected each wheel. Each one seemed sturdy. The spokes were as he left them. That left the undercarriage. He crouched carefully and peered underneath the front first. Then he moved to the back axle and his breath hitched. Even in the dim morning light, he could see the sabotage. Near the back right wheel, the axle was sawn halfway through. He ran his finger along the cut. His eyes fell to the ground and saw a few remaining specks of sawdust. Somebody was here last night. He got up and went back to the front of the stable, staring at the inn. Two grey-bearded farmers came out. He doubted they were part of the hunting party. He still had time. Entering the stables, he yelled. Is anyone here? A lanky, tall boy with blonde curls and terrible acne popped out from a stall, a brush in his hand. He said. You here for a horse? Tiresias shook his head. Not yet. He gestured for the boy to follow him. Could you come quickly please? I need your help. He turned quickly, hearing the boy's protests falter before he followed him. Exiting the stables, he eyed the inn as he turned the corner for the wagons. The grey-bearded men were gone. He hoped no one was watching from a window. Coming to his wagon, he turned to see the boy giving a huge yawn. He fought the urge to hurry him. He needed the lad on his good side. The lad came to a stop before him. He asked, unable to keep the annoyance out of his voice. What's your name? Asked Tiresias. Ven. All right, Ven. He went to the back and crouched down. I want you to be careful and look under this wagon at the back axle. Look where I'm pointing. He felt the bewilderment emanating from Ven, but the boy did crouch down and look. Tiresias didn't have to ask if he saw anything. He heard the boy sharply inhale. He straightened up and Ven stood as well. All annoyance was gone from the boy's eyes. Someone fucked ya wagon. Ven gave a look over his shoulder and then back to Tiresias. Yes, start a fight last night. That got a light laugh out of Tiresias. Nah, just shared a fire. Ven didn't return the laughter. Well, someone in that place hates ya, mate. Ya saw the axle. Good thing ya found it for ya set off. Tiresias crouched down to inspect the axle again. What would have happened, had I not seen this? He heard Ven pat the wheel. Wheel's fine. He crouched down near the front. And ya front axle's pitch. But the ground's likely to fuck ya all the way to the white knife. Ven stood, scratching his head. I figure, an hour strong for it snaps. Ya wouldn't have lasted longer than 2. That certainly solved the problem of witnesses. The last sighting of Tiresias would be at this inn as he drove off into the early morn. Locke and his men could afford to sleep in. They would catch him easily on the road, sitting on his broken vehicle. Maybe he would approach as a friend, toy with me a little longer before they struck. He turned to Ven. I need to leave this morning. The boy stared. Ya ears fucked as well? I told ya. 2 hours on the road, ya be stuck with a broken wagon. Hurt animal too, probably. Can you fix this? Ven shook his head. Not till tomorrow. I gotta get the other horses ready to leave. Other people in the inn too. Besides, Carpenter's 2 hours away. I'll give ya the directions if you wanna walk there now. He turned away, but Tiresias grabbed his arm. Ven jerked away. Watch it. Tiresias raised his arms. I'm sorry. His mind raced. I just need this wagon to go for longer than 2 hours. Is there anything, and I mean anything, that you can do to make that happen? Ven still looked miffed at being grabbed, but Tiresias could see him thinking. I have coin. That put a little optimism in the boy's eyes. Tiresias waited. Finally, Ven spoke. I have some nails and wood in the back. Fix it to the axle. Brace it. Take some pressure off. How much more time would that give me? The boy shook his head. Don't know. Dumb idea. Ya should stay. Get it fixed proper. I can't do that. There was a silence only filled with cicadas and birdsong. Ven looked at him and Tiresias saw a little of the perception that Ruse had in spades. Someone in that inn really wants ya, he asked quietly. Tiresias didn't answer, but Ven didn't seem to need him to. He sighed. Yeti have more than the 2 hours. Upwards of 3. Maybe 4. He shook his head. But that's all. Fine, said Tiresias. He pulled out a silver stag and gave it to Ven. The boy looked at him, wide-eyed. How long? Ven pocketed the stag, thinking. If ya help hold the wood for the first nail, much quicker. In 5 minutes, they were crouched down below the wagon. Ven hammered quickly and true enough. After the first nail, the brace could be held by one. He could continue on his own. If ya have any weight ya can spare, I'd toss it, he grunted as Tiresias stood. This bastardin wagon's gonna need a light arse for its final morn. Tiresias nodded as Ven worked to secure the brace. He hoped the hammering wasn't too noticeable from the inn. As he walked back, Ven's work did become dimmer and he sighed in relief. Now he hoped for another stroke of luck. Which he received as he entered the tavern. The only 2 occupants were the grey-bearded farmers. He sat down and ordered breakfast from a yawning tavern wench, plus enough dried beef for 3 days. He had the feeling as he glanced around the tavern, that he would not have comfortable accommodations for the next few nights. As he ate, others came downstairs, including the 2 men who played cards last night. They seemed to have learned their lesson and he sensed no furtive glances in his direction. They weren't joined by any others. In fact, most of the guests sat alone or in twos. He couldn't tell how many of these men would ride after him in a couple of hours. Resisting the urge to glance furtively himself, he ate quickly and made for his room. Slowly, Tiresias, slowly. Walk calm. Walk natural. You don't suspect a thing. Just leave expecting nothing but another day of riding. As he climbed the stairs, he noticed that lock wasn't down yet. He hoped that was a good sign. He entered his room, not bothering to check if anyone had searched it. He gathered the sack of tomes and placed the dried beef in his rucksack. He also grabbed a blanket from the bed, hiding it away. Coming back down, he handed his key to the innkeeper and exited, wondering how many eyes were on him. He crossed to the stables, telling himself not to look back. What if Locke was watching from a window? He entered the stables and saw Ven. The boy nodded and went to fetch Marley. Tiresias exited, rounding the corner of the stables to the wagon. He knelt and checked the brace. It was clunky and he hated the idea of riding with it. But he had no choice. He placed the sack with the tomes by the side of the stables. Gently he then tossed the rucksack into the wagon and threw the blanket over the wagon. It would cover the back end, hiding the brace from view. Should anyone care to watch him depart? He then gripped the yoke and pulled, dragging the wagon around into the front of the stable where Ven was waiting with Marley. As they reined the mule, Tiresias passed a silver stag to Ven. That's for the axle. He passed another one. Ven's eyes widened. That's for keeping this quiet and for another favor. He lowered his voice to a mutter. I have 3 tomes in a sack along the stables where this wagon was. Please keep them until another from Winterfell comes this way, however long that may be. Give the tomes to them. If you could. Ven nodded and offered him the reins. Tiresias hesitated. It'll hold, Ven promised. Just be gentle. Tiresias smiled grimly. He climbed onto the wagon. Not too gingerly. As far as anyone saw, he suspected nothing. He nodded to Ven. Thank you, he said. And resisting one last temptation to look back, he clicked his tongue and the wagon rolled forward. He couldn't remember the last time he wanted a watch so badly. Guessing when an hour had gone by wasn't easy under the best circumstances and certainly not when one was listening for the distant hooves of an approaching hunting party. Counting his breath, he took another look behind him. The road was still empty. The mist had burned up and it was clear for the first time in 4 days. If they approached on the main road, he'd see them coming. Bad news was they'd see him as well. When he finally felt safe estimating that an hour had gone by, or a little over, he passed a mill. He could glimpse no farther settlement on the road. No scent of smoke from a fire, a forge, or the turned earth of a plowed field. He was alone with no one to witness his capture. Though he did recognize a couple of landmarks, it had been months since he had walked this road. Locke and his men certainly knew this area a lot better than he did. His axle was sawed just enough to break after an approximate distance. The next few miles or so, that's probably where they intended to strike. With no other option, he began to count. He probably should have started right when he left the inn, but it was better than nothing. He was certain at least an hour and a half had passed. After another half hour or so he estimated, he surveyed his first option for cutting and running. Something didn't feel right. He could probably make good time, but the south of this road was lightly forested and it felt like he would be easily tracked. So he continued, eating small amounts of the dried beef to build his strength. At an estimated 3 hours out from the inn, he glanced back. No sign of Locke and his men, but he was beginning to push it. He swore he heard the brace beginning to strain and he knew he'd be lucky to get another hour out of this wagon. But this area didn't seem any good to him either. Still, he may have no choice. He had to get off soon to create enough distance. However, just when he was amping himself up to abandon Marley, he heard the distant rush of water and his heart leapt. The white knife. He could walk faster than Marley could pull a wagon and he underestimated how long his journey would be with the donkey. However, he had finally arrived at White Knife. Well, not exactly. 10, maybe 20 minutes away. That's when he would jump ship, or wagon. He only hoped the vehicle would last not just until then, but even longer after, drawing the hunting party farther west. By this point, if they left the inn at a reasonable hour, they soon would reach the place when they had intended to ambush him. When they got there and realized that the wagon wasn't broken on the road, then they would really start to haul ass. Tiresias clicked his tongue. Come on, Marley. A little hustle on the end game. Marley did pick it up a little and Tiresias counted 12 minutes before they rounded the bend and came to the bridge over the White Knife. As they crossed, Tiresias looked back. Still no sign. Once the wagon had cleared, Tiresias grabbed his rucksack and bow. He jumped, landing lightly on his feet. And Marley came to a stop. Shit. Marley, come on, buddy. Keep going, said Tiresias. He grabbed the reins and pulled Marley forward, leading him for 10 feet and then releasing. The donkey stopped after that. Tiresias focused on his breathing. He must remain calm. He mustn't succumb to panic. There had to be a way. He went to the forest and tore off a branch. Coming back to the road, he went to the back of the donkey, off to the side. I'm sorry, Marley. He struck the animal. Lightly at first, but then harder in succession. Marley brayed and began to move. Tiresias walked along for another 100 feet, alternating between pausing and striking him, not leaving the donkey any clue when to stop. Finally, Tiresias stopped and stood off quietly. Marley continued to tread onward with the wagon. He eyed the brace as the axle spun. It was still there, but it would break and soon. I hope it doesn't hurt you when it does, Marley. Well aware that there was more animal cruelty on this venture than he was comfortable with, he turned and moved quietly back, the sound of the rolling wagon wheels fading into the distance. Once he was back at the river, he threw the branch into the current and did one last check. No riders from the east. Determined not to push his luck any further, he checked that the ground wasn't too muddy and stepped south into the forest. Keeping the White Knife on his left, the road quickly disappeared behind him, though he could still see the bridge. He began to jog. Not hard enough to lose his breath, but he needed to create as much distance as possible between him and whoever the hell was coming from the dread fort. Just lose sight of that bridge, just lose sight of that bridge. Glancing between the trees, it was indeed getting smaller and smaller. Finally, he followed the river around a bend. And when he looked back, the bridge was completely gone. Nobody crossing it would even glimpse him now if they tried. He stopped, panting slightly. Just a breath. Need to pace. Still need to run for much longer. The water skin was still full, but he sipped gingerly. Always sip and let the water absorb into your body. Never chug, no matter how refreshing it feels. Who taught him that? Scouts? The hunters at Winterfell? He shook his head. His break was done and he had to keep moving. He had no idea how long Marley would lead that false wagon trail and when Locke and his men would catch up. Swallowing his spit, he started again, careful not to disrupt the brush. The day ended with Tiresias bracing himself against a tree. He cursed in between his pants. For all the thoughts of pacing himself, he allowed fear to overtake him. He ran for too long and his body was beginning to rebel. If he hadn't trained continuously for 5 years, he would have collapsed hours ago. He spat as he looked back. Fuck, he muttered. He was careful in the beginning about the brush, not leaving a trail for anyone to follow. That wasn't the case for the last mile or so. Desperation seeped into his brain as he ran farther and longer than he had intended. Gotta create distance, just 10 more minutes, quart a meal more, come on, Clark, move. Tiresias laughed in spite of himself. He hadn't thought of that name for a long time. He must really be lizard-brained. Assessing his surroundings, he leaned against a tree and slunk down. It wasn't the best place for a rest, but at this point, he had no choice. He should have stopped and climbed that one tree an hour ago. But the sun had just set and he could still see. He could still put more distance in between. Now he couldn't. He took some dried beef and chewed it slowly, staring back north in the dark. His ears were plugged. Blood was still pumping through him. His heart racing. He ate slowly and drank the water. Still sipping it. Not chugging it. He didn't even get up to go pee. Unbuttoning his pants, he turned to the side and relieved himself, settling back in when he was done. That was a dumb mistake, asshole. Animals will come. And you're too tired to fight them off. Could have just staggered to the river. Tiresias shut his eyes. The rush of the white knife was singing him to sleep. Well, that's the gist of it. Need to sleep. Just for a few hours. It's dark now. Been dark for a while. He opened to glimpse the forest. His vision was blurred and weary. Just a few hours. And then I can keep going. Tiresias opened his eyes, with enough recovered energy to know that more than a few hours had passed. The forest was awash in the grey light of the pre-dawn. Glimpsing his hands and other digits, he sighed in relief. No animal came to chew anything off. Still, he cursed himself as he got up. He had been in one place for too long and he had to move. Even farther south before turning west onto Winterfell. But as he hitched his rucksack up and picked up his water skin, he remembered that he drained it last night. It wouldn't do for the day. Just a few more moments. He trudged down to the white knife, balancing on the rocks and dipping his water skin in. Even with his tolerance to the cold, he knew this water would freeze a man shortly. He just yawned, allowing the coolness to soothe him, listening to the early morning sounds of birdsong, dogs, cicadas. He froze, before jerking his head up. Corking the skin, he moved swiftly back to the trees and listened. Shutting down all but north of him, where he had left the road and the moving wagon. It wasn't his imagination. He had heard barks at the riverside and they were coming closer and closer, now at a half-mile away. He should have guessed that they'd bring their dogs. And they definitely latched onto something. He could hear their frenzy from here. All the distance he created yesterday was for naught. He took a draft from the skin. It wouldn't do to start running on a dried windpipe. Packing the skin away and slinging the bough over his shoulder, he turned and ran. He had no concern anymore for the brush. They knew he was this way. All that mattered now was speed. But dogs were faster. He had been running for 10 minutes when he heard howls behind him. He put them at his makeshift campsite. Where he had peed. They must have caught that. Fuck, he spat, in between breaths. Why not just leave them a fucking note next time? He picked up the pace, kicking his heels up, thankful that his boots were well worn and supple. The tiniest pink was in the sky, kissing the white knife. Despite his rest, he felt his lungs begin to burn. He couldn't keep this up much longer. Just keep going, just go, go. He jumped a log and stumbled, stopping at a tree, trying to catch his breath. No, you can't, not this way. Forcing himself to swallow his spit, he pushed and continued to sprint. Sooner or later, they'll be near enough. That's when they'll release their dogs. And if you think those dogs are fast now. Fuck, he spat again. Curses were his only comfort. He kept his ears north as he moved, trying to listen for it. Trying to hear the moment when the party realized they were near enough. He looked back more than once. And as he focused forward again, his eyes caught the white knife, continuing to flow. He caught himself staring at it, before forcing his gaze forward. His lungs were hurting now. Maybe, just maybe. But he had to wait for the moment. For the release. He had to time it just right. He slowed just a little, allowing himself to catch some of his breath. He would need his strength. Especially for this. And if he could force the hands of those motherfuckers. Come on, he muttered in between gasps. Release the hounds, haven't got all day. Finally he heard it. He imagined more than heard a shout of get him. He was well out of eyesight and earshot for those running on 2 legs. But for those running on 4, he was near enough. The howls renewed with a fury. They would be on him in a minute. He started to sprint again. Maybe 2 minutes. He kept glancing at the white knife, trying to find an opening. He had to time this right. Barks behind him put them at a few hundred feet. He counted 1, 2, 3 distinct barks. 3 hounds, only 3, okay. And the white knife opened before him. A section of the riverside devoid of trees and brush. He ran to it and saw rapids in the distance. The sight gave him a second wind as he crashed into the water. He tore off the bow and quiver, abandoning them to the water before diving in. It wasn't worth accidentally strangling himself. Sound came in and out as he freestyled to the center of the river, feeling his speed increase with the current. On the riverbank, he heard the barks, the rocks scurrying as the paws hit them and the crash of a creature jumping into the water. Making sure no rocks laid before him, he turned to see the second dog enter the white knife. The third one was just reaching the riverbank. But the first one was already swimming toward him, doggy paddling like mad. He ran his fingers across his dagger, still in his sheath before turning forward again. The rapids were coming up. Feeling his body speed up with the torrent, he stopped swimming and brought his legs forward to push against any debris or rock. The river swept him along, faster and faster. As he looked back, he saw the dog nearing. It hadn't stopped swimming with the rapids. But it was panting hard. Double-checking to make sure he was in the clear for the next section of the river, he turned his body around, his feet toward the approaching dog. Bending his legs, he watched as it continued to swim, its teeth baring amidst the frenzied breaths. "Come in, you son of a bitch, little closer, come in." With one last glance forward to double-check for oncoming rocks, he brought his eyes back to see that the dog was within a few feet. 3, 2, 1. He kicked, his boot coming out of the water to hit the dog straight on the nose. It yelped and continued to swim forward, blindly. He kicked it again and again. And it kept swimming. "Come in," he gasped. "Fuck off. Fuck off." It didn't though, and on his fourth kick, though it connected as well, the dog bit down and latched onto his foot. Tiresias felt the pressure mount, but the boot held well and the dog was weakened, holding down the bite on pure instinct. He continued to kick it with his left foot. He hit the dog's eye. It yelped but it still didn't release. He couldn't help but notice the second dog nearing them. Looking forward, he saw the rapids coming to a stop. There was a giant boulder in the river though before the end. It was coming up fast. Steering as well as he could in the rapids with a delirious animal on his foot, he swung his foot to the side. In the path of the oncoming boulder. The pressure in his foot was growing stronger and stronger. It was 30 feet away, 20, 10. He gave one final kick just before the hit. He struck the throat and the top of the dog's head collided with the boulder. Red splurged into the river and the pressure on his foot disappeared. Tiresias didn't waste energy on a cheer. He barely kicked the dead animal away before the second dog was on him. He tried to kick it as he did the first, but this one was too near. His kick landed on its underbelly and while the dog huffed, it still swam forward, its jaw opening. Sending his fist forward, he punched the dog in the nose, pulling his fingers back before the dog snapped back. There was no getting away from this. "But that goes for you too, Pooch." He reached forward quickly and grabbed the dog's throat with both hands. It writhed and thrashed in the water, but Tiresias wasn't letting go. He couldn't. The rapids were gone and the gentle current was still flowing quickly, carrying the struggling duo along. Risking enough for a glance upstream, he saw the third dog. It was still in the rapids. He couldn't fight two at once. Deciding the time was nigh for a stupid, risky move, he brought the dog close and got on top. He was lean, but still strong enough to force the dog underwater. It helped that the Bolton kennel master loved them enough to give them collars. He reached under and pulled the collar down, pinning the dog's torso with his legs. It continued to writhe violently and Tiresias held on for dear life. Just a minute, need to hold for 1 minute. But it was a long minute. The dog was as desperate to live as he was, and several times, it came near to freedom, to finding his hands with its frantic snapping jaws. All the while, the third dog was coming nearer. He didn't dare look back to confirm, but he heard it. Finally though, the jerks lessened and ceased. He kept the dog under though, not trusting the first few seconds of stillness. Though he did chance a look back. The third dog was 100 feet away. After confirming that the second dog was as dead as it was ever going to be, he released his hold, pushing the still body away quickly, just in case it came to life. It didn't though and continued to float, veering gently to the side. Tiresias only floated long enough to confirm that before continuing to swim. He didn't need to see the final canine. He heard it clear enough. Paddling closer. Undeterred by its dead companions. In the water, they were equally quick, and although Tiresias was breathing harder and harder as they moved through the water, he heard the dogs panting deepen considerably more. It was more work for the dog to keep up. "That's right, Tucker out, keep paddling, come and get me." He had no idea how long he swam with the dog following. Couldn't have been more than a few minutes. The sun was beginning to break over the hills. His limbs were tiring quickly. He had to end this. Had to find a good spot. On his right side, he saw it. Solid ground that rose slowly out of the river into a bank. He veered toward it, hearing the hound follow him. He stood up in the water and his boots hit the riverbed. The river was flowing steadily though, and he struggled to walk forward. Still, better than the dog. With its smaller legs, it'll have to swim longer before it could reach the riverbed and run forward. Staggering out of the water, he ignored all instincts to collapse. He couldn't. Not yet. He stumbled to good ground and pivoted. He took off his rucksack and threw it to the side. The dog was still swimming toward him. 50 feet off. He unbuttoned his jacket, his fingers fumbling on the first one before finding a rhythm. Fear was threatening to undermine him. It's just one. You've narrowed them down to one. Man. The dog was 30 feet away, its eyes still bright. He removed his jacket, pulling it inside out around his left arm. Wrapping it around the forearm, he pulled it tightly, giving the loose sleeve to his left hand to grip. It wasn't his leather boot, but he didn't have time to hope it would be enough. The dog's feet found the riverbed and it began to run, fighting the water. 15 feet. For a split second, Tiresias thought that his dagger came loose and was lost in the white knife. But his belt has just shifted. He unsheathed it and crossed his arms in front, his bundled left arm shielding the blade he gripped in his right. With a fresh fury, the hound exploded from the water. Still panting, it bolted to the target. He exhaled as the dog jumped, its jaw open. Tiresias threw his left arm forward and the jaws met it, biting down with immense strength. Even with his arm padded, he felt the pressure shoot through his whole arm. He yelled in pain and brought his dagger to the hound's throat. He missed though, hitting the chest, but it was enough. The pressure on his arm disappeared and the dog fell to the riverbank, yelping, the dagger still in its side. He kicked the head and the yelp ceased. Withdrawing the dagger, he went for the throat and stabbed again. The forest fell silent. The voice in his head screamed for him to move, but he couldn't. He breathed, allowing his heart to slow. He remained kneeling for a moment. He could spare a moment. Swallowing his spit, he took his eyes from the dead dog and gingerly removed his jacket. The skin wasn't punctured. No bones broken. At worst, he might have a big bruise. Not a bad price. He put the jacket back on and sighed, his sigh coming out in a shudder. He extracted the knife, wiping the blade on the dog's fur, before fetching his rucksack. Upon taking a draught from his water skin, he found himself chugging it. He couldn't help it. 3 dogs, no, 5 dogs. Maybe 1 mule. And Rosie. Glancing down at the dog, he swallowed a bit of bile that threatened to come up. Sorry about the kick, he muttered. That wasn't necessary. Raising his eyes from the dog to the north, he wondered how far behind the men were. When would they discover the dead dogs? Where would they go next? He didn't have much time. Once they found the dead hounds, they'll renew the hunt. They'll go down the riverbank, see if they can find where I got out. And then they'll pursue me into the forest. Probably see me trying to run straight to Winterfell for Lord Stark's protection. Try and cut me off before then. The King's Road. Any road west of here. He would be better off not going to Winterfell straight away. Let the hunt cool off. Let them go home. Come to the castle another way. You could still be there before the half year is done. He laughed weakly in between his panting. The fact that he even considered that amused him. So he needed somewhere to cool off for a while. Somewhere busy where he couldn't be tracked. His eyes went to the white knife, its stream flowing steady. A normal man would freeze in that river. Locke knows that. But he doesn't know about me. He could follow this river however long it floated him. Taking him all the way to White Harbor if he wanted. That was meant to be a laugh, but Tiresias quickly warmed to the idea. He walked to the edge of the forest until he reached grass. Then he backtracked, stepping in the same boot prints, until he reached the river where he came stumbling out. Afterwards, he removed his boots and tied them to his rucksack. He didn't need to risk trench foot. As he strode barefoot back into the water and let the currents sweep him along, he turned the bemused thought into his new destination. Goodbye, Locke. I hope never to see you again. Although, if you do manage to track me down all the way to White Harbor, I guess you deserve to flay me. With one look back at the dog's carcass, he began to freestyle downstream. To say that he swam all the way down the White Knife to White Harbor would be an exaggeration. He did swim a significant chunk of it however. After a week, when he was certain that no hunting party was following him down the southeast waterway, he simply walked the aligning trail. Trudging along, allowing his clothes and boots to finally dry. He lit his first campfire in months. Though he didn't need the heat for himself, it brought him more joy than he thought. He hung his clothes and submitted himself to bug bites that night in exchange for dry clothing. He may have been itching for 2 days afterward, but at least his clothes weren't damp. He trapped and hunted freely and walked with only a healthy amount of caution, which, after months of his preoccupation with young Ramsay, came as a relief. After 6 nights on the trail, he came upon the city of White Harbor in the early afternoon. The lightness in his chest only increased. The last time he came here, he was undercover with Renia. Now he could freely explore the largest port city in the north, unbothered by any hunters. The smell of the sea hit him before he ever entered the city and only intensified from there. He welcomed it though. It smelled like the Pacific Northwest. He tried to still the lightness growing in his chest. It was a good way to mark oneself an easy target for a pickpocket. Strolling into a city, smiling like a fool, he sat down at the first tavern he found and ordered an early dinner. By now, he was calm enough to curb his desire to scarf through the food and order seconds. He took his time and ate slowly. When he was finally satiated, he inquired for an open room. It was still light when he settled into his bed. His window didn't face the sea. He didn't care on both accounts. To sleep safely was enough, and a patch of dirt on the side of the white knife wasn't restful enough to recover from what he had experienced. He shut his eyes before sunset and even didn't prop his chair against the door. He didn't wake until well after the following dawn. However, he did rouse himself in time for a late breakfast. After which, he walked down to the fish market between the outer harbor and the seal gate. He stared out at the seal rock. The waves were loud, but they still carried the cries of the seals to his ears. Not quite hungry for lunch, he wandered to the fish foot yard, where the traders made their first stop before exiting the city. Last time he was here with Renia, they encountered some merchants preparing to head north. Winterfell was often along their way. After some inquiry, he found an old man and his daughter, who were actually somewhat familiar to him. They had a large well-worn wagon that bore salt every month to Winterfell. They were loading barrels when Tiresias approached. "Hello, Rendar, I." The old man turned to him. "I know yet. My name's Tiresias. I'm the librarian at Winterfell. I've seen you deliver salt to the castle before." Rendar looked at him before turning to his daughter. "I me. Yes, seen this man for." Imi barely glanced before shaking her head. "Nah, pa." The old man turned back to Tiresias. "I ain't seen you either." Tiresias sighed. "Well, I do work at Winterfell and I'd like your help." "No room on the wagon for yet. Is there room enough for a letter?" A letter? Could you carry a letter for me?" Finally, with the copper star and the promise of another from Vayan Pool upon delivery of the letter, Rendar agreed to carry a letter when he and his daughter left the city this evening. Hoping that Vayan would forgive him, Tiresias ventured to the town scribe and purchased a single scrap of parchment. He scratched a letter out to Lord Stark, hoping that the warden didn't think him dead after so long without a word. He wondered if he should send something to Mal as well. "That depends. Have you decided what you wanted yet?" Realizing he didn't have an answer to that question yet, he decided against it. He still planned to be back before half a year. He'll come to it by then. Sealing the letter, he brought it back to Rendar with the copper star and left feeling even lighter. He went back to the fish foot yard and purchased some mussels in a savory broth. He sat down at a table in the square, watching the crowds go by. A tan fat man in a blood orange tunic approached his table shortly. "Pardon me, my good man. May I share your table?" he asked politely. Seeing that all of the other tables were quite full, Tiresias nodded, his mouth full of mussel. The merchant thanked him and sat down, with his own early dinner. Tiresias glanced, or rather smelled, a large lamprey pie and fried eels. Missing his mother's salmon more than ever, he focused back on his mussels. "My name is Barak," said the polite stranger, nodding to him. "What is your name, if I may ask?" "Tiresias," he responded, after swallowing. "Tiresias, Tiresias," Barak ran the name over. "A strange name. I'm from Essos." "I see. Well then, welcome to Westeros. What brought you over to the dreary north? Are you a sailor?" Tiresias shook his head. "Librarian at Winterfell." Delighted surprise filled the man's face as he laughed. "Pardon me, Tiresias. Here I was, welcoming you to Westeros, and you already work for the Warden of the North." He leaned forward, conspiracy in his eyes. "You won't speak ill of Barak and his poor choice of words for the North to your master, yes?" It was only in jest. Wouldn't dream of it. He couldn't decide if he liked Barak or not. Whether he appreciated the company. Or whether he just wanted to be alone with the sea breeze in the harbor. "Thank you, friend." Barak broke the crust on his lamprey pie. He savored the first bite as he seemed to savor everything. Tiresias couldn't help but smile. "Are you always this cheerful?" "But of course." The merchant dabbed his mouth with his sleeve. "I don't sell my goods with a dour face. I sell them because I am happy to sell them, and I must always be happy to sell them." Tiresias lifted his bowl to drink the broth. "Sounds tiring." "At first, yes. But then, like any muscle, you grow used to it and you become stronger and stronger. Soon you can approach anything with cheer. Including the table of a stranger to make a new friend." Tiresias listened to the man's words carefully. It seemed that Barak was genuine. And based on his clothing, the man was at least moderately successful. Barak chewed his lamprey, swallowing before he spoke. Thankfully. But I will admit, I'm happier than I am most days, Tiresias. His eyes begged Tiresias to ask why and he relented. Why are you so happy, Barak? I'm happy because I will be very rich in a month and a half. And what happens in a month and a half? Barak chuckled. A tourney, my friend. The grandest in a decade. In King's Landing. All for a blonde prince and his 12th name day. If Tiresias had been holding his bowl, he would have dropped it. Thankfully he had already set the broth down and he simply froze, staring at Barak. Something rung in the back of his mind. Something about never betting against one's brother. About a prize. A transfer of a dagger. Peter was long dead. But perhaps there was still a way for things to fall correctly. Barak had noticed his new friend's slipped composure. Are you faring well, Tiresias? He brought himself back. Thank you. This tourney is for Joffrey's, Prince Joffrey's 12th name day. That's right. In a month and a half? When? Precisely. He swallowed, trying to calm himself as the merchant thought. He needed to be casual. 6 weeks. In 2 days from now. Barak took another bite of his pie. Then, I will sell more oil than I've sold in 6 months. That's my trade. I sell oil. Jugs of it. Oil for your steels. Oil for your skin. For men and for women. Oil for old private parts that need, forgive me, we're eating. Barak laughed, full of mirth. Tiresias sat quietly. All sounds of the harbor disappeared as he considered it. Finally he looked back at Barak. When do you leave for King's Landing? Do you have a ship? He shook his head. Not here. I rented a cabin on a ship that leaves tonight. I have to be in King's Landing when my merchandise comes ashore. What ship? For the first time, Barak's cheer turned a little suspicious as he looked at Tiresias. The Red Turtle, he said. Why? Is there any room on that ship? The smile came back to Barak. Are you planning to sail with us? Tiresias shrugged. Perhaps. You can find materials for a library in the south that you can't come to easily in the north. Never seen a tourney before either. Northerners don't seem to care for them much. You're right about that. If you stay above the neck, you'll never see one. He clasped his hands, thinking. It didn't seem like they were crowded. And I know the captain. I've sailed with him before. He always enjoys extra coin from passengers. Tiresias nodded. Sounds like a reasonable man. Where is the ship? What time does it leave? The second pier. You can't miss it. It has its namesake painted on the bow. We set sail at sunset. All right. He stood and turned to leave. Are you not going to finish your broth, Tiresias? He didn't bother slowing down, let alone turning around to call back. Too much to do. First thing he did was fetch his rucksack from the inn and pay his bill. He exited the inn and ran, dodging every civilian he could and yelling back apologies to those he couldn't. He reached the fish foot yard and eyed the sun carefully. He still had an hour. Maybe. He found Rendar and Imi preparing to set out. Just as the man was about to move forward, he called out. Rendar. Rendar, stop. Please. The old man turned to see him and actually deigned, though he figured it was more out of surprise than a common courtesy. What's you yelling for? He asked, bewildered. Tiresias gasped for breath. The letter, I need to amend it. A blank stare followed. Amend it? I need to add something. In the end, the old man relented and pulled out the letter. Tiresias opened it and set to work, making a harsh scribble against the wagon surface. As he sealed it again, the entire message read as such. To Lord Stark. Lord Bolton was as gracious a host as you said. Unfortunately, upon my return from the Dread Fort, I was set upon by bandits. I am unharmed but unfortunately was forced to abandon the materials that Lord Bolton was generous enough to donate. Please don't bother Lord Bolton for them at this time. His son, Ramsay, has been missing. He need not concern himself with my negligence. As the road was no longer safe for me, I decided to diverge to White Harbor. I'll be back within a month. Best wishes to you and your family. Sincerely. Tiresias. Postscript, disregard my intention to return within a month. I'll be heading to King's Landing to pursue some opportunities we discussed, concerning the library. As most transport won't be leaving the city until the end of Prince Joffrey's name day tourney, I expect I'll be there until then. I'll come up the King's Road at that time. Postscript, will you please get word to Mal, Mistress Bane's assistant, that I still plan to honor my word? Thank you kindly. Rendar pocketed the amended letter scowling, but Tiresias was already striding away. Dread gathered in his stomach as he walked down the second pier and approached the red turtle. He had spent years planning his last mission, poring over maps and stories of the Dread Fort and the surrounding area to hunt and kill Ramsay. He had only a fortnight sail to plan his time in King's Landing, a city he knew little of, to figure out what he even wanted there. This spontaneity was not something he embraced, although he knew deep down this was a golden opportunity. That knowledge didn't ease his nerves as he brought his passage to the capital. Chapter 26. The sea wind did a fair job concealing the smell of King's Landing as they entered the harbour. However, once they docked and the ship was still, it hit him hard, causing him to gag. Olenna Tyrell was right. And he wasn't even miles away to smell the shit. If he had a normal sense of smell, it would still be bad. With his nose, it was all he could do just to keep a straight face. He suspected that people maintained about the same level of hygiene across West Eros. What was it about Winterfell and the north in general? Was it just the sparse population? Or was it the strong winds and the cool climate that mitigated the stink? The heat here definitely wasn't helping. And it was warm. It wasn't unbearable. But his comfort was definitely in the cold, and he hadn't felt warmth like this since he had woken up in West Eros. Not even in the Riverlands. He shook himself. He had to get going. Fortifying his nose, he exited the Red Turtle, pushing his way past the sailors and merchants as they unloaded their goods. Barack was too busy to say farewell, and that suited him fine. In fact, everyone ignored him. As he stepped off the docks and onto the cobblestone, he realized that he was in a true city for the first time in years. He stood off to the side and took it all in. When was the last time he had walked a street this crowded? When was the last time he had heard so many voices? He passed through the city gate and his eyes found red brick into the distance. And when was the last time he'd seen a building that tall? The Red Keep stood impressive on the hill, overlooking Blackwater Bay. Tiresias wasn't sure if the castle covered more ground than Winterfell, but from where he stood, it certainly seemed like it. The windows in the Great Hall reflected the sun. Serpentine steps linked across its base, and if he focused hard enough, he could see the Baratheon colors flowing in the wind. Aware that he resembled a tourist, gaping at the big shiny castle on the hill, he walked across the market square, and entered the main thoroughfare, counting the streets he passed. Barack was kind enough to recommend an inn and tavern that he stayed at before, the Purple Rose. It was clean enough, supposedly. Though he couldn't count for the availability of rooms or how inflated the prices were for the upcoming tourney. Figuring he'd give it a shot, he followed Barack's directions carefully and came to a three-leveled building with a hanging sign of a purple rose. It was squeezed between two other taverns. Resigning himself to a month with noisy neighbors, he stepped forward, slapping away a small hand reaching for his purse. He entered the inn and a bearded man came to him. "You got a room available?" The innkeeper scratched his beard, rather harshly. "2. Both on the top floor. Just one's fine." But I warn ya," the innkeeper said, brandishing his finger. "Ya get yourself up and down those steps. I ain't carrying ya piss drunk at the end of the night." Swallowing a smart-ass retort, Tiresias nodded. "All right." With that cleared up, the innkeeper brightened. "But only a little. Name's Mikkel." "Tiresias. And how long ya figure on staying here, Tiresias?" He hitched his rucksack on his shoulder. "Till the tourney, I guess. 5 weeks. Maybe couple days after." Mikkel nodded. 37 nights. 2 stags a week at 2 stars a night. Run ya 10 stags and 4 stars. Determined to keep a level of calm on his face, Tiresias opened his purse. Months with no income had finally caught up to him, and he was too light to stay here. Seems it's expensive to visit a city anywhere, anytime. He looked up to see Mikkel's face grow quickly suspicious at the slow payment. Handing over 2 stags, he nodded reassuringly. "That's for the first week. By tomorrow night, I'll have the rest for you." Mikkel took the 2 stags begrudgingly, not eager to make that compromise. But it was only another night. So the old man shrugged and reached for a key. 1 week. The other 4, we'll see. He handed the key over. Tiresias smiled graciously as he accepted the key. "Thank you. Tomorrow night. I swear." It wasn't a lie. He actually did have a plan to get more coin. It just wasn't something he cared for much. However, that could wait until the following day. For now, he had a bed to claim. After climbing the perilous narrow staircase to the 3rd floor, he opened his door to see a small, but tidy room. He sniffed. It smelled like humanity. Not in the worst sense. But not in the best sense either. Knowing that opening the window would only worsen the smell, he threw his rucksack on the floor, unbuckled his belt and fell on the bed. A fortnight of sailing had winded him. It wasn't just in the northern forests where Tiresias had found use for his enhanced senses. Up close, people tended to betray themselves. He saw it in Ruse's eyes, despite the man's demeanor. However, under lighter circumstances, he saw it in the taverns at Wintertown and across the north. Men and women who held their cards tight and bluffed their way to the pot. Tiresias didn't use this advantage often, stepping in for a quick game every couple of months and earning a few stars and stags. He didn't need to draw attention to himself, and he made sure to lose a few times to keep the peace. However, in this new city with a draining purse, he saw no other option. He couldn't wait until the tourney to try his luck. The next morning, he didn't enter the tavern at the Purple Rose or any of the ones beside it. There was a care to this he had to employ. Walking back down to the harbor, he entered a tavern and joined a card game, nursing a weekend ale as he did. In the end, he played 4 rounds and won a stag and 5 stars. Just enough to make the trip worthwhile, but not so much as to warrant anger from the other players when he departed with his winnings. Strolling along the hook, as he learned later the swindling road was called, he stopped into 7 establishments altogether. Spaced enough apart as to diffuse any suspicion. He laughed at the jokes. Took the insults to his accent in stride. And he watched carefully as he played. He even lost at one place. It was a balancing act that lasted the entire day. A purple sunset colored the sky as he walked back to the inn. He entered, striding straight to Mikkel the innkeeper, and without a word, placed 8 stags and 4 copper stars into his hands. Mikkel eyed the coins, before meeting his gaze. No blood on these, eh? Tiresias snorted. I'm a librarian. Not a cutthroat. That's so? Get all these from reading, eh? Mikkel asked, but the man was smiling now at least. Tiresias felt his own grin grow. Something like that. For the next week, Tiresias prowled the city. It brought back forgotten memories from Clark backpacking across Europe. Vaguely though. This was a living city. Not a tour. And it still stank, though Tiresias swore he was getting used to it. He tried to avoid standing and gawking at whatever caught his interest. It would be quite stupid if the locals began to recognize him. However, with the looming tourney, most of the residents were caught up in their own business, trying to prepare for it. Not that they cared much for who would win, but many more highborn would occupying King's Landing than usual. More spenders. The possibility of making more coin in a fortnight than they would all year was enough motivation to focus on one's work and ignore the clean-shaven, foreign stranger exploring the sights. Another incentive for more highborn to attend was that the crown had organized the tourney's start to the date that taxes were due from each of the 7 kingdoms. Those already spending money are usually in the habit of spending a little more. Also, each kingdom would be sending their payment under guard to the Red Keep. More soldiers in the city with their own coin. It all revolved around coin. Based on all this, Tiresias was tempted to buy a ticket to see the tourney. He didn't know how he would enjoy the joust, the melee, or the archery competition. But he would see various lords from the south in the stands. Perhaps even a few that he would recognize. The news also comforted him, knowing that a retinue from the north would be arriving shortly. He didn't expect Ned Stark to come south himself to pay taxes. However, there was the guard sent to deliver the taxes south, and he had grown quite friendly with a few of the Winterfell soldiers. Perhaps his trip back north would include strength in numbers, and he could worry less about awaiting Bolton Hunter to take him prisoner. It was a sad moment when he realized that the north would always hold a little anxiety for him now. If he continued to travel alone and collect tomes, he was in danger. At least until Roose Bolton was dead, he would constantly be under the threat of kidnapping and interrogation about Ramsay's disappearance. At least here in King's Landing, he had anonymity. For now. Indeed, he was left well enough alone. He explored the city at his leisure, only fending off the occasional thief who sought to lift his purse or dagger. He walked for hours, beginning at pre-dawn and returning to the Purple Rose under a violet evening sky. And by the end of the first week, he felt familiar enough with King's Landing to begin his first plan. The early morning brought the only semblance of coolness the entire day. A crisp breeze from the black water which vanished by mid-morning. Tiresias savored it as he walked down to the harbor. However, instead of continuing onto the docks after he passed the gate, he turned east and began to walk along the city walls. It wasn't like he was alone. There were merchants and fishermen who couldn't afford to set up shop in the city that stuck here to the stone walls, like barnacles. They didn't even seem motivated enough to call out their goods for sale. Glancing at them, Tiresias only saw an empty weariness in their eyes. He passed with them taking little notice, and soon he was alone. He clung close to the walls. He didn't wish to be seen, though he doubted that any patrols would be looking straight down. There was still a while to go before he was below the Red Keep. The cobblestone was beginning to disappear though, to be overtaken by sand and rock. Eventually, he was walking on the beach, bordering the city. He took care to step on the rocks though, whenever possible. He didn't care to leave a trail for others to follow or see later. Soon, a corner came up. Pausing, he peered around it. The Red Keep was just before him, towering over the water, its foundations built into the cliff. That cliff had a series of caves along the bottom. Problem was, that to get there meant walking across a final beach that was very visible to the patrols above. And Tiresias had a very firm suspicion that trespassers were not allowed beyond his current location. He had considered making the cross after sundown. But the night brought its own difficulties. The gates were all shut. The night brought out all the others who wished to sneak around the city. Which meant more patrols and more eyes watching where others shouldn't be walking. There was one bit of good fortune though, and that was the changing of the guard. He had come this far before during the week prior, hiding behind the rock and observing this wall for hours. During this scouting, in the early morning, the night's patrol was relieved by the morning patrol. It was a very casual exchange, with the night patrol seemingly eager to rest. When they saw their morning replacement approaching, they left the post prematurely. And that left a blind spot. Due to the fact that he had no wristwatch and he couldn't say precisely when this blind spot occurred, he had to guess an hour after dawn. However, there was no certainty. And he was left with no choice, but to never let his eyes leave the guards. Tiresias stood still, ever ready to move quickly, praying that this blind spot came every morning, and that it wasn't just some one-off. He was placing quite a bit on everything falling into place. He laughed softly at the thought. What else was new? After about a half hour or so though, his heart lifted as one guard tapped the other on the shoulder and they began to move languidly, turning their backs on the beach. Tiresias had his blind spot. He exhaled one last time, steeling himself. Damn it all. He walked out, moving briskly. He still kept to the rocks and the wall as best he could. But time was now an issue. He kept his eyes forward, glancing up at the retreating guards. They were far away, but he could see them chatting, exchanging yawns. That's right. Keep chatting. Don't look back. Don't look back. He reached the midpoint, right under where the guard was stationed. The night patrol was completely out of sight. He had only 30 or so seconds before the morning patrol took their positions. The caves were just ahead of him. His legs were screaming at him to run, but he refused. He must stick to the rocks. Leave no footprints in the sand. He held out until the last 20 feet. Breaking into a run, he threw himself around the rocks, breathing, trying to calm his racing heart. When his pulse stopped threatening to break his skin, he peered around the corner, back at the wall. The morning patrol had arrived and taken their place. They gave no indication that they had witnessed any trespassers on the beach. Tiresias slumped back around and took a draught from his waterskin. It felt good not to carry his rucksack around anymore. His sheath was tucked behind under his trousers. He didn't want to leave his dagger behind in his room. But he also didn't want to advertise it either. Now that he had almost entirely calmed, he turned to the caves. Which cave was the one that led to the tunnels? Careful not to break the sand and keeping to the rocky sides, he entered the first cavern and moved on when he discovered the end of it. Thankfully they weren't too deep and the darkness didn't bother him. However, the caves were numerous and he wasn't sure how much longer he could spend exploring before he was forced to leave. On the fifth cave, however, he paused. There was a familiarity to it that he liked. Was this where Euron died? The water certainly came in deeper than the others. Not bad for an inner harbor. Proceeding, he prowled the edges, quietening his step. He didn't want echoes to sound in here. His boot felt something smooth and he looked down to see the beginnings of a stone pathway. Kicking his boots against the rock to shake off any sand, he stepped onto the pathway. A small boat was indeed harbored here, tied at the end. Though by the looks and the smell, it had been for a while. An escape, caution from the royals. Tearing his eyes from the boat, he peered to the end of the cavern. Stairs ascended into the darkness. Not very welcoming, but then again, no gate barred him from entering. Minutes passed slowly as he climbed the steps. A forest masked one's footsteps. Everything in the forest lived and sang. A stone castle was silent and amplified every intruding sound. Tiresias walked more gingerly now than he ever did in the lonely hills. But he wasn't here for an assassination. At least not now. So his heart didn't race and his hands didn't shake. And he snuck relatively calmly into the depths of the Red Keep. The darkness, already kind to his eyes, seemed to lessen as he walked farther on. Which was good, as it allowed him to focus his ears even more. He kept alert, but there were no guards around, no servants bustling about. Not even the soft patter of a little bird. Varys no doubt rules the underbelly of this castle. Unless of course, some other asshole came along to replace Littlefinger. Whether or not any small spy reported to Varys or anyone else, he still heard nothing of them as the stone disappeared and his boots hit soft ground. He glanced down to see the dirt floor before looking back up. The tunnels had ballooned into a small chamber, with a low ceiling, pillars spaced wide with stores and barrels to the sides. Tiresias recognized it immediately. This is where you two died. Under the collapse, and if that's true, then you must be here as well. He found him a few seconds later. Stepping forward, he forgot for a moment that he was an intruder. Balrion's skull was as giant as it seemed in the show. As he stepped forward, he barely cleared the hollowed nose, suppressing some irrational fear that the big dragon will suddenly roar to life and crush him. Well, not entirely irrational. You've seen an undead dragon before. He ran his hand slowly down a long tooth, gently prodding the tip. It wasn't enough to break the skin, but it was still sharp. Tiresias almost whistled before stopping himself. It was beautiful, in a way. However long he wanted to stay marveling at the dread skull, the rational part of his mind pushed back. He turned his back on Balerion and headed even deeper into the castle. Yes, dragons are beautiful, but only from a distance or when they're dead. Another dragon will bring this fucking castle down and the rest of the city with it. That was for another day though. Tiresias slowed as he climbed farther up. The darkness was fading quickly and so was his cover. Soon he would be exposed and with a lot more people around to see him. Over the last few evenings, he had donned his hooded cloak and frequented the taverns near the Red Keep. He had hoped to hear lubricated gossip from at least one inebriated servant. However, to his surprise, he heard numerous recountings. One would think that the servants in the castle would stick to the wine barrels stockpiled by the royals. But in the Red Keep, they would forever be the servants, never loose or relaxed or above anyone. When they trudged out of the castle and visited the watering holes peppered around them, they could command. Politely command, but still be a hotshot for working in the castle. On the second night, he encountered such a man. He was young, with the stench of polish on him. Tiresias smelled it especially as the man lifted his mug to toast. It cost him a good amount of coin, but he endeared himself to the man. He even put on his German accent. He was the funny foreigner. Intrigued by the castle. By the royals. By the treasures this young man was allowed to touch and polish. It took a little under 2 hours of encouragement, lightly sipping his ale, but soon the young polisher was drunk and the topics turned to his work. He weaved an elaborate description of the armory, the pantry where silverware was stored and of course, the treasure room. How he was closely guarded as he handled the valuable treasures. Tiresias pressed the man as gently as he could, for as long as he could, before he asked. "Tell me, my friend," Tiresias said, leaning forward. "Have you ever touched Valyrian steel? In the Red Keep?" The young man blinked, staring at Tiresias, who shrugged innocently. At this point, the man couldn't see him through the drink. Finally, the polisher shook his head, a longing in his eyes. "No," he slurred, murmuring in his cup. "No, there's no Valyrian steel in the castle." "Pity," muttered Tiresias. "I've seen it once, I have. The blade, Lady Forlorn, how I'd love to touch it." One had to admire the man's passion for beautiful steel. Tiresias quickly made his exit, but the young man was too far gone to notice. Or to remember him. The friendly funny foreigner from Mir. His next few evenings at the taverns didn't yield nearly so bountiful a fruit. However, he did receive descriptions of the Red Keep and was able to put a decent map together in his head. He was sure if he had free rein, he would be able to get around. However, he would never have free rein. And as he neared the ground levels of the Red Keep and hiding became near impossible, he stopped. The young man's words rang in his head. There was no Valyrian steel in this castle. There was no dagger. Not yet. He'd have to wait until after the tourney was done. To see if the king received any prizes. However, if that happened, he would need to know a way in the Red Keep. To have a checkpoint to the caves and an exit from the castle. Wincing as his boots hit the stone floor, he softened his step and crept to the end of a hallway. Sunshine shone on the ground beyond and he discerned a small courtyard as he neared. Halting at the corner, he peered around at the walkways that surrounded this courtyard. No one was coming and he could hear nothing from the staircase at the other end as well. He prowled to the edge of the courtyard and peered up, before pulling back immediately. There was a small patrol of soldiers, marching along the walkway above. They wore Lannister red. His heart was beating so fast, it almost hurt. But the soldiers above continued to patrol, no changes to their step or their light chatter. His quick peek was unnoticed. Chancing another glance, he took in as much as he could about his surroundings, the small watchtower facing the black water, the sheer wall of red that dwarfed the tiny courtyard, the configuration of stone in the courtyard. He tried to memorize every detail. Even the smell, he sniffed urgently. He could hear the soldiers began to walk down the staircase. Soon the patrol would be crossing paths with him. He sniffed again. The stone here smelled differently than it did in Winterfell, but even so, it smelled like a privy was nearby. He hoped he was correct in assuming that. After smelling so much shit over the past week, it seemed like the whole city was a toilet. However, he took another reluctant whiff to confirm that there was indeed a privy close. The Lannister guard was about to round the corner in the stairs. Tiresias turned and strode quietly back to his hallway, trying to dampen the echo of his boots as he ventured back to the cellars. He reached his safe corner and leaned against the wall, breathing hard, his teeth chattering, his ears straining at the corridor. No one was coming. No steel echoing off the stone. No one was yelling after him to halt. No one knew that he was here. Perhaps there were spies in the castle and most of them knew of the secret passages. He supposed he walked past dozens of peepholes in the walls. Maybe he was compromised. All the more reason to leave now. The risk was great, but at least now he would not waste time trying to find his way back into the castle. He knew the entrance now. The cave would be there still when he would return. He glanced down at himself. With some better clothes hopefully. He wouldn't pass as an anonymous servant in what he currently wore. He took one more fortifying breath and stepped back quietly to the cellars. He'd have to wait a couple more hours by the cave entrance for the next changing of the guard. A fortnight remained until the tourney in King's Landing seemed to grow more and more crowded by the day. None of the highborn would be arriving until another week, but it seemed that most merchants were following Barak's example, arriving early and fine-tuning their wares to be sold. Also driving up their prices. If Tiresias was ever tempted to spend any of his purse on a souvenir, he was quickly dissuaded by the haggling. He may have paid off his lodging, but he knew from experience that traveling and cities had unexpected expenses. With that knowledge, he successfully tuned out the merchants and their shouted wares. At least on his own behalf. Inquiring quietly, he was directed to an alley stocked with goods for seamstresses. Cloths, linen, silks, and sewing supplies were shouted at him as he strode for his destination. He paused in front of a stall of sewing threads. A vendor appeared from his wall of many colors, his eyes assessing Tiresias quickly. Sewing thread for you, my friend. No, for the girl with brown eyes. A part of him didn't want to admit that he had made his choice. If he even had. He was willing to admit though that he wanted to buy her something. If he arrived back at Winterfell wanting her, it would do to have a gift. If not, well, he could chuck it before entering the castle. He didn't know how Mal would respond to this though. He eyed the rolls of thread blankly. What the fuck do I know about sewing threads? Directed to the higher quality of linen threads, he picked two of the hardest colors to come by, according to the vendor, purple and silver. Third roll should be her favorite color. With that, he completed the trio with a roll of dark green thread. Trying not to wince at the amount of coin he forked over, he packed the rolls into his rucksack and walked on. His breath was a little short and he shook his head to calm. Best not get carried by the romance of it all, man. You still have work to do. That night, he gambled with slightly more reckless abandon. He needed to make up for the spent coin. He left before the other players brought out their knives, but it was close. Besides that, however, he kept his purse closed and his spending limited. There was only one item that tempted him personally and that was fruit. Having never been so far south, it had been more than 5 years since he had seen such a variety of produce. The square selling them was the only place so far to blot out the all-encompassing stench of shit in this city. There were blood oranges, pears, apricots, peaches, melons that he recognized and others he didn't. However, he still refused to touch his purse and only glanced at such succulence as he strode past. He did resolve though, that should he make a successful wager at the joust, he would treat himself and purchase a little fruit. If nothing else, he was curious just what the difference was, between a Dornish plum and a regular one. This morning, however, did not involve produce. Actually, it involved much more expensive ware than fruit. Tiresias entered Fishmonger's Square in the early afternoon and turned onto the Street of Steel. It was comforting in a way. More so than the fruit market, the multitude of forges and overbearing ironworks were powerful enough to burn away the stink. True, breathing in what the forges were emanating wasn't great, but for Tiresias, it was a relief. An unwelcome thought that often came into his mind as he fell asleep at the Purple Rose: he had probably inhaled more microscopic fecal matter in the past fortnight here than in the past 5 years in Winterfell. Thankfully sleep often interrupted that thought and the Street of Steel interrupted it now as he walked up to Visenyas Hill. He climbed and climbed, following the steady chain of hammers and heat. The shops appeared to increase in quality the farther he ventured. If he had to guess, his destination was one of the higher-end establishments on this street. He kept walking, hoping that this was a rational conclusion. Upon asking a passerby, he found that his suspicion proved correct. He proceeded to the very last shop, easily the largest building on the Street of Steel. Its upper story dwarfed the other smithies surrounding it and it had a large workshop in the back. And so it was time for his second plan. He braced himself and moved around to the back, stepping out of the way of the few workers and apprentices. Though none of the boys present was the one he was searching for. Tiresias halted one who was sweeping. "Excuse me, lad," he said. "Is Tabhomat in? I'd like to speak to him." The boy barely glanced at him, before pointing to the back. Tiresias eyed a balding man, who was standing over an anvil, smiting a slab of iron. The echoes from the hammer were quite uncomfortable. He turned to thank the boy, but he was already back at his task. Tiresias strode forth, but kept a safe distance from the master blacksmith. He was certainly in less of a hurry than anyone else in the shop. Finally, Tabho halted his work, wiping his brow. Taking advantage of the pause, Tiresias called. Hello there. Are you Tpo Mott? Tpo turned to him, resting his hammer at his side. He called. His accent was definitely SSC, but Tiresias couldn't identify where exactly he came from. What do you want? A moment of your time. Well, actually a bit more than that. Tpo's eyes ran over him, taking in his appearance. Despite Tiresias' best efforts, there was only so much he could do to maintain his clothes during his months in the northern woods, a swim down the White Knife and a sail to King's Landing. Needless to say, he didn't look like a man who could afford Tpo's time. The master blacksmith clearly saw this, picking up his hammer and continuing to smite. No more orders until after the tourney, he grunted in between his strikes. I can't spare the work. I don't need weapons or armor or chains, Tiresias called back, undeterred. I simply wish to speak to you. Tpo continued to hammer. Wondering if this would come back to bite him, Tiresias reached into his pocket and pulled out the Stark insignia. My name is Tiresias. I represent Lord Stark of Winterfell, he said, holding out the armband for Tpo to see. My lord has questions and perhaps a proposition for you. The mention of a Lord Paramount was enough to pause Tpo's hammer again. The man eyed the dire wolf, mulling it over. Finally deciding it was worth investigating, he hung the hammer up. Pharaoh, he yelled, not breaking eye contact with Tiresias. A sweating, red-faced boy came to Tpo's side. Tpo handed the tongs over to him. Keep this hot. I'll return shortly. Pharaoh took the metal with no fear of the heat. Tpo came forward, wiping his hands on his apron. He waited until he was right in front of Tiresias to speak. You represent Lord Stark. In a way, replied Tiresias. Is there a place we can talk? Tpo nodded to the exit and they strode out of the workshop. Tiresias sighed internally in relief. It was quite noisy in there. He turned to Tpo and saw a man with limited time. Deciding to cut to the chase, he asked, do you have a young apprentice here named Gendry? About 12 or 13 years of age. Black hair. The blacksmith nodded slowly, suspicion creeping into his eyes. I do. Why? Lord Stark would like to take the boy to Winterfell and have him continue his apprenticeship there. Whatever Tpo expected to say, it wasn't that. The blacksmith, to his credit, maintained his composure. May I see that armband of yours? Tiresias handed it over. Tpo felt it for all of 2 seconds before handing it back. You could have gotten that anywhere. I could have, said Tiresias with a shrug. But as it so happens, Sansa Stark, his daughter, made that for me. I've carried it all over. Doesn't matter, said Tpo. Without a formal request with a seal and signature from Lord Stark, my answer's no, he was already turned halfway back to the workshop. If you'd excuse me, Tiresias, I have knights waiting for their armor. Master Mott, said Tiresias, determined to keep his voice calm. Lord Stark does not wish to put this request into writing. Due to the boy's father, if Gendry decides to come to Winterfell, he will have to do so quietly. Tpo froze and turned back to him, his face a mask. However, this isn't Lord Stark wishing to rob you of an apprentice. He realizes that you were paid to teach the boy and he's more than willing to recompense the lord who patronized him. And you as well, should you seek it. The mask on Tpo's face remained as the blacksmith stepped back to Tiresias. His eyes flitted past Tiresias to the street and then behind him. There's no one here with me, said Tiresias. He was confident about that. I wasn't followed. You don't know that, said Tpo, his voice low. If you assume so, you're clearly a stranger in this city. Tiresias waited out that last comment. Finally Tpo spoke again. I was paid twice my usual fee to apprentice the boy. The lord who paid brought the boy along with the gold. Who? He shook his head. I don't know. He was a highborn, hooded, a little fat. If you're seeking to repay what he did, I can't help you find him. Did he smell of perfume? Tpo thought of it. Mayhaps. But most lords do. And if he did, it weren't stronger than the ironworks. Tiresias had another question in mind, but kept silent as Tpo continued to speak, reserving it for later. I took gold to apprentice the young lad. He's been with me since he was little and his mother passed. It would be dishonorable to throw away what I promised and what I was paid for. Tiresias took it and nodded. I understand. And he did. As disappointed as he wasn't ready or willing to steal away a child in the night. Plus, with Gendry working in the smithy for years already, the struggle probably wasn't worth it. And Varys did look out for him. After Robert's death, he mobilized to send Gendry out of King's Landing immediately. It was to the wall, sure, but he could be intercepted should that occur. Tiresias held out his hand. Thank you for your time. I'll inform Lord Stark of your decision. Tpo hesitated and shook the offered hand. During which, Tiresias had one more request. If I may, Master Mott, could I see Gendry? After a quick and silent debate, Tipo gestured for him to follow. They entered the shop again, walking all the way to the back. Two boys sat on a bench, hunched over finished armor, polishing it to a beautiful shine. One was blonde, the other had short black hair. Gendry, called Tipo. The boy immediately looked up, pausing. Come here. There's a man who wants to see you. Gendry nodded and immediately came over. Tiresias stuck out his hand. Hello Gendry, my name is Tiresias. I'm from Winterfell. Hello, mumbled Gendry, looking at the offered hand. He raised his own. Sorry, lord. Dirty from the Polish. Tiresias shrugged. I don't mind. I'm not a lord. After a bit more hesitation, Gendry took the offered hand and shook, letting go quickly. Even at 12, he was strong and Tiresias could see how he could grow into a legitimized Bartheran, wielding the war hammer like his father. However, that confidence wasn't there yet and Gendry, now a boy, stood before him, nervous, waiting to be spoken to. Your master, Tipo Mott, is considered the most talented blacksmith in the city. Do you like being his apprentice? Gendry nodded. I do. I like the forge. Burns sometimes, doesn't it? He shrugged. You get used to it. Iron kisses. Tiresias laughed lightly. I like that. This is a strange question because he's standing right here, but are you treated all right? This time, Gendry nodded more immediately. I'm treated good. He wasn't lying. Being an apprentice to a blacksmith, particularly one as skilled as Tipo Mott, was not an easy life. But Tipo wasn't cruel and took his responsibilities seriously. Tiresias nodded back. Thank you for seeing me, Gendry. I'll let you get back to your work. The boy looked to Tipo, who nodded, and Gendry crossed back to the bench. Tiresias turned to walk back, but spun around. Forgive me, Gendry. I'm sorry, but one more question, what's the farthest north you've been? He could feel Tipo burning a glare into him, but he focused on Gendry, the boy's blue eyes staring at him. I've never left King's Landing, said Gendry. Never been anywhere. That was no surprise. Traveling for leisure was not common to the small folk. The farthest Gendry traveled was probably from Flea Bottom, where his mother had worked in a tavern. Thank you, Gendry, said Tiresias. Have a good day. Tipo escorted Tiresias back through the workshop. He could sense the blacksmith hammering down his words, waiting until they were alone. Finally they exited the workshop, out of earshot of all who worked there, and he spoke. I told you, he's not going north, Tipo growled low. I swore I'd look after him. Tiresias cut through him, putting forth his reserved question. Answer me this, Master Mott, do you know who the boy's father is? Tipo's frustration didn't lessen, but an odd look came over the man's face. Tiresias saw his eyes flicker upward. They were in the shadow of the Red Keep after all. No, murmured Tiresias, answering for him. But you do have your suspicions, The blacksmith stepped closer, his voice dropping. The lord who brought the lad told me to keep quiet about it. Is that why you were paid twice? Tipo didn't deem to answer that. He didn't need to. Tiresias lowered his voice as well. If we both know who the boy's father is, then we know the wife and their son. You live in this city. I'm sure you've heard things. Would you trust Gendry's life in their hands? Should it come to that? The blacksmith fixed him with a stare heavier than any hammer in his workshop. As much as he wanted to change Tipo's mind, Tiresias recognized that he had little more to gain by staying. He nodded to the blacksmith. I'll be in King's Landing until the end of the tourney. At the Purple Rose. I bid you only to reconsider my lord's offer. I'll come and see you before I leave for the north. Tiresias shrugged and smiled as he left. Who knows, he called back. Maybe I win a wager and actually be able to afford your wares. He didn't have to look to feel Tipo's eyes on his back, staring at him until he turned a corner on the street of steel. Tiresias pondered the encounter all the way back to his lodgings. All things considered, it wasn't the worst that it could have gone. He was glad Tipo had his suspicions. The man knew how to keep his mouth shut. He hoped the man would reconsider his offer, but he doubted it. Gendry's apprenticeship and life were decided long before he came to King's Landing. His only hope for changing Tipo's mind and bringing the lad out of the city to Winterfell rested on higher shoulders. However, a small part of him hoped. Tipo wasn't the only one eyeing him as he left the street of steel. He sensed another watching him. They continued to follow him as he traveled back through the city. Pausing at a tavern, he glanced back to see them, but they had vanished by that point. Like a ghost. He had his suspicions though, running through the possibilities as he ordered his first bowl of brown. A part of him was glad to be snapped out of his pondering as he took his first bite. The bowl of brown was an acquired taste in King's Landing. He shuddered through the first mouthful. Despite his taste buds protesting, he continued to eat. He couldn't afford to waste food. Or anything resembling food. In the week following his conversation with Tiphomat, he was followed. Always a light patter of feet, never confronting, just observing. Tiresias resisted the urge to try and catch the onlooker. There was no need to question them. He already had a pretty good idea who was spying on him. In fact, he expected the scrutiny after inquiring about a king's bastard. It was why he snuck inside the Red Keep beforehand. It was why he bought his gift for Mal when he did. He didn't want eyes over his shoulder for that personal venture. However, he didn't let the scrutiny deter him from wandering the city. Since he essentially had to wait for others to make a move before he could continue, he embraced his inner tourist and hiked through every nook and cranny he could find in the city. The weather was not in the dead heat of the summer, but it was still too warm for his fur jacket. He put up with the cloak, if only to shield his purse and his sheath. There was nothing else in his rucksack to draw attention. Except maybe the threads. But he could excuse that, say they're for the Stark girls. Trusting that, he exited the Purple Rose every morning and surrendered the contents of his room to a potential search. He strode across to the square to a bakery for a quick breakfast, greeting the baker and his daughter by name at this point. Afterwards, he ventured into the city, his nose wrinkling, though the smell of shit became a little less offensive with each new day. His exploration often led him to becoming lost, but he never worried about it. If he started to try and find his way back in the late afternoon, he was fine. By this point, he knew the basic layout of the city. He strolled through marketplaces, squares, and one morning, though completely by accident, the street of silk on his way to the Dragon Pit. Thinking that the street was home to the silk merchants of the city, he quickly realized his mistake when he witnessed the ladies outside in varying degrees of undress, calling to him and all other passing men. Determined not to be embarrassed, he continued forward, eyes off the brothels, waving off invitations and exaggerated flatteries. He hoped he was polite about it. At the same time, he was grateful for the businesses he passed. It would do to distract any eyes that followed him from the street of silk on his way to the Dragon Pit. It was a different route than the characters took in the show. Though he supposed that the highborn wouldn't walk through the street lined with brothels. Except perhaps Tyrion. Eventually the calls and sounds of the street of silk faded, and for the first time since he entered the city, a silence fell. A wall of stone quickly became apparent and he found a small archway. Walking briefly in darkness, he came upon an entrance to the pit. He stepped forward, his eyes glinting against the sun. It shone upon the center stage, where the white ran at Circe, where Bran was crowned. He turned to the top of the collapsed wall, where Drogon would land and Daenerys would dismount. His eyes scanned the rest of the pit and confirmed that he was truly alone. He didn't know whether or not to be surprised at that. On one hand, it was obviously a sight deemed worthy of war councils. On the other, it was a ruin without any attempt to preserve it, and Tiresias remembered how a neglected ruin was treated. It was a memory from his previous life. The same bleak, resigned sadness that accompanied him to European ruins, thousands of years old, were here now, as he took in the surrounding stone. After standing on the stage for a while and getting nothing from it, he wandered back to the entrance archways, kicking gently, looking. He found it shortly, a short jawbone entwined in the weeds. Leaning down to grab it, he stopped, realizing he probably shouldn't touch it without gloves. He contented him to merely gaze at it, the last of the dragons in Westeros. So far. Quite a difference between this jawbone here and Balrion's skull underneath the Red Keep. As pitiful as it was to see how small the last dragons truly were, he couldn't help but think that these dragons, no bigger than rats, had no chance to bear down the city. He was grateful for that. He wondered how he would feel if Daenerys Targaryen should land again in these ruins for a council. Drogon with Rhaegal, and perhaps Vice Ryan, should he not be slain? Would he be eyeing this same small jawbone in regret? Relief? Ultimately though, there's only so much one can do in a ruin. Tiresias sat in the shade and took in the silence for as long as he could before getting up and departing. The empty silence of the Dragon Pit stayed with him as he wandered back into the city, welcoming the noise for the first time since he entered King's Landing. The next night, he sat in the Purple Rose, nursing an ale. It wasn't the worst brew, truth be told. Or perhaps, he merely grew accustomed to it. He had sat in the tavern every night for the past few days, drinking at his small table. The other customers ignored him. So engrossed with the upcoming tourney, they laughed, sang, and placed a few hopeful bets on the future winners in the contests. All in all, it was a boring scene, and Tiresias found himself retiring earlier and earlier every evening. Sometimes he didn't even bother to finish his ale. It was coming to that point too. However, tonight he figured he would finish off his drink. He tipped his mug upward and drained the last of it. He stilled when he set it down though. A hooded figure had paused and stood before him. Portly and bearded. His nostrils wrinkled. A whiff of perfume chased his last scent of ale. "How do you do, my good man," he said, nodding his head. "I hope you'll forgive me. May I join you? Tiresias glanced around the tavern. Half the tables were empty. He turned back to the man and gestured for him to sit. The man bowed and did so. Thank you, the portly man said, his voice light as a feather. Tiresias had to suppress a grin. He knew that light voice. The tavern girl, Flora, came to their table. Another ale, Tiresias? And one for your friend, she said, her eyes darting between them. The man shook his head. No, thank you, dear. I won't be long. Tiresias waved it off. Nonsense. Have one. He turned to Flora. On my coin. Flora nodded and walked off for another mug. The man nodded to him. Most kind of you, Tiresias, was it? Again, he had to suppress a grin. Granted, he knew exactly who sat in front of him, but even so, that wasn't subtle at all. That's it, he said, sticking out his hand. The portly man took it and he couldn't help but notice how soft his hands were. Tiresias, the librarian of Winterfell, at your service, so to speak. He let go of the hand. But I'm sure you already knew that. The hooded man's eyes narrowed slightly. I'm not sure I quite grasp your meaning. Flora returned to their table with a second mug and a full pitcher. After she had topped them both, she departed quickly. Tiresias raised his mug. Please, I think you'd be a piss-poor spy master if you approached me without already knowing my name, my work. His mug remained high. So, am I going to be cheered or will I end this evening discovering that Varys has terrible table manners? To his credit, Varys didn't let his name bother him. His eyes didn't widen in shock, but it took him another few seconds to grasp his mug and raise it. They clinked and Tiresias took a long draught. He lowered it to see that Varys had barely sipped his. He set down his mug. To what do I owe this pleasure, Varys? Interest soared in Varys' eyes as he looked Tiresias over. Whatever he had expected coming into the Purple Rose, this wasn't it. I don't believe we met before. Am I mistaken? Tiresias shook his head. Nah. But I've seen you before. Sorry about the wasted disguise. It's rather good. What gave it away? The tone was light, but Varys didn't look amused. He shrugged. Would I be wise if I gave away my secrets? There was no answer to that, so Tiresias took another sip before repeating his earlier question. So again, I ask, to what do I owe this pleasure? The eunuch smiled slightly. Considering that my appearance is no surprise to you, you should be able to guess the nature of my visit. King Robert's bastard. Tiresias had to remind himself to add the title. It wouldn't be smart to refer to Robert Baratheon in familiar terms. Not in front of Varys. Even if he was tempted to call the fat man Bobby B. Well, I suppose I'm glad you're still keeping an eye on the boy. It's nice to meet his patron. Varys didn't even blink. I don't suppose you'll be able to divulge Lord Stark's interest in the boy. Tiresias shrugged. I reckon it's the same interest as yours. And mine as well. We all want to see him safe. You want to take him out of the city. Honestly, I'm surprised you haven't done so already. I know you want to keep an eye on him and the rest of the king's illegitimate brood, but you have to admit King's Landing isn't the safest place for him. He is a boy with no name. Merely an apprentice. Learning a valuable trade, from an esteemed craftsman. He could be learning that trade in the north without a jealous queen and a sadistic prince breathing down his neck. Do you imagine Prince Joffrey taking kindly to his bastard half-brother? There was no reason to hint to Varys that he knew the truth of Joffrey's birth or the rest of Cersei's children. The spymaster and all those who knew contained the knowledge for their own benefit and purpose. If he admitted he knew the truth, he doubted he would leave King's Landing alive. Varys didn't answer the question, but his eyes betrayed the truth. Tiresias leaned forward. There are already rumors leaking out of the Red Keep, Varys. Lord Stark had heard them in the north and I've heard only more since I've entered the city. You cannot say that the boy is safe here. Not in truth. He could see the spymaster placing his suspicions to the side momentarily. Tiresias gambled that a child's safety would lead his interest and it looked to have paid off. When you see Lord Stark next, you may assure him that the boy's safety is well in hand. The boy's true parentage is quite hidden. I'm the only one in the Red Keep with that knowledge. He raised his mug. In fact, despite Lord Stark's good intentions, you bring more danger to the boy than anything else. A stranger from the north. Tiresias didn't answer, but Varys pressed on. A stranger? Foreign, waving a lord's insignia. Approaching a random bastard and bringing attention to him? For his safety, I suggest you stay away from the Street of Steel and don't contact Topomod again. He will not change his mind. Meaning you won't change your mind, said Tiresias, his voice low. Precisely. Varys took a sip. You've taken quite an interest in the king's bastards, haven't you? You've found them, provided for them, looked to their needs. He leaned forward. But you're not the only man in King's Landing who's protecting them. Varys peered at him. Your meaning? What happens to them when King Robert dies? The eunuch's nostrils flared gently, but Varys remained poised. Careful, my bookish friend. That could be construed as a treasonous statement. Tiresias shrugged. It's no crime to say a man will die one day. And as for King Robert, I fear that day will come sooner than later. He saw Varys raising his eyebrows and amended quickly. I make no threat or wish against the king's life, but he is killing himself slowly and eventually his body will give out. When that happens, and Joffrey is made king, what happens to Robert's bastards? That would depend on the discretion of his majesty, Varys responded lightly. And I'm sure you've adhered strictly to the discretion of majesties on all counts, said Tiresias, with just a little too much sarcasm in his tone. He dropped it entirely for his next question. You say you're the only one in the Red Keep who knows of Gendry and, I assume, the others. Does the queen know that her king has bastards? Even though she doesn't know where they are or how many. A silence filled their table. Even the dice from the gamblers seemed to be muted. The queen is aware that her royal husband frequently strays from her bed, answered Varys. She has her own ears and eyes throughout the Red Keep, but her web is rather limited to the castle. The small folk do not concern her. That's no surprise, muttered Tiresias. That's your web, isn't it? Indeed. But it will be hers, won't it? Your web and information belong to whomever sits the throne. So when she becomes Queen Regent and Joffrey king, and they demand an audit of the late king's bastard children, what happens to them? Varys regarded him serenely, but remained silent. Tiresias swallowed before continuing. You didn't answer my earlier question, but that's fine. I know that the queen knows about Robert's bastards. She may not know where they are, but she knows there are many and will probably be more in the future. So she'll come to you for the information. Or to any others you have shared this secret with. She'll tell Joffrey. And then they will hunt them down. Kill them in the streets. They certainly are capable. He knew that it was Joffrey who ordered the slaughter, but he was fine conflating the two for now. Tiresias paused for a beat, an image of Robert's bastard babe naked before a knife flashed through his mind. He breathed slowly. Now you'll probably sneak a few out before the massacre. But not all. You won't be able to, and it will look very suspicious if you are asked for their whereabouts and you deny all knowledge. He leaned forward again. I implore you, Varys, to please reconsider and send the boy north with me to Winterfell now. Under Lord Stark's protection. Save yourself the trouble before it's too late and he has to be smuggled out during the king's funeral. Of course, Lord Stark appreciates your concern and your investment in the boy. He is willing to recompense you for the coin you spent on the boy's apprenticeship. He hoped Lord Stark would forgive him for that. Varys stared at him for a solid minute and Tiresias let him. This must have been one of his strangest meetings in a while. Then again, I'm probably giving myself too much credit. This man has led a far more dangerous life than I so far. Finally Varys broke his silence. And why just this one lad to Winterfell? Why not all of the king's bastards? The north is certainly big enough to shelter them all. Tiresias leaned back again. Certainly, but Lord Stark needs to walk a delicate line. He may have a soft spot for bastards, for the king, but he already offended his wife when he brought back a bastard from the war. Now, Gendry may not be his, but another bastard in Winterfell is a sour thing to swallow. Even a royal bastard. They would have to be a boon to the castle and Gendry shows promise in that regard as a blacksmith. It's better than showing back up at the castle with the whole brood of screaming kids. He took a draught of his ale. You're certainly more clever and far-thinking than I am, but if you wouldn't take offense at a suggestion. Varys gestured softly. Please. By all means. I would send every child away from the city. Along with the mother. And each future conquest of the king. As soon as Robert loses interest in her. I'm sure he wouldn't miss them. So when the king passes and the queen demands my information, Varys raised his eyebrows slowly. I will look as though I've conspired to hide away Robert's blights. Tiresias shrugged. It's no crime to send away a child. To hide the disgrace of the crown from the capital. You're a clever man. I'm sure you could excuse it. And what of Gendry in Winterfell? Asked Varys. The north falls under the jurisdiction of the crown. You believe our queen and future king wouldn't demand Gendry's life from Lord Stark? The north is big as you said. Gendry can hide most anywhere. And besides, Lord Stark will refuse. Will the north go to war to protect a southern bastard? Will the Lannisters march up through the neck to deal with one? Varys smiled. A cat's paw can slip through just as well. Well, however they do it, it's more coin and effort to kill a boy 1,000 miles from the capital. If Gendry remains in King's Landing though, Tiresias tapped the table gently. It's just one simple task for the city watch. One knife in the street of steel. He matched Varys' smile. Besides, if the children and their mothers are all out of the city, I'm certain you could forget quite a number of the bastards that the king beget. How many children did Maggie the Frog tell a young Circe that Robert would have? Tiresias couldn't remember the exact number, but he bet anything that Circe did. If Varus came up short on that number, he would be placed under greater suspicion from Circe. He hoped the spider could survive that detail. Something came back into Varys' face and Tiresias exhaled softly, bracing himself. It was the same curiosity that he saw on Roose Bolton's face not too long ago. Varys didn't have the same menace, but he'd be a fool to think him less of a threat. You could have arrived in King's Landing with the other northerners to see to the boy, said Varys. They're just more than a week out from the city. Why the early arrival? I was already in White Harbor, said Tiresias, not too lightly. Seemed easier to sail down. You're a foreigner. It wasn't a question. Tiresias blinked at the sudden shift. Bit of the pot calling the kettle black, I. If the saying was lost on Varys, he didn't show it. Where are you from? It was quite warm at their little table. Tiresias forced himself not to swallow some spit. Essos. Same as you. Varys shook his head slowly. No, he murmured. No. I've lived in cities larger than this one. I've heard hundreds of tongues stretching from one end of the world to the other. I can hear a little of the north in your words. Which I can understand. You have resided there for quite a number of years. He leaned back in his chair. But your tongue, I can't place it. Not anywhere in Essos at least. Tiresias met his eyes. You seem quite confident about that. Essos is a big place. Varys smiled. I am. So, where are you from? A brief silence descended on the table, with neither man in the hurry to break it. Finally Tiresias matched Varys' smile. How about a wager? Varys raised his eyebrows at the suggestion. It was his most dramatic gesture of the evening. Oh, and what kind of a wager do you suggest? Tiresias drank his ale and leaned back. Neither of them worried about being overheard. All the other patrons were focused on the dice game near the fire. Their low voices carried just fine. If I can guess where you're from, in one guess, said Tiresias, raising a single finger. Then you believe me when I say I'm from Essos. Varys smirked. My, what a prize. A rather empty one, if I say so. I know you're no SSC. Me stating otherwise to appease a wager is quite pointless. Tiresias shrugged. Mayhaps. But getting you to believe me would be a pain in my ass. I'd rather just win a wager and move on to Gendry. The eunuch spread his hands before resting them together on the table. As you wish, he said. Allowing himself a small smile, Tiresias tapped his mug gently. Tell me, Varys. Was it in Lys where you were cut? The smirk disappeared, but to his credit, Varys hid his surprise rather well. Even Tiresias had trouble finding his true feelings. A slight tension did appear in the spider's shoulders though. A minuscule twitch in his resting hands. I lost that accent years ago, he said, ignoring the question. That story was reserved for friends whom he trusted. His eyes were boring deep into Tiresias, trying to find something that he had missed. Tiresias shrugged. You're not the only one with a good ear, Varys. A wild part of him wanted to drop further hints of the spider's origin, of the sorcerer and the voice from the flames. He was always curious what Varys heard. But he decided against that. Varys was one of the most dangerous men in the city. If not the most, since Littlefinger was disposed of. And it behooved Tiresias to pretend he was only in King's Landing for Gendry's safety. Varys stared at him for a while before sipping his ale. He didn't purse his lips at it. Tiresias supposed he had drunk far worse in his life, despite his current luxuries. The spider then stood, but didn't depart. They regarded each other further before Varys spoke. I have much to consider. Tiresias nodded. I bet you do. Will I hear from you before the tourney? Varys shrugged. Mayhaps. If this tourney should end without a word from me, leave the city and don't enter the Street of Steel when you do. His posture changed, his voice too as he nodded in farewell. Evening, Tiresias. Speaking to you has been, quite enlightening. And with that, Varys was gone. On to another mission, another whisper that secured his web in the city. Tiresias stared into his ale after Varys departed. His fingers began to tremble and it took a minute for him to still them. But it wasn't out of fear. At least not the fear of what Varys could personally do to him, but the fear of this alternate Westeros. Despite the horror that befell the Seven Kingdoms before, he at least knew that story. This however. He never regretted killing Littlefinger and pulling that weed before it could fester. However, he didn't feel too comfortable allowing Varys to have complete reign over the capital. True, the man was better than most and he had his soft side. But he could be completely ruthless as well. Was he truly doing his best to keep the realm going or was he planning for a Targaryen restoration this time around as well? He didn't see why not. Not like you're one to judge, it's not just the big bads whom you've killed so far, right? Rosie, the nameless woman in Gulltown, even Rickon Stark. He had ended up with a kill list for himself and it would only grow longer. No names could be struck off. Once they were on, they remained forever. Chapter 27. Tiresias continued to explore King's Landing over the following week. Of course, not all of his wanderings ended in such dour locations such as the Dragon Pit. Even if he recognized a section of the city that rioted or burned, he never could feel totally down. It helped that every evening on his way back to the Purple Rose, he would stop at a different tavern. He made new friends at each location, far drunker than him, who promptly forgot him hours later when he departed. Perhaps they could sooner learn his face if he gambled, which he did a couple of times throughout the week, winning back what he had spent in the last few days. Overall, the mood of the people on the street seemed to heighten as well. It wasn't just the economic boom that the tourney brought. It was a sport, an event, and though they may resent the highborn deep down for their obscene wealth, it was a rare man who could resist the latest rumor from the upcoming tourney. Tiresias heard of the many knights and highborns who were entering. Of the dishes commissioned. Of the tourney grounds being constructed outside the King's Gate. As the tourney neared, more and more nobles appeared in the city and he was treated to their splendor as they arrived. They usually marched through the city gates in the early afternoon. Word of their approach in the morning spurned Tiresias to the respective city gates to watch them pass. Most of the nobles he didn't recognize. Many of them weren't nearly as handsome as the main cast on the show. However, his stomach lurched one day to hear of the Tyrells' imminent arrival from the Reach. Knowing the way well by now, he headed to the river gate, as they would be arriving by the Rose Road. With his above-average height, he didn't have to fight for a view. Positioning himself near an alley entrance, he heard the retinue approach. Heralds trotted ahead, calling for the small folk to clear the streets, which no one bothered to protest. It was rather efficient, as the streets emptied just in time to be occupied by the Tyrells, their green and gold banners blanketing the road. Tiresias chewed his jerky and tried to stop his hand from twitching. Rows of soldiers passed, to be succeeded by a fat man with the most openly friendly face he'd seen in Westeros so far. He laughed softly as the man passed, waving merrily to the crowd. "Hello, Mace," he muttered, giving the man a covered wave back. He was a rich fool. But at least he wasn't malevolent. Only a cover for the real power of House Tyrell. Whom, he guessed, was now riding past in the following carriage. It was ornate, impressively crafted and was surrounded by the most burly guards in their company. Tiresias looked on, mildly disappointed that he couldn't see Olenna Tyrell and probably Marjorie as they entered the city, but no matter. They were better off if he let them alone for now. Besides, he was just a poor stranger in King's Landing. Barely better than a peasant. He wasn't speaking to any noble soon. The lack of Loras Tyrell in their company further confirmed one thing to Tiresias. The Knight of Flowers was already in the company of Renly Baratheon. They both probably resided in the Red Keep. He had already heard gossip that Loras Tyrell planned to ride in the joust. The retinue had passed completely and the streets returned to normal. He stuffed the rest of his jerky in his mouth and walked on. If Loras Tyrell and Renly Baratheon were lovers now, then the same consequence was likely. Should the South erupt again into war over the succession of the Iron Throne, Loras would be there to suggest Renly's claim and push House Tyrell into an alliance with the youngest Baratheon. He hated the fact that he wished the two had never met. God knows two Westerosi men in love needed all the happiness they could find. Still, he wished there was some way he could influence the Flower of Highgarden to stay out of the shit show that was coming. That was Olenna's original opinion on the matter. Perhaps if he could meet her sometime, tell her to pull Loras from King's Landing. He snorted at the thought. Influencing Olenna Tyrell was well beyond his capacity, now and probably forever. Lord Stark only heeded his counsel because of his frankness and his knowledge about Lyanna. He doubted the same would work for the Queen of Thorns. However, it was still a ways away. He put it out of his mind and simply enjoyed the pageantry. Other houses came through the city gates over the next few days. The Tullis and the other Riverland houses through the Gate of the Gods on the King's Road from the north. The yellow banners of Stannis Baratheon arrived from Dragonstone, anchoring in Blackwater Bay, as well as the Royces and the other Valaman who sailed from Gulltown. Other nobles from the Reach came through the river gate. Tiresias witnessed an ever-humorless Randall Tarley lead his retinue, their banners featuring a prominent red archer. A tall and armored, but still young boy rode beside him. Tiresias wasn't surprised to see Dickon and not Samwell. He hoped Sam was enjoying the month or so without his father at Hornhill. It would only be a short relief in the years before he would be forced to renounce his titles and join the Night's Watch. Resisting the childish notion to spit after the stern lord, Tiresias turned and proceeded to the other side of the city. According to Meikle the innkeeper, the real power in Westeros was due to arrive in a matter of hours. Sure enough, as the afternoon turned into evening, Tiresias witnessed the largest company of soldiers by far enter the city. Through the Lion Gate, funny enough, a red sea of banners trotted efficiently. They didn't have to clear the streets though. King's Landing well remembered what happened during the rebellion when the Lannisters entered the city. Tiresias was actually one of the only people who remained outside to watch the parade. He stood out more than he wished and was tempted to hide himself. However, he rooted his feet and stayed, taking in the impressive might of the richest family in Westeros. Seemingly the richest, he corrected himself. Their last mine will run dry soon. What position will they claim then? Probably the same. They still looked powerful. After a solid minute of the Lannister guard riding past, Tiresias received his first look at the old lion. Tywin Lannister rode a horse that seemed as tall and as powerful as himself. His eyes remained fixed and Tiresias followed them all the way to the Red Keep, glinting in the sunset. You certainly know what you want, old man. Turning back, he studied the lion's face as long as he could before he rode past. He doubted Tywin Lannister felt any discomfort entering the city he sacked. Indeed, he didn't even glance to the side to view any remaining gawkers. Maybe he was just used to be viewed as such. High, powerful, rich, untouchable. He certainly acted as such, keeping his head high and focused on the castle ahead. It was common gossip that Sir Jaime Lannister was favoured to win the joust. His father was certain to bring all of the glory of Casterly Rock to the capital. For the victory of his golden child. Nothing else in the city mattered as much for him. Certainly not the piercing gaze of a stranger. He rode quickly past the alleyway where Tiresias stood. He smirked at the back of the man's head. That's right. Ride past. Ignore me. I'm nobody. Absolutely nobody. Recognizing the smugness, he suppressed the feeling as quickly as he could. That kind of attitude would get him killed. If he loved being anonymous so much, it wouldn't do to smile like a jackass in public. Or interest the royal spy master, even if you do need him to get Gendry out. Turning his face back to neutral, he observed the rest of the retinue. Kevin Lannister rode next to his son, Lancel, though it took him a few blinks to recognize the lad. He had the same pout on his lip. Afterwards, it was only soldiers and stewards. Soon the Lannisters had passed and he was left with an empty street. He looked to the gate, a little forlorn. No Northerners had entered the city yet. That thought filled him with more sadness than he thought. He missed Winterfell. He missed those inside. The children, the library, the coolness of the wind, the strong brown eyes. He shook his head. It was only another week until the tourney began. He could wait. King's Landing still had many secrets to unfold. Exhaling, he entered a tavern near the Lion Gate. He hadn't been to this one before. He would risk winning a few silver moons tonight, along with eating whatever they passed for meat in their pies. It wasn't just the rich retinues of the highborn that called his attention. It was also the rich buildings of the city. Or which ones he could get a possible closer look at. As opposed to his previous life, when he visited a medieval city, there weren't many places he could just enter as a sightseer. The September of Baelor was such a place. He came to the massive stairway that led to the ornate Church of the Seven. About halfway up, he noticed that the entrance was guarded by the city watch. He halted on the steps as more than one turned their head to him. In that moment, it became abundantly clear that this was no Targaryen ruin that was open to any jerk off the street. He ran through his mind and realized that he never actually saw any small folk in the September before. Not that he could remember. He wasn't near enough for the guards to tell him off, but he knew, based off their energy, that he was not welcome to enter. Seeking no fight in this city, he turned and made his way down without another word. Coming to the bottom of the steps, he wandered around the September and came to the statue of Baelor. A chill came over him as he scanned the square. It wasn't empty, but this crowd was simply going about their day. They weren't cheering for the Warden of the North to lose his head. They weren't hiding his youngest daughter. They weren't witnessing the beginning of a massive war. Someone bumped into him and he recovered just in time to seize the young boy's arm. The boy turned to him, fear in his eyes. Tiresias jerked the boy close. My purse. Now, he whispered fiercely. The boy instantly surrendered it and ran as Tiresias released him. He attached the purse back to his belt, laughing softly to himself. The boy did have an impressive hand for thievery. It didn't relax his mood though. He held his breath and let it go on account. He needed a drink. Unable to be too picky, he walked across the square to a tavern with outdoor tables. Most of which were full. He found an empty end of a bench and ordered a cup of wine. As tempted as he was not to face the statue and the September, he didn't like putting his back to the square. So he sat, reliving the scene of Ned's beheading again and again as laughter and cheers surrounded him from the full tables. Had he done enough to prevent the death of Ned Stark in this city? He told the warden explicitly to stay in the north. He supposed it depended whether or not he could resist the king, if he should still come north to bring his best friend to the capital. He wondered if Jon Arryn would survive longer without Littlefinger in King's Landing. He wondered about the potential engagements. He wondered whether Mance had come to Castle Black yet. Lowering his head, he rubbed his temples. He wondered too much. And he couldn't stop. Another thought came to his mind. Another man who met his end near the September. Or rather in it. The serving girl appeared before him with the wine. He could smell the sourness of it already. Here, she said quickly, depositing it before turning to leave. Excuse me, miss, he called. The serving girl turned back. He glanced to the September of Baylor, towering over the surrounding buildings, before coming back to her. Do you know of anyone named the High Sparrow? What? She responded, a hint of impatience in her tone. He didn't hold it against her. The tourney was days away and the tables were full of customers willing to part with their coin. She didn't have time for strangers with strange questions. He's a Septon. Runs a kitchen for the unfortunate. Doesn't wear shoes. The girl's eyes only squinted further. Tiresias shrugged. Bit grimy. A table across from him called for more ale. The serving girl nodded to them, before turning back to Tiresias. Never heard of him, she said as she strode back to fetch a full pitcher. Tiresias took a sip of the sour wine. It wasn't the first time he had inquired about the High Sparrow. He had asked discreetly every evening or so, in a different part of the city, in the taverns in between games and drink, and all he received were blank looks. No one had heard of the cunning old fanatic. Apparently he hadn't come to King's Landing yet. Maybe it would only be as the war ravaged the countryside and more small folk were displaced. He'd come to King's Landing then. But where was he now? It certainly didn't help that he was probably lying about his origins or that he was so vague with them. A cobbler? A son of a cobbler? Now a Septon? Was he in the Stormlands? The Riverlands? The Vale? Did it matter? Tiresias grimaced through another swallow. Probably not. And in any case, there wasn't a point. Perhaps if he came to King's Landing again, he'd find him. But at the same time, he'd consider it a blessing if he never saw the High Sparrow. Sure, the old man had some good points about the exploitation of the small folk, but religious fanatism was something best left alone. He certainly didn't want the man entering the politics of the South. So what? Another assassination? Just kill him? Is that your solution to everything now? He lowered his head, slightly ashamed that he didn't dismiss the idea right away. What the hell was he becoming? Fortifying himself, he swallowed the last of his wine in 2 big gulps, dregs and all. It was finally the day Tiresias had been waiting for. He stood by the gate of the gods, waiting for the northern retinue to arrive with the tax payments. Resisting the urge to exit the city to meet them on the road, he rooted himself to the ground and marked the time. Gossip put their arrival in only a few hours. He had a feeling though that they would be early. Sure enough, shouts from the top of the gate announced the arrival of the Stark men. It took another 10 minutes, but he finally heard their horses trotting. As far as retinues for the Lord Paramount houses went, it was easily the smallest. He estimated only 20 horses and 2 wagons. He supposed that made sense. They traveled the farthest and they weren't coming to participate in the tourney. Practicality over pageantry. Soon, they came into sight. Tiresias instantly spotted the familiar face of Jory Castle, leading the group. He was sweating profusely and his nose was wrinkled, the smell of the city hitting him hard. He wasn't the only one. Most of the soldiers were trying to keep stoic, but were cracking. Tiresias grinned like an idiot. The northern soldiers were a tough lot. But put them in the heat, the stink, and they'll suffer for it. He realized that he was far too judgmental, that he reacted the same as he first entered King's Landing, but he didn't care. His joy doubled as he spotted Gord's big frame. For the first time in 5 months, he saw people he knew. The horses slowed to a walk. Their riders weren't familiar with the city. Tiresias stepped forward from the crowd, walking alongside gently as not to frighten the horses. Jory, he called. Jory Castle. Jory turned and did a double take. He meant to get off his horse, but Tiresias shook his head and just kept walking beside him. Jory adjusted back into his saddle. Tiresias? Gods, man. It's been an age. Jory said, looking down at him. How long have you been here? Tiresias shrugged. Month or so. How was the journey down here? Long, responded Jory curtly. He looked around before turning back to him. You met some bandits up north. How did you know that? Lord Stark told me. He received your note. We're supposed to escort you back when we return. All of you for little old me. South with the taxes. North with the bookworm. Jory shrugged. Just not supposed to leave King's Landing without you, is all. Tiresias smiled. A true, genuine smile. Well, I appreciate it. He heard large feet hit the ground behind him and turned to see Gord coming up him. You bastard, he said, hugging Tiresias tightly before letting him go and giving him a light punch on his shoulder. The fuck you've been doing here? Waiting for you to show. Should have known it'll take this long, with you coming. Piss off. Gord said, laughing. He placed his arm around Tiresias' shoulder as they walked. He coughed as he breathed in. Gods, this place reeks of shit. How long have you been here? A month, muttered Jory, his eyes forward on the road. Gord looked to him and back to Tiresias. A month, he repeated as he shook his head. How do you stand it? You get used to it, Tiresias said. You're staying in the Red Keep, Jory confirmed. Lord Stark was reserving rooms for us in the city when he received a personal invitation from the king for him and any of his house to stay in the Red Keep. Fancy that, Tiresias, Gord laughed, clapping his friend on the shoulder. A week in the Red Keep. For 1 week, Gord and all these shit-kickers will sleep like kings. Tiresias chuckled. Well, the smell of shit will be a little better in the castle from what I hear. He turned back to Jory. A week though? So you're staying for the tourney? Jory nodded. Just for the joust. Lord Stark agreed to it. Nothing will be held like it in the north, so he agreed to it. We have invitations, but as there's no highborn in our ranks, we'll be in the lower stands. Fine by us, said Gord. We can drink, swear, scratch our balls. Be complete mongrels. Gord, Jory muttered in a low warning tone. I, said Gord, waving it off. Completely polite and civilized mongrels. Tiresias started to laugh. Gord gave him one last side hug, before releasing him. There's that laugh. I'm glad to see you, Tiresias. Foreign prick that you are. Cheers, Gord, Tiresias responded. It's true, said Gord. His tone became a little airy. Not be the only one, either. Tiresias remained silent, refusing to take the bait. Gord didn't care though. You know, ya be pushing this deal of yours far. If we're not back in Winterfell in a month, which we won't, it'd be more than half a year. Tiresias stared at him. How do you know about that? Jin's my wife, you dolt. Cursing himself silently, Tiresias focused back on the Red Keep. They were about a quarter of the way by now. Fine, stay mum. Gord leaned in. All I'm saying is, you best have some mighty good horseshit to sell her when we return. Jory spoke up. That's enough, Gord. Leave him be. We still need to return in one piece. Grateful for the save, Tiresias turned to Jory. Will I be able to enter the Red Keep with you? Jory looked surprised at the question. You should be. You're a man of House Stark as we are and the king is insistent that he host us. We're sharing rooms, but I'm sure we can find you a space. That won't be necessary, said Tiresias. I already have accommodations in the city. The Purple Rose Inn. I just wanted to see the joust. And use the library as well. Jory stared at him. He could feel Gord's bewildered look as well. You don't want to sleep in the Red Keep? Tiresias shook his head. Little fancy for my taste. They entered the main thoroughfare that led directly to the Red Keep. Other streets from the main gates in the city merged into this thoroughfare. To his right, Tiresias heard another company coming. From the direction of the Lion Gate. Halt your horses, he said. What? Why? Asked Jory. Another company is coming and they're not slowing. Halt them now. Jory turned and gave the order, just before a larger company came billowing down from the west. A single banner led them. A yellow banner with 3 black dogs. Fuck me, breathed Gord, as the rest of the company came into view. Tiresias couldn't blame him. He had encountered taller men before, but nothing prepared him for seeing the mountain on his giant destrier. Sir Gregor Clegane pounded the streets as he rode for the Red Keep. Aside from the one banner, there was no vanguard to clear the way and the citizens scattered to make room for him and his men. He didn't wear his full armor and Tiresias caught a look at his face. Once he saw it, he couldn't look away. The mountain's eyes were pitiless and focused on the Red Keep and the prize purse he sought. I didn't think, of course, he would be here, and if so. Thankfully neither Sir Gregor nor his men spared any glances their way. They rode straight past and the Stark company was left in the silence that followed. Quickly though the streets recovered and people went back to their business. Jory gently kicked his horse and they carried on. Gord spat on the ground. Raping, murdering fucker. Care to say that to his face? Asked a soldier from the back. Oh fuck off, Gerard. Gord growled. Tiresias had never seen him this angry before. We're all thinking it. We are, said Jory, emanating his uncle's authority naturally. But we're not here to say or start anything. We're guests of the king. As is Gregor Clegane. We deliver the taxes. We watch the joust. We cheer and we go home. Is that too much for you men to handle? The men murmured in assent. Jory looked down to Gord, who shook his head. Nay, Commander, it's not. He looked aside to Tiresias, who stared ahead unblinking after the Clegane retinue. You all right? Tiresias didn't answer. He was barely listening. The beginnings of another plan were brewing in his mind. Another opportunity. If only he could pull it off. Tiresias, you all right, mate? Gord asked again, patting him on the shoulder. He came to, but didn't take his eyes from the red keep. Gord. I'm fine. He shrugged. Just one big fucker, eh? Bigger than you. Murmured Gord darkly. The hell he's doing anyway? Coming into the city this late? Lord Tywin already arrived, Sir Gregor's not one for social graces, muttered Tiresias. He rarely leaves his land except for combat and tourneys. I'd wager he waited until the last minute to leave his domain. Bet the whole damn keep sighs in relief when he's gone, muttered Gord. None of the men present disputed that or said anything else for that matter. In fact, the appearance of the mountain who rides silenced them all for the rest of their journey to the Red Keep. The murmurs of the small folk ceased around them as they crossed the bridge into the castle. The gold cloaks briefly questioned Jory before waving them on. As they passed under the gate, Tiresias looked up, squinting against the bright spring sky. He could feel the heat emanating from the red brick. It seemed less tall here than on the beach. Obviously, you idiot. Tiresias lowered his head to take in his first actual welcome to the Red Keep. It was a small mercy that when they entered the welcoming courtyard, Sir Gregor and his retinue had already departed for their chambers. Tiresias stood back and let Jory handle their arrival. A young guard spoke to a steward, and once they had removed their personal belongings, their horses were escorted to the stables. That left them with the chests full of coin for taxes. Jory turned to them. All right, men, he said, with a smart-ass cheer. Who's ready for some exercise? Ultimately though they didn't have to carry the chests all the way to the master of coin, thankfully. Someone procured a series of trolleys and they stacked the chests on top. They didn't leave the trolleys though, despite the steward's pledge that it would be delivered. Jory's instructions were to not let this payment out of his sight until the master of coin himself personally accounted for it and provided him with a receipt for the records. As Jory and a few selected soldiers escorted the coin, Tiresias stayed behind with the other men. Cups of water were brought to them. They sat in the shade for a good hour before a steward with neat hair appeared before him. Men, your quarters are prepared. If you'd follow me please. The quarters consisted of 4 rooms in the outer hold with 5 cots apiece. Tiresias let the rest of the men enter before seeing for himself. Gord claimed a bed by the door. He turned to see Tiresias leaning against the doorframe and grinned. Sure we can't tempt you, Tiresias? Kipping on the floor? Sharing some air with the 5 of us? Tiresias snorted. I'm sure. Besides, for what I paid, I might as well stay in the city. Gord shrugged, laughing lightly. Suit yourself. I'm enjoying this castle when I can. God's willing, I'll never have to come down south again to fetch you. His ears perked at approaching footsteps. Grateful for an excuse not to retort, Tiresias turned to see Jory coming this way, escorted by another steward. Jory stopped in the hallway, calling out. All right, lads. Eyes and ears now. All the soldiers exited into the hallway, giving Jory the requested attention. Before we all start drinking and gambling and being the respectful guests we are, we're still the representatives of House Stark in the north. Court's in session now and we're due to announce our arrival and pay our respects. I need 4 volunteers. 4 men stepped forward. Gord remained back. Jory nodded. All right. You lot tighten your uniforms and stand straight. Keep your hands off your weapons and prepare to kiss an arse or two. With all respect, of course. After 5 minutes of everyone doing their best to look presentable, they fell into formation and followed the steward as they marched into the main keep, toward the great hall. Tiresias followed behind them. He hadn't really asked if he could join them, but Jory didn't protest. His dagger was sheathed on his front. No one had bothered to check him for a weapon and he doubted anyone saw him as dangerous. However, wishing to avoid any misunderstanding, he had adjusted his sheath to make his blade visible before they set to march through the castle. On the way, he kept an eye out for the same courtyard that he came upon when he snuck up from the cellars. He had to make sense of the geography of this place very quickly. The drunken babbling of the servants was not all-encompassing. Just as the small folk were replaced by guards and stewards as they entered the Red Keep, the guards and stewards were replaced with the murmurs and chatter of the highborn as they entered the inner part of the castle. The nobles seemed to join their direction as they turned the corner and spotted 2 large doors in the middle of the corridor. Tiresias steeled himself. Come on, man. You've been inside of cathedrals and castles before. You can do this. However, not of these medieval structures played host to a real court in his old world. None that Clark had witnessed during his travels. They turned into the great hall. And Tiresias felt a tingle run up his spine. The last time he saw the throne hall, it was destroyed by dragon fire. It was whole now with radiant light that streamed through the stained glass windows. A sea of nobles filled the room. Tiresias thought his nose would burn with so many perfumes mixing with each other. The fabrics too, he hadn't seen this much expensive material in ages. Not in this world certainly. But even the richest cloth in the world couldn't keep Tiresias' eyes from the other end of the room. The iron throne sat cold and heavy. It was also empty. A simple wood chair was positioned in front and below. An old man sat upon it. Even from this distance, Tiresias saw the pin glint on his chest from the sunlight. Despite his age, Jonaran seemed spry. He could see why his sudden death caused a wave of suspicion throughout the capital. With the absence of King Robert, Jonaran greeted all arrivals, taking their requests, their questions without a moment of hesitation. Apparently he was used to running court without the king present. Occasionally, he turned to his side to address the hunched-over Maester Pycelle, who stood by his side to offer a word of his own. Tiresias realized his fists were clenched and shook them out. "Anything wrong?" asked Jory, catching the movement in his periphery. Tiresias shook his head. "Nah." Suppressing any feelings he had about the Maester, he lowered his voice and turned to Jory. "I need a favor." Jory's eyes remained front. Could you ask the Lord Hand if he'd permit the donation of a few tomes to the Winterfell library?" That caused the young guard to turn to him. "Does Lord Stark know of this request?" "Nah, but I won't be back here for a while. If I'm back at all." He met Jory's incredulous eyes. "What? Can't hurt to ask. You can ask him yourself if you want. You're part of the Winterfell retinue. You can speak." "Jory, for the last month, I have had naught but endless inquisition about my accent, how I talk, where I'm from. And I'm very tired of it." Tiresias didn't have to fake his frustration too much. His accent became a boring talking point years ago. At least in Winterfell, where everyone was used to him. Here in King's Landing, in his evenings at the taverns, it was half the conversation. He sighed. "Please just ask on my behalf." "Fine," said Jory, turning to the Lord Hand. It was their turn. The herald announced them. Or rather just Jory by name. They approached Jonaran, halting the appropriate distance before him. Tiresias thanked whomever was listening that Robert wasn't in the room. Because the king wasn't present, there was no need to kneel. The court was content with a short bow from them all. "My Lord Hand," said Jory, straightening. "Thank you for welcoming me and my men to the Red Keep. The taxes for this year from the north have been delivered in full to the Master of Coin. With all that out of the way, my men eagerly await the tourney, thank the crown for such entertainment and above all, wish Prince Joffrey a very happy name day." Knowing of the crown's increasing deficit, Tiresias wondered if anyone else in the throne room could discern the stress in Jonaran's face. He wondered who the Master of Coin was anyway, with Peter Baelish dead. He didn't envy him, whoever he was. This tourney was going to cost a fortune. He didn't even want to think about how much additional food the North could import with that money. Not wishing to showcase that sour thought, Tiresias exhaled through his nose, bringing his face to neutral. He caught Jonaran doing the same. "The crown thanks you for your well wishes and is always glad to host the men of House Stark. As for the taxes, I'm sure that everything is quite in order." The Lord Hand smiled. Lord Eddard was quite prudent about these matters, from what I remember. Genuine affection colored the man's voice. Tiresias couldn't help but stare. It was strange to see Jonaran in this state. Last time, he was quite dead with stones covering his eyes. "You're the nephew of Sir Roderick Castle, yes?" asked Jonaran. "How does he fare these days?" "He fares well, my Lord Hand," responded Jory. "Quite hale and as strict as he ever was in the training yard." Jory and Lordaeron spoke a minute more. Tiresias suspected that the Lord Hand was relieved to have some connection to his former charge. It gave the man some life in the long days of welcoming the far reaches of Westerosi nobility to the capital. Whatever the reason, the conversation turned borderline casual and Tiresias turned his ear to the crowd. Jory wasn't a presence that would halt whispers, and right now, the light conversation taking place wasn't enough to hold the full attention of the court. Lord Stark paid his taxes. A Master of Arms still breathes. The Lord Hand is nostalgic. Nothing of noteworthy value to the murmuring masses. As such, Tiresias didn't blame the court for turning their attention away. However, he brought his own back just in time to hear Jory speak. "If it pleases the crown, my Lord Hand, we have another request." Jonaran nodded, gesturing for Jory to continue. "Winterfell is currently revitalizing the literary history of the North and placing a great effort in expanding its library. If the Red Keep has any tomes they would be willing to part with, Winterfell would be most grateful." Maester Pycelle came to life for the first time since Jory stepped forward. Revitalizing the Northern literary history. If Jory heard the skepticism in the Maester's words, he didn't show it. Grand Maester. It's been a long time coming. Tomes have been gathered from all over the north. Consolidated and archived in the walls of the most impregnable castle north of the Neck. How long has this venture been underway?" asked Lordaeron. Jory considered it. 5 years, I'd say. This man, he gestured to Tiresias, who felt the instant rush of eyes snapping to him. Those that were still listening. This man has traveled all across the north to gather the materials. He's traveled here in hopes that the Red Keep would be so generous as to consider the request. Lord Urin turned to him. What is your name? He could have cursed Jory Castle. Announcing himself at the royal court was not his idea of a low profile. However, he had no choice now. He stepped forward. Tiresias, my lord hand, he said. I'm the librarian at Winterfell. He gave a respectful, but short bow. Luckily most of the court were too preoccupied with their own business to give heed to this modestly dressed stranger. The throne room was so big, that most couldn't even hear his unfamiliar accent. Lord Urin certainly did though. His eyes sharpened as Tiresias spoke. However, he was polite enough to press on. And what would you seek from the Red Keep's library? Tiresias swallowed. Nothing that the crown wouldn't be willing to part with. The Winterfell library is welcome to all topics. However, our concentration has been the curation of tomes written in the Old Tongue. He turned to Maester Pycelle. Not to acknowledge him in this request would be foolish. We realize that most of these volumes are found above the neck. Outside of the north, Maester Luwin and I have only reached out to the bordering kingdoms, the Riverlands, the Vale. However, as we are currently in the capital, we ask the crown if they'd be willing to donate any tomes they have in the Old Tongue to the Winterfell library. The skepticism in Pycelle's eyes didn't lessen. It was only through the Lord Hand that he would succeed, and so he brought his attention back to Lord Urin. Of course, Lord Stark has been generous to those who have donated such tomes. He is open to compensation. He tried to say that straight. It was true that Ned insisted on compensating for the volumes donated, but he usually did that with pre-approval. Tiresias had no idea how much the crown would demand for these volumes. It was also another time that he spoke for Lord Stark on the fly. I'm sorry, Ned. Hope this works out. If not, hope you forgive me. Lord Urin pondered the request for a few seconds. How many volumes would you seek? Tiresias shrugged. No more than 5, my lord hand. If that many. I would have to see what's available. For all I know, I could only end up requesting 1. Maester Pycelle leaned down to Lord Urin. My lord hand, this request, it would require a great amount of time. My acolytes would need to audit the entire catalogue, determine the financial worth of the selected tomes, receive formal permission from His Majesty. Lord Urin cut across his murmuring with a whisper. Tiresias picked it up even if the others didn't. You truly believe Robert cares one fig about tomes, he uttered low. As for any volumes in the Old Tongue, if we have any, who in the 7 hells reads them? Who even can in this place? Tiresias worked to keep his face neutral. The hand turned back to the northerners. A donation won't be necessary. The crown can spare 5 tomes in the Old Tongue to the Winterfell library. As the tourney begins in 5 days, Grand Maester Pycelle will only have time tomorrow in the late afternoon to catalogue the tomes you take. Tiresias, will you be here tomorrow morning? A steward will show you to the library and bring you the possible tomes for you to peruse. Tiresias bowed again. I will. Thank you, my lord hand. Thank you, Grand Maester Pycelle. Sensing the dismissal, the rest of the northerners bowed and proceeded to exit the great hall. A few whispers followed them and Tiresias felt more eyes on his back than when he arrived, but all in all, it wasn't bad. The people in this room were here for blood and courtly intrigue. A nerd seeking tomes in a dead language wasn't nearly as exciting. Tiresias chuckled to himself. Nerd. Haven't thought of that word in ages. As they exited the great hall, Jory sighed. Glad it's over? Tiresias asked. Didn't say that, responded Jory. The hand is a friend of Lord Stark, but I'm just like the other men. I'm tired, I've delivered the coin, we called upon the court, found you. Well, actually, I found you. The point being, Jory continued. We're all tired. We're free now and we need to drink. Tiresias fought the urge to admonish Jory for naming him in his request for the tomes. There was no one else to read the Old Tongue and he would have to be introduced at some point to do it. Fortunately, the court barely cared about him and would probably forget him in the glory of the tourney in a few days' time. Still, he was losing his anonymity bit by bit, well, rather in large chunks over the past few months. With what he had to do in the coming years, how much more could he expose himself? The question certainly wasn't helped by the appearance of a familiar perfume approaching them. He turned to see a robed and bald man walking beside them, his feet patting the ground lightly. Good afternoon, Jory Castle, gentlemen, said Varys. Jory stopped and stared, though he recovered enough to respond. Good afternoon, Lord, he trailed off. Tiresias wondered if Jory had ever seen such a person like Varys before in the north. Probably not. The eunuch bowed his head. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Varys, the master of whispers on the king's small council. Jory narrowed his eyes. I've heard of you. You were on the Mad King's council, I. If Varys was at all peeved at being connected to the previous regime, he didn't show it. He only nodded politely. Indeed. It was the former King Ares who summoned me from across the narrow sea. Varys turned to Tiresias. Tiresias, was it? Suppressing a smile, Tiresias nodded. I. He hoped that sounded like a question. Varys held out both of his hands for a shake, which Tiresias obliged. It is so good to meet a fellow SSC here in the Red Keep. He released Tiresias' hand, tucking his own back inside his robes. As the crown is busy welcoming all for the prince's tourney, I spoke to the Lord Hand just now after you left and volunteered to show you the library, immediately if you wish. So you will be able to use Grand Maester Pycelle's precious time more effectively on the morrow. He raised his eyebrows. Of course, if you're too weary from the travel, it could wait. Milking it a little much, aren't you, Varys? Tiresias shook his head. No. Not tired at all. I actually arrived in King's Landing before the northern retinue. I can see the library now. He turned to Jory and his men, who were still regarding Varys with frank suspicion. They were far too open. I'll meet up with you lot later, I. Jory nodded, his eyes darting from Tiresias to Varys. We'll be resting for a bit. I'm sure a servant can direct you to where we'll be supping this evening. That question was directed at Varys, who nodded blithely. Indeed. Jory nodded back cautiously, before turning to Tiresias. Until then. Then he turned and walked back in the direction of the guest quarters with the other Stark guards. Varys gestured in the opposite direction. This way, please. They walked side by side through the castle. Tiresias listened as they walked, but thankfully they didn't attract the whispers or the glances that he expected. Perhaps Varys was just a common sight in these halls. Perhaps the general nobility of Westeros was disgusted by a foreign eunuch and did their best to ignore him. And was he that much better? He was a foreign bookworm. He was boring. That was probably a greater sin in this court than anything else. He inspired tepid levels of gossip. It was a lot to hope for. He couldn't imagine what the people thought, seeing him stroll through the Red Keep with the spider. However, Varys seemed unconcerned, and if that's how he played his role, Tiresias could hardly do better than to reciprocate. After they had walked a good while away from the throne room and Tiresias was convinced that they were out of earshot, he turned to Varys. Are you actually leading me to the library? Funny enough, I am. It would certainly be strange if the Lord Hand discovered I did otherwise. Varys turned to him, meeting his eyes. And it would certainly be strange for a servant of Winterfell to be in King's Landing for only a tourney. Well played on your part, inquiring the crown for literary donations. Remembering to keep his face neutral, Tiresias kept his voice to a mutter. Does the Crown Spymaster usually escort lowly servants to the Red Keep's library? The Crown Spymaster has a number of unusual activities that go on in this castle. A quick detour to the library to make a fellow foreigner feel welcome hardly qualifies. If you say so. I do. A group of handmaidens came around the corner. Varys nodded to them politely, but they ignored him and continued on. The spider sighed. As long as we're speaking, may I ask where you're from in Essos? Or at least, where you've been saying you're from. Not sure I appreciate that, Varys from Lys. We had a wager, remember? I do, said Varys lightly. Please forgive me. Where are you from in Essos? It wasn't worth the annoyance. Tiresias sighed and tried not to make his answer sound too recited. Though it certainly was. My family were nomads. We went back and forth between the free cities, the bays up north. Mostly Lorith. Varys smiled, nodding. That's good. My web is rather thin as it heads to the north. On both sides of the narrow sea. My life wasn't decided by your web. The spider nodded apologetically. Of course not. I was merely going to say that my whispers carry strong throughout the southern kingdoms. The north, well, it's the north. Even as wardens, the Starks and their bannermen seem content to sit in the snow. Above the game. The court saw it today. Lord Stark is the only Lord Paramount not to attend the Prince's Name Day tourney. It's a long journey. Lord Stark means no disrespect by his absence. And thankfully no one cares for his absence. Well, except for the king, and he's more sad than insulted. They had come to a pair of beautiful wooden doors that shone against the corridor of stone. Tiresias couldn't tell what wood it was, but he knew it was expensive. Varys stopped before the doors and turned to him. My point, Tiresias, is that the crown's influence significantly lessens past the neck. Up there, a boy may be safe from the wrath of a queen or a future king. Silence followed the eunuch's words. Tiresias strained his ears, but no one else was in the hall, and if Varys chose to halt here and speak, then the tunnels that ran throughout the Red Keep probably didn't extend here. Varys' face had no strain of humor or lightness to it. His eyes were quite dangerous. Tiresias met those eyes easily though. So, do you agree to send the boy north? That depends. What is Lord Stark's plan for the boy? He could lie, but honestly, Tiresias felt like he had spoken enough falsities in Ned's name. I don't know what Lord Stark has in mind for the boy. Continue his apprenticeship, probably. Mycon, the Winterfell blacksmith, is nowhere near the level of Topomot, but he's good and Gendry will finish his trade. Tiresias shrugged. Perhaps, due to his father, he might be taught to be read. Anything to help the boy's future. We're displacing the lad. We owe him something. What do you owe? Varys asked. What will he be satisfied with? What will he claim? A king's bastard raised under a lord paramount. You said it yourself, the North hardly cares a thing for the South. Lord Stark has no interest in the power games at court. He certainly won't bring Gendry up to claim any Baratheon birthright. He won't support him if he does. And if the North doesn't support a bastard usurper, the Stormlands and the Crownlands certainly won't. Can you imagine Lord Stannis welcoming the boy or any of his illegitimate half-siblings to Dragonstone? Will Lord Renly bring them to Storm's End? Varys peered at him, considering his words. Tiresias sighed. I've lived for a few years in Winterfell and believe me, it's easy to see that ruling the North requires all of Lord Stark's energy and time. He only wants to save the boy, not press a claim. The spymaster's expression didn't change, though his eyes did flicker to the corner of the corridor. They were still alone. Everyone who was anyone was resting before supper. Will the boy be safe? Asked Varys. Tiresias thought he heard a sincerity in the spider's tone that he hadn't heard before. Will Lord Stark keep the boy safe? Tiresias stepped forward, lowering his voice even more. You were here to see his face. You heard his words when Lord Tywin brought in the corpses of Aegon and Rhaenys Targaryen. What do you think? He tried to see what Varys was thinking. But that little hint of sincerity was gone. If it was ever there to begin. Varys was an actor before he became a spy. But he had also seen Varys genuinely care for some things. Children, the realm, the downtrodden. Right now, the spider was considering what to do to. What was the benefit to himself? To all? Finally, Varys exhaled through his nose, checking the corridor one last time before turning back to Tiresias. Do you plan to move into the Red Keep or continue your stay at the Purple Rose? The Purple Rose. Then I will get instructions to you there. I will ask that you not notify your soldier friends that they will have an extra companion on their journey home. The boy's exit from the city needs little attention. Keeping a triumphant grin from his face, Tiresias nodded. I agree. And the boy's apprenticeship fees? What you wish for compensation? Varys blinked at him. I only wish for the boy's happiness and safety. Tiresias waited. Finally the spider sighed. And 30 dragons should cover the rest. A mix between a scoff and a laugh came from Tiresias before he could stop it. Fine, he said. Varys smiled for the first time since they met outside the throne room. Then he gestured to the doors. The library, Tiresias of Lorith. Pardon me, he corrected, seeing Tiresias' face. Tiresias of Winterfell. The library was an impressive room, though rather devoid of any readers. Varys ushered him to the castle librarian, who looked bored out of his mind. Despite the barbaric reputation of the North, the librarian seemed grateful for something to break the monotony. His eyebrows rose further and further as Varys explained Tiresias' presence and his aim in collecting tomes in the Old Tongue. As the librarian strode into the rows to begin pulling tomes, Varys bowed and departed the library. Tiresias watched him leave, but the spider didn't look back once. Which he was grateful for. As soon as the library doors closed on him, Tiresias leaned against the table and sighed, grateful to be out of Varys' peering eyes. 30 dragons, all right, then. Not the worst. Lots of wealthy people here to lose some coin. He was taken out of that spiral by the reappearance of the librarian, pushing a trolley stacked with only a few tomes. I'm afraid that these are all I could find for now, he wheezed, placing the tomes one on top of another on the table by the hearth. As for the rest, I would need the rest of the evening and the morrow to heed your request. Tiresias nodded, sitting at the table. That's fine. I'll peruse these for now, but I'll truly start to examine them in the morning. Determine whether or not Lord Stark would want them. He pulled the first tome toward him, opening it gently. After a few seconds, he looked up to see the librarian staring at him. You can decipher these runes. Tiresias shrugged. Most of them. Would it be possible to have a quill and paper? I'll need to make some notes. 5 minutes later, the librarian returned with his items. Tiresias rolled up his sleeve, preparing to write. I assume that I will be able to leave my notes here, undisturbed until the next morning. The librarian nodded. I should imagine so, my lord. The rest of the castle is quite preoccupied. Thanks be to the tourney. Indeed, said Tiresias, picking up his quill. As for the other tomes you find, stack them on this table please and leave them for me overnight as well. I should be done by tomorrow evening and know which tomes will be carting back north with us. The blunt instruction coming out of him felt a little odd. However, this was not Winterfell and the Red Keep ran on a strict hierarchy. Everyone answered to someone. Still, he felt he had to make a minor correction. Also, I'm no lord. Looking only slightly embarrassed, the librarian nodded and strode off to find the other tomes. Thankfully, he didn't get too lost in the pages. It was only an hour before he left the library. The librarian called a page and instructed him to escort Tiresias to where the northern soldiers were dining. They walked silently through the halls. Tiresias peered at the back of the page's head. He wondered whether or not this man belonged to Varys or the queen or someone else. Was he even important enough to be spied upon? They descended from the upper levels of the Red Keep down to where the smaller halls were located. After exiting a spiral staircase, they emerged onto a stone balcony bordering a courtyard below. Tiresias' heart stopped and restarted again as he took the view in. A watchtower across from them stood on the edge of the castle, looking out over the black water. He went to the edge and paused, looking down at the courtyard. It was familiar too. As well as the sheer wall of the castle that stood on the other side. His escort didn't realize that he had stopped and he was treated to the sound of his feet doubling back. "My lord," asked the page. He turned to face the young man, not bothering to correct him on the lordship. "Is there a privy nearby?" The page nodded. "Yes, my lord. Right this way." They walked the rest of the way around the courtyard before coming to the stairs that the Lannister soldiers patrolled. After descending them, Tiresias slowed as they walked past a corridor. There was no doubt in his mind as he peered down the corridor. It looked the same, smelled the same. The cellars were there. And so was his back door into the Red Keep. He knew how to get here now. Unless, of course, he forgot. He ran through the steps he took from the Great Hall to the library in here, trying desperately to etch it into his mind. Inside the privy, he stood and ignored the stench, concentrating. He knew that once he joined his northern friends, they would regale him with tales of the road, demanding his in return as the ale flowed freely. He didn't certainly intend to let his secret route be compromised by any drink or merriment. It would have to be locked away, secured. As deep as Balrion's skull in the cellars of the Red Keep. Chapter 28. The first thing that struck Jory about the capital was the absurd heat. The farthest he had ever traveled from Winterfell was the Iron Islands for the short-lived Greyjoy rebellion. The heat of battle was tempered by the winds and sea that billowed the Iron Islands and their ships. The sweat there felt earned and blended with the waves as he disembarked from the boats. He wasn't bothered by his damp clothes then. Here, one could simply sweat standing still. Most of the men abandoned their outer garments. Not Jory though. He couldn't as the assigned commander of this escort. And so he suffered it along with the stink of the city. The summer's heat only made it worse. Tiresias assured them all that the heat would lessen considerably in the evening. Thankfully he was right. Aside from the ever-present smell of shit, the city cooled immensely as the sun went down and it turned into a pleasant evening. They had spent the first evening inside the Red Keep, enjoying the hospitality of the crown. Tonight, however, the men suggested they venture out into the city and enjoy the capital. Jory didn't have the heart to deny them. Many of these men wouldn't venture this far south again. After assigning 2 unlucky men to stay behind this evening to guard their belongings, he did so on the suggestion of Tiresias, who seemed to distrust the Red Keep more than anyone. They set out past the front gate, full of gaiety and mirth. It was exciting to explore a strange city at night. There was an energy here that made a man's spine tingle. Jory felt the excitement same as his men, but he curbed his instincts, keeping his eyes and ears sharp. Lord Stark had given him strict instructions to bring all his men home safely, not just their librarian. An hour later, a few remaining Stark men, including him, Gord and Tiresias, sat around a street table outside a tavern. The rest of the men had made no secret of their preferred destination and so, with Tiresias guiding them, they deposited all whom wished it at the Street of Silk. Jory had never seen his men walk so quickly. He hoped they had heard his strict warning to behave themselves. Jory brought the mead to his lips, trying to forget the line of brothels along that street. He had never seen anything like it. Not even at Ambra's. So many women. So many scantily clad, beautiful women. Calling to him. He shook his head, laughing at himself before drinking. They were calling to every man on the street, "You dolt." It certainly tempted him regardless. Thankfully, it was easy to follow Gord and Tiresias, as they merrily waved to the departing soldiers. They had a few hours to spare before the men would be done. So Gord asked for a tavern that served drink that didn't pass as horse piss. Tiresias was quick to point to a spot nearby. And so here they sat with full mugs, laughing and drinking steadily in the warm evening. Well, also all of them. Tiresias sipped his ale slowly. He supposed that wasn't unusual. The librarian was always a moderate drinker. What was unusual was his presence in King's Landing. He had been absent from Winterfell longer than usual. Normally his excursions for tomes would last a month at most. Anywhere farther would simply send a rider with the requested materials. Granted, he had heard from Gord that this excursion would be the longest yet, but where had Tiresias been all this time? According to Vix, he merely departed through the western gate one early morning. He wasn't even riding a horse. The most recent bit of news put him coming from the Dread Fort, pursued by bandits. He went all the way to White Harbor to evade them, which didn't make sense. Also, where were the tomes that he had collected? Perhaps he abandoned them in his flight, but still, being gone for a few months should have yielded several tomes, and yet Tiresias didn't seem to have a single one on him. The 5 tomes that he brought back from the Crown Library this afternoon seemed to be the only ones he had collected. Again, he asked, what had he been doing all this time? He knew that his uncle didn't fully trust the librarian, even though he spoke of him in polite terms. When Lord Stark divulged that Tiresias was going to be in King's Landing and instructed him to escort the man safely back to Winterfell, he finally asked his uncle his views on the whole affair. Uncle Roderick answered as fairly as he could. I don't know why Lord Stark trusts the man, Jory, or why he values him as highly as he does. I place no judgment on the man himself. I actually like him. In a way. But he's a mystery. And Lord Stark is privileged to that mystery. It's his right to keep it. If it were anyone else, I would question it further. However, Lord Stark has never given me a reason to. In all my years of service. I trust Lord Stark. So I trust Tiresias. In a matter of speaking. So, I'll only say go down to King's Landing, Jory, and swiftly. Deliver the coin. Find our librarian. Escort him safely back to Winterfell. If Lord Stark wishes us to protect his mysteries, then that's what we'll do. Tiresias seemed less like a mystery and more of a normal man as he sat drinking, though. Jory felt his suspicions toward the librarian morph in mere curiosities. Such was the effect of camaraderie on a warm evening. Or it could be the mead. Jory tipped back his mug, finishing his second round. The others saw him and followed suit. Quickly they banged their empty mugs on the table as each one finished. Gord was the first. Fucking I, he cheered, laughing. He looked to Tiresias, who declined to partake, still sipping his half-full mug. Oh, piss off, mate. You won't get drunk with us? Not even after months of being gone. Tiresias grinned, setting his mug down gently. Someone's got to remain clear-eyed when this evening's done. Who else is going to escort you assholes back to the Red Keep? Gord belched for a solid 10 seconds before replying. How hard could it be? You can see the damn castle from anywhere in this city. See, look. He put his arm around Tiresias' shoulder and pulled him close, pointing off into the distance. You see, right there, you set your course, and then you walk, stumble, we'll stumble our way back. The tavern girl came to their table with a full pitcher. Another, lads, she asked. The men pushed their empty mugs toward her for an answer. She filled them quickly and departed. Tiresias tapped Gord's arm. Mercy, Gord? For old time's sake, he asked rather politely. Gord pulled him closer. The next time that lovely lass fills our mugs, yours will be empty and waiting like the rest of us. Agreed. Tiresias nodded. Agreed. After a brief consideration, Gord nodded. All right. You're forgiven. He then kissed Tiresias on the forehead and released him. Jory exploded in laughter along with the rest of the table. Tiresias was no exception, though he did give Gord a good punch in the arm. "Aw, come on, mate," said Gord laughing as he rubbed his arm. "That'll be the only loving I'll have until I get back to Winterfell. T'gin. I'm a faithful husband after all." "Glad to hear it," said Tiresias as he took a deep draught. He sighed after swallowing. "What about you?" asked Gord, his eyebrows raising. Tiresias met his eyes evenly. "What about me? You a faithful man, Tiresias?" Tiresias didn't deign to answer that, continuing to stare coolly at Gord, who finally shrugged. "Fine, keep your secrets," said Gord, taking a drink, but losing none of his grin. "You just seemed to lead us rather confidently to that street with all the lovely ladies. Didn't he, Commander? Didn't he seem to know the way rather quickly?" Jory smiled. Indeed, he did." The laughter from the rest of the table grew. Finally Tiresias set his mug down. "There's more to this city than whores, gentlemen," he replied. "There's history in these streets." "There's history everywhere," Tiresias said Jory. He shrugged. "Gods, there's more history in Winterfell than here." "Maybe," murmured Tiresias, before leaning forward. "Point is, there's much more to see here. I've been here for a month and I've barely scratched the surface. I haven't had the time for the Street of Silk." Gord clapped his hand on the librarian's back, nearly sending him into the table. "I believe you, friend," he said rather loudly. The drink was beginning to get to him. We all do, he said, gesturing to the table before whispering loudly enough for them all to hear. Mal will be pleased to hear that. Tiresias ignored that last comment as he sipped his ale. Besides, he said. If I had visited the brothels in this city, I wouldn't have any coin left to gamble in the tourney. The poor bastards we left back there will have quite the come down when they discover their empty purses. Everything is more expensive down here. Including the ladies of the night. So you'll be betting then, asked Jory. The librarian always seemed to have the best luck with cards, though he didn't play much. No one could bluff the man. He wondered if the same held true with tourney bets. That's the plan, said Tiresias blithely. He let the silence sit before Gord elbowed him. Come on, you tight-lipped fucker, give us a hint. Tiresias smiled. What I do know? I'm just a foreigner. Besides, I've been stuck in the north with you lot all these years. You've also been here for a month, said Jory. One day, he'd asked just what the hell he was doing all that time. For now, he merely shrugged. I'm sure you've heard some things. The librarian fell silent, his eyes losing all play. Jory recognized that look, though this was his first time seeing it up close. Tiresias always wore it when he spoke with Lord Stark. He could never place what the man was thinking. It just seemed intuitive that he shouldn't be interrupted. The rest of the table seemed to pick that up. Even Gord fell silent. For a minute, they waited until Tiresias looked up again. Lord Tywin Lannister has brought quite an entourage to this city, he said quietly. He is very sure that his pride, Sir Jaime Lannister, will win the joust. He wants the glory of the Westerlands watching him as he does. So you're betting on Sir Jaime then, asked Jory. He had seen the Kingslayer fight before on the Iron Islands. He never thought bloodshed could look so elegant. Tiresias shook his head. Sir Jaime may be the favorite. However, he's not my pick. Sir Loras Tyrell is riding in the joust as well. Sir Loras, that name rung a bell in Jory's mind, a young man who squired for Lord Renly Baratheon of Storm's End. The mention of his name with Lord Renly inspired laughter in the houseguard. Gord laughed now, though for a different reason. You believe the Knight of Flowers will unseat the youngest Kingsguard in history? Tiresias didn't return the laughter. He's my pick. I'll get good odds from those who can't see past his pretty looks. Those who cannot see his skill. There was such a sincerity behind his words that Jory sensed the whole table changing their minds on their gambling strategies. Their disbelief turning into a quiet reconsideration. Gord was certainly one of them. Drunk as he was becoming, he sobered briefly as he absorbed Tiresias' words. After the man did have a talent for, well, he didn't exactly know what. But Tiresias had a way about it. And so it seemed that the men from Winterfell would place their coins tomorrow on the young knight from the Reach. Most of them at least. How much are you betting, Tiresias? Asked Gord. All of it, said Tiresias shortly. The disbelief came back to the table as Jory lowered his mug. All of what? He asked. Everything that I've made in the past month in this city. Every coin I've collected that hasn't gone to the inn or my stomach. And how much is that? 17 dragons and 8 moons. More than one of the men whistled. Gord leaned toward Tiresias. Bit reckless, mate. Why the deep bet? I need more coin. Need to buy something. More tomes? I'm sure if you ask the Lord Hand. It's not tomes, muttered Tiresias, his eyes on his drink. Jory felt his eyebrows furrow. Well, what then? Tiresias shook his head. I'll tell you when we leave. Silence followed his words as the men exchanged looks. Jory kept his eyes on the librarian. Tiresias wasn't one for steep purchases. Whatever he had found in King's Landing, Jory only hoped it would fit in either of the wagons they had brought. Tiresias looked about and grinned at the silent men. Jory knew that look too. He hoped it meant the bet was secure. The librarian raised his mug. To Sir Loras. May he make us coin we'll quickly lose. The men raised them mugs and answered the toast. Jory drained his fast, lowering it to see that Tiresias had done the same. For the first time that evening, he answered their empty cups with his own. The downside of Lord Stark remaining in Winterfell was that there was no access to the high stands for him and his men. Those seats were reserved for the highest of the highborn, the royal family, the small council, the lords paramount and the rest, whom Gord described as the most delicate ass lickers in the 7 kingdoms. However, after situating themselves, Jory saw the value in the area, to which he and his men were directed. They still had ale, they could leave to piss whenever they wanted. Plus, there were still members of the court surrounding them, with enough coin to gamble away to the barbaric northerners. All his men made their bets and were watching the jesting field with a determined eye. It seemed that half the court had their coin set on Sir Jaime Lannister to win. It certainly was the most expected outcome from what he heard. The Lord of the Westerlands seemed to believe so as well. The Northmen's area stood opposite the royal boxes and it afforded them a view of the court and all of its nonsense. Tiresias spoke truly. Lord Tywin Lannister had brought quite a retinue with him to be present for his son's victory. The certainty in Sir Jaime's triumph allowed his men to place their coin on Sir Loras with excellent odds, on the word of Tiresias. Not all of his men, but at least half. Gord put all his coin down and Jory waged more than he usually would. If his uncle knew, he would certainly have words for him. However, Tiresias had a strange look in his eye when he spoke of Sir Loras. It was a look that made any other outcome seem ridiculous. Early that morning, he went to the front gate of the Red Keep to escort the librarian to the tourney grounds. He couldn't help but be a little annoyed with Tiresias. It was foolish of him to remain in the Purple Rose in the city when he could stay in the castle. It was simply more convenient. When he asked him why, the librarian looked to the Red Keep and shrugged. It's too suffocating in this place. Jory honestly had no idea how to respond to that and so they proceeded through the crowded Red Keep to their area in the stands. Tiresias wasted no time in placing his bet. He witnessed the librarian wage his entire purse on Sir Loras' victory. It was a bet that was taken quickly by some Lord Drax of Horn Vale. With exceptional odds as expected. The odds did indeed seem great at first. Many of his men exchanged worried looks when they saw Sir Loras for the first time. In his shining armor with roses and vines coursing along the metal. It looked more ready for posturing than jesting. Would he really wear such a thing to a battle? Jory sure couldn't see him leaping out of the boats in the Greyjoy rebellion. He turned to Tiresias and he wasn't the only one. That's our man there? The winner of this joust. Tiresias nodded immediately. He said calmly. Gord shook his head. You sure about that, Tiresias? He didn't take his eye off the Knight of Flowers. I know how he looks. He is pompous and he does enjoy his pretty things. But beneath all that, he's a skilled juster. With no other choice but to believe their bookish friend, they turned back to the action. Sir Loras was parading around the jesting field with the other contestants. He waved to the stands, particularly to the other Tyrells, seated beneath their banner. Lord Mace waved enthusiastically back, pointing out his son to the other lords. An old woman in a wimple sat next to the lord. Jory could see her eyes roll from across the field. And next to the unimpressed crone, sat a young and pretty lady around Lord Rob's age. Lady Marjorie, muttered Tiresias to his side. He turned to see the librarian focused on the Tyrells as well. Sir Loras' sister. That's their grandmother, Lady Olenna, beside her. A month in King's Landing and you know all the southern highborns, teased Gord. Tiresias smiled grimly, not taking his eyes off the stands. Only a few. The ones that bothered to be known. A hush fell across their section. Jory turned to see Sir Gregor Clegane riding in front of them, on the biggest horse he'd ever seen. Most of the justers in the parade waved to the crowd, their favors blowing in the wind. The mountain made no such gesture. He faced forward, cold to all, indifferent to the silence as he passed. Perhaps he reveled in it. Jory looked at his eyes and shuddered. There was no mercy in his eyes. After the mountain passed, Jory muttered to Tiresias. You got Sir Loras beating that. It's not a brawl, Jory. The man's head turned, following the giant as he rode away. There are rules here. Even that abomination needs to follow them to win. Jory stared at Tiresias. There was an edge in the man's voice he hadn't heard before. And it went to his eyes too. He had the same look when the Clegane retinue passed them in the city. It gave Jory pause. It was common knowledge that Sir Gregor was a beast, but this was something more. Why, Tiresias? Why do you stare at the mountain so? But before he could think of a response to that, the parade ended to a final rapturous applause from the audience. The first joust was lining up. It would be Sir Loras and Hostine Frey to open the tourney. The two stood in front of the king. Jory stared at the man. In the few years since the rebellion, he seemed to have gained an absurd amount of weight. Although as he saw the king turn his cup topside, he supposed he couldn't be surprised. Jory focused. Was that his first cup? Certainly didn't seem so. Not by the way he behaved. Finally King Robert looked to Sir Loras and Hostine Frey, mounted before him, lanced and awaiting his signal. He raised his hand. Start the damn joust, he shouted, his voice carrying to their section. Jory sighed. If anything, His Majesty could still bellow. He heard it as they landed on pike. When he was still a warrior. The two justers bowed, as best they could in their saddles, and cantered off to their respective starting positions. All right, Tiresias, muttered Gord, leaning on the railing. He could hear the nerves in the man's voice. Let's see your boy go. Tiresias didn't respond. When Jory looked to him, the librarian was still focused on the royal stands. He nudged him. Tiresias, it's about to start. The man took a beat before looking to Sir Loras. And just in time. The horn sounded and the two riders began to canter toward each other. The crowd seemed to still as they neared, their horses gathering speed as the two lowered their lances. Jory saw it though he wasn't sure if the others did. Sir Loras seemed to change before his eyes. The young man held his lance with surety, charging faster and faster without losing his grace. He switched his gaze to the fray and instantly saw that this joust was over. The two riders met a small way over the middle point with a solid hit. Only one. Frey's lance flew upward as Hosteen went flying off his steed, hitting the dirt as the crowd stood. Upon seeing the Frey stand and exit the field with a slight limp, the crowd burst into applause. Lord Mace was heard clearly, the proudest father in the stands at the moment. The Knight of Flowers took a canter around the field, waving to the crowd, gathering cheers and more than a few cries from the ladies. He lifted his helm, so Jory and his men could see the bright smile from the young juster. "Charming fucker, isn't he?" murmured Gord as he applauded. Tiresias nodded, clapping himself. "He is." He turned to the big man. "A good juster, too, Gord admitted. "Assuming he rides well against a real opponent." That Frey was no horseman. The librarian shrugged, his eyes back still on Sir Loras, who had paused before the royal box to bow again for the king. "He'll knock them down as well." He turned to Gord and smiled. "Imagine Jin's face when you bring home enough gold for the year." Imagine her face if your pretty Rose loses my gold for the year." However, the tone was light, teasing. The first joust relieved quite a bit of pressure off his men. However, the tension remained and continued to mount throughout the day as contestant after contestant fell to the superior rider. Sir Loras rode again and again. With each victory, the excitement from his men only grew. Even those who didn't bet on the Knight of Flowers. The possibility for a big payoff was growing. It wasn't only Sir Loras that made notable triumphs. Sir Gregor Clegane fell before midday to Sir Baristan Selmy. Jory swore that a collective sigh of relief ran throughout the field. The giant of a man stalked off the field, the crowd parting instantly for him. Sir Jaime Lannister rode so well that Jory began to regret putting his coin down for Sir Loras. However, that worry abated whenever he saw the young man ride. And based on the crowd, they began to sense it as well. The rest of the joust seemed superfluous as it was increasingly obvious to everyone who the final pairing will be to decide the champion. Nevertheless, the tourney continued all day. They took turns fetching food and drink, never leaving their spot. Not that it was difficult. Most of these men would never see a tourney again. At least not one of this size. Jory was of the north. He understood Lord Stark's aversion to tourneys. He had it himself. However, he couldn't deny that he was having fun. For the first time in a month and a half, there was no gold to transport, no librarian to find. His men were all in one place and the sight of grown men falling from their horses didn't get old as the day continued. As the day passed though, he couldn't help but notice that Tiresias wasn't sharing in the camaraderie. Sure, he wasn't a soldier, but he could still celebrate with his men. He did so when they drank in the city nights ago. Today, the librarian barely paid attention to the horses racing toward each, the riders falling to the dirt. His eyes were focused on the stands opposite them. Not just the king either. He caught Tiresias staring at the Lannisters, the royal children, the King's Guard, the Tyrells, the Baratheons, to faces he had no names for. He stared at these people consistently. When Jory asked him why, he simply shrugged, saying, "It's the best show I've ever seen." Jory looked to Gord, who heard it as well, standing on Tiresias' other side. The big man simply shrugged and turned back to the actual show, the joust. Jory shrugged it off as well. Tiresias was an amiable fellow with a few strange sayings. He was a foreigner after all. And ultimately, his strange words didn't slow the day down. Before Jory knew it, the sky was red and orange as the sun prepared to go down. And just in time too, as it was time for the final joust. To no one's surprise, Sir Loras and Sir Jaime rode out to greet the king, who managed a lazy wave to the two remaining competitors. They made their way to their starting positions. Sir Loras' armor didn't gleam so much as it did in the morning, as did Sir Jaime's King's Guard uniform. Both of these men faced each other with fresh lances and shields, a luxury many of the riders couldn't afford. Despite being the final joust, no one took a moment to remark on it. As soon as the riders were lanced and shielded, the horns blew and they began to charge, their trotting turning into a gallop. "Time to see if we'll be rich men walking out of here," said Gord to his side as the horses neared. Out of his periphery, he saw Tiresias shake his head. "Not this pass. They're too tired." That was a good observation. Both Sir Loras and Sir Jaime struck, but neither had enough strength to force the rider from his saddle. The crowd applauded loudly as they rode back to their starting points. "It will be the one who can hold on to their remaining strength the longest," said Tiresias quietly, under the cheering of the crowd. "I'd say it won't go any longer than the 6th pass." "We're fucked then," said Gord. "When it comes to strength, Sir Jaime's got the lion's share." Tiresias shook his head. He used most of that strength to unseat Sir Baristan earlier. Perhaps the librarian was right. The matchup between the Kingslayer and Sir Baristan was by far the longest joust of the day. It was 9 passes between the two before Sir Baristan was finally downed, and that was Sir Jaime's previous match. He hadn't enough time to rest. Sir Loras had the advantage of foes he could defeat more swiftly. Quite a few of Jory's men, and perhaps himself, were disappointed that the justing contest was all in one day, with no time for the finalists to recover. It could make for a potentially boring last pairing. However, this justing contest wasn't just to determine a rider's skill, but his endurance as well. A true champion would make no excuses as he charged his opponent. That seemed to be the situation here. As the horns blared, both Sir Loras and Sir Jaime charged each other with all they had left. It wasn't their strength as it was at midday, but looking at the two riding now, there was no doubt in Jory's mind that the two best justers had fought their way to the final. Sir Loras' lance hit Sir Jaime's shield, but the Kingslayer's lance nicked Sir Loras' shoulder and threw the knight back in his saddle. The crowd stood and gasped, but Sir Loras remained mounted. The two riders trotted back to their starts and made to charge again. Jory turned to Tiresias. 2 passes down, 4 to go. Tiresias nodded. At least. The librarian's eyes flicked again to the royal box, before returning to the field. They remained at a stalemate for the next 2 passes. Both lances hit their shields and broke, Sir Jaime's on the 3rd pass, Sir Loras on the 4th. The crowd didn't seem to tire. Quite the opposite, their cheers grew with each pass. Eager to see a victor. On the 5th pass, Sir Jaime thrust his lance forward a shade too early and Sir Loras took advantage. Deflecting the lance with his shield, he thrust his own lance quickly and sharply in Sir Jaime's left shoulder. The Kingslayer shot backwards, dropping his shield. It was a bloody miracle that he was able to stay in his saddle. Jory heard gasps from the crowd and turned to the royal box to see the queen tensing in her chair, staring after her twin brother. He turned to his right to see Tiresias staring at the queen as well. At this point, he wasn't surprised. "Think we'll have a disappointed queen soon?" he asked. Tiresias shook his head slightly. "It's not over yet. I'll breathe easier once Sir Jaime hits the dirt." Jory's eyes traveled to the other high boxes. The one right next to the king's had red and gold banners draped over it. The queen's expression was shared by all those in this box, including a tall and imposing man who stood at the front, and a dwarf who stood at the rails. "Bet Lord Tywin regrets dragging the best of the Westerlands to watch his heir fall," he muttered to Tiresias. The librarian followed his eyes to find the old lion himself. "Maybe," said Tiresias. "Though I'm sure Lord Tywin will find a way to make this trip bear fruit." The horns blared and their eyes snapped back to the riders. Sir Jaime was holding another shield, but far too loosely, his lance not quite as steady. Sir Loras, on the other hand, was charging forth, energizing by the last bout, his horse's hooves pounding against the earth. The crowd was silent now, waiting for the impact. It ended quickly. Sir Loras slipped his lance under the shield, catching Sir Jaime in his center. Before the king's guard fell to the ground, the crowd erupted into applause, with the Tyrell box cheering for their young knight. The queen had stood from her seat, but King Robert was laughing at the sight of his brother-in-law hitting the dirt. Sir Loras had the decency to ride back past Sir Jaime and check him. However, Sir Jaime quickly got up and waved to the crowd, saluting the Knight of Flowers. Evidently there was no serious injury. Lord Tywin managed a polite applause before turning to exit the stands. However, no one else in the crowd noticed, well, except Tiresias probably. Sir Loras was now cantering around the justing field, waving to all the spectators. Most were transfixed by the handsome knight. Not his men though. Once Sir Jaime fell and they realized how much wealthier they were for it, they started cheering amongst themselves. Gord took Tiresias in his arms, spinning the man around. Quickly though they collected themselves and applauded the Tyrell champion as he trotted past. Sir Loras had received the champion's favor, an elegant crown of flowers, which he held high as he directed his horse toward his family's banners. He came close enough so Lord Mace was able to reach over and pat his son on the shoulder. Sir Loras smiled appreciatively before continuing on to the young Lady Tyrell. He halted before her and handed over the champion's favor. When Marjorie donned the flower crown, she offered her hand. Sir Loras took it as the herald exclaimed. "Sir Loras of House Tyrell has crowned his sister, Lady Marjorie of House Tyrell, as this tourney's Queen of Love and Beauty." Applause followed as the two siblings turned and waved to their audience. Jory and the northern men gave more than the polite amount of applause. After all, the polished young knight had made them all rich. Not many expected it, from what he could see in the crowd. For every spectator cheering for the Knight of Flowers, there was another applauding with a frown on their face. A lost wager would do that. Not many foresaw the Tyrell boy triumphing. Tiresias did though. Gods know how, but he did. He turned to the librarian and his clapping hands slowed. With all focused on Loras and Marjorie Tyrell, Tiresias stood still, his eyes again on the stands opposite. He followed his gaze to the royal box. Lord Tyrell had been granted the honor of entering the royal box. He could see the man's chest puff up from here as he bowed and shook the king's hand. He then turned to the queen, who offered him a hand to kiss. Her face was quite stiff. "Doesn't look too happy, does she?" he remarked to Tiresias. A grunt was his only response, and he looked back up to see the king receiving another guest. An SI, if he had to guess, donned in bright cloth, his mustache waxed for the occasion. He bowed to the king as he presented a sheathed dagger. A slap to the shoulder interrupted his gazing, and he turned to see Gord behind him, his huge arms wrapped around him and Tiresias. "Come on, men. Tonight, we celebrate. Tonight, we..." "Tonight," said Jory, breaking away, trying to hide his own amusement. "Tonight, we prepare for the ride home." Groans emanated from the men. "All right, that's enough," he called. "Are you boys or men? We had our fun and we've made our coin. Now, we prepare to leave in the morning. Everything made ready. Then, and only then, will we drink. And lightly. I want us able to ride tomorrow." The men acquiesced to this and began to exit the stands. Jory walked forward before realizing they were missing someone. He turned to see Tiresias still at the railing, still staring at the royal box. He came up to the librarian. "Tiresias, you're all right?" Tiresias nodded stiffly, his eyes still up. I'm fine." He looked up to see the king exiting the box, white cloaks trailing him. Turning back to his friend, he clapped his shoulder. "Come on, let's get our winnings. What say you?" Tiresias turned and smiled. Jory paused. That smile seemed rather set. "Sounds good. Let's go." Pivoting on his heel, Tiresias exited the stands and Jory followed, shaking the set smile out of his head. It was probably just shock. He had won a huge bet after all. Enough to give any man pause. Chapter 29. It was an hour past midday and the men were eager to get started on the journey back north. They stood packed and ready, just outside the Gate of the Gods. Unfortunately, they were short one man. Jory wanted to curse, but resisted for the sake of his men. He couldn't be seen getting frustrated. This was why he wanted Tiresias with them, to just sleep in the damn Red Keep, so that their departure could be handled with expediency. He said so to the librarian last night, trying to convince him to forego his inn for their last evening in King's Landing. However, Tiresias declined, saying he still had business in the city, and that he would meet him at the city gate before midday. He then asked Jory to make room in the wagon. When Jory asked what for, Tiresias refused to say and bade him good night. And so here they stood, with half the day gone and the men anxious to leave. It was a good thing that Tiresias was responsible for their extraordinary luck gambling on the joust. Otherwise the mood would be more hostile. Even Gord was getting annoyed. "Where the hell is he?" he muttered, coming to Jory's side, staring back into the city. Jory didn't even shrug. "You know him better than me," he said, before peering to Gord. "I don't suppose he told you what he had to do this morning?" Gord shook his head. Bastard was tight-lipped about the whole thing. He looked around him before lowering his tone. "Guessing we be taking more than Tomes back, I suppose so." He felt Gord look to him, before asking. "You ain't thinking of leaving him if he doesn't show?" "I swore to Lord Stark I'd escort Tiresias back to Winterfell," Jory answered immediately. "Don't worry, Gord. I'll not leave just because the men are getting anxious." Relief rippled through Gord. "Good. I mean, I knew that, just wanted to be sure." On that, Gord turned to return to the contingent, calling back to Jory. "Feel free to curse him out for making us wait, though. Bastard deserves that, at least." Jory didn't deign to answer that. He made sure his face was turned back to the gates before grinning. The grin slid from his face as he focused in on the crowd, framed by the city gate. A slim figure was making his way through. Jory recognized the librarian immediately and turned to call to the soldiers. "All right, men. Let's saddle up. Our bookish friend's coming." Grumbles, sighs of relief and more than one finally, reached his ear. He let them grouse. Today was just the beginning of their long ride back. Turning back to the city gate, he saw that Tiresias had already cleared it. And a black-haired boy was at his side, carrying a small satchel. Questions flooded Jory's mind. Was this what, or rather whom, the empty space in the wagon was for? It must be. Tiresias carried nothing but his rucksack and Jory didn't see anything else following the man. Who the hell was this kid? And why was he coming with them? Tiresias spotted their company, pointing them out to the boy who was accompanying him. Leaving behind the mounted men, Jory strode forth and met Tiresias halfway. "Morning, Jory," greeted Tiresias briskly, despite the pockets under his eyes. "It's afternoon," Jory replied, unable to keep a slight annoyance from his voice. Tiresias nodded apologetically. I'm sorry about the delay. I had a few things to clear with the boy's former master and it's a long walk from the Street of Steel to here. The Street of Steel. Said Tiresias, turning to the lad. Do you want to introduce yourself, or should I? The lad looked from the librarian to the ground. Gendry, he mumbled. Jory blinked. Gendry. Gendry, Tiresias said gently. Come on, Jory, do you give me grief over my single name? Right, said Jory, still staring at this Gendry. And who are you, Gendry? Blacksmith, Gendry said, not breaking from his mumble. Blacksmith. Tiresias interjected. He was an apprentice to Tubhomat, a master blacksmith, here in King's Landing. Gendry is going to complete his apprenticeship in Winterfell, under Mycon. A small-born apprentice from King's Landing. Lord Stark didn't say anything about them escorting anyone up north, except for Tiresias. Is Lord Stark expecting? He asked, nodding to the lad, who hadn't looked up. Tiresias nodded. He is. Jory had several pressing questions, but he didn't wish for the lad to bear witness to them. Hoping he wouldn't have to force the boy back into the city, he turned to Gendry. Gendry, he said. The boy looked up, fixing him with his bright blue eyes. Do you see my men there? We have a spot in you in the back wagon. Why don't you go over there and get settled? Tiresias and I need to speak. Gendry looked to Tiresias, who nodded, before grabbing his rucksack and striding past him. He certainly looked like a blacksmith's apprentice. He was slightly shorter than Robb, but he was stockier, no doubt strong from swinging a hammer and handling irons. After seeing Gord walk forward to greet the lad, Jory turned back to Tiresias. What's going on? Tiresias smiled grimly, nodding to Gendry. You're bringing home a new apprentice for Mycon. It's not a charity case. Gendry will pull his weight, I promise you. I'm not asking about that, hissed Jory. He breathed to calm himself. I know you aren't, Tiresias replied evenly. Jory, listen to me. The boy needs to get out of King's Landing. And Lord Stark will want the boy in the Winterfell for his own safety. You need to trust me on that. Jory turned back to his men. Gendry had placed his rucksack on the wagon and was staring back at them. He hadn't boarded himself though. He looked worried. Jory, said Tiresias. Turning back to him, he saw that the librarian had lost all joviality in his eyes. I know you trust me more than your uncle does. I need you to escort Gendry to Winterfell for me. Forgetting about Gendry for the moment, Jory stared. For you. Tiresias extracted a letter from his jacket, holding it out. This is for Lord Stark when you arrive. I shouldn't be more than a couple months behind, but this will explain the boy's presence. What you do mean? He paused before lowering his voice again. The fuck do you mean you'll be 2 months behind? You're supposed to travel north with us. Something came up, replied Tiresias. His voice remained calm. I'm sorry that I didn't speak to you beforehand. I was planning to go back, but an opportunity has arisen and I'd be a fool not to pursue it. Jory felt at a loss for words. Tiresias raised his hand for a shake. Thank you for coming south for me, Jory. I'm sorry that you and the lads came so far, but I'm afraid that I can't return to Winterfell just yet. Refusing to grasp his hand, Jory met Tiresias' eyes. Lord Stark commanded me to escort you home. I'm aware of that. Tiresias' tone was still blithe, but he had the decency to drop his hand. I put it in the letter that you are not to be reprimanded for leaving me behind. It's my decision alone. He hitched his rucksack onto his shoulder. I'll see you in 2 months, Jory. As he turned to leave, Jory reached out and grasped his shoulder. Tiresias glanced down at his hand, before meeting his eyes. You didn't hear me right the first time, said Jory. I am sworn to escort you home. Tiresias sighed. Jory, are you seriously considering forcing me to come? Think there's enough room in that wagon to tie a grown man in the back? Jory shook his head, dropping his hand from the librarian's shoulder. Nah, I can't stop you from delaying your return, and you can't stop me from following you. For the first time, Tiresias looked uncomfortable. He glanced to the south, following the city walls as they ran to the Blackwater. Jory, no, he said, turning back to him. What I have to do, what I'm trying to do, it's not good to have company. You think you can keep ahead on foot? Asked Jory. You may be strong and fast, but I have a horse. I've seen you ride, friend. You've a middling talent with animals, at best. Listen to me, Tiresias hissed. He came close to Jory, who refused to budge. What I'm doing right now, it's for the benefit of House Stark. And it requires that That you what? Go ahead quietly and alone? Travel in secret? Accomplish a mission, said Jory. He and Tiresias stared at each other, waiting for the other to break it. Finally, Jory sighed. My uncle told me about you. How you showed up one day at Winterfell. Talked in secret to Lord Stark and you've been with us ever since. A foreigner. Building a library. Training. Getting stronger. Just carting about the north. Months at a time. I've been collecting tomes. You have. Tell me, mate, how many tomes did you fetch beyond the wall? That brought the silence down harder than anything else. Jory swallowed. He hadn't expected to reveal that this afternoon. Uncle Roderick only told him in confidence of the bookish Tiresias disappearing from their retinue years ago when they visited the wall. Lord Stark said he was staying at Castle Black, but Uncle Roderick never believed that. He only knew that Lord Stark needed his men to believe that. And so, he only relayed his suspicions to Jory. And right now, it seemed that those suspicions were confirmed. Jory wasn't nearly as perceptive as the SSC, but he could tell that Tiresias wasn't denying anything with his silence. He swallowed again before speaking. You are in Lord Stark's service. Whatever he asks or what you do for him, I support you. But I'm in his service as well and he's commanded me to escort you back. So that's what I'll do. Tiresias' eyes seemed to lose their light as he stepped forward. If you do support me, then know that I can't have a company of northern soldiers following me. It'll just be me, said Jory. The rest want to go home. And I'll not keep them from their families. Or even just one soldier. You'll stand out, Jory. Where are you going? Jory interjected. Tiresias didn't answer for a minute and Jory scoffed. Oh come on, you could give me that at least. Tiresias sighed. The Gold Road. On to the Westerlands. The Westerlands, why in the Seven Hells? Never mind, it didn't matter. So you're going along the Gold Road? Amidst all the fighters, knights and travelers coming from King's Landing? From the tourney? Traveling on the King's Road, friend, I've seen many soldiers and fighters, coming to and fro. You know what's an uncommon sight? Tiresias didn't answer. To see one traveling alone, said Jory. A lone traveler draws your eye. Makes you think. No one looks twice at a couple of blokes. He lowered his voice. If you want to be hidden, Tiresias, best do it in sight. And please don't tell me I can't keep up. On a horse, I'm quicker than you. And if you need to do what you do in secret, well, an alibi I can be. As Tiresias contemplated his words, Jory looked back to the men. All of them were staring. He could see the question in their eyes from here. Gord even raised his arms in bewilderment. Jory raised his hand, asking for patience, before turning back to Tiresias. The librarian spoke. We'll need to leave now. We have to get ahead. Ahead of whom? Tiresias shook his head. That's my business. You're just along for the ride. Can you accept that? Jory nodded. I can. Sighing, Tiresias nodded. Fuck me then. All right. Get squared away with your men. Jory didn't hesitate, striding back toward his men, calling back. I'll fetch you the horse we brought for you. Along with mine. Tiresias nodded. Just hurry, please. We needed to start moving this morning. Jory reached the soldiers, several of whom asked the same question. Castle, what's going on? There's been a change in plan, men. Jory spoke shortly and clearly, trying to emulate his uncle. Leave no room for disagreement. You will all ride for Winterfell immediately. You will escort this young man to Lord Stark along with this letter. He handed Gord the letter that Tiresias gave. Tiresias and I have other business and will be along in 2 months' time. The men swallowed their protestations. Well, most of them. What the fuck are you talking about? Demanded Gord, from his horse. Lord Stark told us to escort the man home from King's Landing. He said nothing else about other business. Lord Stark instructed me to escort Tiresias back home to Winterfell. Whether it's straight home from King's Landing, or south through Dorne or anywhere else, that's my job. Yours, as of now, is to escort Gendry here to the north. No. All men turned to the wagon, where Gendry was sitting. The boy looked surprised that he had spoken, but still defiant. Jory walked to the lad. What do you mean, Gendry? Gendry swallowed. I said no. My master, he said that I was to follow the man there, Tiresias. That I was to go with him. Not you lot. The boy's voice grew less shaky by the end, though he was still dwarfed by all who rode. Jory knew from his experience with Arya Stark that defiant children rarely listen to admonishment, so he calmed himself before speaking. Gendry, these men will escort you to Winterfell. They'll guarantee your safety. Protect you. Tiresias and I, we have work to do. And I don't know when we'll arrive back in Winterfell. Why do I need protecting? Gendry interrupted. I don't know why I'm going to Winterfell or why I have to leave King's Landing. He pointed to Tiresias, still waiting at a distance. He said I was in danger, he said he'd speak of it when we were away from the city. I want that more than I want your protection. I want to know why. Jory sighed and waved Tiresias over. The librarian came, his impatience growing as he neared. Yes. Tiresias said. Relaying what the boy said, he saw his friend's eye grow softer. Tiresias turned to the lad. Gendry, he said softly. I wrote the reasoning down for Lord Stark. He'll relay it to you. That's not what you said. Gendry walked away from the wagon, staring defiantly up at the librarian, coming up to his shoulders. If you're taking me from me home, taking me from what I know, I want to hear it from you. I'll follow you till I hear it. Jory looked to the other men as they witnessed this. Like them, he had no clue what was going on. What was supposed to be an easy departure from the stinking capital had turned into a battle of wills between two non-northerners. A few of them found it amusing. However, he could sense Tiresias' urgency and stepped to the man, murmuring in his ear. Tiresias, I said 2 men would be better hidden than a solitary traveler, it could be better still, having the lad with us. He could be our steward. That we could say. Fine, Tiresias said curtly. He turned back to Gendry. Can you ride, Gendry? A little. Jory, there's a stable just behind the gate here in the city. I'm sure you saw it. Can you buy our young friend here a horse and saddle? I'm a little short on coin at the moment. Jory stared at him. What happened to all your winnings? Gone. Questions rained through his mind, but he ignored them as he strode back to the city. A half-hour later, he, Gendry and Tiresias were mounted, holding their horses steady as the soldiers finally began to ride north. Gord brought up the rear, cantering back to Tiresias. What about Mal, Tiresias? Anything I should relay to her? Jory turned away and tried to ignore the conversation. It wasn't his concern, but he couldn't shut out Tiresias' hesitation and answer. Tell her I'm sorry for the delay. He looked back to see Tiresias reach into his rucksack and pull out a small wrapped package. Could you give her these? Tell her I still wish to speak with her. He then shrugged. Not much else I can say, is there? Well, if anything else, Tiresias was no romantic. Gord sighed as he took the package and placed it in his satchel. He bid his friend farewell before trotting back to the company. There was a silence between the 3 of them, the sounds of the city behind them. Finally Tiresias turned his horse south. Come on, then, he said, before lightly kicking and riding along the city wall, heading for the Lion's Gate and then the Gold Road. Jory followed him, catching him easily. He could hear Gendry barely keeping up, the lads swearing quite audible. However, after they got going on the Gold Road, the librarian decreased his speed somewhat and they travelled at a more comfortable pace. They followed the Blackwater Rush as far as they could before the road ventured into the mountains of the west. After a week of riding, the companies of several Westerland houses began to catch up with them, the tourney having come to a close in their absence. Tiresias' ears were more sensitive than he thought. The librarian turned his head to check their rear long before he himself heard the company coming up behind. As he saw their banners, he guided his mount to the side of the road and let them pass. Every single house. Jory stared after their latest acquaintance, a company of 50 guards surrounding a carriage, their banners sporting a blue rooster on a yellow background. He turned to Tiresias, who was eyeing the carriage. Which house is that, Jory? Tiresias called. House Swift of Cornfield, Jory said, remembering his lessons from his uncle. I take it that's not the company you're looking for. Tiresias shook his head. No. Feel like saying which house you are searching for? No. Jory sighed. Fine. He turned back to the lad. You all right, Gendry? Sire, said Gendry, coming up close behind them. The past week saw a dramatic improvement in the boys' horsemanship, by pure necessity. Gendry now rode easily enough with them. It wasn't like that the first night. They had settled by the Blackwater Rush to camp and the lad demanded answers from the librarian. You told you'd tell me why when we left King's Landing. Tiresias lit the tinder underneath the small wood stack. I said I would tell you when you were past the neck. If you'd gone with the soldiers, you'd have known sooner than travelling with us. That letter would have explained all. Gendry threw a stone in the river. There was only silence afterwards for a moment. Gendry, Tiresias began softly. You're a bastard. I know that, he said sullenly. Your father is a powerful man. And his wife, Tiresias paused before continuing. She's powerful too, and very jealous. And their son is vicious. One of the few people I'd actually call evil. If they knew of you, they would see you as a grave insult and they wouldn't hesitate to kill you. Gendry looked back to Tiresias, his frustration down to a simmer. If you stayed in King's Landing, Tiresias ran his hand through his hair. It was longer than Jory had ever seen it. I would be willing to guess that you would have been killed in due time. Tiresias went back to the fire, but Gendry continued to stare at him, trying to figure him out. Good luck, lad. Jory snorted lightly. No one in Winterfell has figured out this man so far. Except Lord Stark probably, maybe Mal. Finally Gendry looked back to the fire. We're out of King's Landing now. Thank the gods, Tiresias muttered. So why don't you tell me who my father is? We're out of the city. I don't plan to shout it from the road. The wife, whoever she is, she can't reach us here. Tiresias looked to Gendry. Yes, she can. In fact, the only places in Westeros I trust her not to touch you are the North and Dorne. Now, I don't know a smith in Dorne that will take you or a castle that will host you. But Winterfell will welcome you, should you want it. Jory didn't miss that Tiresias refused to speak of the boy's father, and judging by the look on Gendry's face, he didn't either. However, as they rode on, the lad warmed to them. One could only stay needled for so long. It was tiring. The journey helped as well. Having never been out of the city before, Gendry eyed the approaching mountains with wonder. Finally the gold road veered from the Blackwater and continued to the west. Tiresias picked up the pace. The few houses returning to the Westerlands turned into many, and soon they rode step by step in the huge caravan that came from the east. He saw many banners that he hadn't seen since the Greyjoy Rebellion: House Serret from Silverhill, House Brax from Hornvale, House Lytton from Deep Den, House Kenning, House Prester, even the Marbrands and the Leffords. Tiresias looked content to ride with these houses. They received a few questioning glances, particularly after they spoke. Jory's northern burr and Tiresias, wherever he came from, it drew looks. However, the soldiers that they encountered seemed content to leave them be. On occasion, they were even amiable enough to share some news. Afternoon, men, called Jory to a group of soldiers, riding under a banner of 6 white seashells against a blanket of sand. They were of House Westerling. A young one nodded to him. Afternoon yourself. Thank you. Tell me, what news of the tourney melee? Who emerged victorious? Unfortunately, we had to depart after the joust. The young soldier steered his horse to ride beside him. Lord Younroyce from the Vale took the prize that day. It was down to him and Thuras of Mere. Thuras. Jory's mind flashed back to the siege of Pike, at the burning sword that led the charge, at the balding man who wielded it. Him. Mad bastard brought out his flaming sword, but Lord Royce kept his calm. Fought smartly. The soldier shrugged. Not the most exciting duel, truly. But in the end, Lord Royce left King's Landing a richer man. Good for him. Lord Stark spoke well of Lord Royce. They used to hunt together during Lord Stark's fostering in the Vale. The Westerling soldier shrugged. I suppose. Could have used it meself about now. Waging's fucked in that city. Lost good coin on that joust. You were betting on Sir Jaime Lannister. Jory stopped himself from saying Kingslayer. Who else? We're in the Westerlands, mate. Might as well be breaking the law betting against Lord Tywin's brood. That's unfortunate. The soldier spat. Good riddance to that city, anyhow. Took long enough to get out. Jory turned to him. What do you mean? The soldier met his eyes. Castle guard went through our wagons, our belongings. By order of the king. Looking for something. Tiresias' horse gave a small whinny. Jory looked back quickly, but the librarian's face was neutral. He turned back to the Westerling man. What were they searching for? No idea. Didn't bother to tell us. Took us hours to get through that fucking gate. Lord Gawain was ready to pull a fucking blade on the Reading, said another soldier warningly. The young man swallowed. Pardon, sir, he said, before turning back. People say something was stolen from the Red Keep. Something valuable. Jory stared. What? No idea. No one would say. Reading sighed. Whatever it was, hate to be the poor bastard who was guarding it. Reading continued to chat for a while before getting bored and riding along. Jory didn't mind. He, Tiresias and Gendry continued to ride with the long train of soldiers into the mountains. The trails got narrower and the stopovers were more difficult. Inns were completely booked by the time they arrived. Camping was their only option. And most of the spots were taken already by soldiers. However, they were still able to get food from the inns. Tiresias came back to their fire, balancing 3 bowls of stew in his hands. Jory took his, giving it a sniff. What's in this? Don't ask, Tiresias grumbled. Gendry began devouring his right away. He supposed the boy had eaten much worse in Flea Bottom. Jory took a wary bite of his. It was all right, just a little salty. Don't suppose you could hunt anything out here, he asked Tiresias. Tiresias shook his head. A caravan this big, all the animals are scared away. It may have been summer, but the mountain air still chilled after sundown. That night, Tiresias gave Gendry his fur jacket. The boy was grateful and was able to sleep outside more soundly. As the boy slept, Jory muttered to Tiresias. I don't suppose you'll tell me who the hell this boy is. The librarian paused in the middle of sharpening his dagger. He turned and checked their surroundings. Westerland soldiers were on all sides. Turning back to his blade, he muttered back. Not much privacy here. Jory leaned to him. You really think anyone else is paying attention to us? They might be. Come off it, mate. He drank from his water skin. I've been hunting with you. You'd know if anyone was near enough to hear us. Tiresias didn't respond to that, leaving Jory no other option but to sigh. You think Gendry's gonna to let loose a secret that will kill him? It's not just that. Jory stared at him. Then what else is it? He's only 12. If he learns who his father is, I don't want him to get big-headed. Is the identity of his father truly so shocking? Tiresias turned to him, looking him directly in the eyes. He's King Robert's bastard, Jory. One of them at least. Jory didn't respond to that. He couldn't. For the next couple of minutes, the sound of a soldier's drunken song melted through the forest. He recognized the tune, The Rains of Castamere. It was about all these Westerland soldiers liked to sing. Tiresias met his stare calmly. Eventually Jory turned to the sleeping lad on the ground. Now that he heard it, he saw what the fat man on the throne gave to this young lad, the black hair, the tall frame, the blue eyes. Well, when the lad was awake, he'd see the blue eyes. Anyway, it took only a glance for Jory to believe. He turned back to Tiresias, who had already gone back to sharpening his blade. Does Lord Stark really know of him? He lowered his tone automatically, though he was sure no one was listening to them. No. Jory looked at Gendry again, confirming the secret. They didn't speak of it again for the rest of the evening. Until they were crawling under their blankets. Well, he was crawling under his blanket. Tiresias just laid down on the ground. The man just didn't get cold. Tiresias, Jory whispered. I think the boy could handle it. If you told him. He's a good lad. I'm sure he could, Tiresias murmured back. I just don't wish to make him more of a target. Best wait till he's in safe territory for him to learn. Better only 2 people know of it than 3. Jory checked that Gendry was truly asleep before whispering back. By that way of thinking, be better still if only 1 person knew of it than 2, I suppose. So why'd you tell me? Tiresias adjusted his rucksack for a pillow, settling into sleep. In case something happens to me, someone should be able to tell the lad. Why would something happen to you? Jory waited but he received no answer. Finally he turned on his back, facing the stars. The air wasn't as clear as it was up north. But he could still see the crone's lantern. They continued to travel along, deeper and deeper into the Westerlands. More and more houses continued to branch off to their respective keeps, but their caravan was still quite large. At the end of 3 weeks of travel, they had stopped just 3 miles short of Deep Den, the seat of House Lydon. An inn was there and by sheer luck, they were able to dine at the tavern. Well, just outside of the tavern. The innkeeper pointed them to a bench in the back and they occupied it immediately, sighing as they sat. They ordered bacon and pepper biscuits with a pair of ales. Can I have one? Asked Gendry, as Tiresias ordered them from the serving girl. He and Jory both turned to the lad, their eyebrows raised. Please. Gendry continued. I've had it before and we've been riding forever. Tiresias turned to Jory and shrugged. Your treat. Jory smirked and turned back to the serving girl. She was a bigger girl with blonde hair and looked very similar to the innkeeper in face. His daughter probably. Probably 14 or so. 3 ales please. So, all 3 sat, eating their biscuits and drinking ale, not really speaking. The sky was purple and gold with the sunset. A river was running from the mountains off in the trees and it made for a lovely sound. No one saw reason to add to it. However, the inn was quite busy. And dawdling meant more coin that the innkeeper would not earn, even on a bench. After a half hour, they drained the last of their ale. Gendry struggled with his and mounted their horses, trying to find a place to camp. If they were high-ranking knights or members of a noble house in the Westerlands, they would have found shelter at Deep Den and been hosted by Lord Louis Lydon. However they were not and Tiresias didn't seem inclined to seek shelter inside the castle fort anyways. Approaching the front gate, Jory inquired of a spot to camp and was silently pointed to the forest surrounding the walls. They took an open spot near the gates. Tiresias lowered his rucksack and pulled out a bundle of sticks he had collected along the way. A precaution he had learned camping in the north, no doubt. Many of the other men outside the walls were scavenging for fuel or begging for logs from Deep Den. Jory sighed in relief. Good thinking ahead there, mate. Tiresias shrugged. I don't believe we even need one. It's not a cold night and we have enough light from the den already. Still, he smiled as he raised the fire. It's good company. Deciding to take advantage of the light, Jory withdrew his sword and readied it for sharpening, fetching a whetstone from his bag. I can do that for you. He looked up to see Gendry staring at him and his stone. You know how? The lad rolled his eyes. I know how. Sharpened plenty of swords for Master Mott. Probably do it better than you. Jory started laughing. He could see Tiresias chuckling as well, tending to the flames. Oh, come on, said Gendry. Please? I'm bored as hell. Just give me something to do. Let me work on something. Tempted as he was to let the silence linger longer and make Gendry more anxious, Jory handed the sword to Gendry, who took it surely. Any warnings about being careful were silenced as he watched the lad handle his weapon. Safely, with no fear with cutting himself, his eyes took in the blade, peering it down from the handle. Finally he set the sword aside and took the whetstone. When he looked over the whetstone, he shrugged and sighed. This will do, I guess. Jory wanted to respond to the cheek. Before he could though, Gendry had propped the whetstone in front of him, securing it in the earth. He sprinkled some water on top and began to slide the blade. The steel sang with the flames and the crackling of the wood. Seeing the concentrated look on the boy's face, Jory knew he was preoccupied for the evening. He turned to Tiresias, who sat staring at the flames. What gods did you worship in Essos, Tiresias? Tiresias didn't move. Why do you ask? Jory shrugged. Heard of some in Essos who worship fire. A rather loud pop came from their pit and Jory jumped. Tiresias laughed softly. That might be a sign that we shouldn't talk about that. Giving a small chuckle himself, Jory shook his head. Fine, suit yourself. Just trying to fill the air. Lad's right in one respect, Tiresias. We are boring. There's only so long we could stare at a campfire every night. Tiresias lifted his eyes from the flames, peering at him lightly. Very well. What do you suggest? Jory shrugged. A song? One of the strange ones you know. Tiresias nodded slowly, thinking. One of the strange ones I know, he murmured. He seemed to go into himself, considering what ballad he should warble. As the minute dragged on, Jory realized that Gendry had stopped too. They were both waiting for some middling entertainment. Finally Tiresias raised his head, humming a rhythm, tapping his knee gently along. After a few seconds, he swallowed and began to sing softly. Well, my name is Jock Stewart. I'm a canny ole man. But a roving young fellow I've been. So be easy and free when you're drinking with me. I'm a man you don't meet every day. I have acres of land, I have men at command. And I've always a silver to spare. So be easy and free when you're drinking with me. I'm a man you don't meet every day. So come fill up your glasses of brandy and wine. Whatever it costs, I will pay. So be easy and free when you're drinking with me. I'm a man you don't meet every day. Tiresias began to whistle, tapping his knee along as he did. He nearly always did so when he sang a song of his own. Pausing the words to whistle. Jory asked him why once and the man just shrugged. It's how I heard it, he said. However, this whistling didn't last long and Tiresias dropped back into the ballad. Well, I took out my dog, with him I did shoot. All down in the country, where I fared. So be easy and free when you're drinking with me. I'm a man you don't meet every day. So come fill up your glasses of brandy and wine. Whatever it costs, I will pay. So be easy and free when you're drinking with me. I'm a man you don't meet every day. So be easy and free when you're drinking with me. I'm a man you don't meet every day. He ended the song softly, going back into himself. Jory applauded lightly, and Tiresias waved it off. You know another? Asked Gendry. Tiresias shrugged. Sure. You want another? Gendry said, before going back to the blade. The librarian took a draught from his skin, before taking a breath. The things a crow puts in his nest. I wouldn't do that if I'd were you. They all paused, turning to the new voice. A knight at the neighboring fire twisted around to face them. Why not? Asked Jory. Tiresias remained quiet, just peering at the knight. Does my friend here not sing well? Jory, murmured Tiresias. He does, said the knight. He turned to check behind him, before coming back. But the mountain doesn't care for singing. Jory didn't fail to see Tiresias raise his head to the road, a light growing into his eyes. Sir Gregor is here, he asked. Jory stared at the librarian. Was he excited? On his way, said the knight. Albert here just heard. He and his men, they're coming up right behind. Stopping here for the night. They'll be here soon. Been in a right foul mood since King's Landing. More so than usual, so they say. Lost the joust there, then the melee. No prize purse. He lowered his eyes. I heard he once choked a singer in a tavern. Man had a prettier voice than you, stranger. And now, he has no voice at all. The knight shrugged. Just figured you should know. With that, he turned back to his own fire. Gendry and Jory looked at each other, and then to Tiresias, who was back in his own world. He was staring at the flames again. More intensely than ever. Tiresias, prodded Jory. The librarian started and looked to them. He breathed, his shoulders dropping. Keep sharpening that sword, Gendry. It's all right. Just keep to yourself. Gendry looked to Jory, who nodded. Soon, the blade was singing again. Jory found himself breathing with the steel sliding across the stone. He looked to Tiresias, who was peering back toward the road. He squinted himself. The many surrounding campfires gave him better sight in the darkness, but nothing significant. He wondered what Tiresias saw, when he would see the hulking beast of a man coming toward them. Nobody spoke for a while. Enough time had gone by that, had this been a normal evening, they would lay down to sleep by now. However, all three remained upright and they weren't the only ones. As Jory glanced around, especially near the den's entrance, like they were, he saw no one lying down. Word had gotten around, it seemed. The mountain was coming. It was just a question of when. Until he passed, no one felt safe sleeping. Finally, Tiresias took a breath. He's here, Jory, you should sheath your steel. Jory stared at him. What? You think he'll see the naked blade and think it's a challenge? Do you want to give him an opening to fuck with us? Asked Tiresias softly. Hoping he wouldn't appear too cowardly, Jory reached for sword. Gendry wiped it down and handed it to him right away. He sheathed just in time to turn about and see the half-giant monster by the first line of campfires. Others followed him out of the darkness. The mountain had his squires, his servants and his band of shorter monsters who followed Sir Gregor like ducklings. He heard stories of them from his time in the Red Keep. There, they were somewhat restrained. Due to the royal court and the potential wrath of Lord Tywin, but here, no wonder Tiresias told him to sheath his steel. Jory, turn back around. Don't stare. Same goes for you, Gendry. This time, he didn't hesitate to obey Tiresias' order. He faced the dwindling fire. Tiresias had let it starve for the past 10 minutes. Keeping his ears open, he listened. The horses came nearer. Laughter rang through the approaching party. The kind of laughter that made his skin crawl. They were coming closer. Not bothering to stop at any campfire. Finally, they crossed by their sight. As they did, he finally looked up. Carefully. The torches from Deep Den illuminated a banner of yellow with 3 black dogs. Sir Gregor was in front, dressed in his mail and tunic. He only guessed his infamous armor was carted behind in the back by that huge destrier. The gates opened before they even reached them and the dreaded company entered Deep Den, their gross camaraderie fading as the gates shut again. A collective sigh of relief rippled throughout the camp. Conversation stared up again, though a little muted from before. Jory turned back to the fire. Tiresias was feeding it again, bringing the fire up to a medium blaze. His eyes looked rather set, his mouth lined. Sir. He looked to Gendry. I could sharpen the sword more for you. If you want. I'm no seer, he responded. He must have told the boy that 100 times over the last few nights. And it's all right, Gendry. We'll have more time tomorrow. Shortly after, Gendry laid down to sleep. Jory looked back to Tiresias. The man hadn't moved this entire time. Tiresias, you all right? The librarian peered at him. Jory felt his breath caught. There was something dangerous in Tiresias' eyes. He didn't like it. What's going on? Tiresias exhaled through his nose. This is the part of the journey where you don't ask me questions, Jory. I may disappear for a time. Doesn't matter. You don't ask. Just keep low. Keep Gendry safe. And let me work. All right. What was this? Tiresias was perfectly amiable ever since King's Landing. What did Sir Gregor's arrival spark in him? What was his plan? Jory, I need to hear you say it. Jory swallowed. All right. Tiresias relaxed, his eyes falling to the fire again. We'll have to start riding a little ahead of the caravan. Keep out of their sight. We'll start early tomorrow morning. I'll wake us. With that, he laid down. He turned his back to the fire, facing Deep Den. Jory pulled his blanket over. But he didn't fall asleep for the longest time. When he finally faded into dreams, one thought crossed his conscience again and again. Just what the hell are you planning, Tiresias? He had fully expected to be shaken awake in the pre-dawn. However, when he opened his eyes and saw sunlight streaming through the trees and other men already awake, rousing their camps, he jumped up, sure that he overslept. He did. This certainly wasn't the early rise that Tiresias demanded the night before. However, when he looked over, he saw the librarian still asleep, snoring softly. Jory laughed lightly. He was tempted not to wake the man, let him sleep. However, he remembered the look in the man's eyes last night. He was determined to ride ahead. I'll give him 5 more minutes. He instead turned to the young blacksmith, shaking him awake. Gendry? Gendry, wake up! Gendry stirred and sat awake, not quite opening his eyes until he was leaning against the log. He peered through heavy eyes at Tiresias and looked to Jory. Should we wake him? I will in a minute. In the meantime, let's get the horses packed and this campfire turned. That way, we'll be ready to go when he wakes. They went about cleaning their campsite, having become very proficient at it over the last few weeks. Although they tried to be quiet, the other camps were readying themselves and Tiresias was beginning to stir. Finally Jory tied the last of the smoked beef to his horse when he heard Tiresias sit up. The librarian looked around him and then to Jory. He looked rather embarrassed. It's past dawn, isn't it? Tiresias stood up and stretched, throwing his arms up. I smell bacon and bread, he said, sighing as he looked to the deep den. Jory sighed himself. Not for us, I'm afraid. We have enough provisions for 2 days. Sure we'll find something by then. I'm sorry for last night, said Tiresias quietly. I shouldn't demand something like that unless I'm able to stick to it myself. Ah, said Jory, waving it away. We all oversleep sometimes. Everyone here is eating now, anyway. We leave shortly, keep a good pace, we'll stay ahead. Tiresias nodded. Thank you. Jory? Tiresias, said Gendry. Yes, said Tiresias as they turned to the lad. Gendry wasn't looking to them. They followed his gaze. He was staring straight at the trail that led to the gold road. A man was walking erratically up the trail, making for deep den. Strangled cries came from him. Tiresias moved past Gendry, stepping in front of him. Jory came forward as well. The man continued to approach and soon he was close enough for Jory to see tears streaming from his eyes. And also to recognize him. It was the innkeeper from down the gold road. The inn with the mountain river and the bacon and pepper biscuits and the blonde serving girl. He turned to Tiresias. What's going on? Tiresias shook his head. I don't know. The innkeeper walked past them onto the fortress. The other knights and stewards who camped outside were coming to the trail. With probably as many questions as they had. The gates were open and the innkeeper staggered through them. They heard him yell, his voice creaking and hoarse. Lord Lyddon. I wish to see Lord Lyddon, I demand justice, I demand justice. Tiresias turned to Gendry. Gendry, stay here with the horses. We'll be back. He strode toward deep den immediately, leaving no room for an argument. Jory followed, nodding back to Gendry, who seemed stunned. He couldn't blame him. Most of those witnessing this had the same look on their face. He caught up with Tiresias at the entrance of the fortress. They passed through the gates, only because everyone inside the courtyard was staring stunned after the innkeeper who was stalking toward the great hall. Lord Lyddon, I demand justice. Hear me, please. A crowd began to follow the innkeeper into the great hall. Soldiers seemed to come to their senses and began to approach the man. Tiresias made to move forward, but Jory grabbed his arm. Tiresias, we should go, he hissed. We've already intruded enough. Jory, let me go right now, Tiresias muttered back. He was calm enough to give Jory pause. Just walk with the crowd. We're all intruding together. Come on. Against his better judgment, he released Tiresias' arm and together, they followed the many people entering the great hall. They certainly weren't the only ones from the campgrounds bordering the fortress. Entering the great hall, they walked into a silent breakfast. Well, almost silent. A man at the high table was demanding an explanation from his guards. You allow him to enter like this? Disrupting our meal. Disturbing our noble guests. Apologies, my lord. We'll just get rid of him, for the sake of the 7. No, shouted the innkeeper. No. Lord Lyddon, I beg you. I beg you. Please hear me. I ask for justice. There's a time for asking, you dolt, yelled Lord Lyddon, his beard shivering. He swallowed and forced himself to calm. Now leave immediately. If you wish to be heard, you will come back when I hear petitions. You're lucky I don't throw you in shackles. They'll be gone by then, shrieked the innkeeper. 2 guards had taken a hold of him and were beginning to drag him away. He raped Lena. They all did. They killed Simos. And he'll just. Lord Lyddon raised his hand and the guards stopped, still holding the innkeeper who seemed to collapse against them, breaking into sobs. Please, Lord Lyddon, please, I beg you, I beg for you for justice. Against whom? Asked Lord Lyddon. His voice shook, but not out of anger. Was he dreading the answer? Henri, Who raped Lena? Who killed Simos? Nothing but the innkeeper's sobs could be heard. Finally, Henri collected himself enough to raise his hand and point. The whole room followed his finger to the tallest man in the room, even when seated. Sir Gregor Clegane. Henri swallowed, but he still continued, his voice trembling all the while. Last night, Sir Gregor raped Lena, as they all, Simos tried to stop, they killed him, put a sword through his stomach. Sir Gregor sat quite still with his other men, their breakfast completely forgotten. They stared back and forth between Henri the innkeeper and Sir Gregor, wondering how their master would react. The other lords and ladies remained silent, their gazes falling to their plates. A bald man stood from Sir Gregor's table and started to whisper in his ear. Jory was a Northman. He knew next to nothing of the Westerlands and their politics, save for house banners and names. But it was common knowledge that Sir Gregor was Lord Tywin's dog. To cross this monster of a man was to cross the Lord Paramount. Someone that everyone in this hall was sworn to. And terrified of. He saw it in Lord Lytton's eyes. The man looked back and forth between Henri and Sir Gregor, trying to find a way out. Did he expect a slaughter in his hall? Jory almost did. Henri, Lord Lytton quietly, yet his voice carried. There are serious accusations, and Sir Gregor is entitled to a fair defence. This is hardly the appropriate place to bring forth such charges. Your son attacked us. We merely defended ourselves, called out the bald man who had whispered to Sir Gregor. He crossed to the innkeeper, halting right before him. And we didn't rape anyone. Your daughter's a slut and you whored her out. That's a lie, yelled Henri, straight into the man's face. She was grabbed, thrown to the table. She hit her nose and bled. She never offered. After staring at Henri in silent wonderment, the bald man started to laugh. When was the last time he'd seen a man disregard his own safety so freely? She never offered. You took our coin, didn't you? The bald man turned to Lord Lytton. My lord, we did pay the girl. She's grown enough to accept coin, isn't she? She's 13, screamed the innkeeper. She's not grown. She's 13. His scream was unhinged. The man was beginning to break. A few in the crowd swallowed their reactions, but nobody spoke. A great silence permeated the hall. The bald man shrugged. 13, doesn't matter. She still took our coin. Lord Lytton took a deep breath. Is this true, Henri? Did Lena take the coin? The innkeeper began to shake his head. No. Henri, tell me truly. Did Lena take the coin? She did not. Henri reached into this jacket and pulled out a purse. He threw it down to the bald man. There's the coin. All of it. They threw it to the floor, only picked it up this morning. I started for here, to reject it, throw it back. His speech was becoming more erratic. Jory wanted nothing more than to leave, but he couldn't move. The bald man picked up the coin purse, tossing it in his hand, before turning to Lord Lytton. It's obvious, my lord. I know what's happened here. This man, this innkeeper, he pointed to Henri. He's not demanding justice at all. He wants proper compensation for his daughter's services. Which we did enjoy. He shrugged. Perhaps in the heat of the moment, and under drink, we didn't pay enough. And he's determined to get more coin out of us. The innkeeper began to tremble as he raised his head, staring at the bald man. What the hell is going on? The bald man continued. He even spoke out to the hall. We killed his son out of fear for our own lives. We paid the girl for what we enjoyed. If there's any crime we committed back at this man's establishment, my lord, it's theft. Theft of services. Lord Lytton had lost control of his hall and he knew it. The bald man spoke, but Jory still saw the eyes move to the mountain seated at his table. Sir Gregor was staring at the innkeeper with a bloodlust. We disagree, of course, said the bald man. But, should you bring that charge against Sir Gregor Clegane, against us all, well, we'll be happy to argue it. Won't we, boys? Judging from the smiles and jeers from the mountain's men, they all affirmed it. Sir Gregor himself remained silent. They all quieted though and looked to Lord Lytton, who was gripping his hands so tightly they turned white. The bald man nodded his head. Bring the charge, Lord Lytton. Go on. We're men of honor. We'll face it. Lord Lytton's face carried such a hatred as he and the bald man stared at each other. However, the narrative was now set, and if he didn't wish to oppose Tywin Lannister's dog, there was only one course forward for the Lord of Deep Den. Clearing his throat, Lord Louis faced Sir Gregor. Sir Gregor, he stated. At least his voice was steady. I charge you, and your men present, with theft of services. Brought forth by Henri the innkeeper. Henri seemed to realize what was happening and he tried to speak. However, no words seemed able to come. Lord Lytton continued. How do you plead? Not guilty, said Sir Gregor, speaking for the first time. His voice matched his size, a rumble that was heard easily throughout the hall. Sir Gregor slowly shifted his focus to Lord Lytton, his black eyes fixed on him. I demand a trial by combat. The lords and ladies present couldn't hide their murmurs. Jory closed his eyes, dropping his head. This was such a fucking farce. He needed to get out of here. He wanted to, but something held him. It was like he owed Henri to see this through. The bald man turned to Lord Lytton. No need, I think, for us all to gang up on poor Henri. I believe that since it's only one man accusing us, it's only right that Sir Gregor fights for us all. We're either all innocent, should Sir Gregor triumph. Laughter came from Sir Gregor's table. The bald man raised his hand to silence them. Or, we're all guilty. Should Sir Gregor fall to Henri the innkeeper. The laugher returned with a vengeance, echoing throughout the silent hall. At this point, Lord Lytton could only contain the blood split in his lance as well as he could. He nodded jerkily. That seems reasonable. Isn't it though, said the bald man. He walked back to the table and picked up his mug. If I may, my lord, I say we all finish our breakfast and have the trial in the yard, shortly thereafter. We need to get back on the road and Henri here, he needs to get back to his inn. The bald man raised his cup to Henri before drinking. The innkeeper had fresh tears streaming down his cheek. The guards by his side were not so much holding him back as they were supporting him. Jory saw the disgust on their faces. On most of the faces in the hall. There was also fear, and resignation. Henri raised his head to Lord Lytton. Lord, he moaned softly. Lord, please. Anger rose in Lord Lytton's eyes as he regarded Henri. Jory knew where he was coming from. The innkeeper brought trouble and demanded justice from those he couldn't demand justice from. And now there will be even more blood spilled. However, as Lord Lytton regarded Henri, his eyes softened and he answered the innkeeper's pleas, as well as he could. Henri, he said. It's your right, to have a champion fight for you in this trial. Should anyone volunteer? The murmurs were silenced once again. Even from Sir Gregor's table. Henri stared at Lord Lytton with eyes dazed. His mouth opened and closed several times before he spoke. Champion, Lord. Yes, Henri. A champion. Do you wish to ask for one? The innkeeper didn't move for several seconds. Jory saw this before in the Greyjoy Rebellion. Men so overwhelmed they stopped functioning. He never thought he would see it outside of battle. Henri finally lowered his head. No one in the hall could construe it for affirmation. But Lord Lytton nodded and raised his head to address the great hall. Jory sighed. Why not? This whole morning has been horseshit, anyway. The innkeeper, Henri, seeks a champion to represent him in a trial by combat against Sir Gregor Clegane. The vast majority of the hall didn't even meet the Lord's eyes. Is there anyone who will volunteer on his behalf? Silence reigned in the great hall. Lord Lytton continued to look out as the seconds passed. Anyone? He asked again. His voice was quite calm, evenly lordly for the first time since this whole mess began. But even that didn't pierce the silence. Henri started to quake, as he raised his head again. Lord, I'll stand for the innkeeper. Jory froze. His mind numb. That soft voice, came from his side, where Tiresias was. He looked, but Tiresias was gone. The slender librarian had already walked forward through a sea of whispers, as all present turned their eyes to the stranger who spoke. Tiresias kept his eyes forward, halting a few paces in front of the innkeeper. No, gods damn it, man, no. But it was too late. The furious whispering calmed and turned into a deep silence as the hall got a good look at the volunteer champion. Tiresias answered the silence with his own. Slim and swordless, he faced Lord Lytton, waiting for the stunned host to speak. Jory tried to shout, to stop it all, but he couldn't speak. His voice was trapped in his throat. He couldn't move at all. All he could do was wait to hear who spoke next. Assuming he could even hear them over the pounding of his own pulse. Notes. Because sometimes you just gotta grab fate by the horns. In the books, A Clash of Kings, the story was that the mountain assaulted Laena after the tourney of the hand and her brother was killed then. However, as the show never mentioned her and since I'm adhering to the show for this FIC with book details thrown in as I need or wish them, I decided to include her. Besides I can't imagine that Laena was the first tavern girl Clegane and his men have attacked on the road. So yeah, that's all the explanation I have. If this divergence is too much, I understand. But it's happening. Chapter 30. Tiresias set his quill down, staring at the letter. It took him a few attempts to actually read the whole thing through. When reading, he would blink and realize that he hadn't absorbed the previous paragraph at all. However, he finally got through it. He folded and sealed the parchment. The smell of wax lingered in the air as he gazed down upon it. This was the most detailed letter he'd ever written to Lord Stark. When going beyond the wall, when stalking the lonely hills, he'd always entertained some notion that he would come back. That his chances of returning to Winterfell, to the library, to the Starks, to a pair of brown eyes remained high. Now, however, there was a sick taste in his throat. Bile threatened to come up. He got up from the desk and went over to the fire, determined to be calm. He braced himself against the stone hearth. Staring into the flames, he breathed in on a count, held it and released, again, and again. Finally his stomach settled. He returned to the desk and retrieved the letter, securing it inside his rucksack, where the other package for Lord Stark lay. Afterwards, he took in his surroundings for what felt like the 100th time. Lord Lytton, once he had found his voice again, gave him this room to ready his affairs. Judging by the light, he had only a couple hours left. Tiresias crossed his right leg over his left and reached for his toes, easily placing his palms squarely on the floor. He remained in that position for a solid minute before coming back up, feeling the blood descend from his skull. He saw Oberyn's eyes being pushed in, his own skull erupting from the pressure, brains and blood spilling onto the ground. That image only seemed to still Tiresias further. He couldn't bring the will to shake it off. He wasn't sure how long he stood still. When he was finally able to, he turned back to the desk, before remembering that he had already finished the letter. He cursed himself lightly. All the time he spent in this room, he was able to get through by continuing to work. Writing when he couldn't stretch. Stretching and preparing when he couldn't write. At this rate, I'll be the most limber corpse they've ever seen. A large part of him was so heavy. It made him want to simply sit still, gazing at the wall numbly until it was time to die. No, he stated lowly. No. No, not today. Not today. Those words, did they mean anything to him? He was no water dancer from Bravos, no faceless man, not even a warrior. He was just a barely competent assassin, a librarian. He couldn't claim to be anything else. Regardless of his abilities. Not to himself. Not in front of Henri or Jory or Lord Lytton. He had never been such a focus in a room before. Certainly not intending to be when he followed the innkeeper into the hall. He wanted to say that he was just as surprised that he volunteered as anyone else. But that obviously was not the case. Determined to keep his eyes on Lord Lytton, he still sensed the collective shock of all who witnessed it. How it varied even. The deepening days of the innkeeper. The bald man's befuddlement, shared by the other men who rode with Sir Gregor. The absolute confusion of the highborn who had forgotten their breakfasts in lieu of what was happening in front of them. Tiresias maintained eye contact with Lord Lytton, waiting for him to respond. He swallowed as discreetly as he could before he was called to speak. Finally the Lord, after blinking several times, cleared his throat. You'll fight in Henry's place. Said Tiresias, nodding. It's what I said. He spoke softly. If he spoke any louder, he was sure that his voice would crack. Nevertheless the hall was quiet enough that his low voice carried to the walls. Suppressing an urge to clench his hands into fists, he waited for the Lord to speak. He could hear the beginnings of laughter from Sir Gregor's table. Though he was sure the mountain himself was quite silent. He could feel his black eyes on his frame. Your name, Sir? Asked Lord Lytton. Tiresias took a breath. Tiresias. However, I'm afraid I need to correct you, Lord Lytton. I'm no seer. I'm not a knight. He prayed that would be the end of it. That Lord Lytton would clap his hands and move this charade along. That he could suffer the consequences of his own brash stupidity, without any more questions. However, he must have prayed to the wrong god. Where do you hail from, Tiresias? The Lord of Deep Den continued. Essos. Lord Lytton's brows furrowed. Are you a sellsword? No, Lord Lytton. I'm a librarian. That punctured the crowd's silence, murmuring from the lords and ladies, growing laughter from the mountain's men, a few groans from sympathetic onlookers. He could feel Jory's bulging eyes on the back of his head. A small part of him was impressed that the Winterfell guard could keep his silence for this. Lord Lytton sat back down, looking a little crestfallen. It's usually soldiers or sellswords who volunteer to fight, SSC, he said. And usually, no foreigners. This is, well, most unusual. Tiresias braced himself. I suppose. Although you were willing to have an innkeeper fight just now. I may be a stranger in these lands, however I can't help but feel that this trial by combat is playing rather loose with the rules. If he expected Lord Lytton to be outraged or embarrassed by this statement, he found himself slightly impressed when the Lord merely looked sad. This was not the state of affairs he expected to find himself in when he entered his hall for breakfast. Beginning to feel the energy drain from his body, Tiresias voiced his request. If I may, my lord, and should Sir Gregor be so kind, I would like some time to settle my affairs and prepare for the trial. I'm sorry to say that I didn't wake up this morning ready to duel. Not ready to die either, called the bald man. The mountain's men began to laugh, unconcerned for the disgusted looks thrown their way, even by Lord Lytton, who was glaring at the bald man. Before the lord could respond though, Tiresias heard himself begin to chuckle. It wasn't completely his choice. Another 5 minutes and he might go crazy with fear. He had to move quickly. He turned to the bald man, still laughing lightly. The bald man paused in his own laughter, looking bewildered. I don't think any man wakes up ready to die, Polliver, he said calmly. Polliver's smile dropped entirely as he stared at Tiresias. However, the librarian ignored him and turned back to Lord Lytton. But he should be able to prepare for it, should he not? Lord Lytton, may I have a few hours? Even a criminal sentenced to death is allowed time to reflect. Lord Lytton considered his words, pursing his lips. Finally he stood. The trial by combat will take place at sundown. In the inner hall. He turned to Sir Gregor. I'm sure Sir Gregor would be willing to enjoy our hospitality a while longer. The crowd turned for the mountain's response. Tiresias steeled himself and for the first time, looked to Sir Gregor. The man's eyes fixed unblinkingly on him. He tried to make his eyes go soft, to betray no emotion. Did it work? Or did Clegane see the growing fear in his eyes? It was probably a common enough sight. Maybe that's what convinced Clegane to accept. The mountain's expression didn't change. He merely turned to Lord Lytton, who managed to meet his eyes as well. Sundown, he rumbled quietly before continuing to eat. Tiresias exhaled as discreetly as he could. His apparent doom was decided and scheduled. His hand went automatically to his side and found nothing. Son of a bitch, he murmured, completely forgetting about the dagger. He longed to have it with him in this room. You'll get it back. He told himself. Gendry knows how to sharpen the hell of a blade. It was the other request that gave the young blacksmith pause. It was a moment of inspired instruction, given in haste. He just hoped he hadn't made another huge mistake. After Lord Lytton declared that the trial will go forward at sundown, Tiresias walked back to a stupefied Jory. The Winterfell guard opened his mouth but no words came out. Tiresias took the opening and instructed him to fetch Gendry from outside. Still stunned and just scrambling for anything to do, Jory turned and exited the hall. Tiresias was alone. With only murmurings for company. If he raised his eyes, perhaps he would also see looks of pity, sympathy, maybe a few admirers. His hands were beginning to shake and he cursed himself, before employing the breathing exercise. It wouldn't do for any onlookers to see him break down. Not like Henri. The innkeeper was escorted, or rather carried, past him. He felt the man's eyes go to him, but he couldn't meet them. Something clicked in his mind. Something almost reptilian. He had work to do. Turning back to the high table, he approached Lord Lytton with a few more requests, muttering quietly. The Lord of Deep Den ascertained his request for a space to prepare and for his two companions to freely visit him. The Lord's eyebrows nearly shot into his hairline when Tiresias also requested to borrow a weapon from the armory, but to this, he also agreed. He wondered whether he was the first man to challenge Sir Gregor with no weapon. The only bit of luck this whole morning was that Lord Lytton was no sadist. He would gain no joy watching an unarmed stranger being sliced in two by the mountain. Despite his throat becoming increasingly tight, Tiresias thanked Lord Lytton and he was escorted out of the hall. He thought he could feel the mountain's eyes as he exited. However, as he looked back, Sir Gregor's focus had returned to his meal. Back in his room, Tiresias glanced at the corner when the pole staff and pads were piled. Along with the weapon he selected, he also borrowed some leathers. True, Lord Lytton didn't explicitly say he could use them, but none of his escorts said anything as he took them. The pole staff wasn't what he selected for the duel, but he needed something to warm up with while Gendry made the modification. It had been a while since he had sent Gendry upon his task. The lad entered this room with wide eyes. Evidently Jory found his tongue outside the keep and informed him of what transpired. However, Tiresias couldn't waste time. The day would be gone before he knew it. He gave the lad his requests, and while Gendry voiced his concerns, he still took the weapons and promised to have both back well before sundown. Abundant time had passed since Jory left as well. He left to monitor Gendry's progress hours ago and Tiresias had requested privacy while he composed his letter. He needed silence, the kind of silence where one could hear their own heart beating loudly. Jory wasn't comfortable with that kind of silence. Not today. Not with what he just witnessed. Tiresias couldn't blame him. As soon as Gendry left with the weapons, Jory turned to him. Tiresias met the guard's eyes. Just say it, Jory. For God's sake. What the fuck were you thinking, hissed Jory. The words came out short, with pauses scattered in between. He was struggling to keep composed. Tiresias, on the hand, couldn't even shrug. I wasn't really, he murmured. The calmness of his voice surprised him. Perhaps numbness was the more correct word. Once he was out of sight of the strangers and Lord Lytton in the mountain, his fear, which threatened to overtake him in the hall, was now replaced with a lethargy, which proceeded to frighten him all over again. He couldn't face anyone with dead limbs. He heard Jory scoff and throw himself into a chair. I suppose that's obvious. Silence weighed on them both. Needing to break out of it, despite it being warm already, Tiresias knelt before the hearth and proceeded to light a fire. Was this part of your plan? Asked Jory. Tiresias turned to stare at him. What? The rape, the deranged innkeeper, the mountain's man bullying Lord Lytton into trial by combat? Think I planned all that? No. No, I mean, Jory leaned forward, glancing to the door before lowering his voice. Ever since King's Landing, you've been staring daggers at the mountain. And last night you told us we were to ride ahead. When we saw Clegane enter Deep Den. Not 5 minutes after and you said that. Was this the mission all along? To see to him. To see to him? What a way to put it. He knew he had to lie. Jory was too good. Jory, there is no mission. I just saw an opportunity he couldn't pass. An assassination at night could work. But a trial by combat at sundown? With highborn witnesses? A legal way to bring down Lord Tywin's monster. If he even could. He shook his head. I don't like it when people abuse their station to hurt those below. Jory, you saw her. She's 13. A lump in his throat threatened to choke him. Rosie came before him. The relief in her dead clear eyes. He swallowed before continuing. As I said, I wasn't thinking. Jory placed his head in his hands and sighed. Tiresias turned back to the flames. I did warn you not to come along. Well, forgive me, you shit. Jory looked back up. When I promised Lord Stark I'd escort you back to Winterfell, I didn't think it'd be a funeral procession. Tiresias got up from the fire and started to stretch, pressing against the wall. Perhaps not. If Gendry comes back. If he comes back with what I need. Tiresias, you can't beat him. He didn't look at Jory, just continued to breathe in and out, feeling the tension in his calf disperse. Why not? Jory had to find his voice again before speaking. You saw him, The mountain? Sir Gregor? That fucking giant in yellow. I've fought big men before. Listen to me, Tiresias. He heard the creak in the chair as Jory leaned forward. This isn't a spar with Gord. I can spar with Gord. I can win against Gord. Clegane, the mountain, you know who he is. Tiresias stood away from the wall and turned, meeting Jory's eye. He's one of the most intimidating fighters in Westeros, if not the most, Tiresias stated blithely. Tywin Lannister's mad dog. His strength is freakish. It allows him to wear thick, heavy armor that would be dead weight to any other man. We saw it last night in the wagon. Along with that two-handed greatsword. Except he only needs one hand to wield it. And he swings it fucking fast. He's quicker than one would think for a man his size. Sound about right? Jory stared at him. You've seen him fight? Not in the flesh. No. Well, I have. The Greyjoy Rebellion. He was there and I'll tell you what, it was the only time I felt sorry for the Ironborn. Those he came across. He doesn't fight, Tiresias. He demolishes. Relishes in what he can do. And now that relish for violence will be directed at me, amused Tiresias. He sat on the carpet and reached out, grabbing his toes. Jory sighed, putting his face in his hands. What am I supposed to say to Lord Stark? I'll write him a letter for you. You idiot. Jory knelt down to his face, his voice coming down to a harsh whisper. You think you can explain all this madness in a letter? That Lord Stark will understand this? He must, Tiresias replied, as evenly as he could. He has no choice. And neither do you. And I'm sorry for that. I really am. I know I took you along in a horrible situation. He pressed his body down along his legs, flat against the ground. But it's done. And I must act accordingly. As well as I can. Tiresias, listen to me, please. He looked up to the young guard. Jory's voice was soft, his anger and his bewilderment spent. Now he just looked at Tiresias with sad eyes. You, beating the mountain, it's impossible, you're not stronger than him, no one is. I don't need to be stronger than him, Jory. I just need to be quicker. Tiresias sat up, giving Jory his full attention. But I also need your help. Not just before the duel, but during and after, will you be there, Jory? Regardless of what happens? I'd like someone familiar with me. Jory's sadness disappeared slowly from his eyes, to be replaced by a steadfast determination. He saw Sir Roderick in the young man's eyes. Jory sighed again, before nodding. What do you need? He exhaled. For now, not much, Just some privacy while I stretch, prepare, and write down my last message for Lord Stark. Well, hopefully not my last. If you could, be with Gendry, make sure he's getting what he needs. Return with him when he's done. Do you want some food? Tiresias shook his head. No, don't think I could eat anything anyway. Jory stood. I'll make sure you're sent something. Even it's just bread and dried meat. Something light. When you fight at sundown, you'll need your strength. All right, Tiresias replied softly. The young castle crossed to the door, pausing before it. I'll only say this once, he said, turning back to the librarian. You should have left the innkeeper to his fate. And with that, Jory exited, shutting the door promptly, leaving Tiresias no chance to respond. Not that he could. A large part of him agreed with Jory. That was hours ago. A servant had come and deposited a large tray of bread, cheese, cured meats, and a single, green apple. Along with 2 pitchers, one filled with ale and the other water. Tiresias left the ale alone, but he ate everything else slowly throughout the day. He kept everything down, surprisingly. He patted the rucksack with the hidden package and letter. He did hope Jory wouldn't suffer the wrath of Lord Stark for failing to bring him home. Trying to explain why he did what he did was quite challenging. How does one explain insanity? In the end, he simply wrote that too many people would die idiotically trying to kill the eldest Clegane. Have I added myself to that list of idiots? He laughed genuinely at the thought. Loudly too. It felt good. To truly laugh. He didn't have much time left. There was a knock at the door. Come in, he called. The door opened with Gendry, sweating, sooty and slightly panting. He carried a long package wrapped in cloth. Jory followed, shutting the door behind him. No one spoke for a few seconds. Yes, said Tiresias. It's done, said Gendry breathlessly. What you asked, I think I got it right. Didn't upset the balance too much. He handed the package to Tiresias, who took it carefully. He unwrapped it to reveal the spear that he selected from the armory. A sheath still covered the blade. He ran his fingers down the shaft, all the way to the other end, to the modification. A small copper knob was newly welded to the bottom of the shaft. Tiresias covered it completely with his fist, cool to the touch. It wasn't pretty, but it would do for what he had planned. He stood away from Jory and Gendry and twirled it slowly. A little unusual, weighted, but not anything he couldn't handle. He propped it up with 2 fingers, just beneath the steel, holding it steady for several seconds. The balance was still good. Lowering it, he turned back to the young blacksmith. Good work, Gendry. Good work. This will do. Gendry sighed in relief. He probably worked as fast as he could without messing it up. I got the blade too, he said, pointing. If you wish, if you want to see. Carefully, Tiresias removed the padding and examined the edge. It gleamed in the firelight. I can't believe you selected a spear, Jory said wearily, interrupting his admiration. You're seriously going to fight the mountain with a spear? I like spears, Tiresias replied. Besides, a spear will counter his reach. Jory had nothing to say to that. Tiresias covered the blade again and laid it against the desk. He didn't measure it, but it was at least a couple of feet taller than him. Gendry cleared his throat. Also, he said, reaching behind him. I took care of this. He held out Tiresias' dagger. The blade shined more sharply than it did when Mycon first handed it to him. Tiresias took the hilt, twirling it lightly before placing it in the sheath on his belt. It felt good to have that weight on his hip again. His head was getting light again and he breathed slowly. You all right, said Jory. He muttered, sitting back down. Thank you, Gendry. For everything. He gestured to the pitchers. Why don't you have some ale? I didn't touch it. Gendry nodded and poured himself a mug. Jory and Tiresias were left to look at each other. How much time? An hour. Maybe less. We saw the Septon arriving. All right, Tiresias murmured. Guess I should suit up then. I suppose so. Jory went to the door, pausing with his hand on the knob. I'll go and survey the inner hall. Make sure it's all right. He needs to walk. He can't be in this silence. Tiresias nodded. Thank you. With that, Jory departed, leaving Tiresias alone with Gendry. He stood and walked over to the leathers. He picked them up, holding them before dropping them back to the floor. Tiresias, he heard Gendry say. Are you all right? I don't know, Tiresias responded before he could stop himself. Well, I suppose so. Considering everything. He turned to see the boy biting his lip nervously. Words failed him and he fell quiet, running his hands through his hair. Months on the run, away from Winterfell, have allowed his hair to run long and errant. He's got the advantage on you there, Don't he? That short cropped fucking hair. He paused, with his fingers in his mop. Who the hell said that? I remembered once, but now. But a vague memory of it returned shortly. Another story which featured one man fighting a bigger one. Tiresias gave a soft hollow laugh. What is it? Asked Gendry, from behind him. He shook his head, putting away the question. There was at least one advantage he had here though, compared to Dan Doherty. He'd be carrying a blade. Too even. Still, best not give that edge. Gendry. Said Gendry, jumping to his feet. You know how to shear, don't you? The lad suppressed his confused look and nodded. Tiresias looked to the young blacksmith. I need one more favor from you. The last of the sun was disappearing in the inner hall, the light traveling from the stone floor to the wall opposite the glass windows. Torches were lit and the two hearths blazed. The floor was cleared to make ample room for the mountain and a librarian. This was the hall where Lord Lytton received petitioners and conducted his duties. Tonight that involved watching this farce play out to its conclusion. Lord Lytton already sat in his chair, before his banner. A badger against a background of green and brown. The colors of the forest that surrounded his keep. Jory sighed. At least he was taking responsibility for this. The innkeeper was also seated before him, flanked by two guards. He looked grey and didn't seem capable of even lifting his head. A septon also stood by Lord Lytton's side. Along with several house guards, the castle maester and a few more lords of the Westerlands, who had agreed to stay on as witnesses. Having learned that this foreign librarian was employed by Winterfell and that he'd have to answer to a Lord Paramount either way, Lord Lytton was determined to follow protocol and asked for their formal presence. Jory noted Lord Brax of Hornvale and Lord Prester of Feastfires among them. He couldn't remember any of the other banners present. His mind wasn't staying still long enough to focus. None of Lord Lytton's party seemed to meet his eyes. They all stood still, staring blankly at the empty floor. Before a mangled, skinny man spilled his blood all over it. Stop, damn you, stop. It made no difference. This duel would begin with that image, that fear in his head. Thinking it away wouldn't work, gods know that he'd been trying to ever since this morning. It was just a matter of waiting. Sir Gregor was late. A messenger came to the hall and reported that he was still preparing. That was a half-hour ago. Lord Lytton didn't send a message back. So they waited in silence. The shadows growing deeper. More torches were brought and the hall was bathed in firelight. Tiresias didn't face the empty dueling area. He sat cross-legged on the stone, in front of a hearth, facing the fire, staring into it. He was shirtless, wearing only thin leathered pads strapped to his elbows. His knees were padded as well, over his trousers. The sheathed dagger on his left hip. The buckles on his boots pulled tight. That was it. No helmet. No shield. No breastplate. No mail. He walked into the hall like that with Gendry at his side, provoking whispers amongst all who gathered. Jory whispered urgently, trying to make him see a little reason in this madness and to wear actual fucking armor. Tiresias merely smiled grimly. If the mountain sword finds me, there's no armor I can wear that would stop his blade. Nothing that wouldn't hinder my speed. My speed is the only weapon I have, Jory. He certainly did look light on his feet. Carrying that spear, shirtless, lightly padded with Mycon's dagger at his side, he looked so bizarre that it took Jory a moment to notice that his hair was gone as well. Sheared nearly to the skin. After being informed that the mountain would be late, Tiresias nodded and prowled the hall. He walked slowly over the stones in the floor, glancing from them to the pillars, taking in every inch of the dueling area. After a few moments, he straightened and walked back to the far hearth, settling in front of the fire. He's been still ever since, his shoulders rising calmly with each breath. Jory tried to match it. He needed to be calm. He had to be. If not for Tiresias and his own sake, then at least for Gendry's. He had promised Tiresias. Promise me, Jory, said Tiresias, holding out his rucksack. Should I die, ride to Winterfell and give these items to Lord Stark. There's a letter in there in a wrapped package. Don't open them. Don't even look at them. Just get them to Lord Stark. I will, Jory stated numbly. The words just stumbled out of his mouth, but he still meant them. And Gendry. Get Gendry to Winterfell. So, instead of Tiresias, he'd be escorting the king's bastard back to Winterfell. It was hard not to blame himself. Even as he looked at Tiresias staring into the fire, the serene stubbornness in his eyes. Forgive me, Lord Stark. I tried. Tiresias raised his head and turned to the other end of the room, to the door there. Still serene. Jory looked that way and focused his ears. He saw and heard nothing. He turned back to Tiresias, who exhaled through his nose, turning back to the flames. Gendry, he stated softly. The boy knelt next to him. It's time for you to leave this hall and not return until Jory gets you. No matter what you hear. They had discussed this before. Gendry wanted to stay, but Tiresias wouldn't hear of it. Finally the lad agreed and so Gendry merely nodded before standing. Good luck, he muttered, before looking to Jory. He nodded, dismissing him. Gendry exited the hall, his feet echoing dully across the stone. When the door shut on him, Jory turned back to see Tiresias reaching into the fire. He crossed to him. What the hell are you doing, he hissed. Tiresias didn't even turn to him. Jory, I'm not touching the flames. Relax. Jory followed his arm and true enough, his fingers weren't touching the blaze. They dipped below the grate. Jory couldn't help wincing. The ashes could still burn, but Tiresias' face remained impassive as he brought his fingers, black with soot, from the hearth. He observed his fingers calmly, before drawing his fingers across both his cheekbones. The librarian rose blithely, rubbing the rest of the soot on his hands, drying them. Jory stared down at them, before pointing at the soot marks. Care to explain that? Tiresias flexed his fingers. It's a reminder for you. A reminder of what? Tiresias turned to him, meeting his eyes and Jory stilled. There was something dangerous in his eyes. If I die, burn me. Jory barely had enough time to nod before Tiresias knelt down and grabbed his spear. The protective sheath was still on the blade. He walked away from the hearth, his eyes on the opposite door. Jory followed him to the edge of the dueling area. As they came to a halt, Jory heard it. Heavy footsteps, the metal clinking from the hallway, coming closer. The guards heard it too, for they opened the door. All in the hall straightened to attention as the mountain entered, followed by two of his men, one of whom was carrying his sword. The other, Tiresias said his name was Polliver, held his great shield. Though not nearly as shocked as he was by Tiresias' lack of armor, he was still surprised to see Sir Gregor's full use of his. The only thing missing was his yellow surcoat. And his sabatons, Jory noted, eyeing his feet. It seemed that Sir Gregor preferred his naked leather boots against the stone floor. More grip and more control. Other than that, he had gone back to his wagon and donned his full protection. Plate over chainmail and boiled leather. His hands were covered in gauntlets. A flat-top great helm shielded his enormous head. Despite his face being practically hidden, Jory could see the mountain's eyes from the openings in his helm as he stared directly at Tiresias. They seemed to burn black. He hoped his friend was putting on a brave front. He didn't look to his side to check. If Sir Gregor was surprised to see his opponent shirtless with only a few leathers, he didn't show it. Unlike his two men, who exchanged sickening looks of glee, their grins becoming even wider. You fucking bastards! Lord Lytton muttered to the Septon and stood. Will the two champions approach? Tiresias immediately walked forward. Sir Gregor trudged to his side. They both maintained a healthy distance from one another, halting in front of the Lord of Deep Den. Lord Lytton cleared his throat. We are here to settle the matter between Sir Gregor Clegane, his men listed, and Henri the innkeeper. On charges of theft of wages. To which Sir Gregor has pleaded not guilty and, by his right, demanded a trial by combat. He has agreed to fight for himself and all of his accused men. Henry's champion in this trial is the SSC, Tiresias, who has volunteered of his own accord. Each man has had ample time to prepare. He took a breath, before turning to the lords present. With these lords bearing witness, having each made their marks on the document accounting this trial, do you, Sir Gregor Clegane, proclaim this accounting to be true and agree to fight? Steel rose and fell with the mountain's breathing. He rumbled. Even with Lord Lytton on the higher step, he towered above his host. Lord Lytton turned to Tiresias. And you? I do, said Tiresias, his soft voice echoing in the hall. The Lord nodded before continuing. I must ask, will the two of you consider the notion of fighting to a yield and accepting quarter from the prevailing champion? Jory's eyes went to the mountain, expecting to hear his rejection of such a notion. However, no quarter will be asked or given from me, said Tiresias. The two mountains men laughed, but they were the only ones. All the rest of the hall stared at the librarian before turning to Clegane, who nodded slowly. Lord Lytton nodded to the maester, who scribbled out that detail in the accounting, before pushing the ink and quill forward. Will the two champions please make their marks? Asked Lord Lytton, stepping aside. Tiresias stepped first, signed quickly, and returned to his place. Sir Gregor stalked forward slowly and barely scratched the parchment before stepping back. Don't fall for that slow act, Tiresias. You know he can move very quickly in all that. During all this, Sir Gregor and Tiresias kept their eyes forward. Not even glancing at each other. But this was only surface. Maybe he had been riding with Tiresias for too long, but he swore the mountain's breathing had quickened since no quarter was declared. He was getting excited. The maester took away the document and Lord Lytton's jaw set. There was nothing else for it now. He nodded to the Septon who came forward. Shuffling just before the two champions, the Septon lifted his head, along with a crystal sphere, looking to the ceiling, but seeing the heavens. In deep den tonight, we humbly ask the seven to look down and bear witness on this trial by combat. To help us find truth in the soul of the accused. May the Father aid us with his judgment. May the warrior lend his strength to the champion whose cause is just. Jory resisted the urge to snort. Don't think one of these fuckers needs any more strength. May the seven be with you both. The Septon lowered his sphere and backed behind Lord Lytton, who sat back down in his chair, quite rigidly. He exhaled before raising his head. Whenever you're ready, go to your starting positions. Clegane stalked back to his men who carried his sword and shield. Tiresias took a few seconds before finally turning and walking briskly back. His eyes locked on the librarian. Jory heard the mountain drawing his great sword from its sheath and realized that he wasn't breathing. He drew a breath as Tiresias came back to him, his face paling. Jory, he muttered. Jory, I need your help. Jory glanced to see the mountain walking to the dueling space with his shield and sword. What do you need? He murmured back, hoping to the old gods he could fulfill Tiresias' request. The man met his eyes. They were bright. I need you to hit me. Jory blinked. What? Slap me across the face. Do it. Tiresias, what? Jory, listen to me. Tiresias' tone turned urgent. I'm in my head right now. I feel numb. If you don't slap me across the face right now, I'll die. Do it. Clegane was already in his place. Whispers from the lords were beginning to reach his ears. Now. He brought his hand back and stuck Tiresias across the face. The whispers ceased. Tiresias barely moved from the slap. Again. The hit echoed in the hall. Harder. Tiresias took it again, facing Jory immediately. Harder, damn you. Harder. Jory slapped him before he finished speaking. Tiresias raised a hand, his face remaining to the side, breathing hard. The hall was silent. Finally, after a few seconds, Tiresias turned back to face him. His cheek was red, but his eyes were calm. He then removed the sheath from the spear, tossing it to the floor. With that, he turned, making for his spot. Jory backed up, watching his friend walk to his doom. Tiresias twirled the spear as he settled. He didn't handle the spear as quickly as Jory would have liked. But then again, Tiresias wasn't a fighter who liked to show off. He hoped that spear would be flashing more swiftly in the next few minutes. Tiresias stilled though, turning side face, his spear pointed at Sir Gregor, who raised his shield. Their eyes remained on each other, while all other eyes in hall looked on. Lord Lytton's sigh echoed off the stone. Begin, the forlorn lord stated. The mountain began walking forward immediately. He trudged slowly toward the center. Tiresias crept forward to meet him, eyes unblinking. Jory's breath began to shudder. No, Clegane's not that slow. He's lulling you into range, man. He wanted to shout, warn his friend. But he knew from experience that shouting advice was often more distracting than helpful. Plus, Tiresias knew the mountain was quicker than he seemed. What the hell was he playing at? And why the fuck was most of the spear shaft behind him? Gripping his fists so hard they hurt, he swallowed his voice. Tiresias was just out of range for Clegane's greatsword. Everyone in the hall seemed to be holding their breath. Tiresias was 2 steps into his range when Sir Gregor suddenly pulled back and swung. He's dead. He's fucking dead. The great sword sang through the air, breaking the silence and nothing else. Jory blinked. Tiresias had fallen back, using the copper end of the spear to prop him up from the ground as Clegane's blade swept over him, missing him. As the steel passed, Tiresias sprung up, using the spear to propel him. He was standing tall again by the time Sir Gregor had finished his swing. The librarian then quickly twirled his spear, that the blade faced away from Sir Gregor, and brought the copper knob to Clegane's great helm. He rapidly struck the mountain's head 4 times before jumping back to avoid the retaliating swing from Clegane, whose howls echoed in his helm along with the taps from the spear's end. That swing was wild though and avoided easily. Tiresias twirled the spear back around, pointing the spearhead at Sir Gregor as he circled carefully. The mountain had his sword up as well, but his other hand gripped his helm, his shield loose. He shook his head repeatedly, breathing harshly. Jory's eyes remained fixed on the mountain. If he wasn't so nervous, he would have smiled. He didn't know the man had such sensitive ears. Tiresias struck well, and with that great helm strapped on, Clegane couldn't rub the pain away. It just rang and rang. Still, Tiresias, I don't know what you're thinking. Just getting him pissed off. You should have struck at his armpit when you had the chance. Tiresias darted forward, thrusting the spear toward Clegane, scratching his armor. The metal screeched in the hall. The mountain roared as he brought his sword to the spear, but Tiresias had already brought it back and thrusted it again at Sir Gregor's arm. The blade scrapped along his right vambrace, sliding quickly under the couture, before Tiresias retracted it and retreated, sidestepping around the huge knight. Jory hoped he didn't imagine hearing links breaking between the couture and the vambrace. He couldn't see if it had loosened from the last strike. Sir Gregor kept Tiresias in his sights, turning to face him as he circled, through the eye openings in his great helm. Jory saw the fire reflected in the mountain's eyes. They shone with fury. The echoes from the copper knob had passed and Sir Gregor's sword was raised high again, ready to pay Tiresias back for the headache. Tiresias' eyes were bright too and his naked torso did nothing to hide his nerves. He breathed rapidly, however his grip was on his spear was firm and he stepped lightly. Other than the two champions breathing, the hall was completely silent. Jory didn't take eyes off the duel, but he was certain that more than one onlooker was staring, shocked by the first bout. Clegane had enough of waiting though and charged forward, any feign of slowness dropped. Tiresias crouched and thrust the spear at his gorget. The spear scraped the surface, as Clegane raised his shield, pushing the spear upward as he swung down at Tiresias. The librarian swung his spear back around as he dodged the sword, rolling to his side and coming to his feet again. The mountain tried to bring the sword back to strike him, but Tiresias was already out of reach. However, he didn't wait for Clegane to center himself before coming forward again. Crouched low and jabbing his spear at the mountain's feet. Clegane might have more control with his leather boots, but he risked the exposure. That exposure made the mountain dance back a few steps as Tiresias advanced, bringing his spear quickly from one foot to the other. Clegane tried swinging his sword at the man, but the length of the spear allowed Tiresias to stay out of his range, dodging as he continued to jab. Finally, Sir Gregor brought the shield down and merely swung at the spear itself. His blade dragged quickly along, bringing up sparks, but the spear was no longer biting at his boots, both of which were punctured. Tiresias stepped back, bringing the spear up as he did. Jory saw blood on the steel. But the mountain pressed on, unbothered by his foot. Either the cut wasn't too deep or Clegane was impervious to the pain. He actually seemed to have calmed and was bearing down on Tiresias, who jabbed at his armor before scurrying away from the greatsword. They went back and forth as such for a prolonged time. Jory swore it was 10 minutes of this, but he knew it couldn't have been more than 2. Tiresias jumped in and out of the mountain's range, adding more scratches to his armor and shield, his strikes at the joints becoming more pointed. However, Clegane wasn't letting him settle for an easy target. More than once, Tiresias attempted to get behind him but he kept the librarian to his front, pivoting and swinging his sword at his friend. Sweat shone on Tiresias' torso and his arms began to shake slightly as he held the spear high. Clegane's breath could be heard pushing past the orifices in his helm and the bleeding from his right foot was beginning to exit from his boot onto the floor. Jory forgot to breathe again and he inhaled a shuddering breath. Come on, damn it, you need more than one cut, get behind him, damn you. Get behind him. The longer this went on, the more hopeful he became that Tiresias could actually survive, but he became more fearful as well. Tiresias brought his spear close and yelled. More than one man jumped. It was the first noise that this strange man had made the entire fight. Still yelling, Tiresias began to charge at the mountain who raised his sword. Jory couldn't help it. No, Tiresias. No, he yelled. The librarian didn't register his plea, continuing only to rush forward as Clegane swung his sword down. That's when Tiresias dove and rolled, not away from the sword but toward it, hugging his spear. The mountain tried to correct mid-swing, bring his sword lower, but it was too late. The sword passed over the rolling librarian. Jory heard a grunt and a hiss from Tiresias as the man hit the floor and rolled to his feet, spear gripped in his left hand. Behind Sir Gregor. At his knees. No, the spear's too long. He won't swing it around in time. But then he saw the other steel that Tiresias held. Tiresias threw back his right hand, jamming the dagger into the back of Sir Gregor's knee. An enraged scream of pain emanated from the helm and Clegane whirled back around with his sword. Tiresias barely missed it, yelling as he jumped away. The librarian backed away quickly, wiping the dagger on his pant leg before sheathing it again. The spear came back to his right hand. He raised it as he circled at a safe distance. And a safe distance he could now maintain. Clegane made an effort, but in addition to his punctured knee, his other leg was suffering a maimed foot. The mountain was moving as slowly as his namesake. That's it, mate. That's it. Topple him. Fucking topple him. Then he got a good look at his friend. Tiresias had paid for that last maneuver. A gash ran down his chest. He didn't entirely miss the retaliating swing. By some miracle though, the injury seemed shallow. Tiresias had managed to avoid the worst, but he was still bleeding and in pain. He still had his 2 feet though. As he circled, the mountain pivoted to face him, his knees were shaking. Hisses shot from Clegane's mouth as he moved. But the mountain stayed in one place and he seemed content to wait. Try that again, he rumbled, breaking the silence in the hall. Try it, I dare you. Though Tiresias wasn't one to be baited like that, Jory eyed his friend nervously. Clegane was injured, but he wouldn't die without a finishing blow. From a distance, he was still quick enough to block Tiresias' spear. Finishing Clegane meant getting closer, inside the shield. And the great sword, which Clegane still held high. Finishing him, Tiresias finishing the mountain, gods, I'm thinking some strange thoughts. It was pure darkness outside now. Only the hearths and the torches gave light to this inner hall. The crackle of their flames was only accompanied by the panting of the two fighters, their duel at a standstill. All the rest stood silent. Jory didn't glance to them. He couldn't. Tiresias began to stalk forward, his left hand cupping the copper end of the spear, extending the blade before him. Clegane swung his sword against the spear, but Tiresias withdrew it to jab again, which Clegane met with his shield. He pushed the spear back with enough force to send Tiresias flying off balance into a pillar. Bringing a leg up behind, the librarian managed to push off the pillar and regain his balance. His shoulders rose and fell rapidly. Wait to catch your breath. He can't catch you. Just wait. But there was a difference between observing a fight and being in one. Jory wasn't the one facing the mountain, and he couldn't blame Tiresias for moving before his breath was completely back. Shuffling quickly, Tiresias circled Clegane. The maimed giant tried to turn with Tiresias, but he couldn't quite manage it. Tiresias was finally at his back and thrusted the spear forward. The blade entered under the fault and the mountain screamed in pain. But then Jory saw Clegane straighten up and whirl his arm around. No, not just in pain. Fortifying himself. He saw the mountain reach for the spear, having dropped his shield. Tiresias saw it too and tried to withdraw the spear. However, when Clegane straightened, he had locked the blade under his armor, under the fault, at extreme pain to himself, securing his enemy's weapon. It didn't matter how quick Tiresias was. The spear was trapped, and with his left hand, Clegane grabbed it below the blade before Tiresias could withdraw it. Jory saw the struggle on his friend's face and knew. Even when bleeding profusely, Clegane had more strength. So, Tiresias didn't fight it. He gave in to Clegane's pull and pushed the spear farther in. Sir Gregor roared louder and swung his sword around, cutting the spear in half. Tiresias was sent to the ground by the release. Clegane didn't give him a second. Even with a spearhead in his back, a maimed foot and a punctured knee, he reached back for the shield and threw it at his opponent. Tiresias was just off the floor and was barely able to raise his leathered elbows before the shield crashed into him. No armor meant he took the full brunt of an oaken shield, which sent him back to the floor, hitting the stone. Jory winced, hissing at the contact. Tiresias still had the presence of mind to guard himself as he hit the floor. A shout of pain escaped him though, and he was stunned on the ground, as Clegane began to amble forward. Could have used fucking armor for that. Jory clenched his teeth as the mountain crawled closer, trailing blood behind him as he neared his friend. Tiresias saw him coming as well, but that didn't make his battered arms work faster. He fell back to the stone once, before managing to push himself back to his feet. He breathed heavily. They both did. Jory swore he saw spit spewing from the mountain's helm as he exhaled. Any pretense at honor was gone. This was no longer a duel. Just a bloody free-for-all. Tiresias shook his arms, trying to get the feeling back, eyes on the encroaching Clegane. He still had feeling in his legs though. Sir Gregor was near enough to swing his great sword. Tiresias dodged the blade, backing up, and Clegane hit the ground with his momentum. Stepping a few steps back, eyes still forward, Tiresias bent down and grabbed Clegane's discarded shield. Swinging back, he threw the shield out. It crashed away from them. Sir Gregor was down to his sword. Tiresias to his dagger. Or perhaps not. The librarian walked forward toward the knight, who was struggling to his knees. Tiresias bent down to retrieve the other half of his severed spear. Raising the copper knob above his head, he advanced cautiously. His breath hadn't slowed though, his chest rising and falling rapidly. Back on his knees, Clegane swung the great sword. Tiresias ducked low, coming back up, after the sword had passed. He struck the helm twice before Clegane swung his sword back across, growling in pain. Tiresias prepared to dodge again, dropping to the floor for the sword to pass overhead. Instead, it fell to the ground beside him. Jory blinked. The mountain had dropped his sword, reaching for his friend. Tiresias tried to move away, but it was too late. Clegane grabbed his left arm, gripping it tightly. The severed spear came loose, clanging to the floor with the sword. He saw Tiresias, face pained from the mountain's grip, reached for the dagger with his free hand. But as he drew the dagger and thrusted it towards the helm, Sir Gregor grabbed that arm as well. No. With Tiresias trapped, Clegane released the left arm and swung down with all his fury on his friend's right arm. He heard the crack echo in the chamber. An unhinged shriek came from Tiresias and Jory's heart stilled. No. Please gods, no. Clegane gripped the librarian's forearm, which bent unnaturally. Tiresias' screams of pain echoed around the room, but were stifled when Sir Gregor gripped his throat and pulled him close. Jory forced himself to look. He promised himself he'd see this through, see Tiresias' last moments. With his quivering legs, his face turning blue and his broken arm which Clegane still grasped. Time slowed as Jory focused on the arm, against his wishes, wrapped by Clegane's giant fist, up to the librarian's own hand, rigid, still holding the... Jory blinked. Where was the dagger? Did he drop it? Where? His eyes found it before he registered it in his mind. Tiresias' left arm now hung free, the dagger held along the forearm. Still gasping for air, Tiresias flipped the dagger upward and thrusted it up into the mountain's helm. The librarian dropped, his gasps morphing back to wheezing, pain screams. Clegane managed to bring his hands halfway to his helm, to the lodged blade upwards in his eye, before halting. He knelt there frozen for several heartbeats. No one in the room breathed, save for his maimed opponent. Sir Gregor fell forward, the clash of his armor echoing throughout the room. Tiresias managed to get to his knees and turned to see his opponent lying on the floor, blood pooling from his head. He began to shudder violently as he rubbed his throat. However, that seemed to pain him as well. Tiresias moaned and cradled his bent arm as best he could, his breath coming in rasps. Go. Go, damn you. He needs help. Go. But Jory couldn't move and neither could anyone else in the room. All eyes were frozen on the unmoving giant that laid before them. However, those eyes began to move to the septon. It took Lord Lytton glancing to him for the old man to clear his throat. The seven have made their judgment known, he called across the hall. Sir Gregor Clegane is guilty of his charge. Jory moved as quickly as he could. He came to his knees before Tiresias. Tears were streaming down the man's face. He's dead, He coughed, wincing as he did. Jory, he's dead. Fucking dead, right? His teeth were beginning to chatter. Mate, Jory muttered quickly. He glanced over to Clegane's still corpse. He's dead. You did it. He's dead. It hurts, Jory, Tiresias moaned. Oh god, it fucking hurts. Jory stood. Maester. We need a maester here. The maester rushed from Lord Lytton's side. Jory had to give some props to the old man. Everyone else in the room still looked shocked. The maester unstrapped the leathers from the elbow and took Tiresias's broken arm as gently as he could. However, the librarian still flinched, moaning in pain. We need to get him to my quarters, said the maester. Right now. It took a few minutes to get Tiresias up on his feet. Jory gripped his left shoulder, taking care not to jostle his right side. They stalked from the hall slowly. The maester recruited a few soldiers to accompany them. When they reached the corridor, Jory saw Gendry, staring at them, his face pale. He motioned for the lad to follow. Gendry swallowed whatever questions he had and trailed behind them. Nobody said anything. They came to the maester's quarters, full of books, vials, and many lit candles. The maester gestured the guards to the long table. Clear all that and bring it next to the fire. Once that was set, Jory led Tiresias to the bare table and helped him lay down. The maester returned with a vial and a dropper. Open wide, Tiresias. If you would. Tiresias didn't hesitate, opening his mouth as wide as he could, his breaths coming in shudders and gasps. Swallowing the drops caused him to wince. The maester closed the vial and turned to the house guards. Take off your armor. All of it. All three of them looked to each other before coming back to the maester, who sighed exasperatedly. What I need you to do will be much easier without those plates. Now, take them off, damn it. As the guards began to drop their armor to the floor, the maester turned back to the table. Tiresias' breath was beginning to calm slightly, though the pain still remained. Jory had given his hand to Tiresias' left and he was gripping it very tightly. What did you give him? Milk of the poppy, the maester replied. He reached for the broken arm and extended it gently. Tiresias still hissed, but he surrendered his limb. Jory patted his shoulder and turned to the maester. Your name, maester? Seamus, the man responded, not taking his eyes off the arm. He laid his fingers as gently as he could along the length of Tiresias' forearm. Rasped moans and gritted teeth accompanied every touch. It was several minutes before Maester Seamus looked up. The bone's not shattered. It's a complete break. He let out a breath. Your friend is lucky. Were it in several pieces, I don't know how I could set it, but... He crossed to the desk and poured a cup of water, taking a decent draught before filling it again. With a complete break, I have more indication, more guidance to set it. If I get it right, I'll know. He will too. He crossed back to the table and lifted the cup to Tiresias' lips. The librarian drank greedily and groaned as he did so, tears still running down his cheeks. It must hurt him to swallow. Jory stared. He'd only ever seen this in the Iron Islands. I think he's going into shock, Maester. Yes, that's common, said Seamus, going back to his desk. The milk of the poppy will help, but this is a great pain. Setting it will be worse. All eyes turned to the table. Tiresias has gasped out that last sentence, before going back to shutters. Seamus approached the table, with straps in his hand, but he had forgotten them. Have you broken a bone before? He asked the supine librarian. Tiresias nodded through his tears. The maester sighed. Well then, you know what I need to do. You want to wait for the full effect of the milk of the poppy, however, he gestured to the arm. You can see it's already beginning to swell. I cannot wait too long, otherwise I won't be able to properly set it. The librarian breathed in and out, his chest heaving. How long? He wheezed. The maester looked to his arm and back. 5 minutes. That's as long as I'd risk. Tiresias nodded jerkily. All right, all right, all right. Seamus turned to the soldiers who had all removed their armor. Men, I need you to hold him. Ever since they had left the inner hall, the soldiers hadn't stopped staring at Tiresias. Despite this, they came to the table where Seamus handed them the straps. They won't hold everything, but they will help. They reached under the table and strapped the quivering librarian's feet, his hips, and his chest, reaching gently under the broken arm to do so. Tiresias' breath calmed slightly in these few moments. However, Jory saw the pain in his face and knew it wouldn't be enough. The 5 moments were gone by now and the maester returned with a leathered piece of wood. He placed it in Tiresias' mouth, who took it as willingly as he did the milk of the poppy. Seamus rolled up his sleeves, tying them. All right. Marcus, take his knees. Holt, his hips. Nestor, his shoulders. He doesn't move, you understand. The men all nodded and took their positions, placing their hands on Tiresias. Seamus turned to Jory. Continue to hold his hand. Just be careful he doesn't break it. He glanced at Gendry. You, boy. You wish to help. Gendry jumped but nodded. Seamus beckoned him over. I need you, he said, guiding Gendry's hands to Tiresias' elbow. To hold this still. You look strong. Can you hold it still? Said Gendry, swallowing and nodding fiercely. I can. The lad planted his feet and gripped the elbow. A low moan escaped from Tiresias. Seamus turned to the librarian. It's time. I can't put it off it any longer. He placed a comforting hand on the Tiresias' shoulder. If you've truly had a broken bone mended before, then you know how sorry I am for what I'm about to do. Tiresias nodded his head viciously, before setting his head down, staring at the ceiling with bright, streaming eyes. Jory looked back to Seamus, who nodded grimly. Good, you know not to look. He looked to them all. Hold him. The men tightened their grips, laying all their weight on Tiresias. Seamus bent over the arm and clutched it. Tiresias gave a soft scream. On the count of 3, Seamus muttered, his eyes boring on the arm. 1, 2, 3. He pulled the arm and Tiresias' soft scream turned high, piercing through the mouthguard. As much as it hurt to scream, it certainly didn't stop him. Jory's hand was crushed under Tiresias' vice grip, but all the rest of the men stayed motionless, keeping the librarian's body still. Jory couldn't bring himself to look at the maester working, but finally Seamus stood up. Jory looked over and saw that the arm was straightened. However, it still didn't look quite right to him. Evidently the maester thought so as well, a frown coming over his face. He glanced over to see Gendry staring at him. The lad's face was shining with sweat, but his blue eyes were quite determined. Seamus leaned over to Tiresias. I need to try again. Tiresias moaned, fresh tears streaming down his face. I know, Seamus said. It's almost there. You'll feel it when it sets right, but it's not there yet and I need to try again. Tiresias nodded frantically and Seamus didn't wait for him to change his mind. Hold him. The men resumed their grips and Jory gave Tiresias his left hand. His right one deserved a break. 1, 2, 3. Jory kept his eyes on Tiresias. The man screamed again against the mouthguard. His body convulsed under the straps and the men and his eyes kept streaming. That's all right, Jory whispered. Just scream. It's all right. It's almost there. Just keep screaming. Tiresias gasped loudly and Jory looked frantically to the maester to see the damage, but Seamus' expression was calm. He followed the expression to the arm, which looked normal. Swollen, but right. He turned back to Tiresias, who was breathing deeply and rapidly. Tears still flowed and he still wheezed, but his eyes shone with relief. Seamus reached over and removed the mouthguard, gesturing to the men. The house guards straightened up and left Tiresias breathing deeply on the table. Maester Seamus wiped his brow. That's as good as I can do, thank you, men. You may leave now. Jory barely registered the metal clinks and clunks as the house guards gathered their armor off the floor. Tiresias hadn't let go off of his hand yet. That's all right. You hold it as long as you need it, you stupid, lucky bastard. Maester Seamus came over with another cup of water. Tiresias drank it all. I'll need to set a splint. The brace I usually have is in use. So please, wait here and I'll be back with another. Keep that arm still. I also need to see to your gash. And your throat. The maester exited, leaving Jory alone with Gendry and the supine idiot. Gendry met his eyes. I have to piss, he muttered before leaving to find a privy. The room was hardly quiet, between Tiresias relieved, wheezed panting, and the crackle of the fire. Jory leaned against the table and sighed, the tension of the entire day slithering out of his feet. Tiresias began to laugh softly. What? Jory mumbled. He was too tired to even look at the man. It was the first one, rasped Tiresias, swallowing his spit and wincing. I wondered which one I'd see here. That made Jory turn. Tears continued to flow slowly from the librarian, but he was smiling, looking to the ceiling, seeing something that wasn't there. What do you mean? Asked Jory softly. Tiresias's breath slowed as he relaxed. Which mountain I'd see? He had 3 faces, it was the first one. His voice was so soft, Jory strained to hear it. Even then, it didn't make sense. He shook his head. There's only one mountain, Tiresias, and you got him. A grin spread across his face as he lowered his voice to a whisper. He's dead. You fucking got him. Tiresias panted, as his eyes fluttered shut. Notes. All right, readers. That was fun. I took inspiration from 2 of my favorite fight scenes, the brawl between Dan Doherty and Captain Turner in Deadwood and the final duel in Rob Roy. Not to say I copied everything, but they were in my mind when I wrote this. Chapter 31. Tiresias opened the door and sauntered slowly into the dawn. The sun was beginning to shine from the east and it blinded him slightly. It was worth it though. The only cool breeze in the day occurred before the sun came up. It helped the nausea. He sat down on the bench and sighed, doing his best not to jostle his arm. 10 days had passed since the duel. Last night was the first time that he could finally swallow food without any pain. As for the arm, it brought back agony which, even before he came to Westeros, he had done his best to forget. The first few nights were horrible. But they could have been a lot worse. After the maester made a splint for his arm and tended to the shallow gash on his chest, he came to another potentially stupid decision, he had to leave Deep Den. So mere hours after felling the mountain, Tiresias ambled out of the castle fort into the night, with Gendry, Jory, and a vial of milk of the poppy. He threw down more coin for that precious relief than he was comfortable with. But he remembered the pain from Clark's childhood and he was determined to stay ahead of it. They reached the Gold Road, leading their steeds by the reins. Jory held his horse, but which way to go? Further west was a road north to Horn Vale. Which sounded good to him. Beyond Horn Vale, the road would lead to the Golden Tooth on the River Road. From there they could travel to the King's Road and head north. Tiresias tried to suggest this, suppressing the urge to vomit, and ended up coughing and rasping. He could feel the eyes of Gendry and Jory on his back, their incredulity. He could barely walk 1,000 yards without feeling nauseous. He certainly was in no condition to trek north just yet. Just as he was resolving to camp with a fractured limb, he heard steps coming from Deep Den, hurrying towards them. Sirs! Sirs! Their party turned to see Henri the innkeeper, coming down to the Gold Road. His purse was heavier than before. Tiresias heard the coins clinking together. Lord Lytton must have forced the mountain's men to pay up. Henri halted before them, trying not to pant. I've heard, he wheezed before swallowing and starting again. I've heard, and see that you've declined the hospitality of Deep Denmark. Tiresias was too tired to speak. He nodded instead. Said Jory. He glanced to Tiresias. We thought it best. Henri turned to Tiresias, the obvious question in his eyes. He finally found his strength to answer. Didn't feel right, he rasped. Killing a man. Sleeping in the same place. All right, it wasn't an adequate answer. The milk of the poppy was coming in strong though, and he was beginning to nod his head. Well, Henri said, deciding to move on. There be another place nearby. Was a murder there, but weren't yours. A shadow of the deranged man who demanded justice early this morning was present on Henry's face. However, the man swallowed and continued. A room with 4 beds sits in my inn. Empty now and it'd be yours. If you want. However long you need. That arm, along with the rest of you, looks in need of a good rest. He brought his eyes to the rest of the group. What say you? And so for the past 10 days, Tiresias, Jory, and Gendry found themselves hosted at the Gold Road Inn. The first night, Tiresias remembered to elevate his arm, resting it upon the pillow from the 4th bed. He woke up twice due to the pain. It wasn't just the arm. The gash on his chest was hot under the bandage, His throat still ached. Despite his efforts to reach the vial quietly, Jory heard him fumbling and got up to assist him. Thankfully he only needed it the first night. He slept off and on for 2 days. On the third morning, with the help of Jory, he managed to bathe without getting his splint wet, trying not to wince as he moved his arm. Thankfully the gash was healed enough not to require a bandage. His chest didn't hurt anymore too. Maybe that was due to the deep fucking ache that pulsed from his arm. But as tempted as he was to drink the whole vial, the milk of the poppy was like any other painkiller. It wouldn't do to become addicted to it. So he moderated his doses and pushed the ache down as far as he could, breathing deeply through his nose. What did Clark with his broken arm do to distract from the pain? Television? He couldn't remember what a television even looked like anymore. School? Books? No books here. The tomes from the Red Keep's library were headed to Winterfell. Maybe they had already arrived. With his arm, he couldn't even help out around the inn. Despite Henry's initial objections, Gendry and Jory began to do chores around the establishment. Heavy lifting and such. No one said it, but they mostly took the work of the dead son. As for the daughter, she was recovering from her own injuries, secluded to the innkeeper's quarters. They hadn't seen her yet. So Tiresias was left alone with his pain during the day, except for meals. Not that he didn't prefer it. Jory, Gendry, the innkeeper, they couldn't do anything. Only time would heal it. Maester Seamus said 2 months. He tried not to bemoan the wait. He was alive. Resting for 2 months was a slight price. Christ, he was actually alive. After the first week, when his arm didn't feel like it was on fire, he began to take short walks in the woods. It's why he was out here this morning. Earlier and earlier to catch the coolness drifting in from the mountains. The summer here was more apparent. The hot afternoon sun made his arm itch. He had discovered a calm and shaded nook in the nearby stream. It took a little effort with one hand, but he managed to take off his boots and soak his feet. He sat there every morning for a solid time, listening to the forest, trying not to think. It was easier than he thought. Maybe it was the pain, the seclusion, or the idyllic mountain scenery, but he often forgot that Sir Gregor Clegane was now dead. And I killed him, didn't I? I saw him fall. Felt his blood. Put a dagger in his brain. A part of him didn't want to believe it. He didn't know why, but when he returned to the inn every afternoon, he knew it to be true. Jory and Gendry made an admirable effort not to treat him differently. They made conversation, cut his meat and tended to his horse. However, their eyes lingered on him longer than usual, their words a bit more clipped. Something had changed. Thankfully this behavior abated rather quickly. Over the past week, they seemed to relax and it was as though they were merely traveling again. Just a group of 3 held up at an idyllic mountain inn. That didn't stop others though. The retinue of Westerland knights may have passed on, but the inn still had customers and before long, the gossip had reached the whole area around Deep Den. Silent stares followed him as he entered the tavern for dinner. The silence turned into whispers. Surprisingly Tiresias found it easy to ignore them. He focused on his meal, talked with Jory and Gendry and eventually the partially full tavern would buzz with its own chatter. Still, the stares and murmurs persisted. Jory and Gendry didn't have his ears and they still heard it. The previous evening, when Gendry went up to sleep, Jory and Tiresias went outside with their ales. Well, Jory had ale. Tiresias sipped water. And they were silent, listening to the evening. Finally he couldn't help it. He didn't look to Jory when he spoke. I've made life much more complicated for myself, haven't I, Jory? Jory waved his hand. Nah, well, maybe. It's all right. We'll get back to Winterfell. And this all will. His words faded and he took a covering draft. Tiresias smiled unwillingly. The man was a good sport. To be fair, he didn't have anything to add either. He didn't mind the silence. Silence was present this morning as well as he hiked to his nook. Thankfully it wasn't far. He could smell the stream from the inn, but most travelers didn't venture into the forest. They only trotted back to the Gold Road. Most of them aren't up at dawn either. The strong rays of the summer sun were tempered by the tree cover. And once he came to the water, he could ignore the heat entirely. After removing his boots, he waded carefully into the stream, before sitting back on the bank. The current wasn't strong enough to keel him over, but he didn't want to risk falling and hurting his arm again. He leaned against a rock and finally allowed himself to relax, feeling the water run over his feet. The ache in his arm lessened. He ran a finger over his shirt along the scab on his chest. It would make a good scar one day. Birdsong and running water lulled him and he couldn't think. Couldn't plan. He tried to for a few days. Tried to figure out his next move, the repercussions of his actions. How best to react. And every time he did, he found himself simply staring at the running stream. Not a single coherent thought took hold in his brain. Maybe I'm just tired. How long has it been since I walked out of Winterfell to kill Ramsay? Telling myself I'll go home when it's done. Telling myself that whenever I think something new to do. Perhaps deep down, he knew that rest and relaxation were luxuries he could hardly afford. But there weren't luxuries. He needed to rest. To heal. Otherwise, he would break before the first White Walker came to the wall, before the first dragon flew to Westeros. He laughed softly. Well, I'm already broken. A splash interrupted his meditation. He opened his eyes, turning to see a young girl with blonde hair and bruises that were near completely faded. She was staring at him. Tiresias nodded. Hello, Lena. He remained seated. The girl looked petrified and it wouldn't serve to get up and come closer. Accepting that the girl was in no mood for pleasantries, he looked around the bed and came back to her. Did I steal your secret spot? She didn't answer that question either. In fact, her only response was to turn and scamper away into the trees, back to the inn. Tiresias resisted the urge to call after her, to placate her. There's nothing you can do or say. She was still raped. Her brother's still dead. She still has to process it. 13 years old. He noticed his left hand was shaking and clenched his fist to stop it. What? Were you expecting a thank you? Gratitude? Tears of joy, smiles and eyes full of adulation for her savior? Grow the fuck up. He closed his eyes again, sighing. Besides, you're no savior. Rosie's proof enough of that. Buried and lost with her monster. One of them anyway. Reaching into his pocket, he took out the vial. Something stilled his hand though, as taking a painkiller in the middle of a self-loathing rant wasn't the smartest move. He knew that. In school, Clark refused to drink while he was sad, refused to encourage those thoughts. However, right now, the ache was returning in force. He placed a drop in his mouth and felt his world glaze over. The water ran cool over his feet. He wondered if Rosie, as deep as she was, could still feel the rain seeping through the dirt. A few days later, Jory and Henri were rolling empty ale barrels outside and setting them along the wall. Tiresias sat on the bench, facing the trees as usual, listening to them rustle in the wind. How fares the arm? He turned to see Henri facing him. Jory had already returned inside. It fares, Tiresias replied. Should be ready for light travel in a fortnight. Perhaps less. Henri waved that off. Your room is yours as long as you need. Your friends as well. He made to go back inside. Henri, Tiresias called, pausing the innkeeper in his doorway. May I speak to you please? Henri thought for a quick second, before nodding and stepping forward. Knowing his schedule was busy, Tiresias didn't hesitate. I think you should leave the Westerlands. The innkeeper blinked at him. What? Leave the Westerlands? You and Lena. Sell the inn. Travel to a different kingdom and start over. If you can. It was a thought that he had for the past week. Henri didn't turn red or raise his voice as Tiresias spoke. He settled into himself, complete surety accompanying his words. This inn has been my family's business for years. Going back before the conquest. I've been here my whole life, Tiresias. I will be here my whole life. That might not be very long if you stay here, said Tiresias, meeting his determined eyes. What do you mean, said Henri. The ones who came and, they reside hundreds of miles west of here. Lord Lytton sent them on their way. They'll not ride back here. Henri, how do you think Lord Tywin will react to Sir Gregor's death? It took a moment of silence before the innkeeper could respond. There was nothing illegal about that death, he said firmly. That trial, it was requested by him. It was blessed by the Septon. Preceded over by Lord Lytton. And you believe Lord Tywin will accept that? Tiresias asked softly. No, I'm damn sure Lord Lytton will face some backlash for it. I'm certain that Polliver and the rest of the mountain's men will. Why do you think you won't? I killed Lord Tywin's beast in your name. His arm pinged and he winced at the pain. Henri came forward but Tiresias raised his other hand, stilling him. He breathed until the pain pulsed slighter and slighter. If you stay here, he continued, wiping the sweat off his forehead. I wouldn't be surprised if, within a few months' time, you'll wake up to your inn burning to the ground. Sell it all now. Take your daughter and go to another kingdom. South to the Reach. East to the Stormlands. Wherever, just. Trailing off, he brought his hand to his throat. The pain wasn't entirely gone and it returned whenever he talked too much. Maybe that's why he had craved silence in the past fortnight. A cup of clear water appeared before him, offered by Henri. He drank gingerly, handing the empty cup back. Thank you, he murmured. Henri didn't respond for a bit. Finally he sighed. If I sell, there's no getting enough coin to set up elsewhere. Lena and I, will be beggars, mere servers and cooks, getting pittance. We wouldn't have anything. Her children and their children wouldn't have anything. It'll take generations for my family to have anything of their own again. At least you'll have a family. Tiresias met his eyes. I can't fight for you again. Even if my arm was healed. He tried to say that gently. However, Henri didn't look offended. I wouldn't ask you to. Gods, I didn't ask you the first time. I thank you for your concern. I thank you again because I'll never be able to thank you enough in this life for standing for me, but I'm staying. Lena's staying. Henri turned back to the inn. You should leave for Lena's sake, said Tiresias. She's a whore now, you know. That's what the records show. I killed Clegane on charges of theft of service, not rape. Not murder. To all concerned, Lena took the coin and Simos attacked the men for no reason. Henri froze at the door. He didn't turn back. Tiresias swung his leg around, straddling the bench. She has to live with that now. If she stays. But in another kingdom, she wouldn't have to, and she wouldn't have to enter that tavern room again either. Wouldn't have to see where she was taken. Where her brother was killed. She'll never have to see it again. The trees rustle was the only sound for a good while. Tiresias wondered if he went too far. Whether he, Jory and Gendry would be thrown out. He waited for the outburst, but Henri didn't show any anger. When the innkeeper finally turned, his eyes were downcast, his voice soft. She's not the only one, Henri murmured. I see Simos. I see her as well. Whenever I serve anyone in that hall, I see them both. And I can still hear them laughing over her screams. He turned to Tiresias, meeting his eyes. He didn't seem angry, just weary. But still I serve. It's what I do. It's my lot. Hers as well. And with that, Henri entered the inn, leaving Tiresias alone with the rustling trees. He ran a hand over his buzzed head. The hair was coming back in. Maybe you should take your own advice, man. This is a lovely inn, but you should leave the Westerlands soon. He eyed his splint. Travel was still not a smart choice at this point. Maybe a week more and he could handle the jostle of the horses. He'd talk to Jory and Gendry tonight. His companions took to the idea. They expressed concern over his ability to travel, but ultimately they came around. They were patient and hard-working, but even so, working chores around an inn for more than a fortnight was taxing. In addition to caring for an invalid. They informed Henri of their decision. The innkeeper wished them well and made no mention of his previous conversation with Tiresias. It was as if it never happened. Maybe he preferred it that way. Tiresias didn't relish the idea of spending his final days at this idyllic hideaway with a seething host. They prepared for the long ride back to Winterfell, which involved fixing the saddles for more provisions. Gendry sat on the bench around the back, sewing hooks into the saddles, to hang more sacks. It was more complicated than it seemed. The weight around the saddles had to be spaced and distributed evenly, else the horse would soon become uncomfortable. Not that Tiresias was much in charge of it. He held a loose bit every now and then with his good arm to assist, but he was as useless as he ever was. More so than Jory, Gendry looked at him differently ever since Deep Den. Which didn't surprise him. He'd only known the lad briefly and he was young. Still, it seemed that he was finally working up to his question. Sure enough, Gendry swallowed. How'd you beat him? He asked, his hands still working, his eyes still down. For a brief second, Tiresias was tempted to be a smartass and ask Gendry to clarify. However, he didn't feel like playing that game. He sighed. Danced around him. Poked him enough. He grabbed me. Brought me close and I put a dagger in his eye. Silence followed his words for a while. Probably a more brief recounting than Gendry expected, but the lad moved on. You're a librarian, You read and write. That's not quite all I do, but I read and write. So where'd you find time to fight? In the evenings. The practice yard. Have a soldier friend who spars with me. Taught me which end goes where. The hook secured, he removed his finger, looking to Gendry. Do you fight? The lad shook his head. Nah, just make the weapons. Do you want to learn? I'm certain you could wield a sword. Though, honestly, I see you swinging a war hammer. You're certainly strong enough. Gendry paused, before shrugging and continuing to set the hook. I like hammering. But no lord will let me hammer anything outside the forge. Tiresias shrugged himself. Maybe when we get back to Winterfell, Jory and I can speak to Lord Stark. Jory's well respected in the guard. Feel like if you want to learn to fight, you could do so. Gendry didn't respond to that. Not needed at the moment, Tiresias turned back to the trees. His ears tuned to the wind that came from the west. He wondered from how far away he could smell the sunset sea if he rode that direction. There was a deer stalking with her doe about 500 yards away. Birds were beginning to sing again. But this singing, it sounded different. It made the hairs on the back of his neck stand. It sounded like a warning. Blacksmiths don't get to fight, said Gendry. I don't think Master Mott knows how to fight, and he makes better weapons than the rest. I think if I... Gendry, be quiet. The lad lowered the saddle. What? I'm just saying if I... Gendry, I'm serious. Be quiet. Do you hear that? Having heard the signaling from the birds before he actually heard what was bothering them, he got up from the bench and crossed to the corner of the inn. From here, he could see the gold road and hear a low thundering of hooves coming from the west. He heard Gendry come to his side, but he kept his eyes on the road. The hooves were now near enough to be heard by everyone else. He felt Gendry's eyes turn to him. It's just some riders. Said riders finally came into view through the trees. At least 20 men. With red and gold banners. Tiresias made out the gold lion before any of the faces. Tiresias grabbed Gendry with his good arm and ushered him back around the corner, out of sight from the road. He heard the hooves beginning to slow down. What? Gendry asked, his eyes wide. Lannister soldiers, Tiresias muttered. He spun the boy around, looking him dead in the eye. Listen to me, Gendry. Until they've passed, you and Jory are strangers to me. Understand? If Gendry had any questions, he put them down. The soldiers were coming to the front of the inn. He heard only a select few dismounting. Where is Jory anyway? He lowered his voice to a murmur. Is he still in the room? I think so. Go to him. Tell him what I told you and don't come down. Either of you. I'll come up when I can. Go now. He blessed the lad for being quick on the uptake. Gendry's brow furrowed deeper, but he walked quickly to the back door and disappeared through it. Tiresias positioned himself on the corner, peering around. The horses were breathing heavily. A few whipped their reins as they shook their heads. And thick footsteps thudded the wooden planks as the select few soldiers ascended the stairs to the inn. He took a deep breath and turned the corner, ambling as casually as he could along the side. More and more soldiers came into view until he reached the front of the inn and the whole patrol was present. 20 soldiers, armed and armored, mounted on their destriers, he thought. Years in this world and he still couldn't properly name horses. Resisting the urge to scratch under his splint, he met the eyes of a few soldiers who looked his way. He nodded politely and turned to the opened door, where the backs of 2 soldiers framed who could only be the commander. Tiresias paused a safe distance before the door. The commander seemed to be in the middle of an announcement. Ask for your full cooperation. We seek the warrior named Tiresias. We've received word that he has stayed here for a time. If he's still here, we demand that he identify himself. If he's traveled on, we demand all assistance in pointing us in his direction. Not wanting anyone to rat him out, Tiresias stepped forward, well aware of the eyes of the other soldiers. Excuse me, Commander, he called lightly. The soldiers in the door frame turned, including the commander, helmet in hand, revealing dark blonde hair and a well-worn scar along his cheek. He seemed to be no more than 30. Stranger, said the commander. Whom did you say you were looking for? I'm afraid I didn't hear. Tiresias, stated the commander quickly, cutting off his sentence. A warrior, not of the Westerlands. We hope to locate him. Well, at least he pronounced it correctly. He scratched his head. Well, I'm not sure about the warrior part. My name's Tiresias though. 20 pairs of eyes seemed to bore holes into his back, over his sides where he should have a weapon but didn't. The dagger was upstairs in his room. He kept his gaze forward, as nonchalant as he could. The commander met his gaze, his expression morphing slowly into incredulity as he stepped forward. You are Tiresias. You're the one who slew Sir Gregor Clegane in a trial by combat at Deep Den. The man said it professionally enough, but Tiresias could hear the bewilderment in his tone. The big fella? I broke my fucking arm 'fore he went. He gestured to his splint. That was more than a fortnight ago. Fought for the innkeeper here, Henri. As if on cue, Henri appeared at the doorway, rubbing his hands with a cloth. May I be of some assistance to you, gentlemen, he said. The commander turned to him. Are you the proprietor of this establishment? Henri blinked. I run this in here, You were present at the trial by combat at Deep Den, where Sir Gregor fell. Though his eyes hardened at the name, Henri managed to nod. The commander pointed to Tiresias. Is this the man who slew him? The innkeeper glanced to him before nodding. He fought in me name. For a few seconds, there was naught but birdsong in the air. Tiresias tried to wait it out, but the commander seemed a little unable to process what he had just heard. It made for quite a silence. And though Tiresias had been enjoying these past few weeks, he wanted to break this one up. He didn't trust silent soldiers, just staring at him. May I have your name, Commander? You already have mine. That snapped the commander out of his head and he cleared his throat. Captain Artos Lantel, from Casterly Rock. I have a direct order from Lord Tywin Lannister to find you and escort you to the rock. Our lord requests your presence. Tiresias glanced back to the soldiers surrounding the inn. They seemed torn between bewilderment and wariness upon meeting the slight, injured man who downed Sir Gregor. A light laugh escaped him as he turned back to the captain. Requests, I. He was left smiling without finding anything particularly funny. His word or yours? Artos didn't answer him, leaving Tiresias only to shrug. Not sure he needed you all. Could have just sent a messenger out. Would have traveled quicker without you lot. Our lord is concerned for your protection, the captain answered immediately. This man cared not for airy suggestions. We're here to escort you. Whether you like it or not was the part left unsaid. Tiresias sighed quietly. His ego wasn't raised by his defeat of Sir Gregor. Even with a healed arm, there was no victory against 20+ men all at once. Without a weapon no less. Anyway, he'd caused enough trouble in this part of the country. Best to ride the rest out as quietly as possible. Try and leave in one piece. He plastered on a smile. Well, gentlemen. If Lord Tywin is sweet enough to send you out and fetch me, I suppose it's only fair that I ride with you. Captain Artos nodded, walking down the stairs to his level. We have a mount for you, should you need one. Tiresias shook his head. No need, Captain, no need. I've my own horse. She's been resting as I have these last few weeks. Unfortunately, this damn arm is quite limiting. If one of your men would be so good as to saddle her. Artos instructed 2 of his men to head to the stables and retrieve his horse. After giving the 2 men the description of the animal, Tiresias turned back to the captain. I need to fetch my things, Captain. And I need a little time to pack. I'm afraid I wasn't prepared to leave today. Of course, said Artos nodding. One of my men will come and assist you. No need, Captain, Tiresias declined with a smile. It won't take long. I'll be down before your men return with my horse. He walked past the captain before he could protest and entered the inn, hoping Artos didn't take offense or suspicion at the rejection. Whatever. He'll have more opportunity to boss me around during the ride to Casterly Rock. It was easy for Tiresias to maintain a casual step as he proceeded up the stairs and to his room. His arm was sore if he jostled it too much. The door to the room stood ajar and Jory looked ready to kick it open. Tiresias raised a single finger to his lips, pleading for silence. Jory nodded jerkily and moved for Tiresias as he entered the room. Gendry was there as well. Jory shut the door. Not as calmly as Tiresias would have hoped. What the hell is going on, he whispered. Tiresias crossed to his rucksack and placed it on the bed. I'm going to Casterly Rock. On Lord Tywin's orders. What? Well, strictly, it's an invitation. Tiresias opened the rucksack and dug for the bottom. However, those 20-odd soldiers down there are quite determined for me to accompany them. Jory came up to him. We can get away. If we just... No, Jory, Tiresias interrupted. He had very limited time alone. We can't. Listen to me. He pulled out the letter that he written for Lord Stark before the trial by combat. With the painful excitement after the trial, he had forgotten to destroy it. It was still sealed and still quite relevant. He also retrieved the small wrapped package that he had carried since King's Landing. As he pulled out the package, his fingers brushed another suspicious object at the bottom. Managing to get a good grip, he pulled out the small mouth jar containing the remains of the resting wisp. He had almost completely forgot he carried it. Tiresias threw it onto the bed. Best not get caught with that in the rock. With all these items out, he began to repack as quickly as he could. Without saying a word, Gendry came over and began to help, folding and rolling his spare shirt and cloak. Tiresias sighed in relief. Thank you, Gendry. He turned back to Jory. I need you to escort Gendry to Winterfell. He tapped the package and the letter. Deliver these 2 items to Lord Stark as well. Put the jar in the desk in my room. Be careful with it. After I leave, wait a couple of hours and then head west. Go to Maester Seamus at Deep Den and send a raven to Winterfell. Tell Lord Stark I've accepted an invitation to Casterly Rock. I've not been coerced. That's very important. You understand? No, Jory said. I swore a vow. I said I would escort you to Winterfell. You won't be able to escort me if you're dead, Tiresias cut across him again. Right now, if I ride off, I stand some chance to get back. He picked up his belt with his sheathed dagger. Help me put this on. Despite his protestations, Jory jumped to action quickly. He latched the belt around Tiresias, muttering to himself as he did so. It's not right, he said. He has no right. It was a trial by combat. Sanctioned by the 7. Preceded over by a lord in his hall. With highborn witnesses. You should face no repercussions for killing Sir Gregor. He finished latching the belt, having the good sense to place the sheath on Tiresias' right side, for his left hand. Tiresias tested it, drawing the dagger out. I've heard many things about Tywin Lannister. Seen them as well. He sheathed the dagger again. I don't believe he has any qualms about undermining the Seven. He has ordered me to be brought to Casterly Rock. The men outside, waiting politely for me, they'll follow that order to the letter. There's nothing that you could do to stop them. Perhaps if we... Jory, listen to me, Tiresias hissed, cutting him off. He gripped the man's shoulder with his good hand. An image of Jory sprung to his mind. His sword locked by Sir Jaime, a knife in his eye. Focus, man, focus. He breathed and met Jory in the eyes, speaking low. You'll gain no honor by dying here. By defying these men. However, there are other tasks that must be carried out. Gendry needs an escort to Winterfell. Those items must be delivered to Lord Stark and there must not be any fuss over a foreign librarian accepting an invitation from the Warden of the West. Jory inclined his head. Jory, we don't have time for this. Tiresias lowered his voice even more, unsuccessfully attempting to contain his rising anxiety. Swear to me that you'll do this. Please. Finally the Winterfell guard raised his head. Only if you swear that you'll return to Winterfell alive and well. I'll do my best. I'll try and satisfy Tywin's curiosity. But that's all I can swear. Will that suffice? Jory's nostrils flared, but he nodded jerkily. Tiresias sighed and released the guard's shoulder. He walked to the end of the bed, where Gendry handed him his packed rucksack. I put the vial on top, Gendry muttered. So you could get at it easy. With one arm. Thank you, Gendry, he said. Be safe and listen to Jory. He'll get you to Winterfell in one piece. The lad nodded and offered him the fur jacket. Tiresias pushed it back gently. Keep it. You'll need it more than me up there. Tiresias hitched the rucksack over his left shoulder, turning back to Jory. After you send the letter, head west. A couple miles after Deep Denmark. The road to Hornvale, Jory interrupted. Then the river road at the Golden Tooth, east to Riverrun, the crossroads, and up the King's Road. We've been over that. Right, Tiresias scoffed, in spite of himself. He stuck out his hand and Jory grasped it. Thank you for everything, Jory. Gendry. Hope I see you too soon. Gendry offered his hand as well and Tiresias shook it, before crossing to the door. What about Mal? Asked Jory quietly. Do you want me to pass on a message? Tiresias paused, his hand on the knob. He turned back, thinking. Well, I already told Gord to say I'm sorry, so best not repeat that, he sighed and shrugged. I still intend to come home. I still want to speak to her. It'll be more than half a year, tell her I'll make it up to her, if she'd let me. Christ, what a ramble. Nevertheless, Jory nodded. So Tiresias gave a half-hearted grin and shut the door, walking back to the mandatory escort. The appearance of Lannister's soldiers had spurned the other inhabitants from the inn outside. He exited the inn amid their mutterings to see two singular soldiers on foot, waiting for him. The other red soldiers had reconfigured, their mounts facing the Gold Road. His departure will have an audience. Captain Artos Lantel saw him exit the inn and nodded to his rear. His mare situated just behind the middle of the group, ready to be mounted. Tiresias forced himself to nod back, hitching his rucksack over his shoulder, before walking forward. As he stalked from the inn, flanked by the two soldiers, he heard a low mutter from an old man, wishing him luck. His fingers, curled around the rucksack strap on his left shoulder, automatically raised in acknowledgement. Thanks. I'll damn well need it. He didn't look back though. He walked in between all the handsome, shining horses and came to his own spotted one. Another soldier was holding her reins and she seemed easy with him. As he came to her side, one of the soldiers squatted and crossed his hands for a step. Tiresias shook his head. Thank you, but there's no need. He reached up and gripped the horn, hoping he wouldn't look a fool. Or cause himself considerable pain. Releasing a breath, he managed to lift his left foot high enough to reach the stirrup. Stepping into it, he lifted himself onto the seat, swinging his right foot over and finding the other stirrup. His horse huffed a little, but he was mounted. As he was handed his reins, he resisted the urge to glance back at the inn. He hoped Jory and Gendry remained in the room until the hooves have faded away. He hoped this wouldn't be the last they saw of him. The two remaining Lannister soldiers mounted their horses and Captain Artos turned to the front. Forward, men. His calls echoed in the forest. Easy canter. Onward. He gently kicked the sides of his steed and proceeded towards the Gold Road. The horses in front began to move and his mare only followed. He didn't even have to tap her. Bringing the slackened reins down, he held onto the horn tightly. It wouldn't do to fall and injure himself further. It was only a light canter too. He knew he couldn't handle the true speed of a horse. Not with one good arm. He hoped Captain Artos realized that. As they descended to the Gold Road and turned west, Tiresias tried to clear his face of any pain from his arm jostling, of any rage at this coercion, of any fear of Lord Tywin's intentions. He didn't wish to give the old lion anything to weaponize against him. Not even by proxy through his soldiers. Still, he was weak. Still broken. Still reliant on milk of the poppy for the deep aches. The men around him saw that. He knew they did. He knew as well that they could see the sweat beginning to run down his face. Chapter 32. Tiresias dismounted, staggering slightly as his feet found the ground. A familiar bolt of pain shot through his arm, but he kept his mouth clamped as he handed the reins to Tomas. He stalked away from the horses, sidestepping Lannister cloaks as he headed to the stream. With his teeth, he unhitched the cap in his waterskin and held it under the water. Some of the soldiers joined him at the edge, filling their own skins. They said nothing to him and he gratefully returned the favor. If he opened his mouth, a moan might escape him as the ache pulsed from his arm. His itchy, hot, broken arm. He couldn't say why he was so invested in being stoic. These soldiers weren't idiots. Despite his silence, they knew he was in pain. He moved too gingerly. Splints a bit of a dead giveaway too, They did offer some help. Or rather Tomas, the youngest soldier in this outfit, offered to help, most likely on commands from the captain. Artos Lantal had yet to say another word to Tiresias since they had left the inn. It had been 4 days. Tomas had taken care of his horse and handed him a full bowl during meals. Tiresias felt that was enough. He declined any help with refilling his waterskin, rolling out his sleeping pad, and he still climbed off and on his mount of his own accord. Finding a comfortable rock, he sat, sipping the stream water, watching as the Lannister camp formed. It was quite something. Not that the Stark retinues he had travelled with were less efficient, but there was a formality and a precision to this outfit that he supposed was only expected with a man like Tywin Lannister at the head. Tiresias lowered the skin. The thoughts of meeting Tywin Lannister filled him with dread. As much as he loved watching the character, he had no previous inclination to receive the old lion's attention. Once important enough to be in his gaze, one was either an asset or an enemy. Tiresias had no desire to be an asset, and he was in no condition to be an enemy. Not with a broken arm and surrounded by Lannister swords in the Westerlands. He swung his rucksack around and fished out the milk of the poppy, burrowed safely in his bundled cloak. Getting the vial open unaided was a bastard of a task, but he managed it with some dignity. Placing a solitary drop from the drip onto his tongue, he closed the vial, returning it to its place. A cooling relief crept throughout his body. Not totally dulling. He still felt the ache, but for the first time since he dismounted the horse, he actually relaxed and took in the summer evening scenery. The scenery was littered though with Lannister's soldiers, who looked away as he made eye contact. Tiresias took out a cloth and made his way to the water again. He wetted the cloth and wiped the sweat from his face. He didn't try to hide the milk of the poppy. He wasn't embarrassed by that. But that's not why they're staring at you. Ever since the inn, the stares stayed consistent. The men remained silent though. He strongly suspected they were under orders not to question him. However, as he glanced to them, catching their eyes before they looked away, he saw many things: bewilderment, disbelief, questions, curiosity, and once or twice, fear. Although, Tiresias had to admit that fear was only present during the first day. By the time they camped down for their first evening, it was readily apparent that he was in no condition to fight anyone. The rest of the expressions stayed though, and they made for some quiet evenings. He would sit down at one of their fires and that circle of soldiers became quite mute. He probably wasn't helping. His own eyes darted between the dancing flames and the faces of his escort, and it inspired only silence. It was almost a relief when it was time to sleep. Tonight though, it didn't feel right. As he took a full bowl of stew from Tomas, he couldn't bring himself to eat. As the other soldiers started to eat, he found himself staring at the flames trying to remember. Something wrong with your stew? He turned to Tomas, who had asked the question politely enough. A few other soldiers stopped eating to watch. Finally Tiresias smiled and shook his head. He remembered the beginning now. With no guitar, he began to tap his leg lightly, getting into the beat. His eyes returned to the fire as he started to sing softly. They say you're seeing someone, you're wearing his ring. They say you laughed when you heard my name. They say he takes you dancing, he holds you so near. They say he'll buy you anything. Tell me, am I foolish? I don't believe these stories. And I'll be coming home soon. Louise, if it's true. Tell it to me. All the soldiers had paused their eating, staring at him. It was more curiosity than enchantment, but they were quiet. I know, you will not see me, but I know you have a daughter. And I hear she has my eyes. They say she calls him father, and he's proud of her. And even believes all your lies. But for all your faithless beauty, I'd give all my tomorrows. And if you're still thinking of me. Louise, if it's true. Tell it to me. He hummed through the refrain again. There was supposed to be an instrument here, a sound that he couldn't remember. He only recalled how it felt. How it saddened and comforted him all at once. Oh Louise, Louise, if it's true. Tell it to me. Oh Louise, Louise, if it's true. Tell it to me. He ceased tapping his leg, fading the words into the crackling fire. Taking a few seconds before looking up, he realized the other nearby campfire was quiet too, looking over at him. A light clapping intruded on the silence. He turned back to see Tomas applauding him softly. A couple others joined in. Tiresias let out a breath he had probably been holding ever since the inn. The applause ceased quickly, but it broke something in this escort. He was already nervous about meeting Lord Tywin, as he should be. He didn't need to fear this as well. His heart considerably lighter, he placed his bowl strategically in his lap. Thank you, gentlemen. Forgive me, I didn't think I could handle one more quiet evening by the fire. Once the bowl was settled securely, he picked up his spoon and began to eat. Was that a northern song? Asked Tomas. Mouth full of stew, he shook his head. Across the narrow sea. He could sense Tomas had more questions, but the young soldier swallowed them and returned to his own bowl. None of the other soldiers said anything more. The familiar noises of dinner filled the air, but it was different. The song broke the ice or at least slightly cracked it. Whatever it did, he certainly felt better. He was confident that these soldiers weren't here to hurt him. They weren't going to shut him up when he sang, at least. After he finished his stew, he walked gingerly over to the stream and washed it as well as he could with one hand. Tomas took his bowl back and he sat down again by the fire. Seeing that the soldiers were still tight-lipped around him, he bowed his head and closed his eyes. Over the past few nights, realizing that he was trapped by Lannisters forbidden to speak to him, he opened his ears up to the forest at night, trying to pass the time before bed. It was rather fascinating to hear the woods outside of the north at night. If anything else, it took him out of his body for a time. Away from a healing, aching arm. This retinue of men scared away much of the small game. There was a larger animal downstream, but it was prowling away and soon, he couldn't smell it. However, the birds were quite present and the soft wind did more to amplify the sounds of flight than to dull it. He lifted his head slightly. What are you doing? Tiresias blinked, opening his eyes to the question. A soldier across the fire was staring at him. He had a hooked nose and hadn't revealed his name yet. The other men sat with their campfire hobbies, whittling, drinking, sharpening their swords. A few of them looked up at the man's question. After a brief consideration, Tiresias decided on honesty. I was listening to the wildlife. He nodded behind the soldier. There's an owl up behind you. Not quite 100 yards. She's looking for her supper. After scratching his right hand gently, he pointed into the dark of the forest, to his left. She'll probably pick up the hare there in a minute or two. When the little fella moves. The hooked-nosed soldier turned to where Tiresias pointed, before coming back, his eyes mocking. You can hear all that. Tiresias declined to answer. In all fairness, he didn't need to. Another soldier chimed in. Sure, he can, Eder. The man next to him paused with his whetstone. I heard that owl fart not 1 minute past. Didn't you? Laughter went around the campfire. Tiresias felt his own grin grow. He preferred the mockery over the silence. Well, now, said Eder, wiping a tear from his eye. Mate, be sure and let us know of any other happenings in the forest. Tiresias knew he should let it go, but he couldn't help it. Certainly, Eder. He raised his finger, pointing into the darkness up and behind the soldier. She's locked onto our long-eared friend now. He closed his eyes, focusing. The music of her wings undercut the laughter of the soldiers, which died quickly as he moved his finger, following the huntress. It was dead quiet when his point came to the unfortunate hare in the dark. A loud squeal emanated from his left. More than one soldier jumped. He dropped his hand as the owl flew off, flapping her wings harder to carry the extra weight. When he opened his eyes, he saw no laughter in the soldiers' eyes. The fear was back in a few of them. He breathed quietly. He should have just stayed mum after the song. Why the hell didn't he just fall silent and take the joshing? Nobody else spoke for the rest of the night. Not until bed. As Tiresias was just about to lay down, he felt Tomas staring at him. He turned to the soldier, younger than Jory. He had a burning question in his eyes. Tiresias sighed. Yes, Tomas. Tomas cleared his throat. Did you really defeat Sir Gregor? The other soldiers stilled. Tiresias stared at Tomas. The young soldier wasn't rude about it. He seemed genuinely curious, not yet jaded by violence. Just eager for the story. Tiresias was a little horrified by the curiosity. He had to let the fire crackle for a few more seconds before answering. Barely. With that, he laid down, hoping sleep would take him soon. Perhaps he should just stop sitting with the soldiers every night. He didn't need the heat of a fire and they still had 100 miles to go before Casterly Rock. His arm hurt just thinking about it. How? How did you? Tomas, shut the fuck up, murmured a bearded soldier from his sleeping pad. He turned to see Tomas looking abolished. The young soldier quickly looked away from him and tucked into his own blankets. I stabbed his brain through his eye, Tomas. I was in so much pain. When I cradled my broken arm, I didn't realize I was smearing his blood onto my skin. The maester had to sponge it off. Tiresias stared at Tomas for a bit before turning to the sky. He wondered if Jory and Gendry had passed Hornvale by now. Whether the raven from Deep Den had reached Winterfell. Did it fly as swiftly as the owl tonight? More so? Another question, Tiresias, what advantage will it bring you for Tywin Lannister to know of your hearing? Because he will know before he sees you. These men will account for it. Tiresias carefully settled his right arm across his stomach. I sure hope their stunned looks were worth it. Like the wall, Casterly Rock came into view while substantial time remained to reach it. Though it wasn't a full day as it was with the wall, they still rode through a large amount of farmland. Captain Artos led the company off the Gold Road, which would have continued into Lannisport. Tiresias saw the sea town to his left as they proceeded to the castle. Unlike Winterfell, there were no settlements surrounding Casterly Rock. The last half-mile was a steady climb, zigzagging into the cliffs. Thankfully the sun's heat was tempered by the stiff winds from the ocean. Tiresias breathed it in. It felt good to be near the water again. Eventually they reached level ground again. It took another 5 minutes through the rock before they came to a clearing, where a very large castle awaited. The home of the richest family in Westeros. Tiresias glanced to the area surrounding the castle walls. He saw where the Unsullied had attacked. Despite the dupe by Jaime Lannister, they still took the castle quite easily with Tyrion's backdoor. Best keep that information to yourself, man. You might need it one day if you come back here for one reason or another. Going back to the castle, he scoured it further. Records in Winterfell put the Lannister garrison in this place at 10,000 men. It certainly seemed large enough from what he could see. Not to mention the catacombs below, mined into the cliff. The sun glared off the white marble, blinding him slightly. Either way, he didn't have much time to admire the castle. The soldiers, spurned by the sight of their home, kicked their mounts into a trot for a last spurt. They approached the largest gate that Tiresias had ever seen. Even the Red Keep didn't boast an entrance this wide. He heard a horn sound as they neared and the gates creaked open to admit them. The horses slowed as they came into the courtyard, cobblestoned and sculptured to welcome guests to the rock. The shoes from their mounts echoed off the stone. Tiresias barely had time to take it in as they continued to ride farther into the castle. They passed another gate and the clops from the horses dulled as they rode onto dirt. This new area was devoted to the largest stables that Tiresias had ever seen. Hundreds of horses, easily. And plenty of stable hands to tend to them. Some of them rushed over to their company, taking the reins as the soldiers dismounted. Tiresias dismounted with the rest of them, moving out of their way. As quickly as he could without seeming to flee. He leaned against the stone wall, his arm hurting more than ever. Not even the grand sight of the rock could distract him. As the soldiers were sorting out their steeds, he took out the milk of the poppy and placed another drop on his tongue. He eyed the vial before putting it away. It was empty now and his relief was at an end. In a way, he was glad. Any temptation to become reliant on such a substance was fading fast. Also, he suddenly realized that it probably wasn't the best thing to take right before meeting the old lion. Cursing himself, he swung his skin up, finishing off the last of his water. The slight dulling was already spreading through him. He lowered the skin to see Captain Artos marching towards him. The captain halted before him. "Come with me," he stated before turning around immediately to walk away. Tiresias corked his skin. He had gotten very good at that with only one hand. "Excuse me, Captain," he called. A considerable distance away, Captain Artos turned, the surprise evident on his face. However, he remained put, so Tiresias kicked off the wall and walked over. He reached the captain, blinking to focus. Might a man piss before he meets the Lord of Casterly Rock? The latrines were as impressive as any he had seen in Westeros. He leaned against the cool stone as he relieved himself. He hadn't slept well on the journey despite the milk of the poppy. And the encroaching meeting with Lord Tywin was only filling his limbs with slow jitters. It was the leanest adrenaline he could remember. His arm felt sore again as he exited the latrines. Captain Artos didn't bother to instruct him to follow. He just turned and Tiresias fell in step, flanked by 4 guards. "Captain Artos," he said as they proceeded to the first courtyard. "I don't suppose you're in a position to offer bread and salt." Artos didn't even turn around. "No," he stated brusquely. Tiresias sighed. I fucking figured," he muttered. He hitched his rucksack up as they reached the front door. A servant quickly opened it, bowing as they passed. It certainly wasn't the first time that Tiresias was escorted to meet a lord in his castle. Not even including the first time he had entered Winterfell. He was familiar to the northern lords, having always introduced himself as he visited their keeps for tomes. None of the escorts to their solars equaled this though. He walked deeper and deeper into the rock. It was difficult to believe it had started as a simple ring fort. They passed hall after hall. Eventually they came to glass windows, where Tiresias spied a second stable, rows of barracks, a forge, and a third stable. He smelled gardens and kitchens large enough to be smelled over the salt of the ocean. All of which worked for him. It was no question that this castle smelled better than any other he visited. Only Winterfell smelled sweeter. Although perhaps that was his own bias. As he registered this, Captain Artos led him to some stairs. They ascended a total of 8 stairwells. Having no easy way to guess the actual height, Tiresias estimated they had climbed to the very top of the castle. They proceeded down a corridor, with dozens of tapestries. Handsome faces with blonde hair stared him down as they walked forward. Artos stopped, putting his hand up to halt them all. They stood a fair distance away from the end, where a dark mahogany door stood, with 2 guards at attention. "Wait here," Artos said, before walking to the door. Tiresias turned to the glass windows. He saw the coastline quite well from this height. His eyes still on the window, he heard Artos knock. "Enter." The command was faint through the door, but Tiresias recognized the voice all the same. His stomach clenched and he breathed slowly to relax it, as he heard Artos open the door and closed it behind him. He turned his ears away from the door, trying to focus. Trying to neutralize his face. Trying to enter Tywin's solar without looking too weak. A snort came out of him before he could stop it. "Good luck with that, mate. You're exhausted from the journey. You have a broken arm and the milk of the poppy doesn't bode well for sharp conversation." He turned back to the solar door. One of the guards looked slightly bewildered at his snort. The other one was quite stoic. He supposed Tywin preferred guards with as much humor as him. A moment or more passed before the door opened. Tiresias went to take a swig from his waterskin before remembering he had finished it off down by the stables. Artos appeared from the solar and gestured for the librarian to come forward. He complied, his feet growing heavier and heavier as he did. Nodding lightly to Artos, he went to enter before the captain stopped him. "Your dagger." Tiresias suppressed a sigh. It wasn't like he was in any condition to use it. He unsheathed the dagger slowly and handed to the captain. Artos Lantal passed the blade over to the right guard and entered the solar. Steeling himself, Tiresias followed the captain. He entered the largest solar he'd ever seen. The room faced west, which flooded the room with golden light as the sun began to set. A marbled balcony bordered the office. Tiresias squinted his eyes against the reflecting light and brought them to the desk at the other end. Tywin Lannister was framed by the shelves behind him. With perhaps 100 tomes of elegant design. The sunlight caught the remaining blonde in his hair, slightly less grey than it was in the show. His eyes were to his desk, his hand writing sharply. Artos stepped forward. "My lord, may I present Tiresias?" The quill stopped as Tywin raised his head, peering straight at him. Tiresias nodded automatically, keeping his eyes on the lord. "Lord Tywin," he said. A little too softly for his liking. Tywin took only an extra beat before returning to his letter. "Leave us, Captain." Despite the size of the room, he didn't raise his voice. He didn't need to. Artos bowed, with a quick "my lord," before crossing behind him. He closed the door, leaving Tiresias alone in the old lion's den. No, I've been alone since the inn." He stood waiting for a few seconds, but the only sounds in this solar were the distant crashes of the waves below and the scratching of Tywin's quill. Tiresias tucked his head and chuckled silently. Even the esteemed lord of Casterly Rock wasn't above this petty game. Though he had no doubt that Tywin could conduct his lord's business and interrogate him simultaneously. Deciding to get comfortable, he walked over to the desk and dropped his rucksack next to one of the chairs in front. He managed to summon enough dignity so that he didn't just fall into it. Besides, his arm still ached. As he lowered himself gingerly, he heard Tywin break his silence. "I didn't give you leave to sit," the lord remarked, his eyes down on his letter. Tiresias adjusted his shirt. "No, my lord, but you don't seem like a man who'd waste a chair." That line wasn't his, as much as he loved it. It stopped the quill though. Tywin placed it in its holder and leaned back, his arms poised regally. He regarded Tiresias steadily, who shrugged lightly. "Besides," he said. "I was under the impression that I was your guest. Course, I haven't been offered bread and salt since I arrived. So, perhaps I assumed too much. You're the man who killed Sir Gregor." The question cut through everything. Tiresias resisted the urge to tense and nodded. "I. The big fellow in yellow." He leaned back against the chair. "A trial by combat." I volunteered to fight for the other party. He tried to suppress a yawn, but he was too tired. Covering his mouth, he did it as quickly and quietly as possible. Excuse me. Why did you volunteer? Tywin interrupted him, not interested in any excuses. Tiresias shrugged. Didn't seem like a fair fight. The innkeeper versus the mountain. Did you know the innkeeper personally? I took an ale and a biscuit at his inn the previous day. His daughter, the one that was raped, served me. But I've never seen him before then. Never even set foot in the Westerlands before, my lord. Most of my time in Westeros I've spent in the north. I'm employed in Winterfell. What is your occupation? I'm a librarian. What is your real occupation? Tiresias took a beat before responding, making sure his tone wasn't combative. That is my real occupation, my lord. I've been the librarian at Winterfell for a little more than 5 years. Curating tomes from the north. Translating from the old tongue. Maintaining the library itself. I've also started to repair some of the older works, and that takes a decent amount of my time. Hardly any of the tomes are in the pristine condition as the ones surrounding you. Tywin's nostrils flared very slightly. Do you honestly expect me to believe that a librarian defeated Sir Gregor in one-on-one combat? Tiresias scratched his arm. Carefully. Don't really have to take my word for it. There were plenty of witnesses. I've never partaken in one of these things before, but it seemed that Lord Lytton proceeded as well as he could. I was focused on other things during the duel, as you can well imagine, but Lord Brax was present. As was Lord Prester from Feast Fires. I'm aware of the other lords present. Tywin cut across him again. Tiresias caught his eye flit across an open letter before returning to him. He suspected several ravens have flown between Casterly Rock and Deep Den during the past fortnight. Why were you in the Westerlands to begin with? I was headed toward Lannisport. Why? It's the largest settlement around these parts, though I'm sure you know that. I wanted to travel and see the sights. Tiresias shifted his seat, rubbing his eyes. Travel, Tywin rolled the word out slowly. You were traveling for leisure. Making his throat was relaxed before he spoke, Tiresias answered. I managed to win quite a bit of coin from the tourney in King's Landing. I was fortunate in my gamble during the joust, having bet on Sir Loras Tyrell. Winterfell is quite the distance from all else in Westeros, my lord. If I didn't take the chance now, I don't know when I would have travelled south again. I'm no lord. Don't have much opportunity for leisurely travel. It wasn't all pleasure though. I was planning to take a ship from Lannisport down to Old Town. Visit the Citadel and see if they'd be willing to part with any tomes they might have in the old tongue. Tiresias sighed. Of course, this was all before the trial. Afterwards, well, I was ready to head home, back north. After I'd recovered enough. You stayed at the same establishment owned by this innkeeper you fought for. I did. He was kind enough to let me stay there and heal. Your men were quite fortunate to find me before I was able to travel. That small bite left his mouth before he could stop it. Tywin didn't seem to care though. Why did you volunteer to fight for him? Tiresias gazed at Tywin as even as he could. I believe I've already answered that, my lord. The old lion breathed slowly. Let me make one thing clear to you, Tiresias. You are here because my bannerman is dead. Killed in a trial by combat that seems more farcical the more I learn about it. I've been attempting for the past fortnight to make sense out of what happened. Because what happened does not make any sense. So tell me truthfully, why did you volunteer to fight Sir Gregor? Why is he dead? Tywin didn't raise his voice, but it took everything Tiresias had not to shrink in his chair. The fact that he was exhausted helped immensely. He exhaled as silently as he could. Sir Gregor raped a young girl. From I heard since, that was quite a common occurrence with the man. But I do despise rape, Lord Tywin, and I particularly don't like it when small folk are raped by the highborn. He shrugged. That's all there is to it. I volunteered because I was angry and I wasn't thinking clearly. I won, but I certainly didn't expect to. Not when I saw him walk fully armored into that hall. Were you not aware of Sir Gregor's reputation when you volunteered to fight him? Tiresias shook his head. Not really. Knew he was from the Westerlands. Knew his banner from a book. Saw he was tall. Not much else. I knew he was a good fighter, but I never saw him do so. Didn't you see him fight at the tourney? Didn't stay for the melee. I heard Lord Royce won that. So no, I never saw him fight. He paused for a bit, sighing. Discovered he could during the duel though, that's for sure. Nearly took me out. He sighed. I was lucky. That's why Sir Gregor is dead. I was quick and lucky. I'm sure Lord Lytton mentioned such in one of his letters. Tywin took his turn to exhale silently. Tiresias caught his nostrils flaring again, ever so slightly. And how did a librarian become so quick and lucky? In Essos, we are not so strict with the divides between our roles. Just because I'm a librarian doesn't mean I can't train as well. There's time in the evening to be spent in the yard. After I'm done with my duties as a librarian for the day, though I will say, no training could have prepared me for what happened in Deep Den. Anger propelled me to fight. Luck saved me. So, you merely volunteered to fight out of anger then? Asked Tywin. Anger blinds us all, my lord, said Tiresias evenly. I certainly didn't think about the consequences if I had won. For me or you, or anyone else. He laughed lightly. Though, I'm sure Lord Stark will have words for me when I return. He's very concerned for the safety of the servants of his house. Another itch crawled up his splint, but he resisted the urge this time. So, my lord, is there anything else you would like to know this evening? A yawn escaped him. Forgive me. It was a long ride with one good arm and I've downed the last of my milk of the poppy when I arrived. The ache was rather immense. The piercing light across the solar didn't affect Tywin as he stared him down. He simply leaned back, out of the sun's rays. Nothing more was said for a moment. Finally Tywin turned to the door. Page, he called. A young man immediately opened the door. He crossed to the center of the room and stood at attention. Lord Tywin held the silence for another beat before nodding to the side. Bring the tray and pour wine for our guest. Tiresias maintained eye contact with the old lion, though unlike Tywin, he did blink freely. He blinked as he looked down to see a tray before him. Bread, salt, and wine. As Lord of Casterly Rock, I offer you bread and salt. And welcome you as a guest, until you recover in full. And when you are ready to travel, you will be supplied for the trek back to Winterfell. Tiresias blinked. My lord, Maester Seamus, the one who set my arm at Deep Den, he told me it would be several weeks before it was healed. Then you shall stay for several weeks. He picked up his quill, but didn't dip it in the inkwell just yet. His eyes still penetrated the librarian. I trust that despite your arm, you will write to Lord Stark and inform him of the situation. Not in the mood for another staring contest, Tiresias instead eyed the tray before him. Would this really protect him from Tywin for however long he stayed here? He had hoped to do this in front of a crowd. With actual witnesses. He doubted this silent page would be much assistance. He tore off a piece of bread. If it was a meaningless gesture, he wouldn't have bothered for my sake. Perhaps he was stupid for thinking so. However, he was tired and he wanted the evening to be over. He dipped the bread into the wine and then the salt lightly. Taking a single bite, he washed it down with a gulp of wine. Satisfied, Tywin dipped his quill into the inkwell and continued his letters, lowering his eyes. You shall see Maester Crelin now. See if that arm was set correctly. The page here will escort you. Tiresias reached down for his rucksack, only to see that the page had already collected it off the floor. Ignoring the urge to insist on shouldering it, he nodded wearily and began to follow the page. And Tiresias. He paused and turned back to the warden, who continued to scribble as he spoke, his eyes downcast. That dagger of yours will remain in your quarters during your stay here. Not in any position to argue, Tiresias nodded. My lord. Agreed. He inclined his head slightly. Thank you, my lord, for your hospitality. Tywin's eyes came up briefly but fell quickly back to the parchment. Not expecting anything more, Tiresias turned back and followed the page out of the solar, pausing only to retrieve the dagger from a silent Artos Lantal. It was another flight of stairs down before he allowed himself to sigh in relief. He hoped the page didn't hear it. If Tiresias had any energy to spare, he would have devoted a decent amount of it to remaining stoic as Maester Crelin removed his splint. Hiding the pain. However, he just couldn't manage it. Fortunately the Maester had gentle hands and so his reaction was reduced to hissing as Crelin unwrapped and examined his arm. He held it to the firelight, instructing Tiresias to bring each finger, one at a time, to his thumb. He had regained some movement in his right hand and was able to do so, albeit slowly and with a fair amount of discomfort. Tiresias blinked a fresh tear away. Your opinion, Maester? Crelin ran a soft finger along his forearm. You're a fortunate man, Tiresias. I'm afraid I don't know Maester Seamus that well. However, if this arm is anything to go by, he's certainly an astute healer. So it's healing correctly. You really shouldn't have ridden from Deep Den all the way here. Not in your condition. But as far as I am able to say, yes, this arm was set correctly and the healing not impeded by the journey. A sigh of relief escaped him before he could stop it. Thank God. Yes, muttered Crelin, going to his shelves. All 7 of them. Now, if you'd allow me. Crelin placed the splint back, wrapping it gently. Tiresias gritted his teeth, resisting the urge to wipe his forehead. How much longer, he asked, desperate for any distracting conversation. How long till I'm healed? When was the break? Tiresias shrugged, but only with his left shoulder. A month, give or take a day. Crelin tied off the splint. Then another month until the splint comes off. But you should avoid any physical exertion until the arm is truly set and strong again. That would be another fortnight after. He brought his arm back to his stomach, cradling it. Lord Tywin's rather insistent that I stay here until I'm recovered. I'll inform his lordship on the morrow of your condition, along with my recommendation. Tiresias slid off the table, reaching down for his rucksack. A month and a half in the rock, fucking superb. I'll need to write to Lord Stark. Maester Kralin nodded. You'll be able to send a letter in the morning. A raven should reach Winterfell rather hastily. The maester placed the old bandages in a covered basket. Smells of shit and blood reached Tiresias' nostrils before the cover was back. For tonight, however, said Kralin, crossing to his stores. I'll give you something for the pain. Milk of the poppy. No, interjected Tiresias, shaking his head. No, I'd rather wean off it. Or anything else. Kralin shrugged, placing the vial back. Not the worst idea. All I can recommend otherwise is a meal you don't need to cut in a level bed. Once he had checked the gash on his chest, which had healed much more rapidly, he set Tiresias off with a steward. He dully followed the servant, who silently escorted him to the southern part of the castle, to the guest quarters. In between heavy blinks, he opened his eyes to find himself in a room larger than his own at Winterfell. Scents flew in through an open window. He smelled sea salt and the forge from down below. Walking forward, he leaned out and saw the distant lights from Lannisport, the boats coming in with the evening tide. Behind him, the servant had proceeded to build a fire in the hearth. Tiresias was too tired to tell him not to bother. He turned and saw a bathtub framed by the flames. The servant stood. Would the gentleman be needing a bath this evening? I needed a wash a fortnight ago. Tiresias nodded. I, thank you. I'll send hot water up. Would you need assistance washing? With your injury? No, Tiresias lied immediately. He barely let Jory help him at the inn. Besides, he was a little less helpless than he was then. I'll manage. The servant nodded. Very well, sire. I'll send supper shortly after. Thank you, murmured Tiresias, walking over to the fire and sitting down. It was too comfortable. He might just fall asleep here. And sire? I'm no sire, Tiresias said softly. He sighed. I'm not a knight. A lord or a gentleman. He met the servant's eyes. They were quite impassive. I'm just Tiresias. The man nodded. Very well, Tiresias. Would you care for your clothes to be laundered? Will they be ready in the morn? I'm afraid I don't have any clean spare clothes. If you wish, they will be ready when you wake. However, there are clothes in the drawers for your use. We ascertained your size when you entered the castle. If you find that they don't fit, we'll amend that immediately. Tiresias stared at him. He didn't see any humor in the man's eyes. Your boots, though, will be ready by morning, continued the servant. He nodded wearily. All right, thank you. Don't make them stay up, I'll just wear what's in the drawer. Very good, Tiresias. I could take your laundry now if you wish. Tiresias opened his rucksack and dumped out the contents. He threw his spare shirt on top of the cloak and kicked off his boots. Too tired to care about any vanity at this point, he proceeded to strip, gingerly working his shirt around his arm. The pragmatic nature in the man's eyes suggested to Tiresias that he had seen more than his fair share of nude nobility and guests. He didn't even blink as he took the bundled cloak from Tiresias and bowed lightly. The hot water will arrive in a few moments. A meal should follow in a half-hour. Welcome to Casterly Rock, Tiresias. Thank you, said Tiresias. He cleared his throat. Excuse me. The man halted in his turn to the door. What's your name? I'm not permitted to say, Tiresias, he answered without hesitation. He bowed slightly again and exited the room. The nameless servant spoke true. Within moments of his departure, there was a knock on the door and two maids arrived with jugs of steaming water. He stood behind the chair for some semblance of modesty. However, they didn't even look twice. They merely set the jugs down and departed. Bathing was a tricky task with one good arm. The logical part in his mind told him he should have accepted the help. The nameless manservant wasn't the danger in this place. He just couldn't do it though. Being escorted by armed guard on the Gold Road soured him on the idea of being helped. You are being helped though. Nameless servants catering to your every whim. Tiresias conceded the point. It didn't change the fact that for just one evening, he wanted to be alone. Somewhat. After an awkward wash and an insufficient dry, his supper arrived with a knock on the door. Wrapping himself in a thin towel, he was able to look the maid in the eyes as she wheeled in a trolley with a tray and 3 separate pitchers. After setting the tray and pitchers on the table, she curtsied and departed. The Lannister guards ate well when they camped on the road. At this point in the day, Tiresias was so hungry that he would have eaten anything. However, the prospect of an extended stay at Casterly Rock was lightened as he lifted the tray to reveal his supper. A man could get used to this. The main dish was a lentil and onion stew. There was also a spiced squash with crumbled goat cheese and a small, fresh loaf of olive bread with dipping vinegar on the side. He reached for the dessert, a pear torte, and took a bite of that first. As for the pitchers, there was cool water and dark red wine. He didn't care for wine particularly. However, this wine sang over his tongue as he drank. The third pitcher, he was surprised to discover, contained cooled fresh milk. A little strange, but probably on the instruction of the maester. He needed the calcium for stronger bones, though he doubted they called it calcium. Whatever the reason, he ate and drank well that evening, his weariness put off long enough to finish what on his plate. But that didn't last long after. As he soaked up the last of the vinegar, his eyes began to droop. He scanned the room. His rucksack was still a mess on the floor. The empty buckets that carried the hot water were sideways. The window remained open. He didn't care. Standing and letting the drying cloth crumple to the floor, he stalked toward the bed, regaining just enough mind to prop his arm up with the spare pillows. There were quite a few of them. Echoes from the cries of seabirds woke him the next morning. A breeze drifted across his chest and he opened his eyes to a bright blue sky. He groaned as he got up from the bed. One night of good sleep wouldn't cure his weariness. Not from the travel, the injury, or anything else. A small part of him was grateful to Tywin Lannister for his mandated hospitality. He crossed the room, pausing in front of the window. Even at this distance, he could see Lannisport busy with activity. The harbor was relatively clear though. Most boats were out at the moment. In Winterfell, in the very center of the north, he had forgotten the sounds and smells of the sea. Traveling to White Harbor and on to King's Landing, it was impossible not to be uplifted by the sounds of the waves crashing and the smell of salt. To welcome the great open blue. He truly loved Winterfell, but he couldn't help but wish it was near the sea. He sighed. Well, you have quite a bit of time here to enjoy it. And he would have plenty of opportunities to simply gaze out this window. Moving on to the drawers, he inspected what attire had been left for him the day before. Simple, but neat trousers. The shirts were a little larger than he normally wore, but it made it easier to place his splint through the sleeve. Not wishing to oppose Tywin in his home, he removed the sheath from his belt and placed the dagger in the drawers, before securing the belt around his waist. Feeling a little embarrassed as he gazed around and saw the mess he had left last night, he tidied a bit, gathering the drying cloths, turning the pots right side up, organizing the rucksack, and pulling the bed covers over. It was hardly a suitable job with one good arm, but he felt better leaving this room for the nameless servant who would tend to it. When he stepped out, he looked down to see his boots cleaned and ready for him. As the manservant promised. After he pulled them on, he realized he wasn't too hungry. Plus, as he gauged the sun's position, he probably missed breakfast. Not wanting to impose and deciding to wait for lunch, whenever or wherever it would be served, he decided to act his part and head for the library. It took a few points from the castle staff and more than one wrong turn corrected. However, after walking for what he swore was a mile, he opened a pair of handsome doors in the western part of the castle and walked inside. The room he entered was thrice as big as the library he had in Winterfell. It rivaled the Red Keep's capacity. The shelves weren't as compacted though. Tiresias estimated that they didn't even have twice the number of tomes and scrolls as they did up north. The luxurious space was committed to just that, luxury. Exquisite rugs lined the floor. The ceiling was vaulted and high. More than a dozen tables were interspersed throughout the room, surrounded by chairs with elegant carvings. Couches of expensive color framed the hearth. Perhaps best of all, there was a stone balcony. Tiresias pressed the glass doors open and stepped out, feeling the wind graze his buzzed head. There was furniture out here as well, along with braziers for cold nights. Or what passed for cold in the Westerlands. Deciding to indulge in the sea breeze later, Tiresias went back inside, shutting the doors behind him. He prowled the shelves, noting the sections he passed. Most libraries he encountered in the Seven Kingdoms were quite similar in their organization. Histories took precedent. Along with the lineages of the noble and minor houses. He noticed in the Red Keep and here that the texts concerning the Seven were prominent as well. That was not common at all in the north. After that, all the academic texts. And then, fiction, poems and songs usually were settled along a walled shelf. Reading was hardly the recreational activity that Tiresias remembered from his old world, though he tried to amend that. As for the old texts not written in the common tongue, they were usually located prominently, as symbols of wealth and stature. The northern keeps usually kept their tomes of old tongue in front. Here he didn't see any old tongue volumes, though he did trace his finger along a few rows of Valyrian texts by the hearth. If Casterly Rock had any old tongue volumes, he wagered they'd be in one place. Ambling to the back corner, he found less than a dozen tomes. Honestly, he was astounded that he found that many. Running his finger along the spines, it came up clean. These volumes were most likely not well read, but the staff refused to let any inch of this library get dusty. He had to admire them for it. Coming back with a trolley, he loaded every volume of the Old Tongue and carted them to a nearby table, remaining in the back of the library. He pulled out a carved chair, settling on the cushion and began to read. Having gone nearly a month with no tomes, not to mention the 2 months he camped out in the lonely hills, his mind was starved for the pages. He read along, mouthing silently the words that Sorka pounded into his mind. Having only intended to scan them, he quickly fell into the pages and didn't notice the sun beginning to shine into the room as the morning turned to afternoon. He was halfway through the first tome when he heard the library door creak open. He started slightly, wincing at the ache in his arm, having forgotten it in his fugue. The door shut and someone was walking slowly through the library. Tiresias sat still, silent. "Hello," called that someone. He froze, recognizing the voice. Somehow, in his anxiety of meeting Tywin Lannister, he had forgotten about any others who resided here. That walking sounded very much like footsteps made by someone quite short. Tiresias peered to the edge of the shelf, where the footsteps were heading. He breathed and held it, trying to calm himself as Tyrion Lannister rounded the corner and stopped at the sight of him. They stared at each other for a beat, before the dwarf broke the silence. "Good afternoon. Are you Tiresias?" he asked, his eyes piercing just like his father's. Tiresias nodded numbly. "I was told you were here," Tyrion said, glancing over the old tomes on the table. "Have you been here all day?" "I woke up late." Tiresias shrugged. "Didn't know what else to do. I'm a librarian after all." His voice was a little ragged, having not drunk any water all day. Tyrion laughed lightly. "You don't have to excuse yourself." He strode forward, his left hand extended. "I'm Tyrion Lannister, son of Tywin." Tiresias stood, shaking his hand. "I figured that." Tyrion smiled. "Of course you did." He looked Tiresias up and down. "So, you're the monster who killed my father's favorite monster." "Surprised?" "I suppose I must be," said Tyrion. "Everyone stands tall in my eyes, but even the mountain. I hope you take no offense when I say I can't see how you possibly beat him." "None taken," mumbled Tiresias. "Seems to be the common sentiment." He leaned against the table, sighing. "Are you here to interrogate me, as your father did yesterday?" Tyrion smirked lightly. "Please, I have some decency. I'll wait until we're properly acquainted before I badger you for the bloody details." "Are we to be properly acquainted?" "Plenty of time to do so while you recover." He eyed Tiresias splint. "Certainly didn't come out of deep den unscathed, did you?" There was no need to shake his head. He settled back into the chair again. Tyrion sat in the chair opposite, his eyes still on the splint. "How long until you're healed?" Tiresias scratched the right wrist. Very gently. 6 weeks. Tyrion clapped his hands. 6 weeks. Well, that's far too short of a time. But we'll make the most of it. He stared at the dwarf. The most of it. Indeed. I'm excellent company. Despite what my father says. He raised his eyebrows at the look on Tiresias' face. "Oh, I'm sorry, did you have other plans for your stay here?" Tiresias shook his head numbly. "No, I just figured you'd just read." "Well, there's plenty of time for that. Luckily I read as well and I enjoy it." He tapped the table. "Actually you're sitting in my favorite spot." He stared at the Lord. "Truly?" "No." They stared at each other for a few seconds, before Tyrion erupted into laughter. Tiresias felt a chuckle escape from him. "There it is," said Tyrion, pointing to him in triumph. "Now, tell me. Does your arm still hurt?" It does." "Oh." Tyrion nodded as he considered this. "Well, we'll have to have further distractions. Did you miss the midday meal?" Tiresias nodded. "And breakfast? How about an early supper here, then? We'll get food and wine. And I'll show you the real treasures of this library." "We don't handle any tomes as we eat," Tiresias said without thinking about it. Being a librarian made some rules automatic. For their protection. Tyrion smiled. "Indeed. I wouldn't dream of it." Tiresias couldn't help but smile back. It was his first in quite some time. He nodded, accepting the proposal. Tyrion clapped his hands and jumped off the chair. "Excellent." He came around and began piling the tomes from the table back onto the trolley. "Come on. You can sit forgotten amongst the shelves back in Winterfell. Here, your eyes can drift between the sea and the pages." They wheeled the tomes back to a table before the balcony door. As Tiresias unloaded the tomes again, Tyrion went to the door and summoned a page. He didn't turn his ear toward what the Lord ordered, but it seemed substantial. He was seated by the time Tyrion returned, all tomes unloaded. "How much food did you order?" he asked, a little bewildered. Tyrion walked past him, grabbing the trolley as he did. Enough for a modest welcoming feast for an honored guest. Also, you missed 2 meals so I had to make up for that. Tiresias twisted in his chair to follow the dwarf. You're going to make me sick. Tyrion shrugged. So be sick. He paused before a shelf and pulled out a handsome tome. If you are, run to the balcony and heave over the side. He placed the tome in the trolley. Just be careful the wind doesn't blow it back. The tome seemed merely a pretense. Tyrion rolled a full trolley back with his own selection and sat down. They both attempted to read, but the conversation only continued. Tyrion asked about the Old Tongue, the library in Winterfell and its curation. Before he knew it, the food arrived with 3 servants. Tyrion directed them to the balcony while Tiresias marked his place, determined at some point to return to the Old Tongue. He ventured out to the balcony, thanking the servants as they passed. All 3 nodded but remained silent. The wind carried the smells off the trays and he knew it was delicious. His breath still caught when he saw the spread. If he thought last night was luxury, this was something else. There were a dozen dishes here. He turned to Tyrion, who shrugged. I didn't know what you wanted. He gestured for Tiresias to sit. Swallowing an enormous amount of saliva, he did so. Unable to help himself, he reached for the nearest dish, charred octopus, still steaming in the bowl. The heat didn't bother him. Dipping the octopus piece into a spicy cream sauce and bringing it to his mouth, he felt tears well up. He blinked to see Tyrion eyeing him as he poured wine. Tiresias nodded, savoring it as he chewed. Finally he swallowed. That's good. Tyrion handed him a goblet. Damn right it is. He raised his own goblet. To a month and a half as the honored guest of House Lannister. Tiresias returned the toast and continued to eat. As much as they tried to keep the conversation going, it kept coming back to the food. Tyrion informed him of each dish, of every spice, the surrounding farms, the fishing boats and Lanny sport. All through full mouths, which could barely be understood over the evening sea wind. As the sun began to set, they leaned back in their chairs, looking over the water. The dozen dishes were all gone. The second pitcher was the only thing left full, despite Tyrion's best efforts. Tiresias had not forgotten his rule, drinking mostly water and nursing only his second goblet of wine. Oh, come now, exclaimed Tyrion as Tiresias sipped. You're being a very rude guest, not keeping up with me. Tiresias set the goblet down. I couldn't keep up with you if I tried, he said. Besides, he tapped his splint gently. Can't risk getting drunk. I could fall down and hurt myself. Tyrion waved his hand. You have good balance. Oh? You know that from our few hours together. I read the report from Lord Lyddon. One of them, at least. More than one raven has flown between him and my father. His eyes narrowed as he leaned back. You danced around Sir Gregor, yes. Tiresias didn't move, meeting Tyrion's eyes. Is that what Lord Lyddon said? The staring contest only lasted for a couple more seconds before Tyrion shrugged blithely. Said you were swift. Tiresias eyed his arm. Not swift enough. Horseshit, said Tyrion, lifting a pitcher and refilling his goblet. I know you're swift. You must be. He set the pitcher down and lifted his goblet, toasting Tiresias. You're still alive. He swallowed half the cup, before fixing Tiresias with a serious gaze. But I meant what I said before. Clearing his throat, he lifted his hand. On this I swear, I shall not badger, nag, harass, probe, inquire, or demand any bloody gossip from you concerning your victory. Not until we're properly acquainted. And how long before that's the case? Much quicker if you drink with me. Tyrion lowered his hand. When you're ready though. When you're ready, we'll get drunk together. We'll see, said Tiresias, turning to the sea. The sun had just finished setting. He could stare at the sea without it blinding him. Indeed, we will. He saw Tyrion in his periphery turn to the sea as well. I swear to that as well. There was no threat in the man's word. Just play. At least he hoped. Perhaps Tiresias was just too excited to see Tyrion Lannister in the flesh. It was a fun dinner and a delightful conversation, especially compared to his father. Be careful though, man. He's not your ally yet. And you no longer have the luxury of being a mere curiosity. Not after Deep Den. Despite being a man who loved to talk, a drunk Tyrion seemed to know the value of listening to the waves. They sat in silence for a moment, hearing them crash into the rocks below. Notes. All right, readers. In case it wasn't obvious from the river scene up north, I loved No Country for Old Men. That's where the chair quip came from. Also, thank you for your hits, comments, and kudos. I was so excited to reach over 1,000 kudos last week, which is more than I ever expected from a OC-centered fanfic. So thank you. Chapter 33. Time played strange tricks on Tiresias' mind over the next few weeks. The hours dragged on, but when evening came and the sea shone gold with the setting sun, it seemed that the entire day had melted away rather quickly. The ache didn't help. Though the pain lessened and he regained dexterity in the fingers in his right hand, the progress was gradual. He slept more than he had in years. In between all the espionage in the north, King's Landing, and travelling into the Westerlands, he hadn't found a true place to refocus and rebuild his strength. It also helped that he had no library to cure it. He was simply expected to be a lazy ass and recover. So despite being hosted by one of the most dangerous lords in Westeros, he resolved to recoup his strength. He slept in most mornings. Then after breakfast, he usually went to the library. His pile of tomes remained undisturbed and he simply picked up where he had left off previously. Lunch happened wherever he could find it. Food was in abundance in the rock and it was no difficulty to find substance as he wandered the Lannister home. It took him a few days to explore all the rooms that Casterly Rock had to offer. At least, on top of the cliff. The catacombs below he left to the household. Tyrion was usually able to find him. He had numerous servants to point him towards the stranger in his home. His short step was quite familiar to Tiresias by now. Their conversations usually started with Tyrion explaining the history or rumors relating to whichever area of the castle they began in. He let the man lead him on as they walked and talked. By the time supper was served, it was usually accompanied by a spectacular view of the ocean, the eastern forests or Lanny sport. Or in one of the numerous handsome halls. Tonight led them to the gardens, which shocked Tiresias slightly. He had forgotten what a landscaped garden looked like. Though he much preferred the wild nature of the north, there was still an artistry here that he didn't realize he had missed. And with his nose, the sense enclosed by these stone walls nearly overwhelmed him. In a good way. The smells of dinner played second fiddle tonight, as he was content to take in the flowers and other floree. Tyrion seemed content to stay in the garden too. They lit braziers after the meal was taken away and a sivas board replaced it. With intricate pieces of ivory and jade. Upon hearing that Tiresias had never played before, Tyrion insisted on teaching him. He wasn't a particularly good instructor, as Tiresias could barely keep track of the pieces, how they moved, what they did. But that didn't seem to matter. Their conversations usually overtook the game in priority. Usually. Right now, Tyrion's hand rubbed the base of his goblet in concentration, his eyebrows furrowed. Tiresias sipped his own goblet, sighing. You know how good I am at this, right? Tyrion didn't answer and Tiresias laughed lightly. You don't need to waste that much time thinking up a defense against me. The last Westerlander who underestimated you ended up dead, mused Tyrion, before bringing out his trebuchet. He leaned back and drank. Westerlander. Tyrion shrugged. Not much else in common with the late Clegane. Well, lucky for you. My dagger is away from me, murmured Tiresias, his eyes on the board. What the hell did one move against a trebuchet? Is that how you killed him? Tyrion asked, his eyebrows raising as Tiresias moved a heavy horse forward. Interesting counter. His eyes met Tiresias. Apologies. Am I allowed to inquire on that now? Are we properly acquainted now, Lord Tyrion? You haven't appeared before me stupid drunk, but that would move us beyond mere acquaintance. Yes, I say we are. Fetching the pitcher, he refilled his goblet and gestured for Tiresias. Sighing, the librarian relinquished his cup. What say you, said Tyrion, his eyes on the flowing wine. He handed it back to Tiresias, who took a measured sip. Leaning back in his chair, he turned to the brazier, gazing into the dancing flames. I put a dagger through Sir Gregor's eye, he said quietly. Danced around until I was able to do so. It wasn't a glorious duel. I screamed in pain for it finished. It soon hurt to do even that. He grabbed my throat, bruised it. After I shoved the dagger up into his brain, I ended up kneeling on the floor, cradling my arm, whimpering in agony. Not much of a noble or stoic end for either of us. He gazed at the brazier for a beat more before turning back to see Tyrion staring into his own goblet, considering his words. Finally the Lord shrugged. Well, I wouldn't worry about that. Songs tend to mull over unbecoming traits in the victors. He stared. Is there a song already? Tyrion returned his focus to the board. Not that I've heard. Not so much as a name yet. A name? Certainly. You didn't think you would merely kill Sir Gregor Clegane, the mountain who rides and not get a name out of it. I have a name, murmured Tiresias. How about Mountain Fall? Mountain's Bane. How about Tiresias? Tyrion moved forward his trebuchet. Mountain climb? No, someone who climbs mountains. Who climbs mountains? He clapped his hands. Goats. Tiresias Mountain Goat. Tiresias didn't return his smile. You call me any other name but Tiresias and I start calling you IMP. Tyrion's mouth lined, but he still kept his smile. Fine, fine, he said, raising his hands. But others will have names for you, Tiresias. And there will be songs. Perhaps they'll welcome you back to Winterfell with one. Tiresias brought his spearman back. I'm going to be connected to that giant shit heap for the rest of my life, am I? Small price for having your life. Though if it's any comfort, it's not just whispers of the late Clegane that follow you in this castle. What do you mean? I've heard stories. The servants talk, the lords talk, soldiers especially talk. The ones that escorted you have spread some fascinating rumors. And what rumors might those be? His host pushed forward an ivory elephant. Are there any owls in the garden tonight, my friend? Hunting their vermin. The lift in his tone was unmistakable, but Tiresias refused to rise to it. He shrugged. Possibly. It's a big enough garden. Said Tyrion through a draft. He swallowed and wiped his mouth. Well, I don't know much else. It's already unbelievable, for our most fearsome knight to be slain by a librarian. Which made me laugh quite a bit, so thank you. But I'm afraid I don't quite know what other songs they'll sing about you. They should be some riveting ballads. You won when you weren't supposed to. You avenged a peasant girl. You royally pissed off my lord father. So again, thank you. I don't think anyone wants to be in another song where they've pissed off Tywin Lannister. Tyrion gave a humorless smirk. Well, unlike the Rains or the Tarbecks, you'll live to hear it. Will I? Tiresias asked quietly. Will your father let me leave Casterly Rock alive? The questions came out of him before he could help it. However, he didn't back down and returned Tyrion's thoughtful glance with his own gaze. The lord sipped his wine before answering. My darling sister, the queen, she called for your beheading a fortnight ago. Did you know that? Tiresias' heart stopped, but he still managed to shake his head. No. No, I didn't, he responded numbly. Well, obviously, that didn't happen. Nothing public. She merely wrote, suggesting my father write the insult. My father responded, explaining to her that 1. Your duel with Sir Gregor was sanctioned by the Seven. 2. You've partaken of guest right at the Rock. And 3. You're a servant of House Stark, employed by a man her husband, the king, considers a dear friend. She withdrew her suggestion shortly thereafter. I'm sure your sister could find ways around all those reasons. Your father as well. Tyrion nodded. I'm sure they could. If Cersei hadn't heard that reasoning from my father, she would have pursued it. Avenged our dog's death. You're quite lucky, you know. My sister only cowers before a select few in the Seven Kingdoms. As for father, well, it's too complicated to concern himself. He's lost his fearsome bannerman, but the fearsome bannerman and his idiot men are the ones who demanded the trial in the first place. You may be not of Lord Stark's blood, but you're still under his protection and it's too much of a mess to add your death to it. However, he drained his cup and reached for the pitcher. I wouldn't want to be Lord Lytton anytime soon. Even with his witnesses and his septon and his scrupulous record of that night. He glanced to Tiresias. And you, he'll keep an eye on you. You'll be better off once you disappear up north into that library of yours. But you'll no longer be a mere librarian. And not just in my father's eyes. No, in Roos's eyes as well. Tiresias drained his cup as well and held it out for a refill. Congratulations, dickhead. 2 masterminds behind the Red Wedding are now eyeing you in suspicion. Why not just visit the twins again on your way up and piss off Valder Frey? Get the whole set. His cup refilled, he brought it back to his lap, staring at the crimson fluid. It was beautiful in a way. But, said Tyrion, leaning back, a huge grin spreading across his face. It's not all bad. He clapped his hands. In fact, I have a marvelous idea. You should sail south on your way home. All the way around. Visit Dorne. I'm sure the news has spread there by now. Drop that name of yours and you won't spend a single night alone in that kingdom. Tiresias snorted softly. Perhaps. Then again, probably not the best idea. Why not? I don't have the stamina for such a venture. Besides, he shrugged. I didn't kill the mountain for Elia Martell and her children. I did it to save an innkeeper, and then I spent the following weeks being hosted by House Lannister. He sipped the wine and blinked rather slowly. This would have to be his last cup of the evening. I've heard Prince Oberyn is rather volatile when it comes to the late Clegane, and to your family. There's a good chance he hates me now for stealing his vengeance. Mused Tyrion. Well, I can't say either way. Never met the man. The temptation rose to reveal Oberyn's visit to the Rock when he was a boy with Elia. When Cersei showed her new baby brother to the young viper and relayed her wish to see him dead. He stymied the thought. That bit of emotional devastation wouldn't help him now. So, Tyrion handled a rabble for a second before folding his hands again. You didn't kill Sir Gregor for Elia Martell and her children. Tiresias shook his head. No. He hadn't injured you or insulted you personally. No. So, then, why did you volunteer to fight? Was it really just for the innkeeper? For him, for Lena, for Rosie? Wanting to make up for that? Is that really so hard to believe? Your father had the same suspicion. Well, your victory was, rather inconceivable. To believe that your offer to fight was simply a vengeful whim for a stranger and his daughter, well, it calls for a more trusting deposition than mine. Or my father's. Tyrion sipped his wine and moved his rabble forward. It was a beginner's move. A pittance for his opponent. Or a trap to lure me out. He considered his pieces along with his answer. A full minute passed before he spoke. She served me and, he stopped himself from mentioning Jory and Gendry, but he realized there was no point being secretive to that. Jory Castle was there by his side during the duel. In front of witnesses. He held out for Gendry though. She served me and my companion. She seemed, light. She was a child. I saw her afterwards when I was recovering at the inn. She wasn't light anymore. But she was still a child. Hurt. Broken. And when her father came to Deep Den, driven to hysteria for what they did to her, I think I saw her broken before I saw her for real and. Recognizing the ramble, he collected himself before continuing. Would you believe me if I said I wasn't thinking clearly when I volunteered? It's the simplest explanation, said Tyrion quietly. Certainly would explain the innkeeper. Why he barged into that hall. Tiresias leaned back and sipped his wine. I don't like highborns abusing the small folk for their amusement. Killing, thieving, bullying, raping. He met Tyrion's eyes. It's what I said to your father. But perhaps he feels differently. Doesn't mind if his soldiers rape a 13-year-old common girl. It wasn't the time to mention Tisha, if there even was a time, but he came close. From the look on Tyrion's face, he certainly made the connection. The Sivas game laid forgotten before them. Finally the Lord drained his cup, sighing as he brought it down. I see. Then do you understand why I volunteered? Tyrion smirked slightly. I suppose. Tiresias drank himself. That's what makes you different than your father. Perhaps, though I do confess, he reached for the pitcher again. I still share his suspicions. Meeting that last sentiment with silence probably did more to increase Tyrion's suspicions than placate them, but Tiresias couldn't help it. He sipped and placed the goblet down, his eyes settling on the red wine therein. Would you like to hear a joke? Tiresias looked up to the Lord. A joke? Tyrion shrugged. You seem tired and dour. And I would hate to end this evening on such a melancholic note. He continued to stare at Tyrion for a beat, before sighing. All right. Tyrion took a drink before clearing his throat. I once brought a jackass and a honeycomb into a brothel. The madam approached me and said, how may we service you? I said I need a woman to lay with, madam, for mine has left me, you see. Whatever for, said the madam. And why do you have a honeycomb and a mule? Well, madam, my woman found a genie in a bottle and he granted her 3 wishes. She first wished for a house fit for a queen, so he gave her this honeycomb. She then wished to have the finest ass in all the land, so the genie gave her this damn donkey. And the 3rd wish, asked the madam. What did she want with the 3rd wish? Well madam, she went and asked for my cock to hang down past my knee. Oh, that's not so bad, is it? Not so bad? Madam, I used to be 6'3". Tiresias stared for a solid few seconds before he started to laugh. He laughed softly, but he couldn't stop. Tyrion joined him, delighted in his success, and they laughed together under the brazier's light. Finally, Tiresias collected himself and raised his goblet, still grinning as he drank. Tyrion sipped his wine as well. See, he said. How do you feel now? Tiresias sighed his final chortle. Relieved. Relieved. Never heard the end of that joke. Only the beginning. Tyrion looked a little disappointed and his suspicion slightly returned. Where did you hear it? I swore I invented that one. Before the trial, Tiresias would have panicked at what he just let slip. Now, in the lion's den, he merely shrugged as he set his wine down. Probably not the best sign, mate. In the Vale. Sailor telling it was drowned out by the wind. You told it better. Tiresias sipped his water cautiously. The servant had placed his utensils and goblet on his left side. His herbed lamb arrived already cut for him. Asides from the stifling fire, it made for a very comfortable dinner. At least, it would have, if not for the company. Tywin Lannister sat across from him in silence, his eyes on his own meal. He had received the invitation an hour beforehand. Well, as much as it could be called an invitation. The nameless manservant from his first night approached him in the library and announced that he would join Lord Tywin for dinner. He walked away before Tiresias could recover enough to inquire why. So far, the Lord of Casterly Rock hadn't yielded any clues. He greeted him when he arrived, and that was the extent of the conversation so far. Based on the man's energy, it was down to the long-tried strategy of waiting for the other to speak. However, Tiresias was in no mood to play. He finished his lamb before dabbing his mouth with the napkin. So, Lord Tywin, to what do I owe the pleasure of this invitation? His host waited to swallow, setting his knife and fork down before speaking. How goes your recovery? Tiresias eyed his arm, still in the splint. He hadn't felt any pain for the past week. His fingers in that hand were working again. He was actually able to write. Carefully and only for an hour, but still. It's going well, my lord. According to Maester Kralin, it will only be another week before I can take this splint off. After that, with another fortnight for the arm to strengthen, I should be deemed well enough to travel. Quite fortuitous, said Tywin. He sipped his water. You've been spending a significant amount of your recovery with my son. Using his bread to soak up the herbed butter, Tiresias nodded. I have. You needn't indulge my son, Tiresias. I can't imagine inebriation is suitable for your recovery. Tiresias breathed before answering. Lord Tyrion has been very sensitive to my injury, my lord. I haven't been drunk yet in this place. Indeed. Indeed. I actually rather enjoy his company, my lord. Your son is courteous, clever, and quite amiable. He bit off a small bit of the soaked bread. You're very lucky to have such an heir as him. Counting to 3 before looking back up, he saw Tywin's jaw still set. Though the lord was making an admirable effort to souse his temper. Indeed, when he spoke, his voice was even. Tyrion is not my heir, he stated quietly. Swallowing the bread, Tiresias gave a confused frown. Forgive me, my lord. I must be confused. I had believed that Sir Jaime joined the Kingsguard and forsworn his inheritance. That leaves only. When he is ready, he will take a hold suiting his position. Tywin met his frown with his fierce eyes. But that position is not, nor shall it ever be, Lord of Casterly Rock. Tywin held the stare and Tiresias decided to fold. I see, he said, going back to his meal. He tried racking his brains for the past month what he even wanted from Tywin Lannister. What he should say. What path should he nudge him on? If he was even capable of doing so. And ultimately, his mind came to a blank. He simply wanted to leave the Westerlands alive. That meant not pissing off the Warden of the West. Even if it also meant not standing up for Tyrion explicitly. Oh Tywin, you and your son would have been such a force to be reckoned with. If only you had eyes in the present and not the 1,000-year legacy you dream of. You said you arrived in Westeros 5 years ago, yes, asked Tywin, leaning back into his chair. Tiresias swallowed some roasted potato. 5.5, more like, my lord. I've been working at Winterfell for 5. How did you come to be the librarian at Winterfell? It almost became a repeat of his dinner at the Dread Fort. He repeated his story of befriending a Cranagman in Pentos. The recommendation from Lord Reed. Along with a dozen other details that wouldn't interest the warden. Tywin fixed him with a stare unlike Lord Bolton's. While Roos's gaze was soft and sensitive to every detail of the story, Tywin's eyes bored into him. Challenging him to stick to the story. To tell the truth. Tiresias breathed easy when he told it. Tywin was someone who stuck to the details of the highborn and treated the small folk as a monolith. He's never met a stonemason and he's probably never bothered himself with the Cranagman of the Neck. Soon his brief recounting was finished and Tywin reached for his goblet. If you and your family were nomads, how did your father support you? He asked, taking a sip. We lived off the land, my lord. Not the most stable upbringing, as you can imagine. We did hunt and traded the furs in the free cities we came across. We sang once in a while for pittance. But it was a poor existence. Are they alive? Tiresias shook his head. No, he said quietly. No, my family's dead, my lord. They all died when I was about 13. The old lion set his cup down, but he didn't offer any condolences. Tiresias didn't know whether he respected him more or less for that. He certainly wouldn't have meant them. How did you learn to read? Whilst living as a vagabond. He took a deep breath. My mother taught me. If you must know. And how did she learn? Tiresias hoped this new detail wouldn't come back to bite him. She refused to say. But I have my suspicions, he said, lowering his eyes. The fire crackled for a few seconds. Though Tywin remained silent, he could feel his challenging gaze upon him. He raised his head and answered it. We never went south to Volantis. And even when we entered the other free cities, my mother always remained outside the gates with our people. She covered her face and she was never comfortable until she was well away. He raised a finger and brought it to his cheek. She had a scar here. Quite a large one. Like she'd removed some skin. She had it as long as I could remember. Your mother was a slave. There was no pity in Tywin's eyes, his voice was pragmatic as it ever was. Tiresias shrugged. She never said. I never asked. I never asked how she learned. Perhaps she served a wealthy merchant's daughter, and the girl thought it would be fun to play tutor to a slave. Maybe she overheard lessons, bit by bit. Or maybe her former master thought she was intelligent and taught her himself, thinking he wouldn't have to pay for a bookkeeper. He took a sip of his own wine. It's something I've wondered for many years. Sometimes I regret not asking her. I try not to. It's lost to me and regret won't change that. All I know is one night by the fire, my mother took out a small tome and began to read to me, tracing her finger along the words. Night after night. And before she died, I could read better than her. Making his eyes go soft whenever he lied was second nature to him by now. The story could be as long or as short as he wished. With any amount of detail. As long as he told it sincerely and succinctly. And if he can't verify it, if he even can, it will do until I'm out of the Westerlands. A small tinge of guilt bubbled up in him. Adopting a slave narrative for his own background. But it did place him in the deepest pits of obscurity. No one could account for it. He returned to his meal and he heard Tywin do the same. Though he wasn't done with his questions. And after your people perished, he heard Tywin ask, in between bites. What did you do then? I stayed out in the wild for a couple years. He breathed to fortify himself. It was safer than being a young boy alone in a city, but eventually I made my way to Lorith. Became a dock worker for a year or so. Eventually I proved I could read and became a trade archivist for a velvet merchant. That worked for a few years until he died. It took nearly a year after, but I managed to save enough coin to buy passage to Pentos. I was there for a few years, working here and there. Until finally I met my friend from the Neck. He told me more of Westeros. I sailed here. He lowered his fork and leaned back. And that was that. Tywin gave him the briefest of glances before finishing off his dinner. After swallowing the last bite, he dabbed his mouth with his napkin and deposited it onto the table. He had barely leaned back against his own chair when the servant came to retrieve his plate. Do you know how to drive a wagon, Tiresias? He nodded, trying not to question the change in subject. I do, my lord. Will your horse deign to be hitched? Tiresias met the lord's eye. Why would she need to be hitched? Tywin rapped the table lightly. When you depart from Casterly Rock, you will be taking the 11 volumes of Old Tongue we have in the library. They will need adequate transport. I doubt your mare can carry them all in a satchel. The crackle of the hearth filled the chamber as they regarded each other, Tiresias trying some way to phrase his burning question without sounding caught off guard. The old lion seemed at ease, unheard, but he sensed his impatience. And so Tiresias waited. Finally, Tywin reached for his goblet. My son, whom you seem to have so much admiration for, has further educated me on your project back at Winterfell. Your work in curating the tomes of the Old Tongue throughout the north. And the adjoining kingdoms, the Riverlands, the Vale. Tiresias nodded numbly. We've talked at some length about that. Well, the tomes are doing no good here in the Westerlands. You will transport them to Winterfell. Store them. Fill up some of the empty space on your shelves. He sipped his wine. Tiresias tried to look this gift horse in the mouth as gently as he could. That's quite generous of you, my lord. He tapped his own goblet, but didn't lift it. May I ask what you require in return? Nothing, Tywin said lightly, well, as lightly as he could manage. It's a donation. It's why you came to Casterly Rock of your own accord. It's why you stayed. You needed to recover enough to drive the wagon. Tiresias exhaled through his nose. Of my own accord. It's what you'll say. The demand was softly spoken. Is that too high a price? Tiresias took only a second before shaking his head. No, I should say not. Then it's agreed. Tywin stood, his chair scrapping against the stone. You'll meet the stablemaster tomorrow. He'll find you a suitable wagon to take. Tiresias remained seated. As I said, very generous of you, my lord, he heard himself say. I'll write up a receipt for the tomes. If you insist, Tywin stated curtly. The lord made to turn, but stopped himself. One more thing, he said. It slipped my mind the first time we talked. That was a lie. Tiresias thought the halt looked too practiced. Nevertheless he waited politely. Lord Lytton wrote of your choice of weapon. How you fastened a copper end to your spear and used it to disorient Sir Gregor. Striking his helm. Tiresias nodded. You stated you barely knew of Sir Gregor's reputation before you volunteered to fight him. How did you know he was so sensitive of hearing? Tiresias only allowed a second of hesitation before he answered. Outside of Deep Den, where I was camping, I sang a song. Another knight warned me to stop. That Sir Gregor was arriving and he despised singing. The knight went on to tell stories of Sir Gregor hating other loud noises, strangling a minstrel, a man who snored. What was the phrase again? The truth will set you free? More helpful yet, a version of the truth will set you free. I've heard rumors of giant men being besieged by headaches. The price of towering above others. When Clegane arrived and I saw how truly massive he was, I made the connection. And so, when I volunteered with so few advantages on my end, I decided to take a chance and exploit that weakness. He didn't offer any more explanation. It was a mistake to ramble on when one was done speaking. Tywin's face was impassive. He couldn't see how the story settled with the old lion. Probably not well. After all, if I saw how practiced his question was, could he see also the practice in my answer? He wouldn't know tonight or probably before he left the rock. If he could read Lord Tywin correctly, the topic was closed. The wagons are located in the third stable, in the northern bailey, he rumbled. I'm certain my son could show you the way in the morning. With further ado, Tywin turned on his heel and strode out of the dining room. The servant closed the door after him, standing back to attention. He sat there for a few more minutes before getting up to head back to his own quarters. With Tywin's attempt to catch him in a lie, he briefly forgot that he now had 11 tomes to transport back to Winterfell, that he came to Casterly Rock on his own for the request. As was the story now. Coming to the door, he paused and looked back at the servant, looking determinedly at the other wall. Well, you heard it first, I guess, he said. The servant's eyes went to him. I traveled here of my own accord. Let no one say anything different, et. The servant blinked at him a few times before going back to his spot on the wall. Tiresias sighed and left the hall. He changed his mind about going to bed. A map was in the library and he had a new date of arrival to estimate. It would take longer for him to reach Winterfell, strapping a wagon to his horse. He hoped the poor animal would forgive him. Tiresias sat, his impatience mounting as Maester Crelin tended to his arm. The whole day before had passed more slowly than any other in the rock. Finally, this evening, his right arm would be his again. Not entirely though. Crelin warned him several times that he should avoid strenuous activity for a fortnight afterwards. He couldn't head directly to the archery range to practice, dive off the cliffs into the sea or even do a single push-up and begin to rebuild his strength. He had to be gentle still. However, that didn't dampen his spirits as Crelin unwrapped the splint. The maester tried to be gentle, but Tiresias didn't mind. All aches stopped a fortnight ago and he felt no discomfort as the splint was removed. Crelin took his arm, grasping it lightly and running his fingers along it. The sensation almost tickled him. After a series of tests involving bending his fingers and rotating his wrist without pain, Crelin nodded. Everything seems to have healed well, Tiresias, he murmured softly before releasing the limb. Congratulations. You have your arm back. Thank you, Maester, Tiresias said, his voice catching before he could help it. He swallowed. I mean it, thank you. You're welcome, said the Maester mildly. But, remember. No strenuous activity. For how long? A fortnight. That's right. Crelin deposited the wraps in the laundry basket. I'd also recommend a bath tonight. That arm needs a proper scrub. But gently so. Tiresias took his advice. He didn't do so often over his time at the rock, but tonight he requested a bath in his chambers. He soaked his arm thrice over, delighted at the simple pleasure of being able to actually submerge his arm in the water. Standing by the window afterwards, he stood naked by the window, feeling the sea breeze. He lifted his arm and feel a coolness he had missed for months. The wind passed along, lifting the hairs on his arm. It was pure bliss. He even forgot where he was for a moment. But it did come back. He was still in the lion's den, under close scrutiny. Just a fortnight more, mate. Rest easy, but keep alert. Just a little while longer in this place. He took a parting glance at Lanny Sport before going to bed. Tempted as he was to jump into the sheets, he lowered himself slowly onto the mattress with his left arm. No need to tempt fate now. Notes. All right, readers. Thank you so much for your kudos and comments last chapter. Full disclosure, the solution for the riddle is not mine. I have no idea where it came. A friend passed it along and I liked it. So here it is. Chapter 34. Tiresias secured the tomes in the trunk, before draping it with burlap. It may have been summer, but when he would travel through the riverlands and into the north, a quick rain would ruin the precious pages. The north, his hands paused as he considered that. It had been some time since he was home. He almost didn't want to think about it. Riding straight to Winterfell, fully intending not to get sidetracked. Not that he expected to. What delays could he possibly encounter on his way? Then again, he never meant to go to King's Landing, to the Westerlands and on to Casterly Rock. Perhaps he would never return, forever distracted. Shaking his head, he tied the burlap down. There was no one else to return these tomes. What other excursion could he possibly have after this? When would he next come down south? What could take him out of the north again so soon? Who knows? You've changed quite a bit with your actions down here, mate. You're no longer anonymous. The powers that be might really start to dig their claws in. He returned to his room, arms swinging freely. It hadn't yet been a fortnight since the splint was removed and he still savored having his arm back. He was lucky, he knew that. Damn lucky. If that maester hadn't been there in deep den. Well, he was. And because of it, Tiresias was able to use both of his arms to pack his belongings. He wasn't leaving until the day after tomorrow, but he couldn't wait. Even with as little as he had to pack. It felt better to get it done. Even the sobering distance to Winterfell couldn't douse his excitement. He had calculated the trek, moving his fingers along the map in the library. It was nearly 1800 miles of wagon travel to the Stark homestead. If he made the journey in 2 months, he'd consider himself lucky. Maybe that's why he packed early. Perhaps he could trick himself into believing he was closer to Winterfell if he was all ready to go home. To the Starks. To the library and the cool wines. To Mel. There was a knock on the door, tearing his thoughts away from a pair of brown eyes. Come in, he called, turning to see his guest. Lord Tyrion. Tiresias, my friend with 2 good hands. Packing already? Tyrion came to a halt beside him. His clothes were different, with the traveling cape, and his coin pouch was considerably larger. Tiresias turned back to his rucksack and strapped it shut. Already done though. Didn't carry much in. Won't be the case when I leave though. I have your father to thank for that. He eyed Tyrion. And you too, I suppose. I suggested to my dear father that they would make a good parting gift, and give some credence to the tale that you were invited and didn't come here under any compulsion. It's no tale, my lord, said Tiresias lightly. It's what happened. So saith Lord Tywin. Tyrion smirked. Of course. I do hope it is enough though. He shrugged. Well, I won't lie. They will slow me down. The wagon adds at least a fortnight to my journey. He sighed. But it is very generous. I'm very pleased and I look forward to digging into them further when I'm back at Winterfell. So thank you. I mean it, Tyrion. Thank you. Tyrion waved that away. They were abandoned for generations. I'm glad they'll find fresh eyes up north. Tiresias crossed to the dresser and placed his rucksack neatly beside it. With that, he was all set to leave in 2 days' time. He turned back to his host. So, how can I help you? Can't imagine you came here to watch me finish packing. Do you have to shit? Tiresias blinked. Excuse me. We're leaving. And though it's a short ride, the latrines aren't nearly as clean as they are here. So I ask again, do you have? No, Tiresias cut across him, staring at Tyrion. I don't have to, I mean, where are we going? Tyrion clapped his arm. Lanny Sport. Tiresias felt his face dull. Impromptu trips had that effect on him. Why? Why? Tyrion crossed the food, gesturing out the window. Why, because of all the splendid things that are in Lanny Sport. Boats, food, wine, women. But that. He pointed a finger at Tiresias. That is the wrong question, my friend. The real question is, who isn't in Lanny Sport? There was such a glee in Tyrion's eyes. Tiresias sighed. Your father. That's right. You're very good at this. He patted Tiresias' arm again and walked back to the door. Right then, come on. Only delay I'll allow you is to fetch your cloak. Other than that. Tyrion paused when he realized that Tiresias wasn't following him. He turned to see the librarian standing stock still. He sighed. Tiresias, it will be fun. Come on, you've been stuck in the rock for 6 weeks. Tiresias shrugged. Pretty large place to be stuck. The dwarf walked back to him. The library will be here tomorrow when you return. So will my father and everything else. Come on, when will you ever see Lanny Sport again? If I'm lucky enough to even leave the Westerlands. Tiresias didn't voice that thought. But it did inspire some other considerations. He didn't truly know his future or the status of his freedom. Might as well take what liberties he could. When he could. He grinned and nodded. Excellent, said Tyrion, returning his grin. They set off along the corridor. If we get there soon, perhaps we could go out sailing for an hour or 2. Come back to shore for an early dinner, prepare ourselves for the evening. Have you ever tried plum spirits? Tyrion sprouted ideas for the rest of the walk to the stables. After they mounted and proceeded out of the rock with his guard in tow, it morphed into tales of Lanny Sport itself. How it was the largest settlement in the Westerlands, where the Gold Road, the River Road and the Ocean Road all met. Upon a subtle inquiry from Tiresias, or at least he hoped subtle, he spoke of the Greyjoy attack. How it was actually the 3rd time the Iron Islands had burned Lanny Sport, though they've raided dozens of times before. However, not during Tywin's rule. On a lighter note, he spoke of King Lorien Lannister V, who snuck down to Lannisport after dark in disguise. In women's clothing, to wander the docks as a whore. Tiresias turned to Tyrion as they rode. Is that true? Apparently so. He became known as Queen Loria. As much as he wanted to, Tiresias couldn't resist. Did he make any coin? He asked, genuinely curious. What, as a whore? Tyrion shrugged. Well, I can't speak for how pretty he was. He turned and met Tiresias' eyes. But, I suppose a common man would pay well to have a king's cunt for a night. He spoke blithely enough. Tiresias turned back to the road. I can't imagine your father holding on to that bit of family history. Tyrion laughed. Well, I'm not my father. I hold no contempt in my heart for Queen Loria, and I'm not ashamed to be her descendant. After all, oft-times I hold whores in higher esteem than kings. They came onto the Gold Road and quickly entered the gates of Lannisport. The taste of sea salt only intensified as they rode through the town and onto the harbour. After depositing their mounts at the harbourside stables, Tyrion led them to the piers. Tiresias followed closely with the guards, letting his arms swing free. He rolled his sleeves up and felt the breeze brush across his arm hair. He couldn't help grinning. God, he missed having his arm. Where are we going? He called after Tyrion, as they descended the piers. Where do people usually go when they walk onto a dock? Tyrion called back, not looking back. We need to pass the day. The girls aren't awake yet. Tiresias didn't ask for clarification. He didn't need it. It was a headache for later. For now, Tyrion's first item on his itinerary was a sail. An old man with a worn, trusty dinghy waved and bowed to Tyrion, greeting him with some familiarity. 20 minutes later, they were lazily floating outside the harbour, Tyrion, his guards, and him. They stayed out of range of the merchant ships that came in and out. Tiresias sat on the bow, savouring the wind. He couldn't get enough of it. If he closed his eyes, he could remember how it felt sailing with Clark's father. Clark's father, why did I think it like that? Thankfully that thought was interrupted by lunch. The guards dropped a basket they've been carrying from the rock. It had enough cheese, fresh bread, and sausage to feed a crew twice their size. Tyrion commanded the guards to relax as he poured the wine. Come now, who would attack me now? He gestured to the open water before filling Tiresias' cup. It was a good point, though Tiresias did remember Lord Tyrion being assaulted halfway across the world in another sailing vessel. There's no stone men here though. They all ate merrily. Being on the water increased a man's appetite. Or at least, being on a leisure cruise. Though, Tyrion did warn him not to eat too much. When asked why, he merely clasped Tiresias' shoulder. It's a surprise. I'll only say this, you'll have jewels of the sea tonight. They stayed out on the water for a few more hours, pissing off the side whenever the wine flowed too freely. Tiresias stuck to his waterskin mostly. However, Tyrion didn't seem too affected. By the time, the dinghy had docked again in the early evening, they had only eaten a third of their food. The guards didn't pick up the remains however. Tyrion instructed them to leave it for the captain and his family. The old captain thanked Tyrion profusely as he shook the lord's hand. Tiresias caught the glint of gold pass between them before they proceeded back. He was mildly impressed that Tyrion didn't stumble as they walked back up the pier. He couldn't say the same for the guards, though he supposed they had some time to sober up before they rode back to Casterly Rock. They did continue to keep a close watch though as Tyrion led Tiresias to their next adventure. They walked for all of 500 feet before Tyrion turned into an establishment on the waterfront. Frying oils, spices, and salts hit his nose and his eyes watered. And this? He asked, blinking away some tears, following the lord to an empty table. Tyrion gestured for him to sit, their open window facing the harbour. He looked over the side to see the water. These, my friend, said Tyrion as a serving girl set down a platter before them, are the jewels of the sea. He gazed down to see a dozen raw oysters. A laugh escaped from him before he could help it. What? Asked Tyrion. Do you even need these? His shoulders shook with laughter. Maybe the wine had affected him more than he realized. Tyrion joined in with his own laughter. Of course, I do. I'm only human and I have drunk quite a bit of wine. I need all the help I can get. He picked up an oyster. Come now. You must prepare yourself. The girls are readying themselves as we speak. Not bothering to protest the sentiment yet, Tiresias picked up an oyster warily. Even in his old world, he was hesitant to consume them. If he got a parasite in Westeros, he was due for some misery. Have you never slurped an oyster before? Asked Tyrion. The shell was cool to the touch. He sniffed it covertly. Smelled fine actually. Smelled like the ocean breeze they had enjoyed for hours beforehand. Fuck it. He slurped the oyster, tossing the shell down. That's the spirit, cheered Tyrion, before slurping his own shell. They worked their way around the dozen. After washing down the salty delicacies with a dry red wine that reminded Tiresias of sherry, the serving girl brought them prawn and salmon pie, with fresh bread to soak up the fish stock afterwards. Afterwards they sat back and digested the food with another cup of wine. Well, Tyrion was on his fourth cup. Tiresias merely sipped his. The serving girl returned for payment and he reached for his coin. "Take your fucking hand off your purse," murmured Tyrion, pushing himself off the wall and reaching for his own coin pouch. Tiresias stared. "My lord, I've been your guest for near a month and a half. I'm sure I've eaten more than my worth. Let me." "You are still my guest," Tyrion stated, passing coins to the girl before standing. "And as such, you spending any of your own coin is an insult to me. And to House Lannister." He spoke pompously. With his hand on the table for balance, he leaned toward Tiresias, who remained seated. "Do you wish to insult House Lannister?" he muttered. Tiresias shrugged, meeting his eyes. "Depends on the Lannister." Tyrion considered this, before nodding. "Fair point. Nevertheless, you will not touch your purse until you are riding away from the rock." "Agreed." "Well, don't twist my arm." "Agreed." His face twisting into a grin, Tyrion turned, calling as he walked away. "Then, come. Our final destination awaits." Tiresias stood, sighing to himself. He didn't know if he found it amusing that Tyrion spoke so obliquely of this destination. As though the man hadn't been dropping hard hints and blatant admissions all day. And sure enough, against the setting sun, he proceeded with Tyrion and his guard toward the brothel. He heard the laughter and smelled the sex before they turned the corner into a cul-de-sac that faced the sea. A large house stood at the end with a rooftop balcony. He turned to Tyrion. "You do realize that I was prescribed no strenuous activity by Maester Kralin. If Maester Kralin prescribes fucking as a strenuous activity, he has a limited imagination." He clapped Tiresias on the arm. "Come on, no man's ever injured his arm having his cock sucked. And if it gets too much, go to the roof. I rode ahead and had delicacies and refreshments ordered for us in between." Further protests died on Tiresias' tongue as they entered the establishment, with two of the guards remaining outside. The madam greeted Tyrion with more familiarity than the dinghy captain or the serving maid. She laughed as Tyrion kissed her offered hand, turning her gaze toward Tiresias. "And hello there. Who's your handsome friend, lord?" Tyrion gestured to him, grinning. "A warrior of great renown." "Tyrion," he muttered, almost growling. Tyrion raised his arms. "Fine, fine," he said, turning back to the madam. "Just a quiet scholar. Very shy. Best find a gentle one for him." She smiled and approached him. "I'm sure we have a woman who'd suit you fine, love." Warrior and scholar both. Linking her arm through his, she led them to the parlor, the two remaining guards taking up posts at opposite ends. Tiresias focused on not wrinkling his nose at all the perfumes. It seemed to drip off the walls. He blinked and Tyrion was gone, disappearing quickly into a room under a mess of silk and skin. He blinked again to feel another arm replace the madam's. Tiresias turned to see a lovely girl with sun-kissed skin and a very practiced smile. She didn't say a word and he allowed her to lead him up the stairs. As she came to the second floor though, he gently extracted his arm from her and made to continue onto the roof. "My lord." He paused, turning back to see her. She stood in the corridor, still with that smile. "My room's down this way." He scratched his ear. "Did you already receive your coin, miss?" "I did." "Then consider it the easiest coin you ever made your whole life." He gestured toward the stairs. "I'm going to enjoy the view." She came toward him. "Are you sure, my lord? The view will still be there when we're done." "I'm sure." "Thank you." He made to turn again when he felt her gentle hand on his arm, stilling him. Her tone lowered. "Are you not interested in girls, my lord?" There was no judgment in her tone, Tiresias had to give her that. Still, he remained mum. Over his entire stay at Casterly Rock, he hadn't mentioned Mal to anyone. He had no desire to bring attention to her. And though this girl seemed sweet, he didn't want it coming back to Tyrion. Then possibly to Tywin. "If you're not," she continued to speak softly. "There's a lad here. Very sweet and handsome. He's..." "It's not that," said Tiresias. "I'm just tired and..." He sighed, running his fingers over his short hair. "What?" asked the girl. "The view might be there still, but I'll be gone soon. Might be a long time before I see the sea again. I'll still have a fair chance to see pretty young women, though," he nodded to her, unable to help his small grin. "None as pretty as you, I'm sure." The girl snorted, but she still smiled and let go of his arm. Nodding politely, he turned and proceeded up the stairs. The rooftop provided a lovely view of the harbor, along with two lounge chairs and a table in between stocked with a covered tray and a few pitchers. He walked past the refreshments to the railing and stared out. Not quite the grand sweep from his room in the rock, but somehow he preferred this view. From here, Lannisport reminded him of another town from his previous life. He struggled to remember the name as the sun sank into the west. His breath synchronized with the waves crashing gently into the seawall. He proceeded to the lounge chair. A great peace settled in him and he closed his eyes, lying on the lounge. Even the sounds of the whorehouse below faded for him. It couldn't have been much later when he opened his eyes. The sky was purple in the dusk. Rousing himself, he lit a brazier and lifted the tray beside him. Plates of dates, olives, grapes, and almonds greeted him, along with a few pitchers. Passing over the wine, he poured himself a goblet of water with lemon squeeze and drank deeply. It tasted as fresh as it did in Bodrum. Now the name rose from his memory with no effort. Bodrum. That was the sea town in Turkey, though Clark got there by bus. Not by horse. He laughed at the thought. That would have been quite a ride. His musings were interrupted by a set of footsteps coming up the stairs and onto the deck. The movement was slightly staggered, intoxicated. He refilled his cup and raised it as Tyrion fell onto the lounge beside him. The Lord took a moment to situate himself before peering over to his guest. Have you been up here the whole time? Tiresias answered with a sip. Tyrion sighed. Honestly, my friend, I go to such trouble to bring you to this delightful place, and you merely want to gaze out upon the sea. Sorry to make you suffer, Tiresias jibed, before sighing himself. It's a lovely sea. The north has whores, like everywhere else. But there's no sea in Winterfell. I'll miss this more than anything when I leave. He turned to Tyrion. Besides, they seem to have their arms full with you. Are you quite sated? Tyrion stretched out. He had finally hit his limit and was going over. His eyes glazed over, he managed to reach the pitcher and helped himself to the wine there. Not quite, he mumbled. I'm only here to regain my strength, catch my breath. He sipped and his sigh after came out as a hiss. Though, I admit, I believe I drank too much. We may have to sleep here tonight, would that offend you? Tiresias shrugged. I've had worse accommodations. Tyrion waved his goblet toward him and Tiresias met it with a clink. They didn't toast, just drank silently. And like I said, it's a lovely view here anyway, said Tiresias. Yes, said Tyrion, as he stepped off the lounge. He stomped over the table and popped a date in his mouth. His eyes went to the north. Quite a sight, isn't it? He mumbled with his mouth full of fruit, gesturing with his wine. Tiresias followed his gesture. The outline of Casterly Rock was quite visible, despite the increasing darkness. Torchlight dotted the castle. One didn't need Tiresias' sight to make it out. Not quite the lion in shape, still a damn impressive castle. He chewed an almond. I told your father you would make an excellent warden someday. A brief silence filled the rooftop, as Tyrion met his eyes. Then he burst into laughter. Tiresias didn't return it. Well, said Tyrion, wiping his eyes. I'm surprised you're still here. My father's had men thrown out for saying less, however, that was very kind of you. And I thank you. He stumbled back to the lounge and sat down, his eyes coming back to the distant castle. Staring, he went back into silence. Tiresias gave him a few beats before speaking. What are you doing? Getting one last look. He turned to Tiresias, smiling forlornly. Your imminent departure had inspired my own. I already intended to leave for King's Landing one day. Now, I plan to depart the same morning as you. You sure about that? Tiresias took a sip of his lemon water. It smells better here than it does in King's Landing. My father is here, Tyrion murmured, his gaze still on the rock. It remained until he blithely shrugged and tipped his goblet upwards. Though, I suppose, if he had his way, he refilled his goblet. He would be in King's Landing now. Perched in the Hand's Tower. He was once the Hand of the King, did you know that? To Aerys Targaryen, Tiresias said softly, his eyes on his cup. For how long? 20 years. 19, responded Tyrion, grinning slightly. Doesn't sound quite as poetic as 20, does it? Still a respectable number. Indeed. Well, in any case, he would relish going back. Still able to climb the tower steps. Age hasn't sapped his strength. He would occupy the tower. He'd dismiss my brother, send Jaime back here to be warden. And you would go to the wall. Tiresias waited a beat before meeting Tyrion's eyes. If he had his way. The Lord's smile had disappeared, but he didn't look angry. He pondered the thought for a moment before shrugging. Perhaps, but I would have to do something very naughty. Though, it would protect me from Joffrey, when that repulsive little shit mounts the Iron Throne. He sat back on the lounge, staring at Tiresias. Tell me, how are the girls in the north? They have brown eyes and a testing patience. Tiresias shrugged. Warm. Tough. But the Night's Watch doesn't allow women. Well then, I shall have to visit and taste them myself before it's too late, before my father throws me in the black. I could visit you in Winterfell. I'm sure there's a brothel nearby, able to warm those killing, scholarly hands of yours. He didn't rise to the bait. If you come up, I'll point you in the right direction and wish you a merry time. Grinning, he raised his cup. Tyrion frowned dramatically. You wouldn't join me. Tiresias didn't deign to answer that, opting instead to pop an olive in his mouth. Sounds of a sea town filled the air, waves, the breeze, a song from a tavern nearby, even over the low moans from below, cicadas sang, celebrating the encroaching darkness. He turned back to spit out the pit, and saw Tyrion was continuing to stare. Finally the Lord jumped up and grabbed the lounge chair. Well, he said, pulling the chair closer to the table. You will join me in this. What you do mean? Asked Tiresias warily. I'm making good on a promise. Tyrion grabbed his goblet and refilled it. We've only drunk together, I told you we would get drunk together. A Lannister always pays his debts. No. Yes, said Tyrion, some semblance of sobriety returning to his eyes. Your arm is healed. You can manage a drunken stumble, we'll sleep here, have the whole of tomorrow to recover. Your travel will not be impeded and I will have truly gotten to know my new friend. Now pour out that lemon piss and let me give you a real drink. Tyrion raised the pitcher but Tiresias withheld his cup, trying to match the Lord in his drunken determination. Your rule, Tiresias. You can't let anything slip. It's too risky. Lowering the pitcher, but only slightly, Tyrion grinned. How about a game then? To truly get to know one another. Tiresias could feel his heartbeat in his ears. If you're about to say what I think you're going to say, the gods must have a great sense of humor. It's a drinking game. A marvelous game. Here's how it works. I look into your soul, or your eyes if you prefer, and I make a statement about your past. If I'm right, you drink. If I'm wrong, I drink. Son of a bitch. And no lying, said Tyrion, looking very serious. I'll know if you are lying. Tiresias' eyes fell to the floor. He had no intention of being caught in a lie. Of drinking to oblivion. It was an idiot idea. But when he looked back up, it seemed so enticing as well. And Tyrion was still there, waiting for his answer. Don't make me invoke my lordly privilege, said Tyrion. Come on. It will be such fun. He should say no. Reject the game. He had his rule. Not to let anything slip. But a new thought countered that rationale. A simple and powerful thought. Fuck it. Be careful, but fuck it. He lifted his goblet and gulped the rest of his water before holding out his goblet for the refill. Excellent, said Tyrion, pouring wine deftly into his cup. Come on, sit up. This only works if I stare into your eyes. Tiresias pushed off from the lounge, keeping his cup steady. He planted his feet on the floor and faced Tyrion, who was refilling his own goblet. Now, said the Lord, placing the pitcher down and facing Tiresias. I'll begin. Tiresias had to keep himself from laughing. The concentration, the piercing stare, it was all there. Directed at him. He knew he should be wary, but he wasn't. You're truly a fool, Tiresias. Tyrion pointed to him. You have a dead sister. After a beat of meeting his eyes, Tiresias lifted his wine and drank. It's as good as true. Everyone's dead to me in that world. And I'm probably dead to them. He lowered his cup to see Tyrion refocused. You've killed more than one man before, Sir Gregor. Realizing that any hesitation revealed more than he wanted, Tiresias brought his goblet up immediately and drank. He popped an almond in his mouth afterwards, chewing as Tyrion stared. You were on the losing side of a war and you fled Essos to escape the victors. Tiresias shook his head. Tyrion frowned as he drank, hissing through his teeth as he exhaled. Tiresias felt himself becoming more and more still. Tyrion pointed. You have a northern wife in Winterfell. That's a question about my present, not my past. Fine. You married a northern girl. Drink. Tyrion didn't seem discouraged as he drank. He didn't like the look in the Lord's eye. Shouldn't have been that defensive. You have a northern woman in Winterfell. Not yet. Drink. The Lord did so quickly. You're interested in a northern woman in Winterfell. Resisting the urge to glance over the cliffs of Casterly Rock, Tiresias lifted his goblet. The wine tasted sour to him. Tyrion smirked as he held out the pitcher. I hope it goes well for you, my friend. Me too. He let Tyrion refill his goblet before sitting back. I think it's my turn now. The Lord nodded dramatically. Very well. Proceed. Tiresias met his eyes easily. You fucked a woman from Dorne. Tyrion sighed before drinking. You fucked a woman from the Reach. That is near cheating, protested Tyrion, though a mild grin fought onto his face. All right, fine. He drank and refilled his goblet. But please, be a bit more creative. All right. Tiresias leaned forward, elbows on his knees. You once masturbated into a soup that you let your sister eat. There was a silent stare between the two of them. Finally Tyrion couldn't hold it any longer and burst out laughing. That's a wonderful idea, he said, wiping tears from his eyes. Drink, you vile man. Drink. Guess he exaggerated a bit in the airy, Tiresias mused as he drank. He was almost glad that bit wasn't true. He faced Tyrion again. You. He hesitated. Should he? Should he not? Tyrion raised his eyebrows. Yes, go on. Tiresias took a breath. You cried as a child when you learned there were no more dragons in the world. Whatever Tyrion was expecting, it wasn't that. His eyebrows remained raised as he regarded Tiresias. Finally he lifted his goblet and drank. I haven't thought about that in years, he muttered, still staring at Tiresias. How'd you know about that? Tiresias popped a date from the tray, chewing it slowly. Peasant children cry when they can't get dogs. Highborn children cry when they can't get more expensive pets. I can only imagine you in your books, looking at the pictures and seeing a dragon, wanting one, knowing your family could probably afford one. He swallowed the date and shrugged. No more ridiculous than you ejaculating into your sister's soup, Tyrion snorted, though the suspicion in his eyes remained. I suppose. They continued as such for another 20 minutes. Tiresias felt his mind slow and his voice slur. He drank more wine than he had in the past fortnight, but he still couldn't keep up with Tyrion. Though the lord's head continued to droop more and more as they played on. It certainly helped Tiresias that his life in Essos was a lie. Made it easy to drink less. But Tyrion was getting close and he was beginning to regret taking part. He had to end this. One more, my friend, he slurred. One more, and it's my turn. No, Tyrion stated, shaking his head. Lordly privilege, I invoke my lordly privilege. Tiresias leaned forward. I invoke my guest privilege. They stared at each other and Tyrion sighed. Fuck, he stated. That is a good privilege. He waved his hand. Go on, then. Tiresias gathered what remained of his sobriety and took a breath. You were married. Tyrion's smile vanished from his face as he peered into his eyes. Tiresias didn't blink. Finally Tyrion drank. How did you know that? Asked Tyrion, lowering his goblet. I can't imagine you heard it in Casterly Rock. My father, he despises the topic. Soldiers talk, muttered Tiresias as he shrugged. It's a long ride, from Deep Den to here. I suppose it is, murmured Tyrion, as he gazed into his wine. He didn't lift his head for his next question. Did you hear the whole story? Enough of it, Tiresias said softly. Tyrion smirked and shook his head. Well, I'm not you, Tiresias, my friend, I didn't challenge my father, to avenge the honor of a young, common girl. He looked back up at the rock, its dark outline visible against the stars. But I did hate him though, I thoroughly hated him. You still do? The Lord pondered that and nodded, turning back to the tray and reaching for the pitcher. Yes, he said, refilling his goblet. Yes, I suppose I do. He met Tiresias' eyes. I believe, it's still your turn. In for a penny. You've fantasized about killing your father. A low grin crept onto Tyrion's face as the man nodded slowly. Finally his mouth opened dramatically. Drink, he over-enunciated, his tongue clicking at the end. Indeed, you were always attached at some level. As he drank, he heard Tyrion continue. I love my family. Would never even bet against them, though Jaime did cost me. Fell in King's Landing, during the joust, didn't you see? The game appeared to be over. Tyrion had laid back down on the lounge and Tiresias laid upon his. Lanny Sport seemed to be a little quieter and the prospect of falling asleep here on the brothel rooftop grew more alluring as the moment. Tiresias felt his head whirl slowly from the drink. He turned to the Lord. You're a smart man, my lord, rational. You know that? I do, Tyrion mumbled. Low cunning, my father calls it. Your father's not a rational man. That caused Tyrion to turn toward him, his eyebrows raised. Not as much, as he seems to believe. His actions toward you, his feelings, you know he hates you. Tyrion took a sip of his wine and spilled a bit on his shirt. He didn't rise to anger though, instead he looked merely disappointed. Do you know why? The Lord didn't meet his eyes. My mother, his only beloved, died as she gave birth, to me. Tywin would have forgiven Jaime for that, he would have forgiven Cersei or any other child, that came out normal, but you, A dwarf. The remaining sobriety in his system caused him to hesitate, but he plunged forward. As gently as he could. He wanted to kill you, he said faintly. From the moment you came into this world, he wanted to take you from your mother's dead arms, and carry you into the sea, let the waves wash you away. That's not a thought of a rational man. Even if his wife just died. Tyrion propped himself up, staring at him. I live though, I'm still alive. Tiresias nodded. You are. He didn't do it, for whatever reason, but he still wanted to. He very, very much wanted to. The waves seemed to crash against the harbor more viciously in the distance. The tide was at its highest. Why are you saying this? Tyrion asked, the slur doing little to hide his bewilderment. Honestly, he didn't know why he said it. As with Tywin, he had no plan for Tyrion, content to have him for conversation and to pass the time in Casterly Rock. Did he want him to move against Joffrey and Cersei? To placate his brother? To keep his head down? To kill Tywin and go across the sea to Daenerys in so many years? He didn't know. For now, he was too drunk to make any sense of it. It just seemed enough to put the thought in Tyrion's head. Though he was fucked if he knew what the Lord would do with it. Blinking, he realized that Tyrion was still waiting for an answer. He shrugged. Because I like you, my lord, I wouldn't want to hear that you fell on a sword to protect someone who wouldn't protect you. Your father, or any others. They stared at each other for a while. Tyrion looked very close to passing out. You have, he stopped himself from vomiting before meeting his eyes again. You have the straightest and whitest goddamn teeth I've ever seen. Tiresias didn't respond to that. Tyrion laid back down, but rallied himself for one more question. How do you know? That he wanted to bring me out and, how? Tiresias set down his wine cup on the tray, staring up at the stars. I dreamt it. He confessed it to you. He seemed annoyed and pained that he couldn't bring himself to do it. His own eyes were growing heavy. He heard Tyrion yawn. That's a shit dream, my friend, I'm off to a better one. Sleep came quick for the Lord. Tiresias was still conscious enough to register the man snoring in time with the waves. The combined two amused him and he chuckled drunkenly. Tywin would have placed him in those waves. He stopped chuckling immediately at the thought. A slight shame followed him as he fell into a heavy, drunken snooze.